Before Wukong and Master Roshi, the Dragon Ball world once had a true deity of martial arts, Master Mateto. He pioneered the Mafuba technique to seal the Demon King Piccolo and fostered the legendary Turtle School and Crane School. Now, a traveler from another realm will revive this lost legend. Witness how Master Mateto, with mere mortal flesh, battled against the demon race, learned the purest essence of Earth's martial arts, and stood against an era dominated by energy blasts, proving that human warriors can ascend to the pinnacle of the universe without relying on Saiyan bloodlines. This is not merely another fan fiction of Dragon Ball, but an ultimate homage to the purity of martial arts. As modern combat devolves into mere energy clashes, the successor of Master Mateto will reveal to the universe the true essence of martial arts. Chapter 001: Struggling Towards a Familiar Future. Uchiha Wutian's consciousness gradually awakened from the void. A faint, almost ethereal voice whispered in his ear, as if it emanated from the very edge of the universe. This sense of distance slowly closed in with each call until it surged into his mind. Brother Tian, please wake up. It was a woman's voice. After several attempts, Wutian finally managed to open his eyes, only to find a distraught woman kneeling beside him, tears streaming down her face, while he lay directly on the ground. He stared blankly at the woman's haggard face, his expression vacant. Everything around him felt surreal, as if separated by a veil. Fragments of phantom-like images flickered before his eyes, divided into 3 distinctly styled segments, flashing at an astonishing speed that rendered them impossible to scrutinize. Yet, strangely, each image was indelibly etched into his mind. They were 3 memories as memories. Brother Tian, what's wrong with you? Seeing Wutian's bewildered state, the woman waved her hands anxiously before his eyes. Be quiet. Stop the noise. A deep male voice suddenly interrupted, filled with impatience, anxiety, hope, and anger. Wutian was puzzled as to how a person could harbor such complex emotions simultaneously, but soon he understood the environment he was in. How is Master? Wutian blurted out instinctively, exerting his core to spring upright. Yet before he could steady himself, a powerful arm yanked him down, forcing him into a crouch. Do you want to die? Harujian's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with barely contained fury as he glared at Wutian. He whispered fiercely, Master is in a life-and-death duel with the Demon King. Can you keep it down? What's with all this noise? The mention of the Demon King jolted Wutian into full awareness. Piccolo. This was the world of Dragon Ball, and he was no longer the elite ninja Uchiha Wutian nor the ordinary Earth youth Wutian, but rather the Wutian of this world, the young Master Roshi from 300 years ago. At this moment, his master, Master Mateto, was fighting desperately against the Demon King Piccolo for the hope of all humanity. Are they still fighting? In the original story, it was merely mentioned in passing by Master Roshi. I didn't expect this battle to be so intense. Wutian fully regained his awareness, the dissonance from the soul merging, dissipating entirely, replaced by clarity. His gaze became bright and profound at that moment. The voyeuristic martial arts enthusiast he once was perished, giving birth to a new future martial arts deity with the qualities of an elite ninja. Brother Tian, are you all right? You suddenly fainted back there. It was so frightening. Wu Fangfang, behind Wutian, asked softly, her eyes laced with concern. Fang, I'm fine. I was just overly worried about Master and momentarily succumbed to anxiety. Wutian replied in a hushed tone, signaling his younger brother Harujian with his eyes that he understood his mistake. Harujian shot a cold glare at his senior brother, cautiously peeking out from behind the boulder to observe the battle ahead. Now, Harujian, Wu Fangfang, and Wutian were concealed behind a massive rock, approximately 200 meters away from the battlefield where Master Mateto and Demon King Piccolo were locked in combat. Wutian cautiously peeked out from behind the boulder, straining to see the heart of the battle, where 2 figures, one clad in white and the other in green, were engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. However, the distance made it difficult for Wutian to discern the specifics of the confrontation. He could only see the 2 figures colliding, grappling closely, before springing apart to unleash energy attacks at one another. How swift, Wutian thought, astonished, as he observed the 2 combatants, realizing they are undoubtedly on par with the strongest martial artists in the village. I wonder how their strength compares to the 8th gate of opening. Unfortunately, I have only mastered the first 2 gates. I wonder if they're applicable in this world. Who were those 2 combatants? One was the strongest human on Earth, an undefeated martial arts master. The other was the dark incarnation of the Earth's deity, a genius Namekian. They were undoubtedly the pinnacle of martial arts in this era. Their battle was beyond anyone's interference. Wu Tian concentrated intently, striving to analyze the battlefield situation, and gradually, he noticed a transformation in his vision. A tinge of crimson emerged from the depths of his eyes, like red ink saturating rice paper, ultimately filling his entire gaze. Suddenly, 3 small black tomo materialized in his scarlet eyes, arranged in a symmetrical triangular pattern, slowly rotating around his dark pupils. Something is amiss. Master Mateto is at a disadvantage. Where's his Mafuba? In the original narrative, didn't Master Roshi mention that Master Mateto sealed Piccolo the second time with the Mafuba? The rice cooker is lying over there. This means Master Mateto is completely unable to find an opportunity to execute the Mafuba. Based on what I know of his combat power, even if Master Mateto is weaker than Piccolo at this moment, he shouldn't be this overwhelmed. Wishin's heart raced as he realized that the green figure, Piccolo, was indeed overpowering the white-clad Master Mateto. Master Mateto was struggling to hold on. Perhaps he was desperately seeking an opening to unleash the Mafuba and seal Piccolo completely. Yet, clearly he was expending every ounce of strength to fend off Piccolo's onslaught, leaving no energy to attempt his secret technique under such pressure. Wu Qian furrowed his brow tightly, memories of Dragon Ball flashing rapidly through his mind. If this situation continues, Master Mateto will never have the chance to use the Mafuba to seal Piccolo. Consequently, the trajectory of the Dragon Ball world will head towards an entirely unknown direction. Could it be that I have traversed into a parallel world where Master Mateto never sealed Piccolo? If that is the case, who will stop Piccolo? This body, the future Master Roshi, will not surpass Master Mateto at his peak, and neither Harujian nor I can perform the Mafuba. How can we possibly contend with Piccolo? Should we scale Korin Tower to seek another Piccolo at the Heavenly Temple? That won't work. Either perhaps that individual will be driven by guilt 300 years hence to decide to eliminate Piccolo, but the current deity may not have the resolve. Wait, Wu Tian suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He discovered that he could clearly capture the high-speed battle occurring 200 meters away, possessing the capacity to analyze the situation. He instantly recognized the abnormality in his eyes. This sensation was all too familiar. It was the feeling when the 3 Tomo Sharingan activated. Could it be that I traversed with chakra? No, or rather, the me that traversed is essentially just a fragment of chakra from my original body. Is the essence of a ninja's soul chakra itself? Or is it akin to the memory-imbued chakra imprints of individuals like Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki? Chakra, mental will. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. At that moment, suddenly, the 2 combatants in the distance separated. Tetu appeared to have been struck heavily by Piccolo, rolling on the ground for several laps and momentarily unable to rise, while the tall young Piccolo stood in place, seemingly laughing maniacally. Too far away for anyone to hear his laughter, yet. That was no longer important. What mattered was that Tetu had fallen. Rather than living a meager existence, I would rather strive for a future I am familiar with. That Kazumi, anxious and desperate, hid behind a rock, observing the battlefield, but could only see the distant silhouettes of white and green, utterly oblivious to the state of their battle. Until Tetu was knocked to the ground by Piccolo, and Kazumi's heart sank immediately. His limbs felt cold, and he murmured, it's over, everything is finished now. Just then, a gentle breeze ruffled Kazumi's hair, and a figure swiftly darted past him, racing straight towards the battlefield 200 meters away. Chapter 2. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? A year ago, a malevolent entity known as Demon King Piccolo suddenly emerged in the world, impervious to blades and bullets, unharmed even by the most modern of firearms and shells. This demon, bloodthirsty and wicked by nature, reveled in slaughter and destruction, leaving a trail of corpses and devastation in his wake. This fiend possessed not an ounce of humanity wherever he tread. It was a landscape of death, with mountains of bones and rivers of blood, treating the annihilation of villages and cities as mere trifles. The human world was shrouded in boundless terror, its fragile civilization reduced to rubble under such extreme force. In just 1 year, nearly 100 cities, large and small, had fallen to this demon, with countless villages and towns laid waste, resulting in innumerable casualties. Once a bastion of civilization, the land was now a site of utter ruin. He was invincible. No one could stand against him. When Master Wu first faced the Demon King and suffered defeat, both Wu Tian and his disciple Kazumi were consumed by despair. However, half a month later, their injured and missing master miraculously returned, not only healed but also bearing a rice cooker adorned with talismans. He proclaimed that this time he would eradicate the Demon King once and for all. This time, Wu Tian, Kazumi, and Wu Teitu's daughter, Wu Fangfang, accompanied him. If Wu Teitu emerged victorious, they could rejoice in the salvation of humanity. If he failed, they could only imagine. Even if they fled to the ends of the earth, the outcome would be the same. Humanity would be doomed. Wu Teitu said nothing, setting off with his daughter and his last two disciples. Wu Tian's figure dashed towards the battlefield 200 meters away. Tinga! Wu Fangfang cried out, covering her mouth in shock. What? Are you insane? You old lecher. What do you do by going there? Kazumi immediately grasped the situation, his face darkening with anger as he gritted his teeth. This physical prowess, comparable to my former ninja body, truly worthy of being the direct disciple of the unparalleled Teitu, the future god of martial arts on earth. In my 30s, the prime of life. Although I have yet to master Qigong, my martial arts skills are indeed formidable. Is this the caliber of warriors in the Dragon Ball world? Then how fearsome must the arrogant Piccolo be? And what of Teitu? Who dares to rival him? Wu Tian paid no heed to the thoughts of the two behind him. He sprinted forward, quickly familiarizing himself with his new body. Ahead loomed the imposing figure of Demon King Piccolo, his gaze fixed upon him, eyes burning crimson, as three black tomo spun rapidly, eventually merging into an intricate pattern of four-pointed shurikens. In that moment, he forgot what chakra was, and the fundamental theories of ninjutsu and illusions faded from his mind. Relying solely on instinct, he conjured a simple illusion through his kaleidoscope Sharingan, storing it within his eyes, while recklessly pouring his chakra into this rudimentary ninja illusion. Drawing closer, Wu Tian transformed into a gust of wind, racing into the battlefield that would determine Earth's fate. Upon closing his eyes, he felt the heat emanating from his pupils and the sharp pain flickering in his mind. He opened his eyes, his resolve unwavering. Piccolo was reveling in his success, feeling a mix of joy and sorrow. The joy came from encountering a formidable foe, the only earthling thus far who posed a challenge, making the fight far more exhilarating than with any other. The sorrow stemmed from the regret of not having eliminated this old man. Previously, he hadn't anticipated that this old fool would return to his demise so soon after he had let his guard down. What's this? Another little shrimp? Suddenly, Piccolo sensed an approaching presence and turned to see a young man with short black hair, donning the same attire as the fallen elder, sprinting towards him. As a Namekian, his vision was exceptional, allowing him to spot. Behind the young man, two others concealed behind a massive rock 200 meters away. With a grin, he remarked, well, another one coming to their doom. How considerate of you all to line up and entertain me, knowing that I've nearly wiped out everyone in this area and was starting to feel a bit bored. Wu Teitu, struggling to rise from the ground, could only smile wryly, thinking that his disciple, seeing him defeated, had lost hope and recklessly charged forward. He shook his head in dismay and sighed, foolish, foolish. Wu Tian shouted as he charged directly at Piccolo, throwing a wild punch aimed at Piccolo's abdomen. It wasn't for lack of intent to strike his head, but Piccolo's towering stature rendered that impossible. Bang! Piccolo stood unmoving, allowing Wu Tian's feeble punch to land upon him as if nothing had transpired. He gazed down at Wu Tian with a chilling smile, baring sharp, menacing teeth. Little one, you've had your turn now, it's my turn. Watch out! Wu Teitu shouted loudly from the side. With a casual flick of his arm, Piccolo's limb transformed into a lightning bolt, striking Wu Tian with a ferocity that sent him flying as if he were a kite severed from its string, rolling several times before coming to a stop near Wu Teitu. Wu Teitu looked at the writhing Wu Tian with pity. He knew the extent of his disciple's training, and at this moment, Wu Tian stood before the Demon King with not a shred of resistance left. I give him a moment of disorientation. A chance. Remember. A whisper, faint as a gnat, echoed in Wu Teitu's ear. What? Wu Teitu was taken aback, turning to see Wu Tian staggering past him, struggling to rise from the ground. He swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Piccolo's casual strike had inflicted such severe harm, a testament to the Demon King's terrifying power. A mere warrior with a power level of less than 300, Piccolo already possesses such formidable strength. What is Saiyan, boasting power levels in the thousands and tens of thousands, 3 centuries hence? And what of Frieza, who reigns supreme over the universe with a power level that seemingly exceeds 100 million? The androids, who are no match for even Super Saiyans. Majin Buu, Wu Tian, with a heart filled with trepidation, gazed downward, taking measured steps towards Piccolo. Old fool, is he your disciple? Huh, utterly foolish, just like you. A bloodthirsty grin spread across Piccolo's face as Wu Tian approached. In an instant, he delivered a swift kick to Wu Tian's abdomen. Bang! Instead of sending him flying, he brought him crashing down, then ruthlessly stomped him into the ground. Cough! Blood gushed from Wu Tian's mouth and nose, painting a gruesome picture. Piccolo mockingly ground his foot upon Wu Tian, and with each movement, Wu Tian expelled another mouthful of blood. Observing the pitiful creature beneath him, Piccolo chuckled coldly. Sometimes this demon king truly. Before he could finish, Wu Tian, drenched in blood and with a face contorted in pain, suddenly laughed. He forced his eyes wide open, locking gazes with the green-skinned Namekian towering over him, and rasped defiantly, "Piccolo, do you not fear provoking the celestial deities above, who might descend to eradicate you for your heinous deeds?" What? Celestial deities? The mention of these taboo words sent a shockwave through Piccolo. In the next moment, a pair of crimson, otherworldly eyes appeared before him. A hand gently rested upon Piccolo's shoulder, and, as he turned in disbelief, he was nearly struck with terror. Standing before him was the very person he had always feared, another version of himself. The one who had cast him aside like refuse. The celestial Piccolo, clad in white divine robes, stood behind him, gazing coldly at this other half, as if observing a mere, insignificant ant scuttling through the mundane world. Illusion technique, Nariku's vision. This basic illusion conjures images of the subject's deepest fears. Nearby, Tata watched as the great demon Piccolo faltered under his disciple's fervent shout, momentarily lost in thought. His heart raced as he realized this was a rare opportunity, one his disciple Wu Tian had fought for with his very life. Should he let it slip away, it would never return. Thus, the Grand Master of Martial Arts summoned all his energy, pouring forth his purest life force like an unending river, releasing it all without reservation. Such a reckless expenditure of energy was akin to sacrificing one's life, yet the elder was beyond caring for anything else. To halt this heinous demon before him, he was prepared to brave fire and water, even to shatter his own being. In the Kai's tower, day and night, he had drained his life essence to develop the demon sealing wave. Was it not for this very moment? Utetu's eyes blazed with fury, bloodshot and crimson. At that moment, countless souls of the innocent who had perished at the hands of the demon gathered behind him, their countless invisible wills merging into a torrent, supporting Utetu's weary form as though a blazing sun had risen above. With a voice that thundered like spring thunder, Utetu roared, "Demon sealing wave." Chapter 3. The passing of a master. The malevolent King Piccolo, once sealed, has finally vanished, confined within a mere rice cooker. Wu Tian understands that for the next 3 centuries, this fiend shall not rise again. Wu Tai-do, with his hands pressed down, remains rigid, trembling slightly, yet uncontrollably. However, a look of profound relief graces his aged visage, and with a thud, his stout frame collapses to the ground. Success has finally been achieved. From a distance, Wu Tian lies, gently gasping for breath, the echoes of Piccolo's anguished and incredulous cries reverberating in his mind, akin to the wails of a vengeful spirit. Thus, the first step has been successfully taken. Now, it is a matter of how he shall navigate the ensuing 3-century interlude of this narrative. Will he soar to great heights, stepping ahead of the original warriors, or will he merely become a background character, akin to the turtle hermit, merely a minor presence in the grand tale? He contemplates silently, raising a hand to shield his eyes, merely harnessing his mental prowess to employ the Sharingan's Genjutsu. Even the basic Nariku's technique has caused a sharp pain in his mind, compelling him to deactivate the Sharingan. The vigorous blows from King Piccolo have left him in excruciating agony, yet his training in the ninja realm has forged an ironclad will. Gritting his teeth, he shakily rises from the ground. Casting a glance at the rice cooker, Wu Tian steps cautiously toward the prostrate Wu Tai-do. It is a pity that this venerable martial arts master now lies in such a state. Kneeling beside the elder, Wu Tian gently turns his frail body over. Wu Tai-do, still clinging to life, opens his eyes once more in Wu Tian's embrace. His lips quiver as a faint, raspy voice escapes, "A Tian, master." Wu Tian gazes down at the elder's weakened countenance and responds softly, without mentioning the narrative he knows. The mere invocation of the sealing technique is enough to ensure this already feeble man meets his demise. He realizes that Wu Tai-Do cannot survive. And this moment is but a flicker of life. You have become somewhat different, the elder remarks, tightening Wu Tian's heart. Although he has largely assimilated and digested the memories of the original Wu Tian, asserting that he is indeed the original would not be entirely inaccurate. Nonetheless, the will that currently governs this body is predominantly his own. The will of an ordinary person who has struggled for over 20 years after traversing from another Earth into the ninja world. Hearing Wu Tai-Do's words, an unsettling sensation washes over him. After all, the exclamation he had bellowed to successfully execute the illusion was somewhat unexpected, as it was a statement only one intimately familiar with Piccolo could utter. If a Jinjutsu can exploit the vulnerabilities of the opponent's psyche, its success rate and efficacy are undoubtedly enhanced. And without a doubt, Piccolo's psychological weakness lies solely in the celestial entity that constitutes his other half. The murky eyes of Wu Tai-Do were fixed intently on Wu Tian, who bowed his head, his lips trembling for a considerable time, hesitating to speak, but ultimately remaining silent. The elder chose to maintain his silence, yet Wu Tian decided to break it. He pressed his lips together, deliberating for a moment, and finally spoke. "Master, just now, while observing the battle from a distance, I witnessed you being steadily pushed into a disadvantage by the great Demon King. My heart was filled with urgency, and at last, I fainted." As he spoke, his eyes became a deep crimson, revealing the activation of his Sharingan. Wu Tian exhaled deeply and softly said, "Upon awakening, my eyes transformed into their current state, and during my slumber, I glimpsed many future visions. Among them, I discerned the true identity of this great Demon King." The elderly man nestled in Wu Tian's embrace, upon hearing these words, felt a flicker of clarity in his previously murky eyes, which seemed on the verge of closing. He rasped, "Is it truly so? Is it truly so?" Images flashed through his mind, including Wu Tian's furious roar at the great Demon King and the cryptic words of the cat sage atop the Kai Lin Tower. The elder murmured, "Could this fiend be connected to the divine beings of the temple?" Even though he knew that the Namekian currently in the temple was undoubtedly observing this scene. Wu Tian resolutely nodded, affirming, "Indeed. In the visions I witnessed, the divine being residing in the temple bears an uncanny resemblance to this great Demon King." Wu Tai-Do's already faint breath became noticeably more erratic, and he coughed twice, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Master." Wu Tian gently caressed Wu Tai-Do's chest. "No. It is too late for me. Your injuries are grave as well." Wu Tai-Do lay in Wu Tian's arms, struggling to retrieve a bean from within his belt, trembling as he extended it toward Wu Tian. "Ah Tian, consume this." "Master, you should take it." Wu Tian was visibly taken aback upon seeing the bean Wu Tai-Do produced. Yet he firmly declined, sincerely expressing his refusal. "It seems you recognize this item," the elder said with a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper. "In my quest to devise a technique to subdue this fiend, my body has betrayed me. Even this divine being cannot save me. Ah Tian, you possess great fortune. 20 years ago, you drank the elixir of immortality, and today you have foreseen the future. Ah Tian, obediently consume it, and return to the mountain with your junior disciples." "Master." Wu Tian's voice quivered, his eyes aflame not merely from the Sharingan, but from tears that surged uncontrollably, a poignant emotion swelling within his chest, causing him profound anguish. The last time such feelings surged was when the kaleidoscope opened its eyes. "Ah Tian, do you understand? Ever since the great Demon King emerged, I have harbored a fervent wish to see our martial arts widely disseminated. I hope for more practitioners in this world, so that when faced with evils like the great Demon King, they can muster the courage to confront and conquer such foes, rather than helplessly witnessing so many perish." The elder, cradled in Wu Tian's embrace, allowed tears to flow from his murky eyes. "Rest assured, Master, in the days to come, our Earth shall witness the emergence of formidable warriors who will relentlessly vanquish every foe that threatens its safety. They shall defend the sanctity of our planet with their very lives. They are all your disciples." Tears finally streamed down Wu Tian's face. "Is that so? Then it is well, it is indeed well." Wu Tai-Do's voice grew increasingly faint. He gazed into Wu Tian's eyes, his words barely audible, prompting Wu Tian to lean closer, pressing his ear to the old man's lips to catch what he was saying. "Though you and your junior brother have yet to master the art of Qigong, I have bestowed upon you both the heavenly palm of the nations and the Qigong canon. You must diligently practice, and in time, may you each establish your own schools." Having partaken in the elixir of immortality together, life is a long journey. Ensure that martial arts are passed on to as many as possible. And to Fong Fong, Tian. His voice dwindled, growing ever slower. Wu Tian pressed his ear tightly against the elder's lips, but after a long moment, he could hear nothing. Turning to look, he discovered that the elder had, unbeknownst to him, already departed from this world. In the murky depths of the elder's unclosed eyes, there lingered an infinite hope for the future. With a heavy heart, Wu Tian gently closed the elder's eyes, his voice hoarse. Master, do not worry. I shall take good care of junior sister Fong Fong. I will ensure your martial legacy continues. Wu Tian retrieved a mystical bean from the elder's palm, chewed it twice, and swallowed it whole. Moments before, his chest had been nearly crushed by the Demon King Piccolo, but as he ingested the bean, his injuries healed instantly, and his vitality was fully restored. Yet, Wu Tian was too preoccupied to marvel at the bean's miraculous properties. He silently cradled Wu Tai-do's lifeless body. At that moment, Wu Fongfong's anguished voice approached rapidly. Father. Chapter 4. Returned to Tai-do Mountain with a heart-wrenching cry. Wu Fongfong dashed to Wu Tian's side, her gaze falling upon her deceased father, whose eyes were now closed. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming down like a broken string of pearls. Trembling hands reaching to caress Wu Tai-do's aged visage. She opened her mouth, but no sound escaped, rendered mute by her overwhelming sorrow, truly on the brink of despair. Master has departed. Wu Tian stood firm, holding Wu Tai-do's body, his heart aching at her grief. Having merged with Wu Tian's essence, he naturally inherited the emotions tied to Wu Tai-do and Wu Fongfong. Despite his past experiences in another world, he was not devoid of compassion. Otherwise, he would not have suffered betrayal at the hands of his own flesh and blood, leading to their mutual demise. Finally, Wu Fongfong turned her gaze to Wu Tian. Her beautiful face drenched in tears, her eyes ablaze with sorrow. Did Master succeed? What of the Demon King? He Chi, arriving slightly later than Wu Fongfong, perhaps due to his cautious nature, approached and immediately inquired upon seeing Wu Tai-do's slumbering form in Wu Tian's embrace. The battlefield had shifted dramatically, and he and Wu Fongfong had been too distant to discern what had truly transpired. Indeed, Wu Tian nodded affirmatively, turning his gaze towards the rice cooker on the ground. Master has employed a secret technique to seal the great Demon King within this rice cooker. He can no longer emerge to wreak havoc upon the world. Sealed within here? How splendid, truly splendid, He Jian murmured, his eyes fixed on the small rice cooker. The disappearance of the Demon King was indeed a positive outcome, yet it came at the cost of his master's life, leaving He Jian with an emptiness in his heart, as though he had lost his spiritual anchor. Despite his erratic and brutal disposition, he revered Master Wu Tai-do as a deity, much like Wu Tian. Wu Tian continued, Master has sealed the Demon King within this vessel with his very life. Hence it is our duty as brothers to find a secure place to properly store it. He Jian seemed to be in a daze, momentarily startled by Wu Tian's words. And he quickly replied, Indeed, indeed. After a brief pause, he added, Why not simply sink it to the depths of the sea? Who could possibly retrieve it from such depths? Sinking it to the ocean? Wu Fongfong gasped. The sea is so deep. What if something goes awry? Wu Tian, surprised, thought to himself. In the original tale, Master Roshi and the others did indeed submerge the rice cooker in the ocean. He shook his head, agreeing with Wu Fongfong's concerns. No, we cannot. The pressure at the ocean's depths is far too great. If this rice cooker were to be damaged, the Demon King would surely escape and bring chaos back to the world. He contemplated, surely, this rice cooker is imbued with Master Wu Tai-do's power, rendering it impervious to the ocean's pressure? Yet, given that we are in such a tangible world, such speculations seem somewhat absurd. We cannot take risks. We must devise a more prudent method. Then where do you propose we hide it? Let us simply place it on our mountain. He Jian, somewhat irked, expressed his frustration. His temperament was already volatile, and he had never seen eye to eye with Wu Tian since childhood. Wu Fongfong, her eyes glistening with tears, felt lost. As a woman who had recently lost her father, she found herself devoid of ideas. I have a notion, Wu Tian said, but before we proceed, we must first bring Master's remains back to the mountain and then deliberate further. He recalled a sister he had once known during his youth as a wanderer before being taken in by Master Wu Tai-do, and his mind began to form a plan. He Jian regarded him with suspicion. Trust me, I am your senior brother after all. Come, let us take the rice cooker and seek a suitable grove where we can find an appropriate tree to craft a coffin for Master. It is quite a distance from Tai-do Mountain, and Master's remains must be interred promptly. Wu Tian shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. He Jian, taken aback by Wu Tian's authoritative demeanor as a senior brother, could not help but grunt in response. However, recognizing the wisdom in his words, and with Master S' body still warm, he did not wish to engage in a quarrel. Thus he approached and gently lifted the rice cooker from the ground. Upon grasping it, he realized that although it appeared modest in size, it was surprisingly heavy, considering that it contained the fearsome Great Demon King Baika. Enhanced by Master's unparalleled power, its peculiar weight was to be expected, and He Jian found it no longer surprising. He cradled the rice cooker in his arms, surveying the vast, desolate expanse of wilderness, where not a soul could be seen, enveloped in a scene of profound desolation. Unable to suppress a deep sigh, he lamented. Master sacrificed his very life to save the world, yet apart from the three of us, not a single person recognizes his achievements. Upon hearing this, Wu Fangfang felt a pang of sorrow, gazing at the old man held by Wu Tian, wiping her tears in silence. A master of unparalleled skill requires not the accolades of mere mortals. Moreover, with the defeat of the Dark Overlord, those with discernment ought to deduce that it was the master's doing. As for those who remain oblivious, it matters not. Wu Tian shook his head, tightly clutching the lifeless body of Wu Taidu, and strode away with purpose. Heron Jian placed a comforting hand on Wu Fangfang's shoulder, bearing the weighty rice cooker, and followed in pursuit of Wu Tian. At the divine temple, two figures, one tall and one short, stood at the edge, gazing down upon the world below. The young, towering figure clad in white robes withdrew his gaze, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly possible to foresee the future, or is he merely a mortal?" His brow furrowed in discomfort at the emergence of matters beyond his comprehension. The dark-hued Bobo stood respectfully beside the deity, speaking in a calm tone. "Mr. Bobo believes that the world is full of wonders. Throughout Earth's long history, countless extraordinary individuals and events have graced it. Even now, remnants of ancient legacies persist, as seen in the desert tribes below, where some have inherited the mantle of the Yin-Yang shaman. Therefore, dear deity, do not dwell upon it too heavily. Furthermore, the temple itself houses a time-traveling machine." The deity shook his head, acknowledging that certain truths only became apparent upon attaining divinity. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled how he had subtly intervened during Wu Taidu's 2 encounters with Bic, discreetly influencing him to expend great effort in developing the magic sealing wave. This was not merely out of benevolence. His own life was intertwined with Bic's, and he could not allow Bic to perish hence. Nevertheless, guilt weighed heavily upon him, leaving his conscience uneasy. Alas, the deity sighed, deciding not to disturb the disciple of Wu Taidu, whether it be foresight or an anomaly in his vision. He resolved to observe the individual's words and actions before making further plans. Should he turn out to be a villain of great malevolence, he would not hesitate to eradicate him from existence. If otherwise, he would allow him to be. Moreover, if this person truly possessed the ability to foresee the future, it might not bode ill for the lineage of Earth. "Let us depart," the deity stated, leaning on his staff as he turned away from the circular edge of the temple. Mr. Bobo followed suit, retracing his steps toward the palace. The two figures, one tall and one short, faded into the shadows, venturing deep within the palace. The three companions paused in a grove, where Heron Jian located a massive tree that could not be encircled by a single person. Summoning all his strength, he delivered a forceful strike, snapping the tree in half with a resounding crack, causing it to crash to the ground. Then, with Wu Tian's hands shaped like a blade, he concentrated his energy into a singular point, swiftly slicing through the fallen trunk with the precision of a sword, reducing it into 6 assorted wooden planks in a flurry of motion. Wu Tian and He Jian are the only 2 disciples who have received the true teachings of Master Wu Taidu on the mountain. They have practiced martial arts for over 20 years, and while they have yet to master genuine Qigong, their foundation in external martial arts is already exceptionally profound. Tasks such as splitting trees for lumber have become commonplace for them. During his lifetime, Master Wu Taidu had remarked that with their solid foundation, once they mastered Qigong, their progress would be swift and remarkable. Therefore, prior to his final confrontation with the Great Demon King, Master Wu Taidu imparted to these 2 disciples his 2 exclusive techniques, the world-shattering palm and the Qigong cannon. With these 2 skills, Wu Tian and He Jian would undoubtedly be able to cultivate Qigong more rapidly. Together with Wu Fangfang, they meticulously crafted a wooden coffin from the planks they had split, respectfully placing Master Wu Taidu's body within. After 2 days and nights of arduous travel, the 3 finally returned to the gates of Taidu Mountain, bearing the coffin. Chapter 5. World-shattering palm thunder rumbled, tearing a white fissure across the somber sky. Rain began to fall in a gentle drizzle, dampening the mountain path. One foot stepped onto the slick surface, resulting in a sudden slip. "Be careful," admonished a farmer, scolding his son who walked ahead. "The road is slippery in the rain. It's not easy to traverse. It's still necessary to ascend the mountain and offer a stick of incense to Master Wu Tai-do." The young boy grumbled. The farmer widened his eyes, raising his rough hand. Should the boy retort again, a slap would surely follow. "I know. Master Wu Tai-do defeated the great demon king and saved us." The boy shrank his head, clearly accustomed to receiving reprimands. They were not alone on the mountain path. There were other travelers both ahead and behind them. Most were villagers from below Tai-do Mountain, farmers, hunters, and even those from distant towns who had come to pay their respects after hearing of Master Wu Tai-do's deeds. Master Wu was undoubtedly a great hero. Some lamented, while others sighed in admiration. Another thunderclap resounded, and the dark clouds flashed ominously. The rain intensified. Wu Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the edge of a small pavilion on the cliff, gazing into the distance where the lightning danced. Lost in thought, he was clad in white mourning garments, a coarse burlap cloth stitched onto his shoulder. The world-shattering palm. I recall this technique was employed by the turtle sage, disguised as Jackie Chan, during the first World Martial Arts Tournament. It had not been seen since, and I had not anticipated its profound intricacies. Having returned to Tai-do Mountain 3 days prior, he spent those days in mourning at the shrine, contemplating the two exceptional skills that Master Wu Tai-do had entrusted to him and He Jian. Naturally, it was the world-shattering palm that the turtle sage had utilized in the original tale. Without practice, one might not grasp its significance, yet upon engaging with it, he uncovered astonishing revelations. What manner of palm technique is the world-shattering palm? Recalling the original narrative, during the championship battle of the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, when Jackie Chan executed this move, arcs of visible lightning enveloped his palms, striking forth like Qi Gong towards Sun Wukong, ensnaring him in midair, rendering him immobile. Lightning and Qi Gong. How remarkably similar it is to the lightning release ninjutsu he encountered in his previous life. The essence of lightning release ninjutsu lies in transforming the chakra within one's body into the nature of lightning, subsequently manifesting the corresponding techniques through specific hand seals. And what of the universal shocking palm? With the memories of his former self, Wu Tian could vividly recall every detail of the teachings imparted by Wu Tai-do during the transmission of supreme skills. Undoubtedly, the secret of the universal shocking palm resides in the ability to convert the internal energy, referred to as qi in the comics, into high-voltage electric currents. Is this not merely another form of lightning nature transformation? Wu Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly intrigued. If his hypothesis held true, he could derive the techniques for transforming other elemental properties by utilizing the lightning nature transformation of chakra he mastered in his previous life, along with the hidden lightning attribute transformation of qi within the universal shocking palm. Thus, it could very well be possible to transpose various ninja techniques from the ninja world into this Dragon Ball universe. Just imagine future warriors in the Dragon Ball realm casually invoking lightning cuts, fireball techniques, and spiral shuriken. Wu Tian blinked, suppressing his delightfully mischievous thoughts. He reminded himself that while these techniques might shine brilliantly in the initial saga, once the Dragon Ball narrative progressed into the epic battles, martial prowess would become secondary, with energy levels emerging as the pivotal factor for victory. He could not afford to fall behind or lose sight of the essence. That would be utterly unacceptable. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tian gradually calmed himself. His entire body relaxed, and his arms hung loosely by his sides. Suddenly, he shifted his stance, chopping with his palm and throwing punches, each movement excruciatingly slow, tracing arcs through the air. In an instant, he raised his leg, kicking forth a flurry of phantoms. Swift as lightning, within the confines of the small pavilion, he danced and moved with such agility that a mere onlooker might struggle to discern his form. His speed was astonishing, the pace of his punches even quicker, with his footwork surpassing all expectations, leaving only a fleeting glimpse of a crimson glow amidst the swirling shadows. That was the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. It is imperative to master Qi swiftly. Wu Tian had long since mastered the art of martial prowess. He was no longer practicing any specific technique passed down by Wu Tai-do, but instead moved with unbridled spontaneity. When inspiration struck, his fists and palms flowed. When intuition guided him, his figure glided like the wind. As Wu Tian's movements accelerated, his silhouette grew increasingly indistinct. The otherworldly black shurikens in his eyes began to whirl. He felt a surge of heat accumulating within him, poised to erupt. Consequently, he closed his left eye and abruptly opened it. A stream of black tears fell from the corner of his left eye as he wielded the kaleidoscopic eye technique, the absolute mastery of chakra, energy, chi. Crack. It was as though some cage within him had shattered, and a torrent of warmth surged through his limbs in an instant. Wu Tian clenched his fists. The sensation of this burgeoning power made him yearn to let out a triumphant roar to the heavens. A sharp pain pierced his mind. Wu Tian paused, and the chaotic figures on the cliff abruptly halted, the swift and the slow intertwining to the point of creating illusory afterimages. He pressed his palm against his tightly shut left eye, gritting his teeth. The kaleidoscopic patterns in his right eye gradually faded away. Wu Tian forced a bitter smile as he gazed at the blood on his left palm, inwardly lamenting. Although the kaleidoscope and ocular techniques remained functional, the side effects seemed rather excessive. Recalling the excruciating pain that had coursed through his mind moments ago, a shiver ran down his spine. He pondered, I wonder if there exists a method to cultivate the spirit? I almost forgot about the Dragon Balls. Could I perhaps summon the eternal dragon to teach me? And might it resolve the affliction of my eyes? The more he utilized the kaleidoscope Sharingan, the more it became sealed, ultimately culminating in an everlasting loss of sight. The only path to salvation lay in acquiring the kaleidoscope Sharingan of his biological brother, which would grant him eternal vision. Yet, in this world of Dragon Balls, where could he find his true brother? Not to mention, another pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan seemed an impossibility, even if he were to beseech the eternal dragon. The question remained whether the technological advancements of Earth 3 centuries ago could indeed yield a Dragon Ball radar. Furthermore, even if such a device could be created, it would require a Dragon Ball as a sample to capture the specific electromagnetic waves emitted by it. However, the vast expanse of Earth, with its 7 scattered orbs, made the prospect of locating one by chance extraordinarily daunting. It was akin to finding a needle in a haystack, given that Earth encompassed all the oceans. Regardless, having developed the inner chi was a significant first step, marking his entrance into the realm of martial arts. Future endeavors must not be rushed. One must tread steadily. Step by step. He also needed to honor his master's last wishes by establishing a school to propagate martial arts. Indeed, the Turtle School and Crane School from the original narrative came into being in such a manner. The Turtle School, however, is not a name I wish to adopt. Time may be pressing, but 300 years must be traversed one day at a time. Wu Tian gazed towards the horizon, noticing that the dark clouds were gradually dispersing, revealing a sliver of bright sunlight. Upon returning to his master's memorial hall, he observed that the crowd gathering to pay their respects was slowly diminishing. Many recognized him as a disciple of Master Wu Taidu. Even those who could not identify him understood his deep connection to the deceased upon seeing his mourning attire, evoking a natural sense of reverence. The initial throng on the mountain, who had fled in disarray following Wu Taidu's first encounter with the great demon, were some of those who had borne witness to the event. As Wu Tian approached the memorial hall, he clasped his fists together in gratitude to the departing individuals. His 3 siblings had merely intended to conduct a simple funeral, yet they had not anticipated such a multitude to ascend the mountain in tribute. As the crowd dissipated, dusk began to settle in. The dimming sunlight cast elongated shadows across the courtyard, adding an air of melancholy. Wu Tian stepped onto the carpet of fallen leaves as he entered the memorial hall, where the coffin of Master Wu Taidu lay. Kneeling on either side were Wu Fangfang and He Jian, clad in mourning garments. Wu Fangfang bore a sorrowful expression, her eyes red and swollen, yet tears no longer flowed, while He Jian appeared expressionless, his face blank. Upon the return of Wu Tian, the two respectfully bowed 3 times before the coffin and slowly rose to their feet. I shall prepare some food, Wu Fangfang murmured softly as she lowered her head and departed. How should we handle that matter? What are your plans? He Jian cast a sidelong glance at the rice cooker resting in the corner and inquired once more. Wu Tian gazed at the lid of his master's coffin and replied, I will seek out my sister and ask her to divine the most appropriate location. That would be the wisest course of action. Upon hearing this, He Jian raised an eyebrow and retorted with a hint of disdain, Your sister? You have a sister? Divination. Wu Tian chose to disregard his tone and sighed softly. I once had a sister, but when I was taken to the mountain by my master, she was taken away by another person, purportedly to learn witchcraft. After all these years, I know not where she may be. Without knowledge of her whereabouts, what is the point of your words? He Jian exclaimed in frustration, though he dared not raise his voice, aware of the coffin's proximity. Wu Tian stated, Do you know where Master went after his initial defeat? Without waiting for He Jian's response, he continued, He went to the Kylan Tower, where he encountered the immortals. Otherwise, how could he have healed from such severe injuries so swiftly? Kylan Tower? I believe I have heard of it, He Jian remarked, furrowing his brow. Master mentioned it a few years ago, stating it was a sacred place for martial arts. Wu Tian reminded him gently. We can go there and beseech the immortals of Kailan Tower to inform us of my sister's current whereabouts. Chapter 6. Before descending the mountain 4 days later. He Jian. Please go retrieve Tian Go. Were you not both supposed to bring that item down the mountain today? Wu Fangfang said as she prepared breakfast. Noticing He Jian practicing his punches alone in the courtyard, clad in a simple garment. He Jian concluded his practice with a grunt and headed into the mountains. His mood was far from cheerful. Having returned 7 days prior, he had yet to make any progress with his chi. And if one were to consider the time since his master formally imparted the teachings of the chi canon, it had been even longer. Such stagnation weighed heavily on his proud heart. Chi cultivation is a realm coveted by countless martial artists, and those capable of harnessing it are exceedingly rare. In previous years, their master had focused on solidifying their foundations, guiding them only when they had accumulated enough experience to delve into the paths of chi cultivation. Thus, He Jian had obediently followed his master's arrangements, training alongside Wu Tian for over 20 years. Yet now, standing before that great door, he found himself unable to budge it even slightly, leaving him in a state of discontent. If he felt this way, it was certain that his lascivious and pitiful senior brother was equally ineffectual, having likely not cultivated any chi either. However, little did He Jian know that in the future, over 300 years hence, there would be a girl named Bidalai, who could achieve a sense of chi in mere hours and control her levitation within half a day. How would he react to such a revelation? Haisuk navigated the rugged mountain path with an ease born of familiarity. The mountain offered only a few locations suitable for martial arts practice, which his fellow disciples were well acquainted with. Thus, he quickly spotted Wu Tian's figure near the edge of a precipice. As the first light of dawn broke, Wu Tian stood at the cliff's edge, emanating waves of warmth. Beneath his thin garment, the sharply defined muscles of his body were clearly visible, rhythmically expanding and contracting like flowing water in sync with his movements. After completing his morning exercises, he gathered his energy, exhaling slowly towards the radiant morning light filtering through the mountains. The breath he released was long and sustained, reminiscent of the persistent currents of the Yangtze River, astonishingly lasting several breaths longer than the average person could manage. Gazing into the distance at the obscured sun rising through the thick fog, he suddenly raised his left palm. A luminous aura enveloped his hand, which then coalesced into a small, white energy sphere the size of a third of a fist, resting firmly in the center of his palm. Although the white energy sphere did not physically touch Wu Tian's hand, it seemed to adhere to it, moving in tandem with his gestures in the air. After 4 days of diligent practice, this was the extent of his achievement. The energy had merely separated from his body. It was far from the legendary universal shock palm or the formidable energy cannon, and even the Kamehameha technique paled in comparison. Wu Tian withdrew his gaze from the distant sun and looked at the diminutive energy sphere in his palm, his brow furrowed in evident dissatisfaction. He murmured to himself, pondering how such a small quantity of energy could be harnessed to unleash greater power, searching for the elusive secret. In the original narrative, the Kamehameha technique remained a signature move of the Dragon Ball warriors, particularly Son Goku, for a reason. It possessed a unique characteristic, the ability to generate maximum power from minimal energy. This was the realm Wu Tian had been striving to attain. At this moment of frustration, unbeknownst to him, a pair of astonished eyes were watching from a short distance behind. Chi? Is that Chi? It cannot be mistaken. That is indeed Chi. I never expected this damn fool to have already cultivated Chi. Wu Tian frowned slightly, shaking his head. He was reluctant to rely solely on the abilities of his right eye. Not only was it ill-advised to depend too heavily on the Sharingan in the Dragon Ball universe, but the side effects of using the Mangeki Sharingan were enough to give him a headache. The Mangeki Sharingan was a unique eye possessed only by the elite of the Uchiha clan, with each pair typically granting different abilities. For instance, Itachi Uchiha's left eye housed the illusion technique Tsukuyami, while his right eye contained the eternal flame Amaterasu. Shursui Uchiha's one eye wielded the most powerful illusion, Kodo Amatsukami, capable of completely altering a person's will, while the other eye possessed the power to influence another's subconscious. As for Wu Tian, his Mangeki Sharingan granted him absolute control over chakra with his left eye, while his right eye allowed for the ultimate utilization of chakra. In his previous life, he was not particularly distinguished in terms of chakra capacity. One could even say that the amount of chakra within his body was significantly below the average level. However, since the activation of his Mangeki Sharingan, the influence of chakra on him has been completely overshadowed by the extraordinary powers of his eyes. With absolute mastery over chakra, He could meticulously control every minuscule trace of chakra within his body, leaving no room for leakage or waste. Coupled with the ability of his other eye to maximize chakra utilization, he could execute jutsu of remarkable potency while consuming far less chakra than standard levels. With a casual sweep of his left hand, a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a third of a fist, vanished into the ground beneath his feet. The surface appeared as if scorched by flames, a charred mark emerging, yet the actual destructive power was minimal, merely lifting a small layer of soil. Humph. It seems merely superficial. He has not truly grasped the essence of the heavenly palm technique. Compared to the demonstration by his master, this level of skill is laughable. Wu Tian thought, maintaining an impassive expression as he closed his eyes tightly. He extended his right hand, and a sphere of light, identical in size to the one formed by his left hand, materialized in his palm. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, transforming them into those resembling four-pointed shurikens. With bloodshot veins coursing through his right eye, a dark crimson tear silently trailing down his cheek. He raised his right hand, the white sphere hovering towards a nearby boulder. And with a mere push of his palm, the sphere shot forth like an arrow. With a resounding explosion, the boulder was obliterated. The same amount of energy that had previously only charred a small patch of ground now shattered the rock into fragments. Wu Tian retracted his right hand. His weeping eye now closed, and murmured softly, "I still find myself somewhat unaccustomed to controlling this new energy. Perhaps I have only managed to exert around 6 or 7 times my usual strength." Reflecting on the crises he faced in the ninja world, where he would often resort to frantically activating his ocular techniques, unleashing bursts of power 10 or even 20 times greater, Wu Tian let out a silent sigh. His gaze tinged with resignation. He mentally dismissed the blood-red hue from his eyes, contemplating, worse still, not only does the threat of blindness loom, but even the normal use of the Sharingan demands a tremendous toll on my mental strength. Mental strength, mental strength. Even having lived and fought in the ninja world, Wu Tian found this concept quite foreign. In his recollection, it was something only the sorcerers of novels would delve into. Yet now, as a retired ninja and current martial artist, he was forced to confront the bitter consequences of mental exhaustion, a sensation of excruciating headaches and mental fatigue that was truly unbearable. It appears that the use of the Sharingan, particularly the Manjiki variant, should be approached with caution, at least until one has devised a means to obtain the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian withdrew a piece of black cloth from his pocket, dabbing at the bloodstains on his right cheek. His ears twitched slightly as he spoke nonchalantly without turning around. "Hejian, when did you start secretly observing my training?" Hejian emerged from the shadows, observing Wu Tian's silhouette with a distinctly displeased expression. Chapter 7. Journey to Kailan Tower. When did you cultivate your chi? Hejian inquired, his face contorted in displeasure. To elaborate on his appearance, he bore the visage of a youthful man, seemingly in his 20s, yet in truth, both he and Wu Tian were in their 30s. A consequence of their youthful indulgence in an elixir of immortality. Of course, as elucidated by the bald old master in the original work. The effects of eternal youth might be somewhat exaggerated, yet longevity is assured, for no ordinary human could live for over 4 centuries without succumbing to death. Not long ago, perhaps 4 days prior, Wu Tian replied, tucking the black cloth back into his pocket before turning to face the increasingly irritable Hejian. He chuckled, "What's the matter? Has your chi cannon not progressed?" Hejian's expression soured further, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Isn't your Universal Thunder Palm also lacking in results?" The Universal Thunder Palm was Wu Tai-Do's signature technique within the martial arts community, and Hejian was well aware of the immense power it wielded when executed properly. "Indeed, my master's technique is profound," Wu Tian conceded, "but one must take things step by step. Without the Universal Thunder Palm, I would not have cultivated my chi so swiftly. I believe this is the very purpose behind our masters imparting these 2 techniques to us. You too must hasten to uncover the chi within you through the secrets of the chi cannon." With a gentle smile, Wu Tian approached Hejian and remarked, "It was Fong Fong who sent you to summon me, wasn't it? Then let us be on our way." With that, he brushed past the startled Hejian. The latter, feeling quite vexed, frowned and let out a huff before following suit. At the end of the year 462 in the era of AI, the 2 disciples of Wu Tai-Do descended the mountain bearing a rice cooker, within which was sealed the formidable demon King Piccolo from that year. "Take care on your journey, and ensure you return safely," Wu Fongfong said, tears welling in her eyes as she bid farewell to her 2 closest senior brothers at the foot of the mountain. Hejian appeared indifferent, casting his gaze elsewhere as he shouldered his pack. Wu Tian, one hand grasping the bag containing the rice cooker and the other gently patting Wu Fongfong's head, reassured her, Do not worry about us, Fong Fong. You must take good care of yourself while alone on the mountain. He Jian observed Wu Tian from behind, raising an eyebrow in contemplation. This senior brother, whom he had previously dismissed, seemed transformed after their master's passing, displaying a newfound steadiness, devoid of his former lecherous habits. I am not concerned, but you two men shall face hardships on the road ahead, and there is no one to cook for you, Wu Fongfong replied, shaking her head. For martial artists, what is a little hardship? Let us depart swiftly, He Jian, growing impatient, declared before turning to leave. He is a master of martial arts, striding forward with such grace that it resembles running to an ordinary observer. Wu Fongfong gazes at Wu Tian with teary eyes, and Wu Tian lets out a faint sigh within. Over the past few days, he and He Jian have meticulously scoured through several volumes in Wu Taido's study, finally uncovering a fragment of information regarding Kailenta. It was a note from Wu Taido's Reflections on Martial Arts, in which he vaguely documented his experience of ascending the sacred site of martial arts, Kailenta. However, the specifics of what occurred atop the tower remained absent from the notes. Deep within the southwestern Indian Plains' vast forest lies the sacred site of Kailenta, which is the entirety of Wu Taido's geographical account concerning Kailenta. Fong Fong, wait for our return, Wu Tian said as he stepped forward to embrace Wu Fongfong. After a moment, he gently patted her back before turning and striding away. Return safely, Wu Fongfong called out, watching Wu Tian's figure recede into the distance. As he raised his arm in a farewell wave without looking back, tears could no longer be contained and streamed down her face. As Wu Tian caught up with He Jian, he heard him complain, "What are you dawdling for? We should deal with this troublesome matter promptly. There are indeed other pressing matters." Wu Tian kept pace alongside him, their endurance honed from countless runs up and down the mountains, their feet moving with the swiftness of flight. "What do you mean?" He Jian inquired as they hurried onward. "Master once left behind a dying wish, and I wish to share it with you to gauge your thoughts." Wu Tian paused, noticing that despite He Jian's focus on the path ahead, his attention was captured by Wu Tian's words. He continued, after sealing the great demon, Master, in his final moments, expressed his hope that we would descend the mountain and establish our own schools. Before Wu Tian could finish his thought, He Jian abruptly interrupted. "No way." Maintaining his composure, Wu Tian replied evenly, "Let me finish." He Jian, growing increasingly agitated, interjected again, "What is there to hear? The master was on the verge of death, speaking nonsense you actually believe? Don't forget, he raised us from childhood, teaching us martial arts like a father, establishing our own schools. I cannot accept that." Yet Wu Tian seemed impervious to He Jian's outburst, continuing his steady pace as he gazed toward the distant horizon where a forest lay. Master was a grand hero, a great master. Such a narrow concept as establishing a sect would hardly occupy his thoughts. He cared for the entire martial arts community. You know well that he was aware of the incident when we mistakenly drank the elixir of immortality as children. Thus, he entrusted us with the mission to spread martial arts throughout our long lives, nurturing generations of exceptional martial artists to sow the seeds of martial arts in every corner. If possible, even if the great demon were to re-emerge, it would be impossible for such evil to wreak havoc again. Would you not agree? This was Master's grand wish before he passed. Would you forsake it? He Jian, what if a foe even more formidable than this great demon were to appear in the future? Can we rely solely on ourselves? Do you truly have faith in surpassing Master? If possible, to what extent could it surpass? He adjusted the package containing the rice cooker he had been carrying, casting a sidelong glance at Haru, whose expression was shrouded in gloom. He continued, "Haru, you must understand. We are the only two disciples who have inherited the martial philosophy of our master. It is our responsibility to disseminate his martial spirit. Is it not the best choice? Or do you believe there exists anyone whose martial prowess exceeds that of our master?" "Naturally, there is none," Haru snorted, then retorted. "But why not directly take on disciples here on the mountain? Our martial skills were imparted by our master. How could we possibly change allegiances? Remaining on Taido Mountain is merely a singular perspective, one that would indelibly stamp us as disciples of the martial sage, the savior of martial arts. Once we establish our own schools, we would be sowing the seeds of two entirely new martial traditions. In a century, 2 centuries, or even 3 centuries, perhaps." He squinted, as if envisioning the figures of Dragon Ball warriors 3 centuries hence. "I understand your meaning," responded Haru, his brow furrowed tightly. "I will give it serious consideration. But for now, let us first secure what you are carrying." Of course, Wu Tian nodded in agreement. Ahead, the vast forest loomed close. The two continued their swift pace, plunging into the shadows of the great woods. By the time they emerged from the forest, twilight had descended. Fortunately, In the distance, they caught sight of a small village, its flickering flames suggesting a warm meal and a respectable place to rest. Wu Tian gazed towards the village, his mind briefly drifting to the notion of seeking alms akin to the journey to the west. Suddenly, he halted, raising a hand to stop Haru. Something feels amiss. Are those bandits? Chapter 8. The Assassin Tao Senxian. What should martial practitioners do when encountering bandits who threaten innocent civilians? Without a moment's hesitation, they would act decisively. As dusk fell, two figures swiftly darted through the air like drifting leaves, racing towards the nearby village. The mayor of Pomegranate Town knelt on the ground, trembling in fear as he looked up at the bandit leader seated before him. "What are you staring at, old man?" barked the bandit chief, a long scar marring his face as he glared at the kneeling mayor. His fierce gaze nearly startled the mayor's soul from his body. The old, weak women and children who knelt behind the mayor fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. Most of the able-bodied men from the town had likely perished in the chaos wrought by the great demon Bick. The bandit leader unsheathed his long knife, deliberately dragging it along his pant leg, and coldly remarked, "Today is your unlucky day to encounter us. Hurry up, hand over all your money and provisions." One of the mounted bandits behind the leader muttered quietly, "We were unlucky to end up here as well." The bandit chief immediately turned, glaring at the chubby member of his group. "Keep your mouth shut, you fool." The foolish man, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, "Isn't that the truth? If it weren't for that formidable assassin we encountered, how would we have been diverted to this impoverished town?" He intended to continue speaking, but upon noticing the increasingly hostile gaze of the leader and the frantic signals from his companions on horseback, he wisely chose to remain silent. The bandit chief, feeling a swell of frustration, maintained a fierce demeanor as he continued from where he left off. "Moreover, your village appears to lack able-bodied men. Yet there are plenty of young women. With 20 young ladies, we brothers shall take them." Panic ensued among the prostrate townspeople. "No, my lord." The old town chief, upon hearing this, became alarmed. However, in an instant, a chilling steel blade was pressed against his throat. The bandit chief sneered, "Utter another word, and this blade shall taste blood." "And no," stammered the old chief, his lips trembling. The bandit chief's eyes glinted with malice, revealing his jagged teeth as he withdrew the blade from the chief's neck, only to bring it down with ferocity. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past the bandit chief as he suddenly found his knife halted midair by an unexpected figure who had appeared from nowhere, gripping the blade with both hands and pinning it firmly between his palms. "What the hell? Is this another martial artist?" The bandit chief gazed at the young man beneath the blade, whose youthful visage belied his true age of 31, Wu Tian. The chief felt his grip weaken. Truly, it was a moment of despair. Their original plan had been to plunder a wealthier town at the other end of the forest. Yet they had inadvertently crossed paths with an extraordinary master. As for how he knew this individual was a master and fled immediately, consider this. If you encountered someone with the character emblazoned on their attire, standing still while 7 members of your team lay dead, would you not flee? Do you not consider them a formidable adversary? And now, he found himself thwarted in his intent to strike someone down by yet another master? You have 10 breaths to vacate this town. Wu Tian, having once traversed the world of ninjas, may not have completely relinquished his conscience. Yet he was no stranger to bloodshed. The malevolent energy accumulated within him was daunting. This man was truly terrifying. The bandit chief recognized that he had miscalculated once more. The horses beneath the bandits sensed the icy aura emanating from Wu Tian and grew restless, shifting their hooves in trepidation. With the steel blade firmly clamped between his palms, Wu Tian suddenly exerted force from his waist, transmitting layers of power through his arms and fingers, twisting his hands with tremendous strength as if crumpling paper. Crack! The steel blade was unexpectedly snapped in two by his bare hands. The bandit chief's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Wu Tian's hands morphing into a blur, producing a series of sharp cracks. Crack, 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 crack. The remaining half of the blade was shattered into fragments, scattering to the ground, leaving only the hilt behind. "Are you not hastening to leave?" Wu Tian, growing impatient, raised his hand. "Run!" cried the foolish, rotund bandit, turning his horse around. However, he soon spotted another figure approaching from the direction of the town's entrance, bearing a striking resemblance to the one who had just shattered the steel blade, similarly attired, with a burden slung over their back and a spherical package clutched in hand. On the countenance of Harumi, a clear message of "Do not provoke me" was inscribed as he leisurely strolled into the town, allowing bandits to ride past him without a second glance. Wu Tian smiled and remarked, "I thought you would have dealt with them on the spot." Harumi scoffed, casting a glance at the townsfolk who had risen. Their eyes filled with trepidation as they gazed at the two brothers. He stated bluntly, "In a moment, I shall venture into the woods to eliminate those ruffians. Considering it our payment for food and lodging, what say you?" The elderly town mayor looked at the pairs of anxious eyes behind him, swallowing hard before cautiously responding. "What do you gentlemen intend?" "Do not worry, old man. We are disciples of the esteemed Taidu Mountain from the east," replied Wu Tian. The mayor's eyes visibly brightened upon hearing. "You are disciples of Master Wu Taidu?" Harumi, with a scoff, tossed his bundle and the package he carried to Wu Tian, then resolutely turned and strode towards the dark woods. "But there are so many of them," someone in the crowd expressed concern. Wu Tian, laden with the rice cooker package in one hand and Harumi's bundle in the other, his own burden on his back, smiled and said, "They are merely a rabble, not worthy of concern." When Master Wu Taidu had trained them on the mountain, he often dispatched his disciples to vanquish evil and uphold righteousness. Thus, the act of slaying bandits was no unfamiliar task. However, among all the disciples, only he and Harumi possessed the prowess to confront a band of brigands single-handedly. Recalling the direction in which the bandits had fled, Harumi exerted himself and soon discovered the tracks of hoofprints in the thicket. Yet, it was not long before he stumbled upon more than just horses' imprints. There were bloodstains as well. Pausing, a pungent scent of blood invaded his nostrils, causing him to frown as he concealed himself behind a large tree. He peeked around cautiously before advancing, then darted behind another massive tree. Soon, he encountered the lifeless bodies of the very bandits he had pursued. Their throats crushed, their left chests pierced, and blood holes in their temples. Harumi furrowed his brow, realizing that these brigands had seemingly crossed paths with a formidable expert, an assassin of lethal precision, capable of dispatching foes with a single strike, exhibiting a cruel efficiency in their carnage. With a thud, the bandit leader fell helplessly to the ground, his consciousness fading as he seemed to hear the superlative killer utter, "Why turn back after fleeing?" In his heart, he lamented, "How could we know you had changed direction, sir?" Yet, darkness enveloped his awareness. Suddenly, he recalled that before the emergence of the great demon, he had been diligently toiling in his homeland's fields, yearning for the pancakes his mother made. Tao Sanxian stood in place, arching an eyebrow as if speaking to himself. "Oh, are there still survivors?" He turned, revealing a large character for kill emblazoned on his left chest, and spotted a young man staring at him with an impassive expression. "You are so young yet possess such strength. It truly makes one wish to eliminate you," Tao Sanxian sighed, shaking his head. Chapter 9. Mastering the Breath of Qi and Assassin. Harumi immediately noticed the character for kill on Tao Sanxian's shirt, while also observing the bloodstain on his left flank. Was he injured? Harumi speculated. Tao Sanxian took a step forward, approaching Harumi, as he faced the imminent threat before him. Instinctively adopting a defensive stance, his expression darkened, and his focus sharpened, fixating intently on every subtle movement of the perilous assassin before him. His master, Wu Taidu, had once imparted wisdom to them. When confronting the world's most skilled assassins, even the slightest blink could result in death. He dared not let his guard down, even for an instant, for this individual exuded an overwhelming pressure. He shifted his weight, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His muscles were taut, his feet pressing firmly into the muddy ground. Though he exerted considerable force, there was an underlying tension that suggested he could spring into action at any moment. He resembled a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to unleash its power at the slightest provocation. While He Jian remained acutely aware of Tao Sanxian, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. The tension radiating from He Jian did not surprise Tao Sanxian. It was to be expected. Yet, upon reaching the sixth step, Tao Sanxian abruptly halted, reflecting thoughtfully before stating, "Young man, you must be a disciple of Wu Taidu." His inquiry, although phrased as a question, came across more as a revelation, delivered in a casual yet assured tone. He Jian squinted, neither confirming nor denying. "Do you know my master?" Tao Sanxian smiled slightly. The unparalleled master Wu Taidu, celebrated throughout the martial arts community. Who does not know of him? As he spoke, a hint of disdain crept into his expression. He Jian's brow furrowed, detecting the derision in Tao Sanxian's tone. Tao Sanxian continued, "Allow me to inform you. The 3,000th individual I planned to eliminate in my lifetime was to be your master." How arrogant. He Jian's face paled and flushed in rapid succession. To speak of his master in such a manner, akin to cursing one's ancestors, ignited a fierce anger within him, yet he struggled to maintain his composure. Tao Sanxian stood there nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such tension. What am I to ambush you? Although I am a killer, I reserve my methods for targets of a certain caliber, at least someone of your master's stature." After the emergence of the Dark Overlord, I've since designated that position to him. However, your master still deserves to be placed at the 2,999th position. Enough of your nonsense. He Jian's face flushed with rage. This assassin, emerging seemingly from nowhere, displayed a commendable skill, yet had the audacity to belittle figures like the Dark Overlord and Wu Tai Do as if they were inconsequential. Unable to contain his anger any longer, he shouted vehemently. A slow smile crept across Tao Xinqian's lips. In that instant, He Jian's pupils contracted, and every hair on his body stood on end, sending chills down his spine. Summoning all his strength, he rolled aside just as a blinding flash of white light streaked past his peripheral vision, leaving a lingering afterimage on his retina. A thunderous sound echoed behind him, but he dared not glance back. He hastily scrambled to his feet, witnessing Tao Xinqian gently lowering his right hand, which he had raised at some unknown point. A sudden wave of pain surged through He Jian, who realized that his left forearm had been injured by an unknown force. The wound bore the marks of a burn, with blood staining the torn fabric. Qigong. He Jian gritted his teeth in disbelief. How astonishing that you managed to evade my strike. Tao Xinqian was genuinely surprised. He had deliberately crafted an opportunity with his words, yet He Jian had still managed to dodge at the critical moment. Do you really think you can compare yourself to my master? He Jian clutched his wounded arm, sneering at Tao Xinqian. When my master defeated the Dark Lord with his life, where were you capable old men who could stand on the battlefield? Wu Taidu is dead? He defeated the Dark Lord? Tao Xinqian furrowed his brow, taken aback. Humph. He Jian dismissed the need for further words and suddenly lunged forward, his speed astonishing as he aimed for Tao Xinqian's throat. Tao Xinqian smirked, effortlessly blocking He Jian's clawing strike toward his throat. Paying no heed as his other hand reached out to seize He Jian's attacking fist aimed at his left side. Even wounded, you are not worthy of taking my life. He exerted pressure, causing a cracking sound as he gripped He Jian's hands. He Jian's temples throbbed, and he retaliated by kneeing Tao Xinqian in the groin. Bang! The collision of their knees echoed as Tao Xinqian's iron-like knee met He Jian's. A twisting force emanated from Tao Xinqian's knee, causing He Jian to lose control and topple. Seizing the opportunity, Tao Xinqian forcefully kicked He Jian in the chest. Bang! He Jian was sent flying through the air. Perish! Tao Xinqian raised his right hand once more, his index finger aimed at the airborne He Jian. A white light glimmered at his fingertip. Whoosh! A wave of Qi Gong shot forth like a spear, piercing through the air towards the still-flying He Jian. Time seemed to slow as He Jian slowly lifted his head, his eyes widening in horror, the white light reflecting in his pupils growing larger and brighter. A shadow swept past. Boom! The light wave sliced through the air, directly penetrating a nearby tree, creating a charred hole from which white smoke billowed. Wu Tian laid He Jian down on the ground, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at the enigmatic assassin, Tao Xinqian. Thoughts raced through his mind. Is that the Dong Dong wave? Isn't that a technique from the Hsian lineage? The attire of this individual bears a resemblance to Tao Bai Bai. Could it be that Tao Bai Bai, who is said to be the brother of Hsian Run in the original narrative, shares some connection with this person? Is this technique derived from him? In an instant, his thoughts spiraled. Another one? Another disciple of Wu Taidu? Tao Xinqian pondered, his vigilance heightened. This seemingly youthful figure's sudden intrusion into his battle ignited a fierce desire to kill. Who are you? Tao Bai Bai, Wu Tian asked coldly, deliberately invoking the name of Tao Bai Bai. Tao Bai Bai, the infamous killer, is not among the living. I am Tao Xinqian, born to slay 3,000, and soon, you too shall become part of that number. Tao Xinqian narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing. A killer organization? Is Tao Bai Bai a successor from the plot's timeline? Wu Tian mused. Having obtained the information he sought, he chose not to engage further. At this moment, he retained the habits cultivated on the battlefield of ninjas in his previous life. When entering combat, he refrained from uttering a single word unless absolutely necessary, channeling all his efforts towards swiftly and effectively claiming the lives of his adversaries. The individual before him emanated a palpable sense of danger. Thus, Wu Tian resolved to unleash his full power, determined to secure a decisive blow. Caution! Although injured, he remained formidable. He Chao had already risen from the ground. Wiping the blood from his chin, Wu Tian remained silent, his body lowering its center of gravity, his eyes devoid of any emotion, cold as ice. The 8 gates of Duanjia. First gate, release of brain suppression, opened the gate of life. In an instant, He Chao and Tao Xinqian lost sight of Wu Tian. Whoosh! 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 Only a shadow, as dark as night, darted around at lightning speed. Tao Xinqian's expression darkened, The speed of this young man seemed almost beyond comprehension. Little did he know, Wu Tian had invoked the 8 Gates of Duanjia, a legendary technique from the ninja world. A forbidden art that bestowed one with the powers akin to rebirth. Indeed, the bodies of individuals from the Dragon Ball universe differed fundamentally from those of the ninja realm, lacking the chakra locks associated with the 7 gates. However, the first gate was universally applicable. The purpose of opening the gate was to liberate the brain's suppression over the utilization of physical strength, regardless of the potential burden it may impose on the body, even risking disability or death. The first gate, in essence, represented the very soul of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Whoosh! Tao Sanxian became entirely serious, summoning his internal energy. As an assassin, he typically sought to conceal his presence entirely. Yet now, facing an overwhelming foe like Wu Tian, he had no choice but to fully unleash his own aura. Do not flail about with those petty tricks. In Tao Sanxian's eyes, Wu Tian's rapidly moving form began to crystallize into clarity. As his eyes adjusted, he increasingly grasped Wu Tian's movements. However, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Complete control of energy. Ultimate utilization of energy. Whoosh. Once again, Wu Tian slipped from Tao Sanxian's line of sight, vanishing like a flash of lightning. A beam of white light reflected in Tao Sanxian's widened pupils. Chapter 10. Seizing the ship to set sail. Whether it was the third Raikage's one-finger technique, Kakashi's Raikiri, or Sun Wukong's heaven and earth-piercing wave, all could be categorized under a singular form of attack, thrusting. By harnessing the immense kinetic energy generated from ultra-high-speed movement and enhancing the targeted area with extraordinary force, an unparalleled explosive power was unleashed, capable of penetrating the intended target. Tao Sanxian looked down in disbelief, witnessing the hand that pierced through his chest. The muscles were knotted like iron, tightly arranged, the veins bulging as if they might tear through the skin of his arm, even pulsating slightly, revealing the incredible strain Wu Tian's heart endured in that fleeting moment. A pale white glow enveloped that steel-like arm, and Tao Sanxian could undoubtedly sense the purity of this power. It became apparent just how intense the energy coalescing in the claw that pierced his back truly was. All of the energy converged within that claw, reaching an extreme density, and with a velocity that defied comprehension, it struck through him. This was the art of assassination. The young man bore no resemblance to a disciple of a martial arts master like Wu Tiandao. Rather, he embodied the essence of a top-tier assassin, akin to himself. A violent cough erupted from his mouth, a significant spurt of blood staining his garments and turning Wu Tian's arm, embedded in his chest, crimson. Tao Sanxian's eyes blazed with a crimson fury as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Tian's impassive face, his voice dripping with malice. "You young rascal, what is your name?" Wu Tian merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction, offering no reply. He pressed his lips together, then grasped Tao Sanxian's shoulder, exerting force to extract the arm that had pierced this man's chest. With a sickening squelch, another torrent of blood erupted, causing Tao Sanxian to convulse, his countenance turning pale as death. Wu Tian turned away, and Tao Sanxian collapsed to his knees behind him, his eyes filled with rage and hatred. How could he not harbor such feelings? Taking on the name of Sanxian, he had vowed to slay 3,000 individuals to forge his path as an assassin. Today, at the cost of his own left side injury, he had finally eliminated his 2,159th target. Yet he never anticipated dying inexplicably in this desolate wilderness at the hands of a mere boy he had never encountered before. Tao Sanxian felt his strength ebbing away, darkness clouding his vision as he slowly succumbed to the ground. Throughout this entire ordeal, He Jian's mouth hung agape in disbelief. He had expected that even with Wu Tian's arrival, a fierce battle would ensue, yet he could hardly fathom that upon Wu Tian's arrival, he would engage without hesitation, swiftly and decisively dispatching the seemingly formidable assassin. When had Wu Tian become so powerful? How could his speed be so astonishing? Could it be that mastering this energy allowed for such a tremendous leap in ability? After all, he had yet to fully master the universal shocking palm. The explosive power of his master couldn't possibly compare to this. This conjecture sent chills down He Jian's spine as he watched Wu Tian advance, appearing like a monstrous entity. Surely, it was his own lack of skill that rendered him incapable of discerning the disparity in strength between Wu Tian and his master, He Jian mused, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and apprehension. Little did he know that while Wu Tian appeared at ease, every fiber of his being was infused with a tearing pain. The first gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia had been opened, and the complete exertion of his physical strength came at a cost, a consequence that was no trifling matter. Suddenly, a thought struck Wu Tian. The pain coursing through him made him ponder whether Sun Wukong's King Kai fist bore some resemblance to the principles of the Eight Gates of Duanjia. In the original tale, when Sun Wukong battled Vegeta, employing the King Kai fist at 3, 4, and 5 times the multiplier left him in excruciating agony. Unable to withstand the slightest touch from outsiders, reminiscent of Li and Guy when they unleashed the 8 gates. He Jian pointed toward the motionless Tao Sanqian sprawled on the ground. What shall we do with this individual? Due to Wu Tian's remarkable prowess, he unexpectedly began to seek Wu Tian's counsel, a notion that would have been inconceivable in the past. It seemed futile. He felt as though life had slipped away from him. Wu Tian shook his head, suppressing his thoughts, and despite the excruciating pain, he traversed past He Jian, retracing his steps along the path they had taken. He Jian lingered for a moment before hastily following behind. After walking for a while, he noticed Wu Tian halting beneath a grand tree, gazing upward at a certain spot with a furrowed brow, silent and contemplative. Instinctively tensing, He Jian inquired in a low voice, "Is someone else approaching?" Wu Tian cast a puzzled glance at him, shaking his head, "No." After a brief pause, he candidly admitted, "I left the bundle atop the tree. Please retrieve it for me. I lost control earlier and exerted myself a bit too much." Unbeknownst to the two who had already departed, the fingers of Tao Sanqian, lying prostrate on the ground, twitched slightly. This was not to imply that he had miraculously survived. Suffering a grievous wound such as his, a mere mortal from Earth without the aid of healing beans or restorative potions was undoubtedly doomed. Though he had perished, he had expended his last ounce of strength to leave behind a token. It was a note inscribed with unique methods, carefully rolled into a slender tube exuding a peculiar scent. Even in his final moments, his fingers remained tightly clasped around this delicate, elongated cylinder. Time passed, and eventually, a gray dove descended with the first golden rays of dawn, landing upon Tao Sanqian's lifeless head. It tilted its head, hopping to the palm of his hand, pecking at the object nestled within his fingers, before finally seizing it in its beak. The gray dove fluttered its wings and soared away, its destination unknown. The following morning, the residents of Pomegranate Town gathered to bid farewell to Wu Tian and He Jian as they departed, laden with their packs, and resuming their journey. Following a map they had brought down from the mountains, they entered a hilly terrain. They traversed desolate wilderness and passed through villages, witnessing the dire conditions that ordinary folk endured, struggling to survive in their homelands. In some areas, the news of the Dark Lord's defeat had yet to reach them, forcing them to remain hidden in cellars and caves, living in perpetual fear. The two brothers traveled by day, resting in the wilderness by night, using the sky as their blanket and the ground as their bed. When hunger struck, they would catch wild beasts, and when water was scarce, they had even resorted to drinking wolf's blood. When encountering injustices, such as bandits or marauders, their unparalleled skills allowed them to swiftly suppress these threats, vanquishing the wicked and distributing the spoils of gold, silver, and jewels to the nearby villagers. As a result, their journey garnered significant renown and accolades for Taida Mountain. Nearly 2 months later, Wu Tian and He Jian finally arrived at their first destination, a grand coastal city known as West Coast City. Upon entering the city, they were met with a bustling flow of carriages and people. The level of productivity during the Middle Ages felt reminiscent of a Sherlock Holmes film. Side by side, Wu Tian and He Jian walked along the broad stone streets of West Coast City, observing the passers-by, lost in their thoughts. This place is likely the future capital of the West. He had perused the accompanying map countless times, and had also studied the Dragon Ball world map from his previous life on several occasions, thus forming a vague impression. The thought that the brilliant scientific girl Bulma, who would one day invent the Dragon Radar, gravity chamber, and even time machine, was born on this very land filled him with nostalgia. As for the present era, Wu Tian had long abandoned the hope of ever creating a Dragon Radar. Firstly, the technological advancement of this world had merely reached the nascent application of electricity. Even electrical appliances were not yet widespread. The rice cooker in his possession, he suspected, was conjured by the cat sage from the Korin Tower using his supernatural abilities. The prospect of developing a Dragon Radar seemed bleak. Secondly, without any existing Dragon Balls, even Bulma would require at least one Dragon Ball to detect the unique electromagnetic waves it emitted in order to construct the radar. With not a single Dragon Ball in his possession, he had no expectations of a radar. Fortunately, he had an abundance of time, over 300 years ahead. He could consider the matter of the Dragon Balls later, perhaps asking his sister or the fortune teller for guidance on their whereabouts when he found them. At the coastline, by a dock, an old man gazed at the horizon. The weather was fine, perfect for setting sail. Just as he prepared to untie the anchor, a sharp crack echoed, and the iron chain of the ship's anchor unexpectedly snapped. What was happening? Startled, he then noticed two figures standing on his small boat. Someone had stolen his vessel. It was his lifeline. As the old man was about to shout for help, a small bundle struck him unexpectedly, nearly knocking him to the ground and silencing his voice. Grabbing the bundle, he felt its significant weight, sensing something was amiss. Upon opening it, he discovered it was filled with gold and jewels. The dazzling brilliance nearly blinded his aged eyes. Well, if it was stolen, so be it. With people bustling about on the dock, the old man watched his boat drift further into the sea, not daring to utter a word, clutching the small bundle tightly to his chest. Chapter 11. Finally arriving at Corin Tower riding the waves. Wu Tian stood at the bow of the small boat, hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the curved horizon. The salty sea breeze caressed his temples, while the rhythmic sound of crashing waves filled his ears, accompanied by the cries of seagulls soaring above and the distant murmur of dolphins. The ancients claimed that ascending to a high vantage point brings clarity of mind. At this moment, as Wu Tian surveyed the boundless azure ocean, he felt his thoughts sharpen and his heart expand. Whether in his previous life on that earth or in his past existence in the ninja world, he had never had the opportunity to witness the ocean firsthand. At the same time, a sense of reverence arose within him. He understood that the sea was not as tranquil and harmless as it appeared at present. Even with his current abilities, he could swim to the opposite shore unassisted. However, being well versed in the original Dragon Ball lore, he instinctively held a deep respect for the forces of nature. Do not forget, any reactionary force is merely a paper tiger before the might of the Genki Dama technique. In the realm of Dragon Ball, the formidable Super One-Star Dragon stands as a testament to unparalleled might and invincibility, yet ultimately succumbed to the cataclysmic energy of a cosmic spirit bomb. This serves to illustrate the awe-inspiring power of the universe. Indeed, even as we jest that by the later stages of Dragon Ball, any random passerby could obliterate a star, the reality is that such destruction typically arises from a super warrior harnessing their ki to strike at the planet's core, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that annihilates it from within. Technically speaking, the destruction is ultimately wrought by the planet itself. This illustrates the force of nature, the principles of the cosmos as articulated by Master Wu Tai. As Wu Tian leisurely contemplates the scenery from the bow of their modest vessel, Ketsumi toils at the stern, vigorously maneuvering the oars. Possessing immense strength, he effortlessly rotates the crossed oars, sending forth a cascade of white waves akin to a giant hand propelling their small boat forward. What is the linear distance across the ocean from the West Coast city to their intended destination on the Indian Plains coast? A rough estimate from the map suggests it exceeds 5,000 kilometers. Thus, these two individuals, aboard a humble and dilapidated boat, embark on their oceanic journey. They take turns rowing, with one resting or fishing while the other navigates, and Wu Tian using his ki to simply prepare the seafood for their meals. As night descends, the frigid sea beckons, and they both enter the water, pushing the stern of the small boat from either side, using their own swimming power to maintain forward momentum while preserving their body heat. Eventually, the oars splintered, and the small boat succumbed to the tumultuous sea. The ocean can be capricious. After enduring several fierce storms, the fragile wooden vessel inevitably fell apart. Under the blazing sun, the waves undulated across the surface, revealing two large square planks floating. A young man with dark hair sat serenely upon one of the planks, eyes closed, hands gesturing before him, faint white light shimmering between his palms. Ketsumi was diligently practicing the techniques of the ki cannon. After days of arduous training at sea, he had successfully unlocked the treasures within his body, a steady flow of inner energy breaking through numerous barriers and reaching the realm of ki, earning him the title of a martial arts master. However, he still struggled to grasp the intricacies of the ki cannon. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the water, Wu Tian, tasked with foraging for food. With an unknown source of strength, he leapt from the sea, each hand grasping a plump fish. In midair, he raised both hands, casting the fish aside to shield himself from the scorching sun, creating a fleeting shadow. Wu Tian's form descended gracefully onto the other plank, and astonishingly, despite his considerable weight, the plank remained buoyant, not fully submerging into the depths. Seated upon a wooden plank, the contemplative Hekamai opened his eyes and glanced at the robustly built Wu Tian beside him. Lost in thought, two large fish plummeted from the sky. Hekamai narrowed his eyes, observing as Wu Tian lifted his gaze towards the descending fish, his palms suddenly crackling with electric energy, an astonishing technique known as the heaven-shocking palm. With a swift motion, he struck at the airborne fish with his hands, unleashing two bolts of lightning that intersected mid-air, accurately striking the fish just before they could crash down upon him. To Hekamai's amazement, The two fish hung suspended in the air, encased in a dazzling display of electricity, and soon the rich aroma of cooked seafood wafted through the air. Hekami's nostrils twitched. Moments later, one of the perfectly roasted fish was hurled towards him. As he squinted, a glint of excitement flickered in his eyes. The fragrant fish, now fully cooked, passed directly above him, leaving behind only a skeleton and the remnants of its insides as it plummeted into the ocean. Hekami cradled a generous portion of fish meat, devouring it eagerly, occasionally spitting out fragments of bone, until he had consumed several kilograms of fish. Meanwhile, Wutian had already concluded his own feast, a sizable fishbone bobbing on the water's surface. How had he achieved such a feat? Hekami furrowed his brow, watching Wutian effortlessly balance on the plank while his own legs were submerged halfway in the water, the wooden board fully immersed. It was only due to his extraordinary sense of balance that he could remain seated upon the surface. Yet Wutian seemed to float upon his plank as if he were a feather, his weight seemingly non-existent. This perplexed Hekami, who sensed there might be some unique technique at play, but he couldn't bring himself to inquire. Both men, now half-naked with sun-kissed skin, floated on the ocean, basking in the warm breeze and the blazing sun, resting for about a quarter of an hour. Let us continue. We are nearing the shore. Though they spoke of walking, in the vast ocean, the only means of progress was swimming. Once more, two parallel waves surged forth, racing ahead. At last, after 5 days and nights of travel, as the colossal sun rose slowly above the horizon, Wutian and Hekami abandoned their plank and stepped barefoot onto the sandy shore, clad only in tattered shorts. They appeared quite disheveled. Before them lay a dense forest, its boundaries obscured by the early morning gloom. The interior appeared dark and foreboding, with the distant sounds of wild beasts echoing ominously. Is that the Kailenta? Hekami mused, gazing towards the towering white spire that pierced the sky beyond the forest. It must be. Such a grand structure could only belong to the sacred land of Kailan. Wutian chuckled softly and took the lead, stepping barefoot into the dense forest, his hair disheveled, resembling a wild man. As for the beasts of the jungle, it was uncertain who would devour whom. Haru Jin followed closely behind. Wutian moved with remarkable speed. After drifting on the sea for 5 days and nights, he was finally able to set foot on solid ground. He longed to run with abandon, and indeed, he did just that. He dashed through the thicket at a breathtaking pace, accelerating with each stride. His form akin to a jagged bolt of lightning, reminiscent of a cheetah racing across the savannah or a wisp of fluff dancing in the wind. The various obstacles within the jungle seemed utterly incapable of impeding his progress. When confronted with a robust vine hanging in his path, he effortlessly ducked beneath it. When a massive tree root emerged from the ground, he anticipated it and gracefully leaped over, maintaining his velocity throughout the entire endeavor, as though traversing flat terrain. Haru Jin, however, found himself struggling. As he watched Wutian's figure recede into the distance, he felt a mix of frustration and urgency. Convinced that this rascal was doing it on purpose, ignoring the potential for minor injuries, he hastened his pace. Haru Jin ran from dawn until nearly noon, his feet nearly blistered, while Wutian had long vanished from sight. Relying on the invisible Kailan Tower in the sky for direction, he continued to sprint. At last, a faint light emerged from the dense foliage ahead, and Haru Jin eagerly pushed through. Indeed, he stumbled upon a clearing in the jungle. He had reached the Kailan Tower. Oh, you made it, Haru Jin. Here, I have roasted wild boar. Would you care for a taste? Wutian, now clad in Indian-style trousers, his bare torso adorned with peculiar paint, was seated near a tent beneath the Kailan Tower. Before him was a roasting spit, bearing a sizable wild boar. Upon hearing Haru Jin emerge from the forest, he turned and beckoned him over. Breathless, Haru Jin stood there in tattered shorts, bare feet, and unkempt hair. Observing Wutian devouring his meal with grease dripping from his mouth, feeling a strong urge to deliver a well-deserved reprimand. Chapter 12. You climb, I fly. However, upon witnessing the succulent roasted pork, Haru Jin found his mouth watering uncontrollably. Having indulged in seafood excessively during the past days, he would have cherished even a plate of stir-fried vegetables at that moment. Without hesitation, he approached and plopped down beside the roasting spit, tearing off a generous chunk of juicy meat. At that moment, a man and woman emerged from the tent, both adorned in traditional Indian attire, their dark skin adorned with strange paint, and long feathers from wild birds nestled in their hair. The man's bare torso was impressively muscular, emanating a formidable aura, while the woman's physique was equally athletic and well-proportioned, clearly not a damsel in distress. The male Indian casually carried an electric rice cooker wrapped in new cloth, and upon seeing the ravenous Haru Jin, he exclaimed, Wutian, Is this the disciple you spoke of? Indeed, Brother Wumu. This is my junior disciple, He Jian. We have both come together to ascend the towering Kaling Tower. At this moment, Wu Tian had finished his meal. He sat in place, pointing with his oil-stained fingers at the imposing Kaling Tower beside him. The female Native American hurriedly brought over a wooden basin of clean water. Wu Tian expressed his gratitude, washing his hands in the water and carelessly wiping them on his clean trousers. He Jian, with his mouth full of grease, took a moment to glance at the tall Native American man, Wumu, and thought to himself, judging by his physique, his martial prowess must be formidable. I do not mean to discourage you, but while Brother Wu Tian, you could slay a saber-toothed tiger with a single strike, climbing this Kaling Tower, as sturdy as Wumu seems a daunting task. He looked up at the tower that seemed to stretch endlessly into the heavens, letting out a disheartened sigh. It feels as if the tower has no pinnacle at all. I have attempted this several times myself, climbing for an entire day, only to be unable to continue. On one perilous occasion, I had not conserved enough strength to descend and nearly fell to my death. He shook his head with a sigh. To slay a saber-toothed tiger? How many events transpired while I toiled along the way? Wu Tian, has your strength truly surpassed mine to such an extent? He Jian absorbed Wumu's words, his thoughts swirling. He devoured his meal voraciously, finally satiated, licking the grease from his fingers without raising his eyelids, and said leisurely, "It is merely a tower. What significance does it hold? Now, having cultivated my internal energy, I am in a period of great satisfaction." Wumu's demeanor darkened upon hearing this, and he retorted with a huff, "This tower is no ordinary structure. It has remained silent for many years, as if recalling something." He Jian laughed. It appears that someone has indeed ascended it before. He surmised that this man must be aware of his master's ascent. And as he looked at the brute with disdain, he sarcastically remarked, "Do you not believe that what you cannot achieve, others may?" He has always been blunt in his speech, and even though Wu Tian is his senior, he remains unaffected by it. Had it not been for the generous meal of roasted pork he had just enjoyed, He Jian would have been far more scornful. Wumu's expression darkened, yet he spoke honestly. "Indeed, I recently witnessed an elderly gentleman descend from the tower, but he was like a celestial being, far beyond my reach." Pausing, he smirked slightly and added, "And you, of course, are no match for him either." He Jian clapped his hands, his fingers still greasy. Yet feeling too embarrassed to request water for washing, he simply wiped them on his tattered trousers. With a scoff, he declared, "The celestial gentleman you speak of is none other than my master." Together, he and Wu Tian had traversed from Taida Mountain, discussing various matters, particularly Wu Tian's introduction of Wu Tai Do's magical sealing wave and the celestial beings. Both speculated that the magical sealing wave was indeed the unique skill developed by Wu Tai Do atop Kaling Tower. Wumu was immediately taken aback. "You are disciples of that esteemed gentleman?" He exchanged a glance with his wife, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. He was not mistaken. "The gentleman you speak of is indeed our master, Wu Tai Do." The master ascended effortlessly, and as his disciples, we certainly could not tarnish his reputation. Wu Tian smiled faintly at the side, choosing not to elaborate on Wu Tai Do's matters. Wu Muzhen opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. His clan had guarded the sacred Kaling Tower and the vast forest beneath it for generations. Only the most exceptional warriors from each generation were permitted to dwell directly on the clearing beneath the tower. Each brave soul would challenge the seemingly endless heights of the Kaling Tower, yet all inevitably met with failure. Wu Muzhen was the champion of his generation, having attempted the ascent himself, only to be thwarted. To his astonishment, these two individuals before him exuded such unwavering confidence, as if the arduous task of climbing the Kaling Tower held no significance for them, stirring a sense of unacknowledged defiance within him. Although he had witnessed Wu Tian's prowess in the forest, where a mere strike had felled a formidable saber-toothed tiger, he too could achieve such feats, albeit perhaps not with the same effortless grace. His admiration for Wu Tian's skills did not equate to total submission. Rather, he regarded him as a formidable ally worthy of friendship. Now, both claimed to be disciples of the venerable elder he had encountered. Yet their youthful appearances led him to wonder how much of the elder's wisdom they could truly possess. Wu Tian observed Wu Muzhen's expression, remaining composed and silent, as they were soon to ascend the tower. Indeed, He Jian, having satisfied his hunger, grew impatient and remarked, "Let us ascend the tower. We still need to inquire about your sister's whereabouts, and there is a journey ahead." With that, he cracked his knuckles, stretched his neck, and flexed his muscular torso, striding toward the Kaling Tower's base. "We shall ascend first. Please hand me the items," Wu Tian said, eager to make his ascent, glancing at the package Wu Muzhen held. which contained the Demon King's rice cooker. Wu Muzhen was taken aback. You intend to bring that with you? It is no lightweight, having carried it for quite some time. He was well aware of its heft despite its modest size. Recalling his own experience of climbing the Kaling Tower, he deemed Wu Tian's ambition to carry such an object absurdly audacious. Wu Tian merely smiled. Wu Muzhen, though skeptical, ultimately handed over the rice cooker. Thank you, Wu Tian replied, taking the package, the original cloth having long since disintegrated from seawater, as he and He Jian had alternated carrying it through the water. Holding the rice cooker was as effortless for Wu Tian as lifting air. He approached the Kaling Tower, at which point He Jian turned to glance at him. You go ahead, Wu Tian said with a smile. He Jian grunted in acknowledgement, leaping effortlessly to a height of 30 to 50 meters, then landing lightly upon the tower's surface, resembling a colossal beast in motion. In an instant, he began to ascend, swiftly covering a considerable distance, leaving Wu Muzhen and his wife gazing in awe. Then, they beheld a scene that left them utterly astonished. Wu Tian, burdened by a heavy package, exhibited no intention of ascending the Kaling Tower. Instead, he stood at its base, and, rather peculiarly, his feet lifted from the ground, allowing him to float upwards. Farewell. This was Wu Tian's inaugural experience of true flight, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. With a sudden burst of energy, he soared vertically alongside the Kaling Tower. Is my brother Wu Tian truly intending to fly up? Wu Mu's wife murmured. Indeed, Wu Mu gazed upwards, lost in thought for a moment before responding with a subdued tone. He Qian was swiftly climbing the Kaling Tower, resolving that since he had begun the ascent first, he could not allow Wu Tian to reach the summit before him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he sensed something approaching from behind. Suddenly, he heard Wu Tian's boisterous laughter. He Qian, take your time. I shall ascend first. He Qian turned abruptly, only to see a shadow swiftly gliding past him, soaring upwards. Alarmed, he looked up and saw Wu Tian's feet diminishing in size. Suddenly, he recalled an incident at sea when Wu Tian sat on a plank without causing it to sink. Now he understood why. Chapter 13. The Cat Immortal and the Woman in the Water. The Cat Immortal was dozing in the tower hall when an inexplicable sensation jolted him awake. Someone is approaching? Such remarkable speed. This aura feels somewhat familiar. Grasping his staff, he hurriedly made his way to the edge of the tower hall's railing and peered down. Whoosh! A figure shot up, brushing past his face and ruffling his fur. The Cat Immortal uttered a sound of surprise and stepped back, squinting to scrutinize the man floating before him. The individual appeared to be in his 20s, standing at approximately 1.60 meters, bare-chested, and exhibiting a well-defined physique. Clad in trousers reminiscent of the indigenous styles below the tower, this man scanned the hall behind the Cat Immortal with mild curiosity before finally fixing his gaze upon him. Isn't this the disciple of Wu Taido? What brings him here? The Cat Immortal mused, suddenly noticing the package the newcomer had been carrying. It was unmistakably the rice cooker used by Wu Taido to seal Bic. Wu Tian gently floated into the tower hall, his back to the Cat Immortal, and landed barefoot on the ground. I utilized my full strength to perform the sky dance technique to ascend, which took me about an hour. This speed is comparable to that of Sun Wukong after enhancing his abilities to climb the Kaling Tower. However, he used his hands to climb, while I flew. One relies on strength, the other on energy, making direct comparison rather challenging. Now, we shall see how long it takes He Qian to arrive. As he turned his body, a fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he spoke directly. Greetings, I am Wu Tian, disciple of Wu Taido. While speaking, he meticulously observed the Cat Immortal before him. Contrary to the limited portrayal by the comic artist, this ancient feline truly exuded an ethereal aura. Although its fur was not entirely pure white, it nonetheless emanated an unmistakable sense of being untainted by the mundane world. The cat sage observed Wu Tian standing casually before him, a flicker of divine light subtly shifting in his gaze, and couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This young man possesses immense courage, steadfast perseverance, and grand aspirations, qualities I had previously overlooked. However, his expression remained impassive, maintaining the appearance of a drowsy feline. He scratched his face with a paw and slowly inquired, "What brings you and the one climbing below to me?" As the cat sage spoke, he retraced his steps, glancing at the kettle positioned centrally on the altar, reminiscent of the time when Wu Taido ascended the tower to seize the sacred water, eliciting a gentle sigh from him. Surely, the sage must have discerned that the object I possess is the rice cooker that seals the great demon king. Wu Tian placed the package with a thud upon the ground. "Oh, is this the object?" The cat sage did not turn around. Wu Tian gazed at the sage's back and replied, "My junior brother and I have come seeking a suitable place to securely seal this object." to prevent the great demon king from wreaking havoc upon the world once more. The cat sage turned his head, stroking his white beard. Are you proposing to leave this here with me? That I cannot agree to. He was acutely aware that the great demon king, Bick, was intrinsically linked to the celestial deities of the temple, and placing this object so near the divine hall left one wondering when the deities might whimsically release it again. To be frank, the cat sage harbored little fondness for the newly appointed deity above, even a degree of distrust. The casual release of his malevolent thoughts into the world had resulted in countless tragedies. How could such a being be deemed worthy of governing Earth? No. Wu Tian shook his head. I have heard that the sage atop the Kylan Tower possesses vast knowledge and wisdom. Hence I have come to inquire about the whereabouts of a certain individual who may know where to securely seal this object. Oh, the cat sage, intrigued, scrutinized Wu Tian several times before suddenly recognizing something. With an impassive demeanor, he asked, Whom do you seek? My sister. When I was 5, before being taken in by my master, she was taken away to practice mysterious sorcery, Wu Tian responded slowly. Indeed. To think this young man is the brother of that woman from the desert. No wonder her master sought the elixir of immortality from the underworld and delivered it to Taido Mountain. The cat sage mused internally. Though he spoke aloud, You claim your sister was taken to learn sorcery. I know who this person is and where she is located. However, you must pass my test before I divulge that information. The sage recognized that this would be manageable and inquired about the nature of the test. Wu Tian smiled in response. Humph, quite the confident one, the cat sage remarked, deftly retrieving the vessel of sacred water from the altar. This is called sacred water. Consuming it allows mortals to significantly enhance their power. I have a rule. Anyone who ascends the Kylan Tower must seize the sacred water from my grasp. Otherwise, I shall not utter a single word to them. Wu Tian chuckled softly, saying, Is that so? I believe I shall give it a try. Meanwhile, he mused to himself. Enhance power? This sacred water is merely ordinary clear water. As he spoke, the kaleidoscopic patterns of crimson flickered momentarily in his eyes. With the left eye's pupil technique, he wielded an absolute mastery over his aura. The cat sage gazed in astonishment at the young man before him, who had managed to completely conceal his presence within an instant. Truly, an impressive young lad, the sage mused. The tranquility of the sky contrasted sharply with the swiftness of lightning. A phrase from the original text crossed Wu Tian's mind. A piece of wisdom imparted by Bobo to son Wukong during his training in the Divine Temple. Since his arrival in this world and the subsequent awakening of his inner energy, Wu Tian had diligently adhered to this maxim. Now, with a slight reliance on the pupil technique of his left eye, he had accomplished at least the first half of it. Wu Tian felt confident that his ability to restrain his aura surpassed that of the Dragon Ball warriors in the original narrative, for he could perfectly control every fragment of his energy through his pupil technique. How peculiar. I cannot even sense his aura. It is as if this person does not exist at all. The cat sage's astonishment deepened with each passing moment. Yet, Wu Tian remained utterly serene, both in visage and in spirit. His perception began to fade, gradually leaving only the cat sage and the sacred water suspended from its staff. Eventually, even the sage vanished, leaving only the water vessel behind. He took a gentle step forward, his hand brushing against the sacred water container. Wu Tian uttered a soft gasp, realizing that the cat sage had not moved an inch from his original position. The sage regarded him with an expression of intrigue, shaking his head as he remarked, Since you have attained such a level, this training holds no significance for you. The sacred water? Merely ordinary clear water. With that, he wobbled deeper into the tower, nonchalantly tossing the sacred water vessel back to its original place, calling over his shoulder, Come along. Wu Tian followed the cat sage, descending the staircase to the lower level. The sage led him to a large water tank, where he used his staff to lift the lid, saying, Look for yourself. Your sister resides here. Wu Tian leaned over to gaze into the tank, where ripples on the water's surface gradually revealed a scene of a desert, showcasing a primitive tribal settlement. The cat sage tapped his staff, causing the image to zoom in, revealing the figure of a middle-aged woman. She had long purple hair, a dignified and beautiful countenance, yet exuded an air of mysterious authority. She sat in meditation, a translucent crystal sphere suspended before her. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes and directed her gaze through the water's surface towards Wu Tian. Frowning, her countenance turned cold, and with a slight huff, the image on the water dissipated. So, the fortune-telling matriarch possesses such formidable abilities? She could perceive and disrupt the cat sage's observation? It is noteworthy that the matriarch is among the rare individuals in the original narrative who can traverse between realms without divine intervention. and she even brought the deceased son Wukong back to the living world to participate in the martial arts tournament. Truly a privileged individual. Wu Tian felt a shiver of apprehension, a nagging worry that he might have been too reckless. What if this woman discerned that he was not the real Wu Tian? Chapter 14. The first flame the starry night had descended, and a cold wind swept through the high skies. Kurumi felt utterly exhausted. His fingers clung to the protrusions of the tower, his muscles aching and weary, yet he raised his drenched brow in vain, unable to discern the pinnacle of the tower. Frustration welled within him as he clenched his teeth, bitterly aware of the vast chasm that now lay between him and Wu Tian. It felt as though he had inadvertently dozed off, only to awaken and find Wu Tian leagues ahead. Had Wu Tian already reached the summit? How had he managed to soar through the air? The night's chill enveloped him, sending a shiver down his spine. The tumult of anger and resentment surged within him, infusing his weary limbs with newfound vigor. With a determined grimace, he resumed his ascent. As the night deepened, the stars twinkled ever brighter, and a slanted moon hung in the distance. From afar, a solitary silhouette persisted in its climb up the dark, towering structure. Silence reigned, and the shadow had reached an astonishing height, with a diminutive black forest below and no discernible end above. The night wind hindered his progress, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to surrender. Time passed, and gradually, the horizon began to lighten. A new day was dawning. Kurumi's face bore no trace of sweat. Exhaustion etched deeply across his features, yet he could not summon the energy to glance upward. He continued his slow, laborious ascent, step by step, until warmth from the sun began to envelop him, bringing a modicum of comfort. However, a chill settled in his heart as he realized that over a day had slipped by. Suddenly, his groping hand collided with something. He looked up abruptly to see a vast circular structure looming overhead, beneath which lay four small circular apertures, seemingly designed for climbers like him. Above the aperture nearest to him, Wu Tian extended a hand downward. Without acknowledging Wu Tian, Kurumi pursed his lips and summoned every ounce of strength to pull himself up the edge of the opening. Wu Tian offered no words and merely sat nearby. Kurumi settled into a cross-legged position, panting for a moment, gazing vacantly at the minuscule landscape of the forest below, unable to restrain his curiosity any longer. When did you arrive? Wu Tian laughed heartily. I thought you wouldn't ask. Kurumi glared at him. Wu Tian flicked his thumb, sending a small bean tumbling toward Kurumi. Took about an hour, I suppose. Instinctively, Kurumi raised his arm to catch it, but his limbs were too fatigued, and the bean slipped through his grasp, rolling onto his tattered trousers. He lowered his gaze to retrieve it, remaining silent. His hand trembled slightly from exhaustion, yet after much effort, he finally managed to grasp the elusive bean. He inspected it and inquired, "What is this?" "It's a gift from the immortal residing here. Eat it, and you shall find out." Wu Tian patted his pants, rising to his feet. "There is no need for you to feel disheartened. I ascended using the martial art of aerial flight, a technique grounded in chi manipulation, while you relied on sheer physical strength to climb up. There is no basis for comparison." With that, he began to walk back. He pursed his lips, attempting to place a magical bean into his mouth. With a crunch, he chewed several times, but the taste eluded him, and he swallowed it whole. Astonishment filled as he gazed at his hands. All his stamina had miraculously returned in an instant. Moreover, he felt an overwhelming sense of satiety. Sprang up from the ground, eager to catch up with Wu Tian. "I imagine you are quite curious about how I flew, aren't you? If you manage to seize the super sacred water from the cat sage, you too shall be able to do so." Wu Tian clapped on the shoulder, and before them, the cat sage's staff was once again adorned with a vessel of super sacred water. "This cat," pointed at the cat sage. "Kid, my possessions are not so easily taken," the cat sage said, squinting and licking its paw with a nonchalant demeanor. "Is it really possible to fly after snatching that vessel?" Was skeptical, doubting that pilfering a vessel from a cat would yield any significant outcome. Wu Tian chuckled. "Do not worry, perhaps even with a year, you might find it impossible." He recalled from the original tale that 3 centuries prior, the turtle sage had spent a full 3 years to obtain the super sacred water. However, the historical turtle sage may not have mastered chi at that time, which accounted for the lengthy endeavor. Yet, influenced by his own experiences, had already grasped chi ahead of time. Perhaps he could procure the super sacred water more swiftly. "A year? What nonsense are you spouting?" frowned, displeased by the assertion. With a cold glare, he stepped forward, reaching for the vessel on the cat sage's staff, but grasped at air. Was taken aback. The cat had effortlessly evaded his attempt? A surge of vigilance welled within him as he dismissed any underestimation, lunging forward once more, But again, he missed. Again he pounced. Again he found nothing, and again he leapt. Qian was drenched in sweat, yet the cat remained as elusive as a fish, slipping through his fingers with ease. Meanwhile, Wu Tian observed with clarity. As Qian lunged, the cat sage had effortlessly anticipated Qian's movements, allowing it to evade with grace. This reminded him of the original tale, where Bobo guided son Wukong in a similar manner, albeit Bobo's mastery of Qi perhaps surpassed that of the cat sage. The cat sage possessed an insight akin to the Sharingan, with exceptional judgment and analytical prowess. In the original narrative, the cat sage could discern the Qi of a fully powered Sun Wukong. Although its energy intensity was modest, its martial arts prowess was undoubtedly formidable. It was only natural for Qian to be toyed with. Wu Tian's martial skills had advanced at an astonishing rate, allowing him to effortlessly pass the cat sage's trial, all thanks to his kaleidoscope Sharingan abilities. He felt immensely fortunate that he had retained the power of his eyes upon his arrival in this world. Perhaps it was due to the rather tumultuous nature of his crossing? Wu Tian reminisced about the time when he was driven to the brink by his biological brother, Uchiha Musashi, culminating in a desperate explosion of chakra that resulted in their mutual demise. Was it that cataclysmic detonation, a veritable human bomb, that fused his Sharingan, or rather his bloodline, with his very essence? Wu Tian could not ascertain. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for the extraordinary capability of his Manjiki Sharingan, which granted him complete mastery over chakra, optimizing its potential to adapt to the Dragon Ball universe through the techniques of ki manipulation and ki transformation. These two abilities provided him with an unparalleled advantage as he delved into the martial arts, as if a majestic mountain had risen beneath his feet, allowing him to swiftly unravel the complexities of combat. Consequently, his mastery progressed with remarkable fervor. Had his ocular techniques been Itachi's Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, or Obito's Kimui, or even Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, it would have been debatable whether they could be wielded in the chakra-less realm of Dragon Ball. Even if such powers were accessible, they would not afford him the potential to truly seize authority in this grand era. While the abilities of ki manipulation and ki transformation might lack the ostentation of other Manjiki techniques, they perhaps represented the most fitting powers for the Dragon Ball universe. And indeed, they were precisely what Wu Tian required. Indeed, having traversed into the Dragon Ball world, a realm teeming with formidable warriors and celestial phenomena, he found himself transformed into a mere caretaker of turtles, a disheartened old man. How could he possibly accept such a fate? How could he resign himself to merely being a mentor and guide for the protagonists? Perhaps, in the future, upon gathering the Dragon Balls, he could dare to wish for something grander. Leaning against the railing of the tower, Wu Tian gazed up at the starry sky, half obscured by the eaves, his eyes shimmering with the reflection of the brilliant stars. He silently contemplated plans for the future. Meanwhile, Tsurumi had long since succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep. After an entire day without even catching a single hair of the cat sage, let alone obtaining the ultra-divine water, Wu Tian felt no urgency. In fact, realizing the prowess of the fortune-telling elder had eased his anxiety. Moreover, should Tsurumi successfully acquire the ultra-divine water, Wu Tian would undoubtedly master his sky dance technique with even greater speed and finesse. What thoughts occupied his mind? In the darkness, the cat sage cast a sidelong glance at Wu Tian, yawned, and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, the tower echoed with Tsurumi's exasperated cries. The third day, the fourth day, weeks passed. As Tsurumi tirelessly endeavored to seize the ultra-divine water, Wu Tian devoted his time to contemplating martial arts and ki techniques. Occasionally, he observed Tsurumi and the cat sage vying for the ultra-divine water, offering unsolicited advice now and then. Naturally, Tsurumi rejected his guidance, finding it an affront to his dignity. Yet, Wu Tian's insights often struck true, compelling Tsurumi to unconsciously apply them in subsequent skirmishes. In the blink of an eye, a month and a half had elapsed. On this day, Wu Tian levitated in the air outside the tower, the high winds rustling his pant legs while his increasingly long black hair danced wildly. With his eyes closed and undisturbed, he moved his palms in intricate patterns before him, flowing gracefully through the air. The blue and white lightning flickered and danced on his hands, embodying the formidable heavenly palm of the world. This technique enabled the transformation of energy into a lightning attribute. Suddenly, all the electric light on Wu Tian's palms vanished in the blink of an eye, only to be replaced by a roaring burst of orange flames that ignited between his hands, reminiscent of the first spark of civilization from primordial times. He had succeeded. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of relief, feeling a mix of ease and satisfaction. In his previous life, he had been Uchiha Wutian, a naturally gifted ninja with dual attributes of lightning and fire, having dabbled only slightly in earth techniques. Success! A loud exclamation echoed through the tower hall. Wutian turned to see, indeed, Tsumi had overpowered the cat sage, gripping the sacred water flask with unwavering determination. Chapter 15. The divining sister Tsumi floated in midair, savoring an indescribable sensation. It was truly wondrous. Clenching his fists, he took a deep breath, a surge of ambition blooming within him. He turned his gaze towards the azure sky beyond the tower, leaning forward in his suspended form, gradually soaring outward. What exhilaration! Tsurumi, like a child who had just learned to run, reveled in the vastness of the sky, circling the elliptical Chiron Tower again and again. Could this fellow truly be a villain? Wutian leaned against the railing within the tower, observing Tsumi's exuberance with a bemused expression. Yet, to be fair, after spending these days together, Wutian's perception of Tsumi had long since diverged from the original portrayal of the cat sage. Tsurumi, in essence, was merely a person with a somewhat irritable temperament, a sharp tongue, and an impulsive nature. The cat sage approached Wutian, stroking his whiskers while squinting at Tsumi, who was returning from his flight. Are you all set to leave? He inquired. Indeed, the sooner we secure the items to seal the Dark Lord, the sooner we can return home. There are those waiting for us, Wutian replied with a smile, recalling Wu Fangfang, who must be anxiously awaiting their return at Taita Mountain. Wutian produced the newly redrawn map he had crafted, indicating the route from Chiron Tower to the village of the Divining Granny. Tsurumi flew back into the tower and asked, "When shall we depart?" Wutian cast a sidelong glance at him, folding the map and responding, "You've only just learned the art of flight. Are you certain you can sustain it for the entire journey?" The art of flight. Curious name. Tsurumi scoffed. Entirely unaware that this was a martial technique he should have developed himself. Indeed, at my current level, I cannot maintain rapid flight for long. By the way, old cat, you must have plenty of divine beings, right? Two figures soared through the sky, one clutching a brown cloth bundle. Whoosh! They glided over a tropical rainforest, beads of sweat glistening on Tsurumi's bare torso. Wutian, too, was perspiring, stating, "If you can't hold on, just descend and walk for a while. There's no need to fly the entire distance." Though this marathon-like flight, akin to scaling Chiron Tower, could indeed serve as a form of training. Humph, quit your nagging. Kajimi would not yield in the presence of Wutian, gritting his teeth and persisting with unwavering resolve. He even strained himself to accelerate further, fearing that Wutian might choose to slow down, which would only exacerbate his frustration and humiliation. Time passed, and the vegetation below gradually diminished. Among the two soaring through the air, one suddenly trembled and plummeted downward. Wutian squinted to see Kajimi, exhausted to the brink of collapse, hastily retrieve a mystical bean from his possession and consume it. Almost instantaneously, he regained his vigor and resumed flying alongside Wutian. At that moment, Wutian too felt the strain, for the quantity and intensity of his internal energy were not significantly greater than Kajimi's. The original narrative had long established the limits of physical capability, and although Wutian possessed slightly superior talent and comprehension, he could not transcend these constraints. The limitations of physical prowess were evidenced in the original text, most notably illustrated by the gravity chamber. Gravity training, while seemingly an appealing method, only yielded remarkable advancements for figures like Sun Wukong and Vegeta prior to achieving Super Saiyan status. However, others such as Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien did not follow suit in this rigorous training. There was but one conclusion. For Earthlings, the gravitational force on King Kai's planet was already at their limit. Excessive gravity offered no benefits, only detriments, especially since Earthlings lacked the Saiyan ability to double their strength upon resurrection. Such a punishing training regimen was ill-suited to the human physique. In his previous life as a ninja, Wutian had become accustomed to the rigorous management of his chakra during long marches. Thus he was well-versed in conserving stamina and energy. Coupled with the experiences granted by his Manjiki Sharingan, it was no surprise that he excelled beyond Kajimi in this regard. Nonetheless, there were limits. When he could no longer endure, Wutian would descend to rest or walk for a while. He was reluctant to overly depend on mystical beings, for past experiences taught him that frequent reliance on such substances would diminish one's own immunity. It was akin to a person accustomed to sleeping pills who could no longer fall asleep unaided. The two journeyed tirelessly, day and night, until after 6 days. They halted above the desert, gazing down at a primitive tribal village nestled within an oasis. They were drenched in sweat. The relentless sun of the desert was nearly unbearable, even for those with their martial resolve. Exchanging glances, Wu Tian and Kajimi dove down. Upon landing, they were met by a group of black tribesmen rushing out from the village. Armed with wooden spears, stone knives, and axes, glaring menacingly at the two as they descended from the sky. Who are you? What brings you to our village? Leave this place at once. The tribesmen shouted, brandishing their weapons at Wu Tian and Kajimi. How could these savages possibly know we were coming? Kajimi furrowed his brow as he regarded the dark-skinned natives before him. Wu Tian appeared to be deep in thought as he remarked, I have mentioned it before. My sister is an exceptionally formidable sorceress. Given the current circumstances, she likely holds a leadership role akin to that of a priest or shaman within this tribe. Is she truly that powerful? Can she sense our approach in advance? Ketsujin raised an eyebrow. With Wu Tian's guidance, Ketsujin had begun to grasp the rudiments of sensing energy, though his range and precision were still quite limited. He pondered to himself that if he were to remain within the tribe, he would not be able to detect anyone approaching from such a distance, let alone instruct his subordinates to prepare for their arrival. Ketsujin was naturally astonished. Yet he was also perplexed as to how even Wu Tian's sister could possess such remarkable abilities. Wu Tian, who had once been his equal, now seemed to have surpassed him dramatically for reasons unbeknownst to him, much to his chagrin. Suddenly, Wu Tian called out from behind Ketsujin, Sister, it's me, Tian. I'm here to find you. The onlookers exchanged glances, glaring at Wu Tian and exclaiming, What are you talking about? They nearly thrust their blades and weapons into Wu Tian's face before falling silent. Subsequently, the crowd parted, allowing Wu Tian and Ketsujin to gaze towards the far end of the gathering. There, they beheld a woman of approximately 1.60 meters, adorned with violet hair, clad in a flowing black robe, her bare feet hovering gracefully above the ground as she glided towards them. Beside her floated a crystalline orb, closely following her, as if it were a sentient servant. It was the fortune-teller whom Wu Tian had encountered atop the Kalen Tower, or perhaps more fittingly, the divination sister. Tian, did you not accompany Wu Tai-Do to learn martial arts? What brings you to my presence? The fortune-teller drifted through the crowd and hovered before Wu Tian, her gaze locking onto his with an unwavering intensity. Feeling the weight of her indifferent stare, Wu Tian adjusted the bundle in his hands and replied, Because of this. My master sealed the Demon King Bick within here with his life, and knowing your exceptional skills in sorcery over the years, I wish to inquire where it would be most suitably stored. The fortune-teller scrutinized Wu Tian for a moment, then glanced at Ketsujin, whose displeasure was evident. She spoke slowly. How did you come to know this? You must have visited Kalen Tower recently. Clearly, she had recalled the incident from over a month ago when someone had been spying on them, and her understanding deepened. Turning away, she muttered to herself, With my master gone, has that cat grown so bold? What is this woman mumbling about? Ketsujin voiced his discontent. Come here. The fortune-teller disregarded Ketsujin's remark, closing her eyes as she floated back, instructing the surrounding onlookers that they were guests, and gradually drifting away with the crystal orb. Exchanging glances, Wu Tian and Ketsujin followed her. Chapter 16. The outcome within the crystal orb. Does this woman possess the art of levitation as well? Ketsujin mused, observing the fortune-teller leading the way. I do not possess any levitation skills, just accompanying my brother, she replied, catching Ketsujin by surprise and darkening his expression. He clearly saw the fortune-teller turn her head slightly, revealing a knowing smile. Can you hear the thoughts within my heart? Hegemai gritted his teeth. The diviner, rather dismissively, continued onward. How infuriating. This brat who came with Tian, he thought, listening to his inner musings. His mind is so cluttered. It's as if he is whispering directly into my ear. It's impossible not to hear. Yet Tian's thoughts are unexpectedly pure, as impenetrable as a stone. I can't even glimpse into his soul. I used to think this kid's capriciousness would shorten his lifespan, which is why I asked Master to find him the elixir of longevity. Instead, it has inadvertently benefited the brat beside him. As the diviner led the way, she pondered. Years ago, Wu Tian, along with Hegemai, had mistakenly consumed the elixir of immortality atop Taido Mountain. Having drunk from this divine spring from the underworld, they naturally acquired a unique aura. While ordinary people might not perceive it, the diviner was a person of considerable stature, inheriting the most orthodox yin-yang sorcery on earth. The moment she laid eyes on Hegemai, she discerned the truth. Soon, the diviner brought Wu Tian and Hegemai to her humble abode, a clay house with thick walls and small windows. I can certainly assist you with your divination. However, could you explain why you appear somewhat different from the brother I once knew? The diviner floated and turned around, her pale violet eyes scrutinizing Wu Tian's every expression. Hegemai, perplexed, waved his hand dismissively. You two have been apart for over 20 years, right? Isn't it normal to become unfamiliar? Let us get on with the divination. We still have to handle this matter. Do you wish to be sent to hell to soak in the yellow springs? The diviner interrupted, narrowing her eyes and casting a sidelong glance at Hegemai. Perhaps it was Hegemai's imagination, but he felt as though he saw her eyes and the crystal ball hovering beside her glimmer momentarily. A wave of pressure weighed upon Hegemai's psyche. He twitched at the corner of his eye, and Wu Tian instinctively stepped in front of him. Observing the diviner's indifferent demeanor, Wu Tian chuckled softly, acknowledging her prowess. As Hegemai mentioned, people inevitably change. Sister, haven't you transformed significantly from who you were 25 years ago? The diviner was not Wu Taido. Wu Taido, who had gallantly faced death, commanded Wu Tian's utmost respect. Moreover, when Wu Tian first arrived in this world, the original Wu Tian had left quite an impression on him. Hence he fabricated a nearly truthful tale, one that would unlikely be overheard by the celestial beings. But the diviner was different. Wu Tian hardly recalled his sister from their childhood separation, so he lacked the inclination to weave another lie. Fortunately, the diviner did not linger on this matter and merely inquired casually. By the way, what about the witch who took you away back then? She should be your master, right? Wu Tian glanced around the room, noting the absence of a bed. Was this sister always floating in midair while sleeping? The diviner snorted lightly, responding, "That old coot taught everything that needed teaching and then ran off to heaven with that retired old fellow to enjoy a life of leisure." Heaven? A retired old fellow? Could it be that the earth deity, previously known as Baiku, has actually ascended to the heavens alongside the diviner's master? A mix of astonishment and curiosity welled up within Wu Tian. The diviner extended her hand, and the crystal ball that hovered nearby immediately soared into her grasp. She placed her hands delicately above the crystal sphere and inquired, "What shall we seek to divine?" With a decisive thud, Wu Tian set the package he had been carrying on the ground and unwrapped it, revealing a rice cooker within. "This is it," he said. "Please, dear sister, determine the most suitable location for sealing this on earth." Casting a fleeting glance at the rice cooker, the diviner remarked, "What if the divination reveals a location that is beyond your reach? Such vastness exists in the world. Is there anywhere that cannot be accessed?" He Tian frowned. "Your attitude, young man, makes me quite inclined to divine your descent into the underworld," the diviner retorted with a smirk, slowly closing her eyes. She pressed her hands down, and the crystal ball radiated a brilliant light. He Tian grimaced, suppressing his irritation. He focused intently on the crystal sphere, which glowed brighter and brighter. Wu Tian furrowed his brow. The crystal ball remained blank, revealing no images. The diviner lowered her hands, her lavender brows arching in surprise as she gazed at the glowing sphere, her expression contemplative. "Are you capable of this?" He Tian expressed his impatience. "What is it?" Wu Tian sensed a revelation, discreetly inquiring. The diviner remained silent, placing her hands atop the crystal ball once more, and the light surged again. This time, the spheres swiftly produced results. "What is this?" He Tian expressed dissatisfaction, pointing at the crystal ball. "Is this truly the outcome?" Wu Tian observed the flickering images within the sphere, pondering deeply. "Humph," the diviner stated, pressing her hand on the crystal ball, glancing at the rice cooker on the ground. "It indicates that 300 years hence, this object will undoubtedly be opened, regardless of where you choose to place it." "What does that mean?" He Tian frowned, clearly displeased with this answer. Wu Tian, however, contemplated the situation, shaking his head. "Is it truly a matter of fate? This is not some primordial chaos. Where does the heavenly mandate come from? One need not frighten oneself." He turned to the diviner and asked, "Are these indeed the locations suitable for storing this object over the next 300 years? He pointed at the shifting images within the crystal ball. The diviner met Wu Tian's gaze and nodded. "Indeed. Let me take a look." She tapped the crystal ball, and the images froze, revealing a cave nestled within a mountainous forest. "This is the place. No unforeseen events shall occur here within the next 300 years. You will conveniently pass by this location on your return." "Very well. Then this shall be the site," Wu Tian affirmed with a nod. "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the Dark Lord shall surely emerge from here 300 years hence?" He Tian glanced between the diviner and Wu Tian, pointing at the rice cooker. "Let us proceed. What era will that be in 300 years? Wu Tian reassured him. Even if he were to return, he would have no power to wreak havoc. He patted He Tian's shoulder and grabbed the rice cooker from the ground. He Tian, still skeptical, followed him out. At the entrance, Wu Tian paused and turned back, saying, "There is indeed one more matter I wish to entrust to you, sister, for divination." The oracle gazed at him, her eyes lifted towards the sky where Wu Tian and He Jin soared. She stood atop a crystal orb, her violet hair billowing as she floated before the house. In a contemplative murmur, she mused, the locations of the 7 orbs that can fulfill dreams. This lad, Wu Tian. Shaking her head, she stepped onto the crystal ball and ascended into the dwelling. That which lies beyond the sorcerer's comprehension cannot be divined. Clearly, the 7 Dragon Balls were beyond her grasp. Chapter 17. Beneath Doran Mountain. After more than half a month, Wu Tian and He Jian finally arrived at the forest indicated by the oracle. The mountain was modest in height, and the trees sparse. This must be the place, He Jian exclaimed, reflecting on their journey which had spanned nearly 5 months. They had traversed mountains, passed through forests, crossed seas, and ascended towers, enduring many hardships along the way. If they could seal the demon lord here today, it would all be worth it. Descending from the air, the two landed on the hillside and began their search for the cave described by the oracle. Having trained in martial arts for over 20 years, they were now masters of Qigong. While it may be an exaggeration to say they had photographic memories, their minds were undoubtedly sharper than the average person. The scene from the divination crystal was etched deeply in their minds. As they climbed the mountain and entered the woods, they compared their memories and wandered about. At last, in a small valley, Wu Tian spotted a landscape that mirrored precisely what had been shown in the oracle's crystal ball. They leaped down to investigate and indeed found an entrance, large enough for a person to enter. Exchanging glances, Wu Tian and He Jian cleared the entrance and ventured inside with a rice cooker. Peering into the cave, they were met with utter darkness. A loud bang echoed as a flare of fire illuminated the interior, casting their silhouettes against the stone walls, which danced with shadows. He Jian caught sight of Wu Tian effortlessly cradling a bright orange fireball, a slight grimace crossing his face as he clenched his fist, grappling with an indescribable feeling. Wu Tian paid no heed to He Jian's complex emotions regarding his newly mastered Qigong technique. With one hand supporting the flame and the other carrying the rice cooker, he delved deeper into the cave. He Jian followed closely behind, the glow of Wu Tian's fireball rendering the surroundings starkly dark, his shadow nearly engulfing He Jian. Before long, they emerged from the cave, yet the rice cooker was no longer in Wu Tian's possession. Let us find something to seal the entrance, Wu Tian sighed, leaping up alongside He Jian to the valley's edge. Before long, they returned with a massive boulder, and with a thunderous crash, they sealed the cave's entrance completely. Standing before the blocked cave for a considerable time, Wu Tian finally spoke. Let us go. It's time to return. With that, he soared into the sky. He Jian stood rooted for a moment, lost in thought, before he too took to the air, following Wu Tian into the distance. Meanwhile, as the two sealed the rice cooker within the valley cave, 2 pairs of eyes in the high temple above the Kalen Tower watched them intently. The deity, Piccolo, has been sealed, they observed. Mr. Bobo maintained his usual tone of calmness, his round eyes resembling those of a puppet rather than a living being. The divine being, Beak, leaned on his wooden staff, clad in flowing white robes. He gazed down at the entrance sealed by the martial duo, a complex expression etched upon his face. With a soft sigh, he turned and retraced his steps. Mr. Bobo followed closely behind Beak, and the two swiftly entered a chamber within the divine palace. In the center of the room, upon a table, rested a tray covered by a hemispherical glass dome, within which lay a vividly lifelike miniature dragon. This dragon, with antler-like horns, fish-like scales, human-like whiskers, a serpent-like belly, and phoenix-like feet, possessed eyes that gleamed with a crimson light. Its slender body coiled within the dome, exuding an aura as if it were poised to soar into the heavens and transform into a true divine dragon. Beak lifted the dragon model from the table and returned to the grand plaza of the temple alongside Mr. Bobo. Placing the model on the ground, Beak stood tall in his white garments, staff in hand. If the divine being could indeed bring this dragon to life, it would be sufficient to absolve him of his transgressions. Mr. Bobo, ever obedient, acknowledged his role as a close aide to the divine, understanding the weight of Beak's burdens. However, he was skeptical about the 7 mystical orbs that were said to fulfill dreams, for throughout the annals of Earth's history, no divine being had wielded such extraordinary power. Beak nodded slightly, casting aside his hesitation. He extended a hand toward the dragon model on the ground. A series of peculiar syllables tumbled from Beak's lips, and with a commanding utterance, the small dragon model erupted in a brilliant golden radiance, bursting forth with a resounding crack. A golden bolt of lightning shot skyward, spiraling like a dragon through the firmament. Mr. Bobo gazed upwards, witnessing the golden flash that resembled both lightning and divine light, swirling in the air like a luminous dragon. Then, all the brilliance converged into a singular point, ultimately bursting into 7 beams of light, shooting out in all directions, truly a spectacle that left Mr. Bobo in awe. Beak remained silent. But could anyone truly gather the 7 Dragon Balls? The vastness of Earth left Mr. Bobo perplexed. Having participated in the creation of the Dragon Balls, he was acutely aware of their diminutive size. A mere mortal fortunate enough to possess one might mistake it for a mere decorative glass bead. Beak stood rooted in place, his gaze profound as if he had pierced through the fabric of space, perceiving the myriad beings below. He raised his staff and struck the ground, his lips moving slightly as an ethereal voice emerged, resonating through the hearts of humanity. I, the divine being of Earth, bestow upon the denizens of the mortal realm 7 Dragon Balls. Should anyone gather them all, they may summon the divine dragon to grant their wishes, realizing their innermost desires. Regardless of the wisher's nature, be they virtuous or malevolent, wealthy or impoverished, old or young, whether their desires be boundless wealth, infinite power, or eternal life, all can be achieved. This proclamation echoed in the hearts of mortals. Yet, some dismissed it as an illusion, others thought they had misheard, while many regarded it as a prank. Few took it to heart. On the Tower of Corinne, the cat sage looked up in astonishment, as if striving to glimpse the visage of the newly appointed divine being above. He murmured, "In this way, it is indeed a good thing." Suddenly, Wu Tian, who was soaring through the air, came to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair. What happened? He Jian, who had just returned, inquired. Did you not hear? Wu Tian expressed his astonishment. Hear what? He Jian responded with curiosity. Perhaps I misheard. Wu Tian shook his head, his thoughts wandering, realizing that the deity Bic had just recently created the Dragon Balls. Wealth, power, and longevity. None of these are my desires. He gazed at the somewhat blurred scenery beside him and remarked, I am tired of flying. Let us walk for a while. With that, Wu Tian descended. So mystical. He Jian scoffed and followed suit. The two then exchanged flight for foot, racing along the ground. They traversed mountains and soared over waters, advancing at an impressive speed. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, the pair had just exited a grove when they noticed a pungent scent of blood wafting through the air. Wu and he exchanged glances, nodded, and quickened their pace, following the trail of the blood. Before long, they arrived at a village, where they immediately beheld a gigantic, beast-like creature standing amidst a pool of blood on the village street. Beneath its feet lay the scattered corpses of the villagers, while the creature was gnawing on a woman's leg, crunching it with ravenous delight. Abomination. He Jian's face paled, and he charged forward. Chapter 18 Departure. The creature, still gnawing on the woman's leg, turned its head upon hearing the furious shout, revealing a visage that was nothing short of monstrous. Its face was more akin to that of a prehistoric beast than a human. Its eyes, bulging forward in a primate-like manner, were set above a grotesquely protruding maw filled with blood-red fangs, dripping with flesh. Its nose was merely 2 small nostrils, and its ears were long and pointed, resembling those of a demon. What are these little pests? Just as I was enjoying my meal, this creature appears, it chuckled, surprisingly articulating human speech. Carelessly, it discarded the tender woman's leg to the side, its long, pink tongue flicking around its grotesque mouth, eyes glittering with a frenzied bloodlust. He Jian's expression grew colder, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he stomped down with force. To the creature's shock, He Jian suddenly vanished from its sight. A moment later, an excruciating pain radiated from its abdomen, sending it soaring backward. He Jian leapt high into the air, his eyes wide with fury. He soared several meters above the ground, his palms forming a distinctive shape, aimed at the creature lying below. A sphere of white light ignited between He Jian's hands, growing increasingly bright, as if he were clutching a blazing sun. Is that the Kamehameha? Wu Tian observed from a distance, instantly realizing that He Jian had mastered the technique. Die! He Jian roared from the sky. Boom! A blinding column of energy descended from above, piercing through the air. No, please. The creature, still bewildered, had only just risen when it found itself engulfed by a brilliant white light cascading down upon it, its murmurs fading into silence. Bang! The ground trembled, emitting a resounding explosion that echoed through the air. As the dust settled, Wu Tian beheld He Jian, who had helplessly descended from the sky, weakly extracting a dwindling celestial being from his person and swallowing it. By the time Wu Tian approached, He Jian had already regained his composure and stood upright once more. Wu Tian glanced at the deep crater, measuring 2 or 3 men in depth, where the bizarre creature had long since been reduced to countless fragments. He remarked, was it truly necessary to resort to the energy cannon? He Jian scoffed, disdain evident in his voice. Such vermin are unworthy of pity. I had no idea your sense of justice ran so deep. Is it because this individual was an aberration? The kingdom has long acknowledged these anomalies as equals among humanity. I have never regarded them as human. He Jian wrinkled his brow in utter disdain, refusing to cast a glance at the pit he had created, and coldly asserted, "In this era, to consider those wretched beings, neither man nor ghost, as human is utterly absurd." Wu Tian remained silent, aware that his knowledge of the aberrations in the Dragon Ball universe was limited. However, from what he gleaned from the original narrative, 300 years hence, werewolves, catfolk, dog-headed beings, and dinosaur men seemed to have been accepted as ordinary citizens of Earth. Yet, he pondered why, during the Android Saga and the Bu Saga, these anomalies had nearly vanished. Regardless, since they had encountered this situation, it was only fitting to grant the deceased a proper burial. Wu Tian shook his head and moved forward, lifting the lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. Each corpse was in a state of disarray. Some were missing limbs. Others had been eviscerated, and some bore shattered skulls, with white brain matter pooling around them. He Jian's countenance turned pale, visibly unsettled. In contrast, Wu Tian, having witnessed scenes far more horrific in the world of ninjas, maintained his composure. He cast the dismembered remains he had gathered into the pit created by He Jian's energy cannon. Observing Wu Tian's serene demeanor, He Jian too fell silent, joining in the grim task of collecting the bodies. The ground was littered with corpses. The entire village had been decimated by the aberrations, leaving Wu Tian and He Jian drenched in blood. Despite the grotesque state of the bodies, both men regarded them as human, honoring the dead by carefully handling each body rather than callously kicking them into the pit. Suddenly, Wu Tian halted his actions, turning to see a group approaching from the village entrance. He Jian, discarding a half-body into the pit, followed Wu Tian's gaze and beheld a procession of bald monks, numbering around 80 or 90, advancing towards them. Wu Tian tossed a corpse into the pit, surveyed the surrounding terrain, and recalled the maps he had seen. Indeed, they were adjacent to Dulan Mountain, the site of Dulan Temple. As this realization dawned upon him, he maintained a calm demeanor while observing the approaching monks. "Who are you? What are you doing? This is madness. Did you too commit these atrocities?" The monks, seemingly from Dulan Temple, approached, horrified by the sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies, their gaze fixed upon the two suspicious figures standing amidst the blood-soaked ground. Both men were bare-chested and muscular, clad in tattered trousers, with one adorned in what resembled tribal paint. Observing the composed expressions of the two individuals, one could hardly fault the monks for their misconceptions. How could an ordinary person remain so serene amidst such a gruesome spectacle? Even these martial monks, who chant scriptures daily, would shudder at the sight of such a hellish scene. The more they were unsettled, the greater their ire towards the two. "Murderous rascals, why do you not swiftly surrender?" thundered the imposing monk at the forefront, his voice resonating like thunder, his brows furrowed in anger as he admonished Wu He and his companion. "It was not us who committed the killings," Wu Tian replied, shaking his head with a calm demeanor. "Then who was it?" inquired another monk sternly. "We have already dispatched that individual," Wu Tian stated. "And the corpse? Over there." He gestured towards the deep pit behind them, adding, "However, we may have exerted ourselves too much. That person is likely reduced to nothing but bones." The monks exchanged glances, hardly believing their ears. A pit of such magnitude, was it truly created by these men? Absurd. It is evident that you too are the culprits, yet you persist in your denial. "You shall accompany us to the mountain, where you will receive the teachings of the Buddha, after shaving your heads and taking vows. Perhaps you may absolve yourselves of your sins, but do not mislead yourselves." A monk bellowed, unwilling to entertain such nonsense. "Ha! What audacity from Daolin Temple." He, known as He, laughed heartily, casting a cold gaze upon the towering monks before him, and mockingly remarked, "Even if I were the one to slay the villagers, what could your meager numbers do against me? Rogue, scoundrel, why waste words on him? Bind him and take him to the mountain." The monks, faces darkening with fury, charged forth. "A bunch of trash, come at me." He laughed triumphantly, transforming into a blur as he lunged towards the 8 or 9 monks without flinching. He moved with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain and the grace of a great rock soaring through the skies, weaving effortlessly among them. Though the monks were seasoned warriors, their fierce attacks and formidable techniques failed to touch him. Instead, he moved with ease, executing his maneuvers at will, striking one monk with an elbow to the chest, colliding the heads of 2 others with a resounding thud, or dislocating the joints of yet another. Eventually, the remaining monks managed to encircle him, but with a thunderous crash, they were sent sprawling in all directions. He stood there with a cold smile, as if nothing had transpired, while the once ferocious monks lay scattered on the ground, groaning in pain. Qi Gong. one monk recognized. Recalling discussions among the abbot and elders, legends spoke of the few martial artists in the world capable of mastering such a skill, all renowned grandmasters. The other monks exchanged incredulous glances, a mix of astonishment and disbelief etched across their faces. Why trouble them? Wu Tian shook his head, his tone devoid of resentment. Merely tranquil. Will you depart? Leave these corpses for the good monks to handle. He approached Wu Tian, inquiring. Yet, Wu Tian replied, I am inclined to visit Daolin Temple. It is merely a monk's sanctuary. What is there to behold? He retorted. Wu Tian shook his head. Perhaps there was nothing of significance to behold. His curiosity was merely piqued by the character Klin from the original work regarding the Daolin Temple. He Jian observed Wu Tian's refusal to depart and let out a cold chuckle, saying, Enough, enough. I have no intention of accompanying you back to the mountain. Let it be this way. Today we part ways. You shall return to your Taida mountain, while I shall wander the world. Wu Tian inquired with curiosity. Why not return to the mountain? He Jian looked up at the sky, observing the swirling clouds, and replied, Did not my master leave behind a dying wish? Naturally. I must adhere to his last instructions. Remaining at Taida Mountain would not serve to promote any martial arts. I intend to traverse the world, seeking out 180 talented individuals, and after 2 or 3 decades, I shall return and bestow upon you a beating. Only then can I quell the unrest in my heart. You are overthinking it, Wu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Not at all, He Jian retorted coldly. The two stood in silence for a moment, until He Jian finally let out a long cry. I am leaving. With that, he soared into the sky, disappearing into the distance. Wu Tian gazed silently at the horizon for a long while before turning to the monks, who were exchanging bewildered glances on the ground, and asked, Masters, may I request an audience with the abbot of Daolin Temple? Chapter 19. Returned to Taida Mountain after being thoroughly beaten by He Jian and witnessing his extraordinary aerial martial arts, the monks dared not dismiss Wu Tian's words. However, when they heard that he wished to see the abbot, they hesitated. This man was undoubtedly affiliated with the formidable figure who had just departed, and it was assumed that his martial prowess was not to be underestimated. Bringing such a person into the temple, despite their confidence in their abbot, left them uncertain. Wu Tian smiled and said, Surely, you do not think I am incapable of locating your temple? Please, lead the way. I harbor no ill intentions. Merely a desire to pay a visit to your esteemed abbot. The monks exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Ultimately, the foremost monk spoke. Once we have buried these unfortunate villagers, you may accompany us. With that, he and the other monks solemnly began to gather the remains scattered on the ground, disposing of them into a deep pit. Several monks, seeing that the pit was several men deep and noticing the absence of any tools such as shovels around its edges, could not help but feel a sense of dread arise within them. They had intended to descend the mountain to discuss matters with the villagers, but instead stumbled upon the tragic annihilation of the village and encountered 2 ruthless individuals of unknown origin. The monks sighed as they ascended the mountain, followed by Wu Tian, who strolled leisurely behind them. The monks, relying on their familiarity with the terrain from years spent on Daolin Mountain, attempted to shake off their uninvited companion. Yet, despite Wu Tian's seemingly unhurried pace, he managed to keep close behind them. Each time they believed they had finally evaded him, he would inexplicably reappear. The monks, both astonished and resigned, had no choice but to obediently lead the way until they finally arrived at Daolin Temple. Wu Tian smiled as he stepped through the grand entrance of the temple. Upon entering, he beheld a magnificent hall, which bore no grand inscription but simply featured a large character for Buddha. Through the main entrance, Wu Tian could vaguely discern a statue of Buddha positioned at the center of the hall. In the dim light, the Buddha statue appeared vaguely, as if smiling enigmatically. Wait here, we shall inform the abbot, the martial monks hastily said before entering the main hall, disappearing around a corner. Wu Tian stood patiently, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the serene courtyard. The temple was impeccably tidy, with only a few scattered fallen leaves, prompting Wu Tian to realize that the season had already shifted into late autumn. His rigorous martial training had rendered him impervious to the elements, dulling his sensitivity to the changing seasons. As he pondered, a group of martial monks emerged from the Buddha hall, armed with wooden staffs. Their expressions were solemn as they formed 2 lines, swiftly encircling Wu Tian. Raising an eyebrow, he released his hands from behind his back. Among the staff-holding monks were several familiar faces, the very monks who had escorted him up the mountain. They paled at the sight of Wu Tian, recalling the fierce methods employed by He Jian, and felt a bead of sweat trickle down their brows at the thought of his potential aggression. Abbot, is this truly the way to welcome a guest? Wu Tian remarked. directing his gaze toward an elderly monk in robes who stepped forth from the hall with a smile. If I have been disrespectful, I hope the benefactor will not take offense. I am just unaware of your identity. In these turbulent times, a small temple like ours must exercise caution. The abbot pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist invocation. Unperturbed, Wu Tian responded, "It matters not. I merely chanced upon your esteemed temple today, having heard my late master speak of the venerable monks within Daolin Temple, which prompted my impromptu visit. May I inquire, from whom did the benefactor receive instruction?" Wu Tian smiled, offering no direct answer. Instead, he clapped his palms together, and with a crackle, lightning danced between them. "Is this the legendary heavenly palm? Are you a disciple of Wu Tai-Do?" The abbot inquired, astonished and skeptical. "Indeed, my master is Wu Tai-Do," Wu Tian confirmed, dissipating the lightning in his hands. "You may disperse now." The abbot, with palms still pressed together, dismissed the surrounding monks and invited Wu Tian, "Please, follow me." Wu Tian accompanied the abbot through the grand hall, winding around until they arrived at a tranquil Zen courtyard. "Master uncle," the abbot said, gently pushing open the Zen door. Wu Tian entered behind him, finding an elderly monk with a white beard and wrinkled face reclining on a bed, which stirred his curiosity. The old monk slowly lifted his eyelids and rasped, "Who have you brought?" "This man claims to be a disciple of Wu Tai-Do, and I took the liberty of bringing him to meet you," the abbot explained, whispering to Wu Tian. It was Master Uncle who guided Wu Tai-Do during his early days at Daolin Temple before he achieved mastery. Realization dawned upon Wu Tian as he bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the master." The old monk spoke slowly. "You are indeed a disciple of Wu Tai-Do?" "Ah, yes. I can sense the essence of his teachings in your technique." With only a few glances, the old monk discerned the origins of Wu Tian's skills, leaving him astonished. "How is your master faring now?" the old monk inquired. "He has passed away," Wu Tian replied solemnly. "Wu Tai-Do was a grandmaster of Qigong. How could he have departed so soon? To enlighten the master, my late teacher sacrificed his life to seal away the great demon king," Wu Tian clarified. "Indeed. The great demon king has been subdued?" the abbot asked, astonished, for this secluded temple was often out of touch with the world. "Yes. I have ventured forth under the guidance of the immortal atop Kylan Tower and have successfully secured the means to contain the great demon king," Wu Tian answered. "The demons are subdued by the celestial beings, and I have long known that his fate is extraordinary." "Ah, he has done well," the old monk sighed deeply, and then fell silent. After a while, the old monk remained motionless. Master," the abbot stepped forward, and the old monk's body tilted, collapsing onto the ground. The abbot's hand trembled, and he lamented, "Master has attained nirvana." He adjusted the old monk's body, positioning him upright in a lotus posture, then stepped back and bowed deeply. "Amitba." Wu Tian also paid his respects. Leaving the Daolin Temple, Wu Tian set his sights towards Mount Tai-Do, heading northward. He traversed mountains and rivers, crossing plains with great haste. After several days, he finally arrived at the northern coastline, where he stealthily blended in with a merchant ship. With his Sharingan activated, he merely employed a subtle illusion technique, and Wu Tian became perceived as one of the crew, safely remaining aboard. The crashing waves echoed around him. Wu Tian stood at the ship's rail, gazing into the boundless horizon of the sea, his mind swirling with thoughts. The Dragon Balls had manifested in the world, yet regrettably, there was no dragon radar. In essence, it seemed that the deity Piccolo had merely drawn an unattainable dream with the Dragon Balls. In the original tale, Bulma fortuitously discovered a Dragon Ball in her own warehouse and happened to learn of the Dragon Ball's capabilities from her records. Furthermore, she was a mechanical genius, which enabled her to create the Dragon Radar. Most fortuitously, she encountered Sun Wukong early on, persuading him to become her bodyguard. Thus, to gather the 7 Dragon Balls, luck, coincidence, and strength are all indispensable. In this present era, which Earthling could possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls? Wu Tian suddenly pondered. All right. Since Bulma acquired records of the 7 Dragon Balls and the dragon, there must have been someone in history who had gathered them to make a wish, right? Or was it merely someone who documented the words spoken by the deity to the mortals? After contemplating for a while, he found no clarity. 300 years. Only 300 years remain. I cannot still be a frail old man with a combat power of less than 200 when the story begins, can I? The wish is prepared. It is merely a matter of whether I can gather the Dragon Balls within these 300 years. If that wish were to come true, it would be like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate, liberating me from the constraints of this earthly body. At that time, the sky would be vast for the birds to soar, and the sea would be wide for the fish to leap, leading to a profoundly different future. However, if I were to wait until 300 years later, I would have aged and withered. Even if I were to accompany Bulma and others to find the Dragon Balls and make a wish, it would likely hold no significance. Dragon Balls, oh Dragon Balls. After drifting on the merchant ship for half a month, they finally reached the shore. Alas, where is Luffy? Why is someone missing? When the cargo was unloaded, the sailors on the ship realized the count was off. Others, puzzled, remarked, "No one is missing, Captain. When did we gain a brother named Luffy? Is there not?" The person scratched his head in confusion, trying to recall but remembering nothing, only vaguely sensing that a person named Luffy had once been aboard. It seems he never did any work, did he? Unable to reach a conclusion, they could only return to the ship. At this moment, Wu Tian had already set foot on solid ground, continuing his journey towards the majestic Tai-Do Mountain. After more than a month, he finally glimpsed the familiar silhouette of Tai-Do Mountain in the distance. Nearly a year had passed since he embarked on this journey, and upon returning, Wu Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia and reflection. Regaining his composure, he stamped his foot at the base of the mountain, propelling himself skyward. Meanwhile, Wu Fangfang was tending to her garden, watering the flowers and vegetables, when a familiar voice resonated from above. Fangfang. Startled, she spilled water all over the ground. Looking up in bewilderment, she beheld Wu Tian descending gracefully from the sky. "Tian Gu," Wu Fangfang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. End of Volume 1, Chapter 20. A decade later, time, they say, is ever-changing, akin to clouds drifting across the sky, and its passage is as fleeting as a galloping steed. In the blink of an eye, a decade had elapsed since Wu Tian returned to Tai-Do Mountain, where he and Wu Fangfang had quietly resided atop the peak in their humble abode. Though time flew by, it left no trace upon the towering and perilous Tai-Do Mountain. Even the common folk below lived their lives in a manner unchanged from a decade prior, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, year after year. The rumors surrounding the formidable Demon King from 10 years ago had long since faded into obscurity. Aragon tightened the rope around his waist, staving off the pangs of hunger. He glanced back at the faintly visible patches of farmland at the mountain's base, then turned his gaze towards the winding path ahead, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable brilliance. What culinary delights would his uncle prepare today? He pondered. This young boy was merely 9 or 10 years old. Even before dawn had fully arrived, he had already begun his ascent along the rugged mountain trail. The path ahead appeared shrouded in darkness, yet he seemed to perceive a glimmer of light. Not wishing to delay, Aragon hurried up the mountain while his father and 2 older brothers remained asleep, preoccupied with their agricultural duties. With nimble and swift steps, he navigated the serpentine trail, moving with remarkable agility despite his slender frame. Initially, he had struggled, but following an extraordinary experience 6 months prior, Aragon had committed to climbing this mountain daily. Gradually, it became second nature to him. The several hundred meters of trail were no longer a formidable challenge in his eyes. After an indeterminate amount of time, as dawn began to break, Aragon finally reached the summit. Breathing heavily, he was accustomed to the climb, yet his inadequate diet at home left him somewhat lacking in stamina. "Uncle." Aragon's eyes brightened as he spotted the figure of his uncle not far from the cliff's edge. He approached cautiously, not wishing to interrupt his uncle's martial practice. Even though Aragon felt it was hardly practice in the conventional sense. What martial art could create flames upon the palm? What discipline could summon lightning with a mere fingertip? And what technique could cause the air itself to ripple amidst the flow of his uncle's hands? It seemed as though his uncle's hands had transformed into 2 scorching irons, heating the air to a point of vaporization with every sweep. Aragon stood mesmerized, gazing at the elder who practiced martial arts at the edge of the cliff. The elder's astonishing skills captivated him. He had witnessed the man soar through the air before. What distinguished him from a celestial being? The elder's feet were firmly planted on the ground, as if rooted, and despite the dynamic movements of his upper body, his feet remained utterly immobile. With a sweeping motion of his palm, an invisible wave seemed to surge towards the heavens. Aragon, with keen eyesight, noticed a black bird plummeting from the sky, more than 10 meters away from the elder. How could he strike a bird from such a distance? He marveled silently, realizing that perhaps there was nothing extraordinary about this elder after all. At that moment, the elder flicked his right palm, and a tangible flame ignited at the edge of his hand, tracing an orange-red trajectory through the air. Subsequently, violet lightning danced upon his fingers. Ultimately, the fire coalesced at his middle finger, while the lightning converged upon his index finger. All colors gathered to these 2 digits, intensifying until only a brilliant purple and red glow remained at their tips. Aragon, hidden in the shadows, watched in awe. Though he could not name this superior technique of Qigong martial arts, he recognized its extraordinary nature. The elder pointed his purple and red fingers skyward. And with a resounding boom, a visible beam of light erupted, intertwining vibrant purple and red hues, as fire and electricity coexisted in that moment, piercing through the clouds above. Aragon stood agape at the spectacle. "Hey, why are you spying on my father?" Suddenly, a voice startled Aragon, making him jump. He turned to see a little girl with short black hair, her large eyes fixed on him. He stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. But he wondered if this beautiful girl was the elder's child. Suddenly, he noticed that the girl was not standing on the ground, but sitting atop a fluffy yellow cloud. Aragon gazed in disbelief at the yellow cloud beneath her. "This is a birthday gift from my father. Isn't it lovely?" The girl, evidently aware of Aragon's gaze, beamed with pride. "But you still haven't explained why you're hiding here, spying on my father." As she continued to scrutinize him, Aragon suppressed his astonishment, his heart racing, and forced himself to explain, "I was merely passing by, just passing through." "You're lying. Who would pass by such a high place?" The clever girl, about his age, quickly discerned his fib. "Shockwave, why are you up so early today?" The elder's voice called from a distance. This was the first time Aragon had heard the elder speak in the past 6 months. The little girl, Wu Shockwave, the 8-year-old daughter of Wu Tian, immediately disregarded the strange boy upon hearing her father's call. She patted the yellow cloud beneath her and chirped, "Jinduyan." The yellow cloud seemed to understand human speech, as it effortlessly carried Wu Shockwave to Wu Tian's side. The little girl looked up at Wu Tian and exclaimed, "Mommy told you to come for breakfast. Did you want to ride the Nimbus to play?" Wu Tian gently flicked his daughter's forehead and scooped her up into his embrace. "I want to ride. I want to ride." Wu Shockwave wriggled in her father's arms, but Wu Tian paid her no mind. With a light tap on the Nimbus, he instructed it to depart. And the sentient yellow cloud swiftly soared into the distant sky, vanishing in an instant. Without even glancing at the boy Aragorn, who stood nearby in astonishment, Wu Tian dashed away with his daughter in his arms. "Uncle!" Aragorn called out, immediately giving chase. However, Wu Tian's speed was beyond that of the small boy. And despite Aragorn's desperate sprint, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of Wu Tian's retreating figure. Suddenly recalling the experiences of the past 6 months, Aragorn regained his focus and adjusted his pace to closely follow the silhouette of the uncle ahead. Strangely, even though Wu Tian was fast, he still maintained a speed that allowed Aragorn to struggle behind him. Wu Tian's pace fluctuated, twisting and turning along the rugged mountain path, which made the pursuit arduous for Aragorn. Yet the boy stubbornly persevered, realizing that for the past half-year, Wu Tian had always encouraged him to keep up, clearly seeing potential in him. The most compelling evidence was that his current speed was far superior to what it had been before, and he was uncertain how far he had already run. All he felt was a weariness consuming him, heat rising within, and a parched throat. Suddenly, he lost sight of the uncle ahead. He paused, then continued to the spot where Wu Tian had vanished. Looking around, he discovered a lifeless deer lying on the slope by the roadside. "So we're having deer today," he murmured to himself, scratching his head. Aragorn realized he had failed once again to catch up with the uncle, so he dragged the deer's leg down the mountain, crestfallen. In front of the thatched cottage in the mountains, Wu Tian emerged from the woods, cradling his daughter, and saw his wife, Wu Fangfang, preparing porridge outside. "Daddy, why did you take such a long route?" Wu Shockwave asked, puzzled in her father's arms. Wu Tian smiled and replied, "Running a bit more helps strengthen the body." "Oh," the little girl said, half understanding, but soon caught a whiff of the fragrant breakfast, wriggling out of Wu Tian's grasp to skip over and seize a soft bun, taking a bite that made her eyes squint with delight. "Well done," Wu Tian said as he sat at the table, lifting his bowl of porridge and devouring it heartily. Wu Fangfang smiled and said, "Are you thinking of taking that boy as your apprentice?" Wu Tian had previously mentioned Aragorn to his wife. Of course, he did not know the boy's name, but he had noticed his talent and determination, sparking some interest within him. "Let us see. There's no rush to open a martial arts school yet," Wu Tian replied, having already consumed a large bowl of porridge and finishing off the oily pancake in a few bites. After breakfast, Wu Tian stood aside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. "Daddy, why are you not happy?" The young girl unexpectedly found her way to Wu Tian's side, tilting her tiny head to ask, "Why are you unhappy?" Wu Tian was taken aback and looked down at his daughter, Wu Shockwave. Little did she realize that she had posed a question without considering an answer. Upon noticing her father's gaze upon her, Wu Shockwave pointed to her cheek and exclaimed, "Daddy, my face is dirty. Can you help me wipe it?" "Dirty?" Wu Tian squinted, his daughter's features appearing somewhat blurred, despite having cherished his eyesight over the past decade. It was gradually deteriorating due to the inherent flaws of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As he leaned closer, he noticed a smudge of soup dumpling juice at the corner of her mouth and reached out to clean it away. Wu Xiaowei giggled, "It tickles." Having trained in martial arts for many years, Wu Tian's hands were calloused and tough. "All right, go play," he said, patting the little girl's head and sending her off. He turned back to gaze at the slowly drifting clouds on the horizon, reflecting, "Dragon Balls. Oh, Dragon Balls, when will I gather you all?" Shaking his head, he pondered the impossibility of locating them in an era devoid of radar technology. Even with his formidable skills, he felt powerless, particularly since he didn't possess a single Dragon Ball. Otherwise, he could have sought the help of a fortune teller to potentially locate the other 6. However, in the vastness of Earth, how could one possibly find a mere tiny orb? Down the mountain, Aragon returned slowly to the farmhouse after roasting and consuming a deer he had caught in the woods. Unsurprisingly, he was met with a barrage of scolding from his father. "You lazy good-for-nothing. Have you been frolicking on the mountain? Get down to the fields and help your brothers. There's no breakfast left for you." Aragon pouted but said nothing as he stepped out of the thatched cottage, picked up some farming tools from the wall, and walked towards the fields. He could faintly hear his father humming a tune inside the house. Strong and capable, yet all the labor was heaped upon his 3 sons, and so biased, favoring the elder brothers simply because they were stronger, leaving him to starve. Anger and resentment simmered within Aragon, yet these emotions had long been buried deep within his heart over the years. Such was his fate. What could he do? It was only half a year ago, upon encountering Wu Tian on the mountain, that he realized perhaps his destiny could be different. Wu Tian stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing at the myriad stars above. He had been standing there since daybreak, witnessing the sun's descent and the moon's ascent, watching as the celestial bodies adorned the night sky and the dim clouds danced in the darkness. "Brother Tian, what are you thinking about?" Wu Fangfang appeared beside him, draping a light garment over his shoulders. Wu Tian took her hand and replied, "Nothing much. You still wish to hide things from me. I know you too well." Wu Fangfang said gently, smiling, "Ever since you changed years ago, I realized this little Taida mountain could hardly contain you. I am already content with the peaceful life you have granted me and Xiaowei over the years." Fangfang. Wu Tian grasped his wife's hand tightly, feeling a surge of emotion within him. To be candid, his union with Wu Fangfang and the birth of their child was not solely born out of profound love. Rather, it stemmed primarily from a desire to repay the kindness of his esteemed mentor, Teitu, and to fulfill the lingering wishes of the previous owner of this body. Wu Tian's feelings for Wu Fangfang were, at most, the bond cultivated over the years of their marital life. In this moment, witnessing his wife's thoughtful concern for him, he was genuinely touched. "Let us descend the mountain. Tomorrow, our family shall venture down," Wu Fangfang declared, gazing into Wu Tian's eyes. "I do not wish for Xiaowei to grow up like I did, as a wild child of the mountains. Tian Gu, with your extraordinary abilities, surely you won't let us, mother and daughter, suffer, will you?" Unable to suppress a smile, Wu Tian replied, "Of course not." He embraced his wife, and they stood together under the starlit sky for a considerable time. The following day, Wuxiaoui awoke, her eyes still hazy with sleep. Upon overhearing her parents discussing their descent, she immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, are you both going down the mountain? Take me with you, please." "We cannot take you," Wu Tian replied with a gentle smile. "Please, I want to go down and play." Wuxiaoui pouted. "Then you must listen to your mother on the way. No tantrums, all right?" Wu Tian proposed, finding joy in conversing with his child. As expected, upon hearing her father's consent to her accompanying them, Wuxiaoui eagerly nodded. Yes, yes. I will definitely listen to Mama." Noticing Wu Tian still observing her, the clever little girl quickly added, "And I will listen to you too, Papa." Wu Tian exchanged a knowing smile with his wife. "Let us go." "Magic cloud," Wu Tian called out as he stepped outside, and a yellow cloud swiftly appeared from the heavens. Hovering before him, Wuxiaoui joyfully leaped onto the magic cloud, rolling around with delight, before suddenly sitting up and asking, "Papa, will that strange person from yesterday come again today?" Meanwhile, Aragon climbed the mountain once more, arriving at the cliff where Wu Tian practiced his skills, only to find no sign of the familiar figure. How peculiar. Has the uncle arrived late today? No. Could it be that he had to return home early? Aragon muttered to himself, perplexed. As he approached, he noticed a crooked inscription etched into the ground. "My papa is taking Mama and me down the mountain. You can play by yourself." Beside this message lay a stone, obviously used to carve the letters. Having learned some characters in his early years, Aragon recognized the message. Panic washed over him. The world before him split into 2 realms, one of gray farmland, and the other, the vibrant, mystical martial arts showcased by the uncle. An overwhelming sense of anxiety gripped his heart, as he instinctively felt that something was slipping away from him, something he would forever miss if he did not seize it. He stood in place for a moment, then suddenly shouted and dashed down the mountain in a frenzy. He sprinted recklessly along the path, disregarding his stamina, tumbling numerous times, once rolling down the highest steps and landing in a bruised heap. Yet, he paid no heed to his injuries. Gritting his teeth and continuing his mad dash down the mountain, he ran and ran, bursting forth from the thicket at the mountain's base, turning around to look in all directions, but there was no sign of the uncle anywhere. Aragon stood in place, panting and drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted both physically and emotionally. Overwhelmed by sorrow, the boy could not hold back his tears. "Hey, why are you crying? How embarrassing." Startled, Aragon looked up to find the little girl from yesterday before him once more. She remained seated upon that enchanting yellow cloud, her eyes fixed upon him with unabashed curiosity. With tear-streaked cheeks, Aragon gazed beyond Wu Xiaowei, where Wu Tian floated down the mountainside, embracing his wife with a warm smile directed at him. Suddenly jolted, Aragon dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. Wu Fangfang turned to her husband. Wu Tian said, "Do not rush to bow. What brings you down the mountain in such haste?" When they departed, his daughter Wu Xiaowei had left a message for the boy while riding her magical cloud, prompting Wu Tian to linger in the air. Observing the boy linger at the edge of the cliff for a moment before dashing down the mountain in a frenzy, Wu Tian chose to reveal himself. Aragon continued to bow fervently, exclaiming, "Please, uncle, teach me martial arts." Chapter 22. Bidding farewell to the old father and following the master. "Why do you wish to learn martial arts from me?" asked Wu Tian. "Because you are formidable." "And why do you want to learn martial arts?" "I do not wish to spend my life as a farmer. Being a martial artist is not a means of livelihood. It merely signifies one who possesses some martial skills. If you learn martial arts, how will you sustain yourself? By robbing and stealing? I do not know. But the mere thought of toiling daily in the fields, facing the earth, and turning my back on the sky, and ultimately becoming a reflection of my father fills me with discontent. Let me ask you again, are you aware that our departure may mean we shall never return? What have your family left behind? Can you bear it? My family would be glad to see me gone. It would save them from feeding one more mouth." At this point in their dialogue, Wu Tian paused, scrutinizing the kneeling Aragon with newfound intensity. He suddenly inquired, "Have you long intended to become my disciple? Is that why you feigned ineptitude while laboring at home? Otherwise, with the strength you have built over the past half-year on the mountain, your ability in farm work should be commendable. How could your father have allowed you to leave for a mere meal?" His speech was deliberate, each question pressing down on Aragon, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Aragon trembled, realizing his secret was laid bare before Wu Tian's discerning gaze. He stammered, unable to articulate a response, too intimidated to lift his eyes to Wu Tian. Wu Xiaowei remained seated upon her cloud, witnessing her father's stern demeanor for the first time, feeling a twinge of fear and pity for the kneeling Aragon, wondering if his knees pained him. Wu Fangfang turned her gaze to her husband. After a moment, Aragon heard Wu Tian's final question. "Are you prepared to endure suffering, the kind that makes you wish for death?" "I can. As long as I can endure suffering, I can become someone different. I can bear any hardship." "Very well. Return home and settle your affairs. We shall wait for you on the western road for half an hour. If you are late, return to your farming." Aragon abruptly raised his head, but Wu Tian had already departed with his wife and daughter. As Aragon gazed at the retreating figures of the three, a wave of emotion surged within him, causing his eyes to sting. He pressed his lips together, a resolute expression emerging in his gaze. Rising from the ground, he sprinted homeward without a backward glance. Where had they gone now? Upon entering his yard, he was met by his father's scolding voice. With a slight grimace, he stepped inside, where he found his father donning a thin garment and emerging from the house, his lower half clad in a pair of coarse trousers. Indeed, regardless of the season, spring, summer, autumn, or winter, he wore those same trousers, so long that only the tips of his shoes were visible. This was a frequent source of quiet disdain for Aragon, who wondered how his father could appear so unkempt and still refrain from laboring in the fields. Thankfully, he had two sons capable of enduring hardship, allowing him to lead a life of idleness. As Aragon's father stepped outside and caught sight of him, he instinctively began to berate him, only to pause mid-sentence. Glancing at the sky and then at Aragon's face, he inquired, "Why are you home so early today?" "I'm leaving," Aragon retorted defiantly, standing at the entrance of the yard. "Where do you think you're going? You little rascal. Hurry up and eat a flatbread before heading out to work," his father shouted angrily, raising his hand as if to strike. Yet this time, Aragon did not flinch. he stated firmly, I am going to learn martial arts from the masters on the mountain. After a brief pause, he added resolutely, I shall not return. His father furrowed his brow, lowering his hand as he scrutinized his son. Is that true? Absolutely. I have nothing to pack. The master has only granted me half an hour, and if I miss it, it will be too late. Aragon replied. Half an hour? Then why are you dawdling? Get out of here. I want to feed you another meal. Aragon's father's face darkened, and he struck Aragon with a resounding slap. The blow left Aragon's cheek burning red. His father, taken aback, had not anticipated that his son would not evade the strike. Aragon turned away, only to pivot back, bowing respectfully to his father before striding purposefully through the gate. His lips moved silently, but his father called after him as he exited, shouting, Don't you dare think you can live on meat alone. Remember to eat your flatbreads and cabbage. With a heavy thud, he slammed the gate shut. Not far away, Aragon halted, taken aback by his father's words. How could he know that Aragon feasted on meat daily? Images flashed through Aragon's mind, the dim light of dawn as he ascended the mountain, the sensation of being followed at times, roasting venison, tiger meat, and bear paws in the forest, and the shadowy figures that seemed to flit nearby. He recalled how each time he returned home, his father would scold him, declaring that there was no food for him and urging him to hurry back to the fields. Overwhelmed, Aragon's legs weakened, and he could no longer contain his tears. He sank to his knees and bowed deeply 3 times before the door of his home. After a long moment, he straightened, resolutely wiped away his tears, and sprinted away. Inside the yard, Aragon's father squatted against the doorframe, lifting the hem of his left trouser leg to reveal a prosthetic leg crafted from steel. He murmured, My boy, you possess a fortune. You must seize this opportunity. Do you even realize who resides atop that mountain? Ah, but that is the esteemed disciple of the venerable Tedu. Truly remarkable. As tears of nostalgia streamed down his face, Aragon arrived at the agreed-upon location precisely half an hour later. You are so slow, complained Wu Xiaowei, who had been spinning in the clouds for what felt like an eternity. She leaned over the cloud, observing the somewhat silent Aragon, and curiously inquired, Oh, why are your eyes so red? Did your father not allow you to accompany us? No, it's not that. My father wants me to join you, Aragon replied softly, wiping his face vigorously to erase any trace of tears. He turned to Wu Tian and asked, May I call you master? Wu Tian remained non-committal, simply saying, Let us go. Meanwhile, Wu Fangfang smiled and nodded at Aragon, taking his hand as they followed Wu Tian, whispering, Do not be sad. If you ever miss home, consider me your mother. Thank you, Master Mother, but I'm fine. I wish to learn martial arts from Master, and I will not be homesick, Aragon affirmed with determination, taking the initiative to assist Wu Fangfang with her belongings. No need for that. Just place it up there, she said, placing her bundle on the cloud where Wu Xiaowei sat, prompting an indignant protest from Wu Xiaowei. It's so cramped now, Mama. I can't roll around. Wu Tian, walking ahead, remarked, Let him carry it. If he can't keep up, he can go back to farming. He turned around and instructed, Fangfang, sit on the cloud. We need to pick up the pace. Wu Fangfang widened her eyes, glancing at the seemingly frail Aragon, yet she nodded, handing her bundle to the young boy and patting his head before seating herself on the cloud. Oh no, it's even more cramped now that Mama is here. Wu Xiaowei exclaimed as she was pulled into her mother's embrace, growing increasingly dissatisfied. Keep up, Wu Tian called from the front, instantly quickening his pace. The cloud, which had been leisurely floating beside him, suddenly surged forward to closely follow Wu Tian, causing Wu Xiaowei to giggle uncontrollably. Though she couldn't quite comprehend what was amusing, perhaps it was the gentle breeze that felt so delightful. Aragon took a deep breath, composed himself, secured his bundle, and began to run after them. The sensation was reminiscent of the past 6 months spent chasing the uncle across the mountains. However, this time, his master would not leave him behind. Recalling the extraordinary martial skills he had witnessed from Wu Tian, an invigorating strength surged through his legs, propelling him to run even faster. Chapter 23. Journey to the seaside. By the time they passed noon, Wu Tian and his companions finally reached the nearest town. Have we arrived? Wu Xiaowei, who had been peacefully sleeping in her mother's arms, awoke and rubbed her eyes. Upon seeing the town, Wu Fangfang leaped down from the cloud with Wu Xiaowei in her arms. I want to sit up there, Wu Xiaowei protested, bouncing down from her mother's embrace, grasping the tail of the cloud, and climbing back up to roll comfortably while gazing at the onlookers along the road. Xiaowei, be good and come down to walk. Wu Fangfang felt somewhat uneasy under the scrutiny of so many unfamiliar faces. I don't want to. I want to stay up here. Wu Xiaowei laughed joyfully, as the cloud slowly drifted forward. Let her be, Wu Tian replied without looking back as he continued his way ahead. Aragon trailed at the rear, arms hanging limply. Panting like a weary dog, he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through, bloodshot eyes betraying his fatigue, and his lips parched. The muscles in his thighs trembled, his gait unsteady. "Let us find a place to eat and rest for a while," Wu Tian suggested, scanning the surroundings for a tavern. Passers-by, astonished by the sight of the nimbus cloud, whispered and pointed, but Wu Tian appeared oblivious to their stares. Aragon, however, felt discomfort under the scrutiny, his limbs stiff as he followed his master with his head bowed. Before long, Wu Tian declared, "This will do." He led his wife, daughter, and disciple into a modest eatery in the street, instructing them to order some home-style dishes. They quickly settled at a table. "Oh, it's time to eat," Wu Shockwave exclaimed joyfully as she leaped down from the nimbus, drawing curious glances from the waiter who served their food, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the yellow cloud beside the table. Other patrons in the establishment also glanced over, whispering among themselves. Undeterred, Wu Tian busily served dishes, playfully eliciting laughter from his daughter, Wu Shockwave. After their meal, Wu Shockway's face was smeared with grease, prompting Wu Fongfong to wipe it clean. Aragon had been focused on his food, devouring it hungrily. After settling the bill, Wu Tian allowed the group to rest for a while. Once the sun's intensity had diminished, they resumed their journey. Wu Fongfong retrieved a black umbrella from her pack, shielding her daughter from the sun, while the little girl, well-fed, drifted into a sweet slumber. Wu Tian, as he walked, sensed a few lingering figures tailing them from a distance. Upon exiting the city, he noticed that several furtive individuals were persistently following them. "Adjust your breathing. Let your muscles coordinate as one," Wu Tian instructed his newly accepted disciple. "Merely exerting brute strength is not martial arts. That is foolishness." Their pace was swift by ordinary standards, yet compared to their morning speed, it was merely a leisurely post-meal stroll. Aragon listened intently, diligently adjusting his technique. His innate talent was remarkable. He grasped every concept Wu Tian imparted with remarkable ease, mastering them almost instantaneously. Wu Tian marveled at the boy's cleverness. His martial prowess likely rivaled that of the original Sun Wukong. While the latter could effortlessly learn the Kamehameha wave, Wu Tian pondered how far Aragon could advance. Regrettably, the boy's cunning at such a young age suggested a lack of purity in his intentions, perhaps disqualifying him from riding the Nimbus. Occasionally, as they traveled, Wu Tian would strike at Aragon to hone his reflexes and adaptability, teaching him to counter attacks. Whenever Aragon faltered, Wu Tian would correct his technique with gentle taps and pulls, demonstrating fundamental principles of offense and defense. In his approach to teaching, Wu Tian found resonance with the philosophy of Master Roshi from the original narrative. They did not continue the traditional martial arts guidance of Wu Taidu. Rather, they focused on enhancing their disciples' overall physical attributes. As long as they could develop in their students a body endowed with strength, stamina, speed, flexibility, coordination, and reflexes, then any martial arts technique could be readily employed. The specifics of martial pathways could be mastered through the disciples' own practice. Were these individuals courting death? A few ruffians trailing behind Wu Tian cursed under their breath. Initially, they had stealthily followed, but as Wu Tian and his companions quickened their pace, they too had to hasten, brazenly pursuing them from behind. They hardly resembled malicious robbers. Instead, they appeared as righteous pursuers of bandits. They stopped. One sharp-eyed member among them spotted Wu Tian and his trio halted by the riverbank ahead and exclaimed with delight, "They are truly seeking their own demise. We have been laboring in pursuit, and they have the audacity to stop at this moment." He chuckled. "I thought they had discovered us. But it seems that miraculous cloud is about to belong to us. We can sell it to those wealthy patrons, and gold and jewels will flow into our hands." As he spoke, he nearly drooled in anticipation. As the approaching ruffians drew near, Wu Tian patted Aragon on the shoulder and said, "Go on, give it a try." With a gentle push, he sent Aragon towards the advancing rogues. Is this child capable? Wu Fongfong, who had trained in martial arts under Wu Taidu for several years, felt uncertain, having only mastered rudimentary self-defense without the ability to assess other skills. "Do not worry," Wu Tian reassured his wife. Unfazed was Wu Shockwave, who sat gleefully upon her cloud, found the situation delightful. "Aragon, go. Defeat them." Oh. Having learned his name, she affectionately called him Brother Aragon. The ruffian leader snorted, pointing at the yellow cloud beneath Wu Shockwave with a voice steeped in menace. "Listen up, you lot. Hand over that cloud of yours if you know what's good for you. Perhaps we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, in this desolate wilderness, no one will come to collect your remains." However, Aragon, after bowing respectfully, charged towards them. "Hey, You little brat, seeking death. The ruffian lunged forward, rolling up his sleeves to strike Aragon. Yet, in a swift motion, Aragon adeptly ducked beneath the attack as he ran, utilizing the momentum from his advance. He seamlessly connected his muscles and bones, channeling immense force into his right fist, which landed with a resounding impact on the ruffian's chin. Bang! The ruffian was unexpectedly sent flying by the seemingly slight Aragon, crashing to the ground some distance away. Oh, incredible! Wu Xiaowei clapped her hands in joy, reveling in the excitement of the fight. Bang, 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 bang. Aragon continued to grow more proficient, weaving through the ruffians, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon anyone who crossed his path. Soon, he swiftly incapacitated the entire group. Aragon was not a novice in martial arts. Having diligently followed Wu Tian for the past 6 months, effectively becoming a half-disciple under his tutelage. To his own astonishment, he had managed to defeat these seemingly formidable opponents with relative ease. In the village, even the local ruffians instilled a sense of fear in him. Yet now he had effortlessly triumphed over these burly men. He stared blankly at his own palms, and upon realizing his achievement, he hastily turned to Wu Tian and bowed, addressing him as master. This strength he wielded was a gift from his mentor, a martial prowess that would alter the course of his life. However, Wu Tian's expression hardened as he noticed a thug behind Aragon drawing a tubular object from his pocket, aiming the dark muzzle at Aragon's back. With gritted teeth, the thug activated a mechanism. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed, a flash of fire erupted, and black smoke billowed forth. The assailant screamed in agony, the recoil nearly fracturing his wrist, and the acrid smoke blackened his face, causing tears to stream down his cheeks. Aragon was momentarily stunned, turning abruptly to find that his master had darted behind him in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian held a bullet between his fingers, still emanating faint heat. After examining it closely, he casually molded it into various shapes, elongated strips, spheres, and thin sheets, before ultimately compacting it into a metallic lump and discarding it on the ground. The gunman stood petrified, mouth agape, unable to utter a sound, his darkened face accentuating his white teeth. Even the injured accomplice beside him fell silent. Both men transfixed by Wu Tian, fearful that he might treat them similarly. Get lost, Wu Tian commanded, not even glancing at the thugs as he approached, seizing one and tossing him away with ease. Before long, the ruffians had vanished from sight. Let us proceed to the seaside, he instructed, and the 4 companions resumed their journey. Traveling through the wilderness, they remained in high spirits. Even the youngest, Wu Xiaowei, who had grown up in the mountains, found joy in sleeping beneath the stars, reveling in the freedom of the open sky. By day, she drank in the breathtaking scenery, and by night, she had the energy to venture into the woods, fields, and valleys, causing Aragon to follow her with cautious concern. The little girl, whether sleeping on her cloud of somersaults or awake, radiated joy and laughter. Aragon, on the other hand, faced a grueling ordeal, not only honing his physical strength during the day, but also sparring with Wu Tian at night, all while occasionally serving as the little girl's bodyguard. Wu Tian, however, did not burden Aragon unduly. He believed that this hands-on approach suited such a martial arts prodigy. It was through practical engagement with masters that Aragon could rapidly learn from his mistakes and achieve substantial growth. Unbeknownst to them, days passed, and the sound of crashing waves drew nearer. Shifting the focus back to the path they had traversed, the ruffians Wu Tian had dispatched now lay motionless on the ground, their bodies ravaged by wild beasts. Faintly, one can discern the ghastly visages of several individuals, their blood-red eyes bulging grotesquely, their lips and cheeks emaciated and tinged with a ghastly hue, while their hands clutched desperately at their throats, their demise tragically harrowing, as though they endured unimaginable agony in their final moments. Nearby, the lifeless bodies of several wild wolves lay sprawled, having perished from consuming the flesh of these unfortunate souls. Chapter 24. Practicing martial arts by the sea. Before them stretched a quaint fishing village by the seaside, nestled in a remote locale. Wu Tian and his trio arrived in this serene setting, where Wu Xiaowei, perched upon a cloud, gazed curiously towards the distant shore. Her mouth agape in wonder, she exclaimed, "How vast! Mother, is this the ocean? It is so beautiful." It was indeed her first encounter with the sea. In truth, it was also Wu Fangfang's inaugural sighting of the ocean, and she too was captivated by its boundless magnificence. Let us explore that village, Wu Tian suggested, leading them towards the fishing hamlet, where figures could be seen emerging, having noticed the presence of these outsiders. Aragon trailed behind, burdened with all their belongings, a task his master had dubbed as a form of training. Suddenly, he was taken aback by the sight of the approaching village. Why are these people not wearing clothes? He exclaimed in astonishment. Oh, how shameful. Wu Xiaowei, frightened, buried herself deeper into the cloud, unwilling to witness the villagers any longer. Wu Tian furrowed his brow, observing the group of men and women clad only in minimal coverings. These indigenous inhabitants bore sun-kissed skin, a testament to years of exposure to the elements. They gathered around, their expressions reflecting a mixture of astonishment and curiosity that rivaled that of Wu Tian and his companions. How peculiar that they are clothed. Aragon turned his head away, hesitant to look further, and whispered to Wu Tian, Master, do you think we should teach them a lesson? Wu Tian shook his head, opting for a different path towards a small grove at the opposite end of the sandy beach, saying, Let us move along. Daddy, why aren't they wearing clothes? Wu Xiaowei finally lifted her head from the cloud, her confusion evident as she gazed at Wu Tian. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Tian replied, You find it strange that they do not wear clothing. Perhaps they find our attire even more peculiar. Daddy is teasing. What is strange about wearing clothes? Wu Xiaowei clearly disagreed, her eyes darting about in contemplation. Behind them, a cacophony of jeers erupted as several fishermen followed, mocking and gesturing towards Wu Tian and his companions with disdain. Wu Fangfang remained silent, anxiously clutching her husband's sleeve. Wu Tian offered her a comforting pat. Aragon, feeling irritated, remarked, Master, these people are insufferable. Should we not confront them? Wu Tian cast a sidelong glance at his disciple and replied, Focus on your own affairs. Do not concern yourself with them. Before Aragon could retort, a stone struck him on the back of the head, causing him to turn around in anger, only to find it was indeed those uncultured fishermen who had thrown it. Laughter erupted from the fishermen, who continued to point and gawk as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Wu Tian remained silent, genuinely feeling no anger. Those who followed him appeared to him like a swarm of mosquitoes, wild beasts, or mere weeds by the roadside, indistinguishable in their insignificance. Much like Shanks from One Piece, who could allow a ruffian to pour wine over his head with a smile, or Luffy and Zoro, who faced ridicule and violence in a tavern without retaliating. This was not merely patience, but rather a testament to a higher state of mind and perspective, one that transcended those around them. True strength does not arise from bullying the weak, but from surpassing oneself and vanquishing stronger foes. Too infuriating, exclaimed Wu Xiaowei, the little girl, puffing up with indignation as she defiantly glared at the group. In response, some male fishermen boldly tore away their coverings, brazenly flaunting their anatomy. Wu Xiaowei gasped and instinctively hid in her father's embrace. Wu Fangfang turned away in frustration. Aragon gritted his teeth in anger. Even Wu Tian, who had previously been indifferent, narrowed his eyes. He discreetly ushered his wife and daughter behind him, his gaze calm as he regarded the figure performing the insulting gesture. Slowly, he raised his hand, and a beam of intertwining lightning and fire erupted from his fingertip, striking the figure with a resounding thud, rendering it a headless, convulsing mass that collapsed helplessly. The laughter ceased abruptly, an eerie silence enveloping the group across from them. Soon after, chaos erupted as they scattered in all directions. Let us go, Wu Tian said, turning away. The four of them strolled across the beach, eventually reaching a small grove where Wu Tian sought suitable timber for constructing a cabin. Aragon, still a novice, could only assist with menial tasks, for he was not yet capable of felling trees with his bare hands. As Wu Tian casually chopped the wood with his hand like a blade, he glanced at Aragon, who appeared deep in thought. With a smile, he inquired, What occupies your mind? Disciple wonders why the master refrained from acting initially, but intervened later. Aragon replied earnestly, Have you arrived at an answer? Yes. Then share it. Aragon spoke slowly, Master. You once asked me why I pursued martial arts. At the time, I believed that following you was my only path away from the fields. But now, do you grasp the reason behind your pursuit of martial arts? Master, I believe my desire to practice stems from a wish to gain the strength to protect those and that which I hold dear. His eyes sparkled with determination, fixed upon Wu Tian. Wu Tian chuckled, playfully patting Aragon's head. Hurry and finish your own cabin. Do you wish to sleep in the same room as me and your master's wife? With that, he entered the wooden cabin, flipping his palm to reveal a blazing sphere of fire nestled within it. Understood. Aragon responded loudly, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, mimicking Wu Tian's actions. He constructed a makeshift cabin beside Wu Tian's. Though lacking the skill to drive wooden stakes into the ground with his palm, he resorted to stacking them together like building blocks, likely to collapse at the slightest gust. As the air within the cabin heated and billowed outward, Wu Tian glanced at the ground beneath him and ventured outside to gather more timber, laying down a layer of wooden planks. At that moment, Wu Fangfang and her daughter returned from foraging for wild vegetables. I shall procure some meat, Wu Tian proclaimed, for we are by the seaside. And I will also seek out some seafood. As he ventured further away, the twilight descended. When night enveloped the shore, the glow of fire illuminated 2 wooden huts, where a family of 3, accompanied by a young apprentice, engaged in light-hearted conversation, allowing the evening to drift away. Shadows flickered mysteriously within the darkened woods. The following day, Aragon was roused at dawn by his master, who insisted on a morning run along the coastline. Stripped of any burdens, Wu Tian unexpectedly had him carry an exceedingly heavy wooden log as they traversed the shores, the waves crashing against their feet, while the distant horizon hinted at the first light of dawn. Thus began Aragon's arduous coastal training. Each day, after their morning jog, he was directed to the rocky reefs to practice martial arts against the relentless waves. The additional grueling tasks, such as running with an immense weight on his back, doing push-ups on the beach without allowing a single log to roll away, were trials that Aragon found utterly exhausting. Before long, 3 months had elapsed. With each passing day, Aragon's training deepened. He now found himself far from the shore, with towering waves crashing around him, yet he remained steadfast on the rocks, diligently practicing his punches. His torso bare, revealing robust muscles, the seawater and sweat cascading down his body exuded a certain virile beauty. He gazed contemplatively at the distant sea, pondering when his master might emerge again. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the water, suspended above the surface, none other than Wu Tian. Exhaling with a hint of exasperation, Wu Tian realized that the pressure of the seawater could not adequately substitute for the gravity chamber's effects. Clenching his fist, he acknowledged that his body's potential had nearly reached its limits. Over the past year, he had perceptibly felt his strength advancing at an increasingly sluggish pace. Wu Tian soared back towards the shore, while Aragon, noting the time, leapt into the water, swiftly swimming towards the beach. That evening, Aragon sat before Wu Tian. Qi, he mused, is a source of life hidden deep within every individual's being. Day after day, night after night, Wu Tian dedicated himself to his training during the day and imparted the secrets of Qi cultivation to Aragon in the evenings. Aragon's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Within a fortnight, he had begun to harness the energy within him, and by the end of the month, he could soar into the sky. Meanwhile, Wu Tian, having narrowly escaped death while attempting to train in the ocean's depths, thanks only to the miraculous beans, gradually relinquished that pursuit, fully grasping the limitations of his current physique. He recalled that at the story's inception, Master Roshi possessed a combat power exceeding 170. By reasonable estimation, in his youth, Master Roshi's strength would have surpassed 200. However, considering his fear of Piccolo, it was likely that he did not exceed Piccolo's prowess. Wu Tian surmised that his own strength now hovered between 240 and 260. Reflecting on the original tale where characters like Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha effortlessly surpassed thousands, he felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing he remained confined to this modest range, despite his resolute spirit. In light of this, let us proceed with the development of that technique. Wu Tian resolutely decided that until he discovered the Dragon Balls to make his wishes, he would no longer engage in meaningless training. Instead, he would focus on perfecting the technique he had already made significant progress on in the ninja world. Upon discovering the abilities of his Manjiki Sharingan, Wu Tian had embarked on researching this technique. He was acutely aware that he could not descend into the depths of madness to seize the eyes of his own flesh and blood merely to attain eternal light. Although he was merely a reincarnated soul, this did not alter the moral compass and principles he held dear. Therefore, in order to cherish his ocular power and ensure self-preservation even after losing his sight, he diligently endeavored to develop the 2 Manjiki techniques of his eyes into a usable secret art, one that could be learned and mastered based on its principles, rather than a special ability that required his unique eyes. Regrettably, this plan remained incomplete when his brother, Uchiha Musashi, forced him onto a path of no return. With a heart as cold as ashes, Wu Tian unleashed the full potential of his 2 ocular techniques, elevating his chakra to its utmost pinnacle, leading to a mutual demise with Musashi. Now, having arrived in this Dragon Ball world, where Ki differed from chakra, all his previous efforts necessitated a fresh beginning. However, armed with the experiences from the ninja world, he was confident that he could significantly reduce the time required for this endeavor. In the ensuing months, Aragon observed that his master had ceased his arduous training in the sea. Wu Tian either stood by the shore or sat in midair, lost in contemplation or engaged in intricate calculations, with white energy flickering in and out of visibility at his fingertips. Is my master developing a new martial art? Aragon wondered in amazement. As time passed, Wu Xiaowei, overwhelmed by boredom, attempted to learn martial arts alongside Aragon, but ultimately abandoned the endeavor, exhausted. Wu Fangfang silently prepared their daily meals, cared for her daughter, and supported Wu Tian. She was a woman of traditional character. No, something is amiss. Without complete mastery, true potential cannot be fully realized. Where exactly lies the discrepancy? Wu Tian floated in the air, his brow furrowed, as the internal energy surged within him. Gathering in his right palm, radiating a bright light akin to the sun, yet he remained unsatisfied. With a single palm, he unleashed this energy, creating a tremendous wave that surged several meters high. Such a feat could merely be classified as commendable martial arts. It was still far from the secret art that could rival the King Kai fist he envisioned. Shaking his head, he resolved to start anew. He immersed himself once more in his internal energy, his mind weaving through the intricate strands of power, penetrating deep into each flow of energy within him. Perhaps this approach would yield better results. Wu Tian hovered above the ocean's surface, concentrating his energy, his aura surging as his internal power prepared to erupt, enveloping him in a luminous white flame-like glow. "Master is truly remarkable," Aragon exclaimed, watching Wu Tian from the shore. This was the first time he witnessed his master unleash his full strength after grasping the sensation of ki. Facing the vast expanse of the sea, Wu Tian extended both palms forward, then drew them together at his right waist. Wu Xian Qigong. A sphere of blue and white light rapidly coalesced between his palms. With a resounding roar, Wu Tian thrust his hands forward, and the luminous orb transformed into a massive wave of blue and white energy, shooting forth with astonishing speed towards the distant sea. The energy wave skimmed the surface of the water, generating towering waves on either side that soared to heights of several meters. Wu Tian, with unwavering determination, propelled the wave further, veins bulging on his forehead as he relentlessly channeled the energy from within his body into his palms, pushing it outward. This exertion continued for over half a minute before the colossal energy wave gradually dissipated across the ocean's surface, leaving behind an invisible semi-cylindrical path filled anew by the crashing waves. What formidable energy! What technique is this? Aragon watched in utter astonishment. As the energy wave faded, Wu Tian hovered in midair, panting, acutely aware of the dwindling energy within him, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Now, it remained to be seen what he could achieve with this little energy left. Wu Tian raised his right palm, attempting to gather his internal energy to perform the flame blade technique, but nothing manifested. Instead, he felt himself sway in the air, nearly plummeting to the ground. The energy was too scant. Even maintaining levitation was becoming a challenge. Wu Tian bit his lip, recalling the sensation of wielding energy through his ocular technique. The feeling of absolute control over his entire being, the ability to unleash cataclysmic power with even the slightest fraction of energy. No. Time and again he tried, only to face repeated failures. It was as if he were enchanted, distracted even during meals. Finally, on this day, 4.5 months later, Wu Tian floated above the ocean's surface as usual. He assumed the posture of the martial immortal's energy technique, gazing serenely at the boundless sea before him. The energy within him surged like a boiling cauldron. Humming, the blue and white energy wave coalesced between his waist and palms, its flickering brilliance casting shifting shadows across his face. The wave expanded and compressed, swelling with an escalating momentum. His master's aura had intensified several-fold compared to a few months ago. Aragon, watching from the shore, was left speechless, reflecting on his own training efforts that had yielded so little progress, feeling a pang of shame. Boom! Wu Tian unleashed the energy wave with tremendous force, and instantly, a wave far more powerful than that of 4.5 months prior surged forth, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, creating towering waves that surged towards the horizon with unstoppable might. Boom! As Wu Tian directed the energy wave, it unexpectedly curved mid-flight. With a powerful upward motion of his palms, the energy wave soared into the sky. This was astonishing. Aragon, who had been watching from the shore, was nearly rendered speechless. The mastery of such energy manipulation was beyond the imagination of a novice like him. Wu Tian forcefully pressed down with his palms. The energy wave transformed into a white dragon, spiraling high above before suddenly descending with a thunderous crash, erupting into a colossal splash that sent waves soaring over 100 meters high. Aragon was drenched with the cascading droplets, his mouth agape, left utterly speechless. The sheer power displayed had transcended his understanding of human capability. He remained unaware that, although Wu Tian felt a degree of satisfaction, he was far from content. This was merely a threefold increase in power. One must recognize that should he employ the kaleidoscopic ocular technique and channel it with full force, he could unleash a staggering 30-fold explosive strength. However, firstly, the intensity of such ocular techniques was beyond what his mental fortitude could sustain. Even utilizing it for a few seconds posed a significant challenge. Secondly, in his desire to conserve his ocular energy and preserve the brilliance of his eyes, he could not afford to wield the technique so liberally, let alone at such a high output. Thus, he decided to name it the Martial Immortal Fist. Wu Tian mused, deriving the name from the original work's Kaioken technique. In comparison, although the Kaioken could also manifest several times 1's strength, the strain it imposed on the human body was exceedingly great. For instance, in the original narrative, Sun Wukong would endure excruciating pain throughout his body after each use of the Kaioken. In contrast, the Martial Immortal Fist he developed would not inflict such suffering. Fundamentally, this technique relied solely on a martial artist's absolute mastery over their own power, thus enabling them to push forth even greater might. It bore similarities to the Turtle School's Kamehameha, which could unleash higher levels of energy, yet it transcended certain boundaries, resulting in a more exaggerated force. Naturally, this technique demanded exceptionally rigorous qualifications and innate talent from its practitioner, to the extent that one could assert that a genuine martial genius would be the only one capable of mastering even a fraction of it. Wu Tian himself possessed a distinctive advantage due to his kaleidoscopic eyes and the experience of utilizing the ocular technique. As Wu Tian soared back to the coast, it was time to depart from this place. The Martial Immortal School should seek an opportunity to establish a dojo. Chapter 026. The Martial Immortal School Dojo, Part 1. In the Divine Temple, the deity Piccolo stood at the precipice, gazing down upon the mortal realm. His expression was grave, tinged with a hint of astonishment and shock, as if he had witnessed something utterly unfathomable. The energy wave emanating from Wu Tian felt potent enough to vanquish Piccolo. It was more than sufficient to obliterate him. Why was this the case? The deity Piccolo was entirely unaware that when Wu Tian unleashed that energy wave, his own aura had not exceeded its limits. In fact, the intensity of his own energy and the strength of the energy wave he projected were alarmingly disparate, approximately threefold. How could his energy wave possibly amplify his martial prowess 3 times over? Was this still the martial arts of the mortal realm? While the deity marveled in disbelief, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Martial Immortal Fist was not merely a stronger energy wave. It was a technique devoid of the bodily strain characteristic of the Kaioken, capable of exponentially augmenting the user's strength. What further heights can you possibly attain, Wu Tian? Or rather, what future do you envision? Murmured the deity Piccolo, before turning away from the edge after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Martial Immortal Fist? Master, what is the Martial Immortal Fist? On the beach, the master and disciple walked side by side toward the small cabin. Aragorn inquired, astonished and perplexed. Simply put, the Martial Immortal Fist is a technique that enables the user to manifest greater power. Though calling it a technique may be somewhat inaccurate, it might be better described as a form of ultimate mental discipline. Wu Tian pondered before responding. Aragorn exclaimed, I am even more bewildered now. Wu Tian smiled, noticing Aragorn's increasingly perplexed expression, and said, let me illustrate with an analogy. Suppose you were to spar with an ordinary person who has never practiced martial arts. Aragorn chuckled. Master, that hardly seems fair. Wu Tian continued, now, let us assume your physical endurance is entirely equal. In that scenario, who do you think would emerge victorious? Of course, I would win. Aragorn replied, slightly bewildered, for even if his stamina were less than that of an ordinary person, he couldn't possibly lose to someone without martial training. Wu Tian then inquired, what leads you to believe you would prevail? Because I have trained in martial arts with you, Aragorn asserted, but upon seeing his master's seemingly dissatisfied expression, he pondered further. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He thoughtfully remarked, it is precisely because I have practiced martial arts that I know how to exert the least effort to deliver the most powerful strikes. Moreover, I understand better than an ordinary person how to conserve my energy effectively, avoiding unnecessary waste. Wu Tian patted Aragorn on the head, feeling a sense of satisfaction. A clever disciple is indeed a joy to teach. Exactly. The energy within you is akin to physical stamina, while my Martial Immortal Fist represents the superior techniques and experience that martial artists possess compared to the average person. Once you comprehend the Martial Immortal Fist, you will be able to unleash tremendous power with minimal energy. I see. Master, the Martial Immortal Fist is so remarkable. Could you teach it to me? Aragorn's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Of course, I can teach you. but whether you can master it ultimately depends on your own efforts. Wu Tian was uncertain about whether someone without his kaleidoscopic Sharingan could truly grasp the martial immortal fist. He had little confidence in that regard. I will definitely master it, Aragon declared with unwavering confidence. Since he began his martial arts journey with Wu Tian, he had faced little adversity and swiftly learned nearly everything his master taught him. Let us hope so, Wu Tian replied, waving his hand, neither overly optimistic nor pessimistic. Soon, they returned to the wooden cabin where they were temporarily residing. We're back. Wu Fangfang had prepared a meal, and just then, a cheerful voice rang out from above, dinner time. With a whoosh, the nimbus cloud descended, landing beside the three of them. Little Wu Shockwave, her eyes spinning, mumbled, if this nimbus keeps swaying me, I want to take you out to play next time. ISNT at the nimbus that takes you out to play? Aragon found it amusing, observing that Wu Shockwave, clearly feeling dizzy from riding the nimbus, was clutching it as it swayed. He knew that the nimbus, a wondrous gift from his master to Wu Shockwave, was as lively as any creature. With his master's assurances, it was impossible for the nimbus to let Wu Shockwave fall from the sky. As he reminisced about the last time he attempted to ride the nimbus and ended up tumbling down, resulting in prolonged laughter from Wu Shockwave, he felt a twinge of frustration. Why can't I get on? Aragon lamented for quite some time, watching the adorable sight of the little girl on the nimbus. Wu Tian and his wife exchanged amused glances. That evening, after coaxing their daughter to sleep, Wu Fangfang asked Wu Tian, are we leaving soon? Wu Tian nodded and embraced his wife, saying, indeed, there is no reason to linger any longer. Wu Fangfang playfully tapped him, rebuking, yet you still say that. You let our daughter remain by the seaside for so long. Are you not concerned she'll grow weary? Wu Tian apologized. Yes, it was my oversight. After some contemplation, he proposed, let us depart tomorrow, seek a larger city, and establish a martial arts academy where we can enjoy our twilight years together. What nonsense. Are you so old? Wu Fangfang playfully struck him again. I am already in my 40s, sufficiently aged, Wu Tian replied. Suddenly, Wu Fangfang fell silent. Wu Tian, realizing his indiscretion, felt a pang of regret for uttering such words. Abruptly, he sensed a gentle hand caressing his face. Wu Fangfang leaned closer, gazing at him with affection, softly asserting, Brother Tian, you hardly appear to be in your 40s. You look more like a young man in his late 20s. But I am growing old. I will age, Wu Tian attempted to respond, yet his lips were sealed. A hint of moisture brushed against his cheek, and he paused, letting out a subtle sigh. 7 days later, in Saiyan City, one of the largest cities in the East, an unremarkable storefront bore a new sign that read Wuxian Lu Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 27, Wuxian Lu Martial Arts Academy, Part 2. The bustling street was filled with passers-by, yet few noticed the inconspicuous new establishment, especially one dedicated to martial arts. A decade ago, during the reign of the formidable Demon King, many martial artists faced disdain and ridicule. Initially, numerous martial artists sought to challenge the Demon King, aspiring to restore peace to the world, yet they all met tragic ends at his hands. It was rumored that even the renowned martial arts champion had been defeated. Consequently, most martial artists retreated into obscurity, leading to widespread contempt and scorn from the public. Gradually, they ceased to identify as martial artists, and those who once trained students sought alternative paths. Only after the Demon King faded into the shadows, and stories emerged of an unknown hero who vanquished him, did a few former martial artists begin to re-emerge after several years. What nonsense is this shadow fist? Utter rubbish. They simply bully the weak. Just because they learn martial arts, they think themselves exceptional. Where were they when the Demon King reigned? 2 boys, one stout and the other slender, ambled down the street, both sporting bruised faces, evidently having been beaten. Hey, when did someone move in here? The chubby boy suddenly halted, gazing up at the sign hanging at the entrance. Reading aloud in astonishment, Wu Xian Lu. He tugged at his companion's sleeve, pointing at the sign, inquiring, Along, do you know about this place? The leaner boy, Along, glanced at the Wu Xian Lu sign and scoffed, such grand claims. Are they more formidable than those shadow fist practitioners? Bah, none of these martial artists are worth anything. What do you want to do? Go inside. Let's head home. I wish to take a look. The chubby boy hesitated. Of course, I am unwilling to be bullied, yet I dare not venture into that haunted dojo of Shadow Fist. Isn't that akin to a lamb entering the den of a tiger? Fortunately, a new martial arts academy has recently opened here, and I naturally wish to give it a try. Come now, with your physique. The boy named Along shook his head, mercilessly undermining the chubby boy's enthusiasm. Are you going or not? If not, I shall leave. I am determined to enter. I refuse to leave. The chubby boy retorted defiantly, What of being chubby? Does that mean I cannot practice martial arts? My mother says being plump is a sign of good fortune. Surprisingly, the chubby boy was quite stubborn. Witnessing his good friend's disparagement only fueled his determination. That's likely because your mother is even heavier than you, Along thought to himself, rolling his eyes in annoyance. All right, I suppose I shall accompany you inside. Instantly, the chubby boy's face lit up with joy. Hee, then let us go. He excitedly walked into the dojo, while alongside and followed suit. Upon entering, they passed a wall emblazoned with the character for martial and arrived at a courtyard of modest size. The yard housed various training equipment such as sandbags, stone stumps, and stone locks. Doesn't look too impressive, Along scoffed, growing increasingly impatient. Hey, there's a little girl over there. The chubby boy exclaimed suddenly. Along turned to look and indeed saw a girl of about 8 or 9 years old emerging from the back courtyard, accompanied by a teenage boy. The boy had a dark complexion, walked with steady confidence, and, though not tall, exuded a mature demeanor. The young boy, Aragon, also noticed Along and the chubby boy standing across from him. He inquired, "Are you here to learn martial arts?" His tone was amiable, clearly pleased as it was the first time outsiders had entered since the dojo's opening. "It's him who wishes to learn. I merely tagged along for a look." Along quickly clarified, feeling uneasy about the boy before him. "Oh, then follow me. I will introduce you to my master." Aragon nodded, unfazed. He leaned down to speak to Wu Xiaowei. "Xiaowei, I will take him to the back for a moment. Weren't we supposed to be playing outside?" Wu Xiaowei pouted, visibly displeased, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby boy. "How about I buy you some extra treats on the street later?" Aragon compromised, aware of the feisty nature of this young lady, who had often played tricks on him before he mastered the sky dance technique. On one occasion, Wu Xiaowei had tied a long cloth to a cloud, binding Aragon beneath it, and spun him around in the air until he was utterly dazed upon landing. The chubby boy entered alongside Aragon, while Along waited outside, exchanging glances with Wu Xiaowei. After a while, the chubby boy emerged with Aragon. "Prepare yourself. Tomorrow will be your first day of official training," Aragon stated. "Yes, I will certainly study diligently." The chubby boy's eyes sparkled, as if he had just witnessed something extraordinary in the courtyard. Unable to contain his curiosity as they exited, Along asked, "What happened in there? What did you see?" Hee, the chubby boy could only smile broadly. "Chubby, are you going to tell me or not?" After astonishing a chubby little boy, Wu Tian shook his head and chuckled in the backyard. "Brother Tian, how could you show off in front of a child?" Wu Fangfang reproached him. But Wu Tian dismissed her concerns, stating, "These young ones come to learn martial arts, seeking precisely such experiences. If they do not realize that our martial arts academy offers genuine skills, how would they be inclined to join? By the way, what is the name of the largest martial arts academy in this city?" Wu Tian inquired of his wife. "I believe it is called Ghost Shadow Fist," Wu Fangfang pondered. "In a couple of days, let us send Aragon there," Wu Tian decided after a brief moment of contemplation. "Sending that child to pay a visit? Won't he be bullied?" Wu Fangfang, being the daughter of a martial arts master, was not naive. Wu Tian, however, laughed and replied, "If they cannot tolerate him, let them come to us. I shall deal with them one by one, which will actually make things easier. Consequently, more people will come to learn martial arts with us." Wu Fangfang teased him. "Look at you, employing such cunning." But Wu Tian retorted, "I have no choice. Had it not been for my master's instructions before he departed, I would have no desire to take on any disciples. It is not that I do not wish to accept apprentices. Rather, the ideal disciple will only emerge 300 years from now. With a heart akin to Sun Wukong, possessing unparalleled talent, he yearned for such a future disciple, leaving him uninterested in others." He continued, "In fact, I worry that Aragon alone will be sufficient to handle those individuals. In that case, I would not even need to intervene. Is Aragon truly that formidable?" Wu Fangfang expressed her astonishment. "It is not that he is exceptionally strong, but rather that the world is filled with pretenders," Wu Tian remarked, recalling the scenes from the original work of the world's foremost martial arts tournament. Setting aside Sun Wukong, even the inexperienced Krillin could effortlessly navigate such a stage, prompting him to shake his head. This is hardly the world's premier martial arts event. It resembles a city competition. If not for Sun Wukong and his companions supporting it, it would merely be a rural martial arts contest, with a series of clowns amusing the audience. As the tournament progressed, the spectators could barely recognize the martial artists' techniques, mistaking them for mere magic tricks, ultimately crowning a champion akin to a grotesque clown. This indicated that genuine martial artists were becoming increasingly scarce in the world. However, it was not the right time to intervene in the global martial arts scene. What if a prodigy emerged, soaring to greatness under his guidance like Krillin in the original tale? leading to a flourishing martial arts community on Earth? This could attract a combat team from the Saiyans on the other side of the universe, which would be quite unfair. Therefore, such considerations must wait until Kakarot arrives on Earth. Wu Tian gazed at the sky, planning to entrust all matters of the Martial Arts Academy to Aragon once stability was achieved, while he would occasionally venture out to explore. The Wuxian fist required further depth and enhancement, and on the off chance he stumbled upon a Dragon Ball, who knew what wonders could unfold. Chapter 28. The Unlearnable Martial Immortal Fist. Third update. After more than a month of confinement due to a brawl, young Arlong was finally released. Early in the morning, he stepped onto the bustling street, inhaling the long-awaited, refreshing air of freedom. Suddenly, he noticed two groups of individuals sprinting toward him, all clad in identical white martial arts uniforms, each adorned with a character symbolizing martial prowess on their left chests. It was early morning, yet they appeared invigorated, marching in unison with resounding steps. In an instant, Arlong's eyes widened. Amidst these two groups, he recognized a familiar face. "Fatty!" he exclaimed, and indeed, the individual from one of the groups turned upon hearing his voice, waving enthusiastically. Each group consisted of 10 members, and he realized that the person he recognized was positioned second to last in one of the lines. However, was this truly the Fatty he knew? He seemed to have shed his excess weight and looked rather dashing. Arlong pondered whether these individuals were students from that martial arts academy he had visited with Fatty before his confinement. "Run, Fatty! We need to circle the city. The top 3 will get to fly with Master Aragon," shouted a companion trailing behind Fatty. "Oh right, today I must soar to the skies." Fatty felt an exhilarating surge of energy coursing through him. The prospect of flying in the heavens was simply magnificent. Had it not been for Master S's strict prohibition against competing or colliding with pedestrians before exiting the city gates, he would have already sprinted ahead. Before long, Fatty had joined the procession as it hastened toward the city gate. As for Arlong, well, his brother's ascent to the skies was of greater importance. He lowered his hands, glanced around, and inquired of a nearby vendor selling breakfast, "Sir, do these individuals run like this every morning?" The vendor shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "How long have you been cooped up? Don't you know about the Martial Immortal School? It's truly formidable. Just a month ago, those from the Ghost Shadow Fist Academy boldly stormed the gates of the Martial Immortal School. They brought along 50 or 60 people, completely filling the courtyard." "Is that what I asked you?" Arlong blinked in surprise, yet his curiosity was piqued, prompting him to follow up on the vendor's words. "And then what?" "I've heard the practitioners of Ghost Shadow Fist are quite formidable. How could a place as small as the Martial Immortal School remain unscathed?" "Unscathed? Quite the contrary. You should have seen it. A throng gathered outside the Martial Immortal School, eagerly waiting to witness the spectacle within. Everyone was anxious to hear how fierce the battle was." "Could you refrain from being so vague?" Arlong's lips twitched, instinctively pressing for more details. "And then what?" The vendor exaggeratedly mimicked emotion. "Then, those from the Ghost Shadow Fist who entered came flying out, one after another. TSK, TSK, TSK. The Ghost Shadow Fist practitioners have clearly encountered a master this time. I've heard they didn't even catch a glimpse of the headmaster of the academy. They were thrown out without even seeing him." Arlong was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. It is said that the master possesses the ability of Qigong, capable of striking from afar. At that moment, he was indoors, delivering blows with a resounding clap, sending the unfortunate souls flying. "Alas, we were not present to witness this spectacle firsthand. What a pity, what a pity." The elder shook his head. "Such prowess," murmured Arlong. He had been waiting by the street for an extensive period, as the sun gradually ascended in the sky, before finally hearing the familiar sound of running footsteps. Arlong turned to see the two groups of young individuals clad in white martial arts uniforms returning. However, unlike their orderly formation when departing, they now returned in a haphazard manner. Most appeared dejected or begrudgingly resolute, with only a handful sporting triumphant smiles. Among them was the portly fellow, one of the 3 who were grinning. "Fatty!" Arlong rushed over, scrutinizing him from head to toe, delivering a playful punch. "How did you manage to hide all that flab?" The portly one chuckled heartily, grinning widely, leaving Arlong utterly perplexed. With a joyful exclamation, he declared, "Arlong, I'm on the verge of greatness." Days passed in such a repetitive manner, and the number of students at the Martial Arts Academy grew steadily, bringing order to the once chaotic environment. After personally mentoring a handful of students, Wu Tian entrusted the remainder to his sole, true disciple, Aragon, retreating to the backyard to spend time with his wife and daughter. Although Aragon's intentions were not entirely pure, and he could not fully devote himself to the martial arts, Wu Tian did not perceive this as a flaw. He understood that it was not necessary for his disciples to regard martial arts as the entirety of their existence in the lives of ordinary individuals. Even martial arts masters live but a century. Rather than chasing the endless pursuit of martial prowess, perhaps it is wise to invest energy in the nuances of daily life. After all, even those who achieve the heights of mastery, like Clint and his peers, must toil for their livelihoods. In a world of deities, Clint even resorted to working as a traffic officer. With this understanding, Wu Tian cleverly harnessed Aragon's slight ambition, allowing him to manage their sect. Armed with the unique techniques he had imparted, such as the Phoenix Fire Extinguishing Technique, Thunder Slash, and Flame Blade, akin to ninja arts in the realm of martial arts, along with the unfinished version of the martial immortal Qigong. As long as Aragon mastered these over the years, he would be well equipped to handle any minor troubles that might arise on Earth. The evolution of the martial immortal school was entirely in his hands, and Wu Tian had no desire to impose undue interference, provided Aragon did not engage in actions that might displease him. As for the martial immortal fist that Wu Tian had passed down to Aragon, for reasons unknown, Aragon found himself utterly unable to grasp its intricacies, unable to make any headway. It was not a matter of lacking talent in enhancing combat prowess. Techniques such as the Flame Blade and Thunder Finger, developed by Wu Tian, inherently possess attributes that bolster one's strength. This is akin to the famed techniques of the later generations, such as the Kamehameha and the Magic Light Cannon. There is no distinction. The essence of the martial immortal fist lies not in any specific form or technique, but in a philosophical approach, representing an authentic means to infinitely amplify one's power, akin to a path of enlightenment. In a metaphor akin to those employed by Wu Tian, the Wuxian fist can be likened to a professional certification for martial artists. Should the Kamehameha technique manifest a power output of double its capacity, it would indicate that the martial artist has indeed mastered the second level of the Wuxian fist. Similarly, if the demon-penetrating light cannon can unleash roughly 4 times its power, it signifies a martial artist of the 4th level of the Wuxian fist. However, there exists a fundamental distinction. A martial artist who has truly grasped the Wuxian fist can effortlessly execute attacks at double strength when utilizing the second level, provided their concentration remains unwavering. In contrast, a martial artist relying solely on the Kamehameha technique requires a certain duration for energy buildup, which, in the heat of battle, constitutes a critical disadvantage. This was one of the primary motivations behind Wu Tian's development of the Wuxian fist. Beyond his desire to minimize the use of ocular techniques, he contemplated the possibility that his anticipated wish might remain unfulfilled, or that he might fail to locate the Dragon Balls over the course of 3 centuries, thus remaining forever trapped within a body of mere 200 in aptitude. Thus, he hoped to possess a means of potential redemption. Yet, it puzzled Wu Tian that Aragon, despite his ability to learn the profound martial arts he imparted, struggled to master the Wuxian fist. Logically, given Aragon's exceptional talent, such a predicament seemed unfathomable. As Wu Tian gradually became less visible, many newcomers who joined later lacked even a clear understanding of what their Wuxian lineage master looked like. Only aware of a particularly fierce and formidable senior brother who could fly. When will I ever soar through the skies? A long-haired young man named Along, training in the courtyard, dreamily envisioned himself racing through the heavens, only to be jolted by a sudden push. The senior brother is glaring at you. Along started, and indeed saw Aragon squinting at him from a distance. Observing Along diligently practicing, Aragon finally allowed a hint of a smile to break through. He surveyed the new courtyard filled with perspiring youth, feeling a sense of immense power within him that he had never before conceived, accompanied by a profound sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, he was reminded of his 2 brothers laboring in the fields back home, as well as his father, who never engaged in such toil. In a couple of years, I should mention to my master about bringing my father and brothers over. Though the distance was considerable, with my burgeoning strength, transporting someone by flight should certainly be swifter than traveling by cart. A few round trips would suffice. After a moment of silence, Aragon glanced towards the back courtyard. Everything stemmed from what his master had provided him. The thought of his master brought a bittersweet smile to his face. While the other students perceived their master as merely residing in the back courtyard alongside the mistress and junior sister, he understood that their master often soared into the skies, returning after several days. Gradually, the time spent by his master in the back courtyard lengthened, yet so too did the intervals of absence. Aragon sensed that his master was likely searching for something, yet despite the passage of time, there was no sign of his master returning, indicating that his search had yet to yield results. Yet, He also felt that his master exhibited no urgency or anxiety over failing to find whatever it was, as if he held no significant expectations about the outcome. How peculiar, Aragon thought, shaking his head. He could not fathom the mind of his master. Manage the martial immortal flow well. This is the greatest repayment to the master. Before long, a year had elapsed. On this day, Wu Tian, as usual, soared out of Saiyan City to wander. This time, he directed his flight northward. He ascended into the sky, occasionally descending to walk for a while, without any particular destination, merely strolling. He decided to fetch some water. As Wu Tian flew high above, he caught sight of a secluded village at the foot of a vast mountain forest, and an impulse stirred within him, prompting him to descend. Upon landing and approaching the village's entrance, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Chapter 29. The Monkey Master's Martial Arts. First update. Entering the village, Wu Tian observed a large crowd gathered not far ahead, seemingly engrossed in some commotion. As he approached, he overheard discussions about masters, eminent individuals, monsters, and exorcisms. What has transpired? Wu Tian inquired, tapping a young man standing at the outskirts. Who are you? When did you arrive in our village? The young man turned his head, astonished. I happened to pass by and sought a drink of water. It appears you are facing some trouble? Wu Tian smiled as he spoke. Just a traveler, huh? The young man clicked his tongue, glanced at Wu Tian, and then turned back. Their essay well over there. Drink up and leave quickly. We have significant matters to attend to today. I'm not in a hurry for water. I'm curious about your situation. Perhaps I could be of assistance. Wu Tian observed the crowd and noticed a robust man at the center, encircled by villagers. That individual isn't from your village, is he? You'd best not stir up trouble. That person is a master our village chief invited from afar. Can you match his prowess? The young man waved dismissively. Nearby, a middle-aged woman noticed their exchange and remarked to the young man. At least he is a guest passing through our village. How can you speak to him like that? She then turned to Wu Tian and explained, about a month ago, some wild beasts in the mountains became inexplicably aggressive, resulting in several of our men being killed. Those who fled reported that there are wild men up there. It's said these wild men can command the beasts, and they are vicious. Our village chief has gone to seek a master from elsewhere. Wild men. Wu Tian nodded, smiling as he responded, thank you. With that, he approached the village well, casting down the bucket resting on its edge. After quenching his thirst with the cool well water, Wu Tian did not depart. At that moment, the village men were surrounding the master they had invited, heading towards the mountain forest outside the village. Wu Tian was then able to clearly observe the appearance of this master. He was bald, robustly built, and had a serious demeanor, judging by his physique and gait. He certainly bore the signs of martial training. However, the most peculiar feature was a third eye on his forehead. Is he a member of the three-eyed tribe? Akin to Tianjin Fan? A thought sparked in Wu Tian's mind as he decided to follow behind. Since he had encountered this curious individual, he might as well observe him. Should the trio of three-eyed beings find themselves lacking in strength, unable to contend with the wild men dwelling upon the mountain, he would not hesitate to lend a hand. Wu Tian stealthily trailed behind the group, entering the mountain and stepping into the forest. Upon entering this woodland, Wu Tian immediately sensed an unusual aura. What was this feeling? It was not the presence of an individual, but rather an atmosphere that instinctively evoked discomfort. Curious, indeed. Maintaining a facade of calmness, Wu Tian continued to follow the villagers and the three-eyed master deeper into the woods, where the trees grew increasingly dense and the ambience grew ever more peculiar. Suddenly, a ferocious beast leaped from the underbrush, charging towards the villagers with its gaping maw agape, a truly fearsome sight. The villagers were taken aback, some in sheer panic. Just in time, the three-eyed master bellowed among the villagers, his three eyes wide open in astonishment, his muscular frame straining against his clothing, almost tearing it asunder. Without flinching, he faced the oncoming beast head-on. The creature's claws tore through the air as it lunged at him. With a resounding thud, the three-eyed master skillfully evaded the beast's claws, his fists descending like mighty hammers upon the creature's neck and snout. Remarkable. Such prowess to engage in combat with a beast of this magnitude using bare hands. The villagers were awestruck, realizing this was the formidable master summoned by their village chief, instilling confidence that all would be well. No matter how fearsome the mountain's beasts, could they rival such a martial artist? The beast let out a pained howl, crashing to the ground, growling in dismay, its eyes fixed on the three-eyed master, drooling and baring its sharp teeth, a glint of menace in its massive gaze. Huh? Do you seek your demise? The three-eyed master scoffed, though inwardly he acknowledged the creature's formidable strength. He advanced step by step, the beast glaring at him with a ferocious countenance. What is that? There is an odd presence. Not powerful, yet undeniably strange. Wu Tian, trailing behind the group, suddenly had a thought and turned his gaze towards the woods near the beast. The creature lifted its head, seeming to sense something dreadful, whimpering as it tucked its tail and fled in haste. Why did it run? The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, then lauded the three-eyed master, attributing the beast's retreat to his imposing aura. Naturally, that must be the case. The three-eyed master, however, felt an ominous sensation creeping upon him. Indeed, he heard heavy footsteps drawing near. The sound of birds erupting from the forest echoed around him. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and cold sweat beaded on the three-eyed master's forehead. His three eyes remained fixed on the depths of the thicket. He whispered to the villagers behind him, "You must retreat, for danger may be imminent." Though puzzled, the villagers obediently stepped back. Are you not the passerby from earlier? How did you come to join us?" Someone finally noticed Wu Tian trailing behind, astonished. "I have practiced a bit of martial arts myself and wish to observe, hoping to offer some assistance." Wu Tian smiled faintly, casting his gaze towards the shadowy figure gradually emerging from the dense thicket. "Have you trained in martial arts?" "It's not apparent. However, I suggest you refrain from being overly ambitious and leave it to that formidable expert. As you witnessed earlier, he effortlessly vanquished that ferocious beast with his bare hands. He is truly remarkable." A bystander patted Wu Tian on the shoulder. Wu Tian remained silent, for at that moment, the creature finally stepped into view. To his astonishment, it was a towering giant ape. The three-eyed warrior stood before the imposing, muscular figure of the beast, its eyes gleaming with menace as it emitted strange, guttural sounds. An overwhelming pressure enveloped him, causing him to involuntarily swallow hard. What an ugly monkey. It certainly looks rather fearsome. Yet, what was there to fear? A skilled practitioner should be able to handle it. After all, it was merely a beast. How could it possibly turn the tables? Resolutely, he steeled himself. Having amassed a considerable sum today, he could not afford to fail, and charged forward with a resounding shout. But an unbelievable scene unfolded before him. In response to the three-eyed warrior's assault, the fierce ape actually caught his blow. It met the warrior's punch head-on, skillfully using its massive palm to intercept the strike. Following that, it seized the warrior's arm with its other hand, lifting him effortlessly and violently flinging him to the ground. The warrior, racked with pain, struggled to rise, only to be met with a thunderous crash as a foot landed where he had just lain, causing the earth to crack and splinter like a spider's web. "Beast!" The three-eyed warrior's eyes twitched with fury as he bellowed once more, charging ahead. Yet, the ferocious ape seemed to toy with him, deftly parrying his attacks while emitting its eerie laughter. The warrior grew increasingly frantic, losing his composure until, ultimately, the beast seized both of his arms in a vice-like grip. Martial arts? This wild monkey possesses martial skills? Wu Tian raised an eyebrow in astonishment. Observing closely, he discerned that this fierce ape was not akin to the anthropomorphic creatures of the Dragon Ball universe. It was merely a savage beast. However, its attacks bore an uncanny semblance to martial prowess, albeit with an oddity, as if its training was incomplete. With a menacing grin, the fierce ape gripped the warrior's arm, instilling terror in the latter's heart. The foul odor of its breath assaulted the warrior's senses, nearly making him retch. How infuriating! The warrior's face flushed crimson as he attempted to free his arm from the ape's grasp, but to no avail. Panic set in as sweat dripped from his brow. "Hey, this expert cannot contend with the creature. We should retreat." The villagers, sensing the dire situation, contemplated fleeing. With such a terrifying monkey on the mountain, thoughts of abandoning their village crossed their minds. The fierce ape cast the three-eyed warrior aside, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen that sent him crashing into a nearby tree. How could a beast possess martial arts? Wu Tian pondered, already advancing towards the scene. The villagers, witnessing his approach, trembled and cried out, "Hey, are you seeking death? Run. That man can't defeat it. He will perish." Yet, Wu Tian seemed oblivious to their warnings, walking straight up to the giant ape, looking up at it with unwavering resolve. The fierce ape noticed the small figure before it, lowering its head to reveal a menacing grin, its eyes glinting with malice as it swiped a claw at Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian merely tilted his head, nonchalantly evading the attack. The three-eyed expert on the ground, witnessing this scene, gaped in astonishment. The fierce ape grinned wider, its claw missing its target, and then it lunged again, attempting to seize the back of Wu Tian's head. Yet Wu Tian remained unfazed, lifting a hand and delicately placing 2 fingers upon the ape's robust, furry arm, which inexplicably ceased to move an inch. Roaring in fury, the ape's eyes turned crimson, its teeth nearly grinding to dust, its arms' muscles grotesquely bulging, yet it could not grasp the head of Wu Tian, who stood just within reach. The ape huffed in frustration, but Wu Tian's fingers remained as immovable as iron. With a faint smile, Wu Tian transformed his fingers into a palm and, with a swift motion, struck the massive arm beside his head. The fierce ape was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force, causing it to spin uncontrollably before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Is this even human? The villagers and the now-recovered three-eyed expert stared in disbelief, their mouths agape, rendered speechless. Chapter 30. Demonic Clan and the Four-Star Planets. Second update. The fierce ape rose from the ground, unleashing a frenzied roar at Wu Tian, its eyes ablaze with rage. You should return. I will clear this mountain of such creatures. Wu Tian addressed those behind him, who regarded him with a mix of awe and trepidation. The villagers exchanged cautious glances, one eventually speaking up. We are unsure, esteemed sir. What would be your fee? Fee? There is no need. Wu Tian waved dismissively, turning his back to the ape to sidestep its attack. He then swept his leg to strike the ape's lower body, causing it to tumble heavily to the ground once more. Grasping one of the ape's massive feet with both hands, he growled, "Enough!" With a powerful throw, he flung the ape 180 degrees to the other side, only to hurl it back again. Bang! 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 The villagers stood in stunned silence, watching as Wu Tian toyed with the once dreaded ape as if it were a mere plaything, their hearts racing in fear. Why are you still here? Wu Tian paused, frowning at the onlookers. Oh yes, we'll leave now, the villagers exclaimed, startled. In their eyes, Wu Tian had transformed into a humanoid beast. Compared to him, the large monkey seemed as feeble as a kitten, now being tossed about at his whim. They hastily retreated, fervently hoping that Wu Tian would indeed rid the mountain of its monstrous inhabitants. Are you not leaving? Wu Tian turned his gaze toward the three-eyed man, who hesitated before saying, I might be able to assist. Wu Tian shook his head, averting his gaze. No need, you may go. The three-eyed man opened his mouth to protest but ultimately left, defeated, limping away. Once the crowd had dispersed, Wu Tian resumed his scrutiny of the peculiar fierce ape beneath his grasp, which, in its current state, lay humiliated on the ground, one foot held firmly by Wu Tian. It seethed with rage, it simmered with resentment, it was a tempest of fury. It cast a fierce gaze upon Wu Tian, who, despite his fearsome countenance, no longer dared to roar recklessly. It had been wounded. What peculiar essence do you possess, little creature? Wu Tian murmured to himself. After a moment's contemplation, he seized one of the beast's feet, drew in a deep breath, and with a powerful flourish of his arm, sent the ferocious ape hurtling through the air. With a whoosh, the beast was flung deep into the forest, where the muffled sounds of crashing could be heard, followed by a resounding thud as it finally met the ground. Then came the frantic sounds of it scrambling to rise, gradually fading into the distance. Wu Tian hovered in the air, attuned to the presence of the monkey, leisurely pursuing it. Yet, unbeknownst to even him, in a hidden corner of existence, there lurked a shadow, enshrouded in the interplay between presence and absence, silently trailing Wu Tian. In a celestial temple, the deity Bik sat cross-legged, adorned in a robe of divine white, suspended in the air, lost in meditation. After a considerable time, he finally opened his eyes, gazing at his hands before lifting his gaze to the vast expanse of the sky. At that moment, Bobo approached and inquired, why does it seem that the deity is troubled? Indeed, Bik replied contemplatively. I ponder why, in those bygone years, an inexplicable aura of the demonic race manifested within me. After ascending to divinity, he learned that not everything could be labeled as demonic. The true demonic beings were those who, upon death, could never enter the realm of the dead. His dark avatar, Bik, belonged to such a category. Yet, he was certain that he himself was no demon. Thus, when precisely did the essence of the demonic race taint him? Initially, when the previous deity told him that his heart still harbored malevolent thoughts, preventing him from becoming a true god, he believed it was due to his prolonged sojourn among mortals, tainted by their myriad of malevolent desires and thoughts. However, after he managed to sever the dark essence within him, which he now recognized as the demonic aura, he repeatedly realized that selfish thoughts still lingered in his heart. For instance, he had covertly intervened to thwart Wu Tai-do's lethal attempts against Bik to protect his own life. Likewise, he had subtly influenced Wu Tai-do, driving him to painstakingly devise the magical sealing wave, which could only confine Bik. In truth, the so-called magical sealing wave was merely a mechanism he had developed to seal Bik alive. The deity Bick remained suspended in silence, gazing at the sky. His heart serene and undisturbed. He began to reflect once more on his past life before becoming a deity, recalling countless times the solitude of his childhood on the Yunza Bit Plateau. In that span of over 30 years, amidst more than 10,000 days and nights, his existence was a monotonous cycle of cold, waiting, hunger, and disappointment, rendered in shades of black and white within his memory. Eventually, he entered a world bustling with human activity, gradually becoming aware of his own uniqueness, not merely in appearance, but profoundly in intellect and martial prowess. He is more intelligent than all the earthlings he encounters, and his innate martial arts skills allow him to effortlessly defeat many of the so-called martial artists in the world. Later, upon hearing the legends of the celestial beings, he ascended the Kalen Tower and then entered the temple. During the period from leaving the Yunzabite Plateau to reaching the temple, how was he tainted by the aura of the demon realm? The celestial being, Bick, remained unaware. What he did not know was that as a member of the Dragon Clan, a prodigious talent among the Namekians, he possessed a sensitivity of spirit and constitution far surpassing that of ordinary Namekians. On one occasion, while practicing martial arts on a mountain, the aura seeping from the demon realm quietly contaminated him. At that time, a group of spiritually attuned monkeys often surrounded him, mimicking his martial arts movements. Has it stopped? Wu Tian floated amidst the dense forest, gazing ahead at the old tree at the base of a cliff, where a fierce ape silently climbed back up, slightly moving as if licking its wounds. The strange aura intensified as Wu Tian squinted slightly, slowly flying forward to observe the monkey's actions closely. At that moment, the fierce ape exhibited none of its previous ferocity. Instead, a distinctly human-like expression of sadness and nostalgia appeared on its face. It emitted low, mournful cries, beating against the old tree beneath it, seemingly calling for its former companions, yet none of the familiar monkeys appeared before it. They had long been dispatched by its frenzied self. The monkey whimpered, retrieving a bright orange orb hidden in the tree, carefully holding it in its hand, but accidentally dropped it as it played with it. As the orb rolled on the ground, Wu Tian's eyes widened, fixated on the yellow sphere that had fallen from the monkey's tree. It was a yellow orb adorned with 4 red pentagrams, a 4-star ball. Chapter 31. The Demon Realm of Earth. Third update. Wu Tian approached the spot where the 4-star ball had rolled, bent down to pick it up, and held it tightly in his hand, staring intently at the dreamlike 4 red stars within. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed before him. As he toyed with the 4-star ball, he looked up to see a fearsome giant ape standing before him and asked, "Do you wish to contest me for this orb?" The fierce ape let out a thunderous roar, completely forgetting its fear of Wu Tian, as it swung a colossal hand towards him with great force. Wu Tian swiftly raised his hand, blocking the ape's powerful arm with a resounding thud. The ape's massive fingers desperately clawed toward Wu Tian's other hand, which clutched the 4-star ball. The ape's other furry hand lunged toward him with ferocity. Wu Tian furrowed his brow, lifted a leg, and delivered a powerful kick to the ape's abdomen. The force erupted. Bang! The ape was struck as if by a mighty hammer, sent flying backward. Wu Tian placed the 4-star ball into the pocket of his jacket. There was no way he would relinquish the Dragon Ball to anyone. Moreover, the adversary was a wild monkey, whose consciousness was scarcely coherent. The fierce beast let out low growls from the ground, struggling to rise, still intent on charging towards Wu Tian. Observing this, Wu Tian shook his head. Although he could not fathom the monkey's unwavering obsession with this 4-star planet, he decided to grant it a swift end. He raised his hand towards the advancing beast, his index and middle fingers aligning. With a crackle, brilliant arcs of electricity and flames began to manifest between his fingers, pulsating and intertwining. Ninefold martial immortal fist, Thunderfire finger. A glimmer of fierce determination flickered in Wu Tian's eyes as the terrifying energies of thunder and flame coalesced at the tips of his fingers, transforming into an intensely radiant beam of light. With a hum, a blinding ray tore through the air, instantly vanishing into the mountainside behind the fierce monkey. This light was so powerful, so razor-sharp, and so exquisitely refined that upon piercing the mountain wall, it left behind only a circular hole, sparing the surrounding structure from destruction. The formidable form of the monkey finally collapsed with a thud, its momentum carrying it forward for a brief moment before blood began to trickle from beneath its body. Wu Tian approached, gazing at the fallen creature. Suddenly, the monkey's hand grasped at his pant leg. Looking down, Wu Tian discovered that the beast was indeed lifeless. Yet its grip remained tenacious. With a gentle sigh, he remarked, "Though I know not the reason for your fixation, I shall grant you a proper burial." With that, He pried the monkey's hand from his leg, surveyed the surrounding ground, and raised his palm. Boom! A wave of energy erupted, creating a deep crater in the earth. Just as he was about to bend down to lift the heavy corpse, Wu Tian suddenly turned his gaze towards the newly formed pit. Frowning, he approached, leapt into the crater, and pressed his palm against its base, centering himself to sense the atmosphere. Indeed, that peculiar aura seemed to intensify below. Contemplating this, Wu Tian leaped out of the pit, moved a short distance away, and unleashed another energy wave, creating yet another crater, though this one emitted a slightly weaker essence. He returned to drag the monkey's body over and unceremoniously tossed it into the deeper pit. After ensuring the creature was buried, Wu Tian returned to the first crater. What could the source of this strange energy be? Peering into the depths, he pondered, ultimately deciding to raise his hand once more. A sphere of white light coalesced in his palm, aimed at the bottom of the pit. With a swift motion, he unleashed another energy wave. Boom! The crater expanded dramatically. Raising an eyebrow, he employed his sky dance technique and leapt downward. Boom! He continued his descent. Boom! 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 Time lost its meaning as he plunged deeper. The strange energy thickened around him, as if something awaited just beyond his sight. Boom! He struck downward once more. At that moment, Wu Tian's heart raced with an unsettling sensation, yet it was too late. A powerful force of attraction wrenched at his body, and before he could react, it drew him in with an irresistible pull. Alas, Wu Tian's low voice reverberated at the bottom of the abyss, while his figure had already vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. An invisible portal to another realm began to close slowly after he entered, disrupted by an unexpected shift in its stability. As Wu Tian fell from midair, he hastily employed his spatial dance technique to stabilize his descent. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself unexpectedly within a shadowy mountain cave, where the dimness obscured the details. A faint glimmer of light beckoned from his left. Was this chasm connected to such an underground cavity? If it was indeed subterranean, what could be the source of the illumination? Furthermore, what had caused that earlier unsettling pull? A myriad of questions flooded Wu Tian's mind, the circumstances before him utterly unforeseen. Yet he swiftly regained his composure. He refrained from touching the ground, aware that in this uncertain situation, even the slightest sound must be avoided. He attempted to ascend, reaching out to gently pat the walls, yet he could not locate the entrance through which he had arrived. Had it vanished, or had it never existed at all? There was no answer. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Tian propelled himself towards the source of the light. He soon discovered it was a winding passageway. Focusing intently, he heightened his alertness. He cautiously navigated the curve, continuing to advance along the illuminated corridor, until he ultimately emerged into the open. Upon his exit, he was greeted by a scene that left him momentarily speechless. A crimson sky loomed overhead, accompanied by a crescent moon of inky blackness. While the air was thick with a faint metallic tang of blood, the strange atmosphere was more intense than anything he had ever encountered. Was this an alternate dimension? A realm connected to Earth? Could it be the fabled demon world? Wu Tian speculated, feeling a slight throb of discomfort in his head. Concentrating his senses, he soon discerned two immensely powerful auras emanating from the depths of this unfamiliar world. If he quantified his current foundational strength at 200, then these two formidable presences were at least a dozen times more potent, suggesting combat powers ranging from 2,000 to over 3,000. Naturally, he could not dismiss the possibility that their true abilities were concealed. With this thought, Wu Tian narrowed his eyes. At present, he had only mastered the 9th punch of the martial immortal fist, equivalent to a 9-fold increase in strength. Even when fully unleashing the technique, his combat power barely approached 2,000, indicating a significant disparity between him and those two auras. However, if he were to expend the scant remaining essence of his precious eye power and desperately employ the kaleidoscope ocular technique, he might have a fleeting chance to surpass those two energies. Yet, considering his current mental fortitude, he could hardly sustain such an intense technique for more than a few seconds. Additionally, his vision was severely compromised. Without the aid of his aura to enhance his perception, he could scarcely distinguish one face from another. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, the use of ocular techniques must be avoided. Wu Tian hovered before the cave's entrance, continuing to sense the auras of others in this realm. Initially, he had detected only the two most powerful presences, but soon he realized that many ordinary auras were densely interspersed around him. Before long, Wu Tian discerned two significant clusters of energy approximately 10 kilometers away, clashing against one another. War? Or something else? He quickly noted that such scenes of conflict were not uncommon in this vicinity. Almost in every direction, near and far, There were indications of skirmishes of varying magnitudes. Was it a war between those two formidable auras? Wu Tian pondered this, suddenly furrowing his brow. The so-called darkness beneath the lamp. He squinted at the figure approaching him. Perhaps it was inappropriate to refer to it as a person. It resembled a creature hatched from an egg akin to that of the great demon King Piccolo, a being neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. Human? Exclaimed the demon warrior hovering in the air, pointing at Wu Tian in disbelief. Chapter 32, The Demon Realm of Earth, continued. Wu Tian's gaze turned frigid as he regarded the indistinct yet discernible non-human figure before him. In an instant, he vanished from his position, dashing toward the demon warrior in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, Wu Tian seized the demon warrior by the throat. The demon's throat felt as if it were shattering under Wu Tian's grip, its bloodshot eyes wide with horror, unable to utter a sound. It raised its clawed hands, attempting to claw at Wu Tian's head from either side. With a cold snort, Wu Tian showed no intention of releasing his hold on the demon warrior's neck. Suddenly, flames erupted from his other hand, igniting with intense heat. In a flash, the demon warrior's arm was severed, flying away from its body. Hiss. The demon warrior writhed in agony, veins bulging on its forehead, a visage of torment as the purple blood gushed from the stump of its severed arm. Yet, with its throat still firmly gripped by Wu Tian's hand, it could not even scream. Wu Tian had used his flame blade to sever one arm, and in the blink of an eye, he tightened his grip around its neck. Meanwhile, his other hand deftly caught the demon warrior's remaining claw, which was aimed at his head, squeezing with such force that the demon's hand began to deform under the pressure. The hand that had just wielded the flame blade was searing hot, akin to a branding iron, and as it gripped the demon warrior's neck, wisps of white smoke began to rise. The demon warrior's face turned crimson with pain, despair glimmering in its eyes. You must recognize that resistance is futile. Wu Tian addressed the demon warrior in his grasp, observing as it desperately nodded in submission, eyes pleading for mercy. Yet, Wu Tian remained unmoved, propelling the demon warrior toward the cave's exit, stating, "Then it would be best if you answer my questions truthfully." The two vanished into the shadowy passage of the cave. Before long, Wu Tian emerged from the cave once more. Indeed, this was the realm of demons. He recalled only seeing a demon realm in animated tales, wherein Sun Wukong had encountered an Asura, defeated by a beam of energy from the Kamehameha technique. However, this realm is distinctly different from the demonic domain where that Asura resides. Wu Tian gazed at the blood-red sky, with a crescent moon of obsidian hanging amidst it, and found himself lost in silent contemplation. The Blood Demon King? The Black Demon King? It appears these are the formidable presences I sensed earlier, though I remain uncertain whether this intensity reflects their true capabilities. Within his perception, the entire demonic realm was teeming with unfamiliar energies. Amidst this myriad of auras, two exceptionally powerful signatures stood out, akin to twin suns, one black, one red, casting their overwhelming light across the realm. A battle power of approximately 3,000 is nearly equivalent to that of two Raditses. In the original narrative, a single Raditz nearly decimated the strongest warriors of Earth at that time, namely Sun Wukong and Piccolo, concealing his own aura. Wu Tian soared toward the regions where the energies were less dense. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to discover a means to return. If what that individual stated was indeed true, and there were no humans in this entire demonic realm, then my sudden appearance here must surely be conspicuous. I cannot ascertain whether these demons possess the ability to detect the scent of the living, akin to zombies or ghosts. Is my inability to sense Aragorn and the others due to my insufficient cultivation, or is it a result of the formidable barriers of this demonic realm? With a deep breath, he flew into the distance. Among the ranks of a demon legion under the Blood Demon King, a demon leader suddenly froze in shock. What is happening? Why have the energies of Hong Shui, Hong Gu, and Hong Gue vanished? Alarmed, he initially suspected that the forces of the Black Demon King had suddenly attacked, annihilating their trio of warriors. However, upon closer scrutiny, he discerned no traces of the Black Demon King's minions. A faint aura flickered intermittently. How could that be? How could such a presence have eradicated over 500 warriors led by Hong Shui, Hong Gu, and Hong Gue? The demon leader was filled with both astonishment and doubt. It has vanished again. That presence has disappeared once more. Has it concealed itself? No. This aura does not resemble that of our kind. Who could it be? Could it be a human? But how did a human arrive in our demonic realm? Could it have traversed through the so-called Asura Gate from the Demon Mountain? Yet, the location of the Asura Gate has remained undiscovered for centuries. The demon leader furrowed his brow tightly, recalling the legends of a portal said to lead to the human world. Regrettably, it was rumored that this portal had been sealed by a half-demon named Azura hundreds of years ago, preventing any demon from entering the human realm since then. Someone come. The demon leader shouted as he soared into the air. Here, in a flurry, over 300 demon warriors surrounded him, floating in anticipation of his command. Follow me. The demon leader transformed into a streak of white light, racing toward the location where the suspected human aura had vanished. 300 demon warriors swiftly followed, their collective white light trailing closely behind their leader. Wu Tian, drenched in blood, withdrew his hand from the chest of the demon he had just vanquished. Not only was he smeared with the purple blood of the demon race on his hands, but at that moment, his entire body was also stained, rendering him quite disheveled. With a tranquil expression, he pondered, is the only way to reach the human world hidden within that so-called demon mountain mentioned in demon lore? But where exactly is this demon mountain? And what of the Azura gate within it, which has never been found by anyone? What connection does it bear with the Azura from the animations? As he meticulously contemplated the intelligence gathered thus far, Wu Tian found himself deep in thought. Perhaps the demons he had slain were of too low a rank, merely tales whispered among the demon realms. When it came to the authentic information regarding passage to the human world, he was utterly uninformed. Scattered across the ground lay various grotesque forms of demons. Some sprawled on the earth, others hung from stones, and a few were even entombed in deep pits, their bodies grotesquely mutilated. After resting momentarily, Wu Tian gathered his composure and concealed his presence, preparing to continue his journey. The demons seemed to possess little knowledge, and it appeared that only by seeking out more formidable adversaries could he uncover further intelligence. Ultimately, he might have to confront the two most powerful beings in this demon realm, the Red Demon King and the Black Demon King. In comparison to these true demon monarchs, the Earth's Majin Buu seemed as innocuous as a child, almost laughable. Silently traversing the landscape, Wu Tian abruptly turned his head towards a direction in the crimson sky, murmuring, "Is that where I just was? Can it be that demons possess the ability to sense aura?" There were indeed numerous presences, perhaps several hundred. The strongest among them appeared to be 6 or 7 times more powerful than he was at full strength. Curiosity compelled him to investigate further. Gently squeezing the 4-star ball nestled in his pocket, Wu Tian squinted his eyes and ultimately altered his course, soaring towards the sensed location. Chapter 33. The treacherous humans. The demon leader, accompanied by 300 subordinates, soared towards the place where Wu Tian's aura had previously vanished. Judging by the direction of the dissipating energy, he was likely to be advancing that way. The demon leader, with his dark golden eyes, meticulously scrutinized every trace upon the ground, reducing his speed to glide cautiously through the air. Over 300 demon warriors, some soaring through the skies, others flying with wings, densely blotted the blood-red heavens of the demon realm. Under the guidance of their leader, 300 pairs of demon eyes searched tirelessly for the suspected human figure. "My lord," a subordinate approached to report. "What is it? Have you found that human?" The demon leader inquired urgently. "Not exactly. We discovered the Red Ghost Lord's men, but they have all been slain," the reporting demon warrior stated earnestly, though inwardly astonished. The demon leader had not disclosed the annihilation of the Red Blood, Red Bone, and Red Blood factions. Thus the warriors were left in utter disbelief upon discovering the slaughtered red ghosts. Although demons were generally indifferent to life and death, given the circumstances, it was highly plausible that the red ghosts had fallen to the very human their lord sought. How could a human, who had inexplicably ventured into the demon realm, have also decimated one of their warrior squads? A bunch of useless beings. Let them die? What a disgrace to our demon race. The leader of the demon clan let out a cold snort, his dark golden, otherworldly eyes devoid of any emotion. "Are they the humans the master is searching for?" one of his subordinates inquired. The demon leader replied, "I find it hard to believe that such a mere human could slay so many of our warriors. So do not dawdle. Find the human at once. Then deliver him to Lord Red Demon King for his disposal." "Are we truly to disturb Lord Red Demon King?" the subordinate gasped in astonishment. "Of course. It has been centuries since a human has appeared. Lord Red Demon King will undoubtedly be intrigued." The demon leader dismissed the subordinate, continuing his flight in search of the human's whereabouts. Damn it, where could he have run off to? The demon leader seethed with anger, as 3 of his subordinate teams had been inexplicably annihilated by an unknown foe. If he failed to locate that elusive human, he would have no explanation for Lord Red Demon King. "Are you looking for me?" Suddenly, a calm and steady voice resonated from above the demon leader. "What?" The demon leader abruptly looked up and indeed saw a black-haired human male hovering above him, arms crossed, expressionless as he gazed down. So you are indeed a human, boy? How dare you reveal yourself before this king? The demon leader extended his purple tongue to lick his lips, his dark golden eyes filled with a chilling glare. However, he was astonished. How had this human managed to approach him so stealthily? This human possessed considerable skill in concealing his presence. Yet, judging by his aura, it was surprisingly weak. Was he being overly cautious? Wu Tian calmly allowed 300 demon warriors to encircle him, forming a spherical barrier of demon soldiers around him. With Wu Tian at the core, he gazed at the hovering demon leader and spoke. I inadvertently stumbled into this so-called demon realm and have no intention of opposing you beings. Do you know of a way to return to the human world? Hee. I know, but why should I tell you? Human, you might as well surrender. The demon leader scoffed. How dare you kill so many of our warriors and still expect to return to the human world safely? Are you out of your mind? Dream on. You must be tired of living. The demon leader laughed derisively, pointing at Wu Tian from his elevated position. Indeed, is combat the only means of communication? Wu Tian released his crossed arms. Simultaneously, his aura began to rise inch by inch, akin to ascending a mountain, step by step, swiftly reaching its peak. His potent inner energy surged through his body, filling him with unending strength. In a matter of mere breaths, Wu Tian had adjusted his state to its pinnacle. He regarded the demon leader expressionlessly, while the 300 minions surrounding him were entirely inconsequential in his eyes. Is this all you've got? I see red blood, red bone, and red ghost are nothing but fools. They were actually defeated and killed by such a weak human as you. The leader of the demon tribe sneered mockingly, yet inwardly remained vigilant. This human before him was indeed peculiar. The essence emanating from this human seemed utterly insignificant in his eyes. Yet, the individual presented himself as if he had unleashed his full power. This was truly bizarre. Could it be that he had vanquished the trio of red blood with such meager strength? The more he pondered, the more apprehensive and alert he became. Just leave him a breath. The demon leader waved his hand, and instantly, 300 demon warriors surged forth, surrounding Wu Tian from all directions. Wu Tian's lips curled slightly in indifference. The 300 demon warriors charged forward in unison, completely enveloping him, drowning him in their numbers. However, a beam of light broke through the sea of warriors, encasing Wu Tian. Buzz, bang. In an instant, the demon warriors were sent flying, akin to shattered stones dispersing in all directions. Yet they swiftly regained their footing mid-flight, glaring furiously at the center where Wu Tian stood, equally incredulous and perplexed by the unfolding events. How could it be that his essence remained unchanged, still exuding that feeble strength? Yet he managed to break free from their binds? The demon leader observed coldly from the sidelines, feeling utterly bewildered. In the next moment, he witnessed Wu Tian reveal a hint of a cold smile, and then his figure vanished from his sight. What? With wide eyes, he suddenly heard a piercing scream beside him, and hurriedly turned to see a demon warrior plummeting from the sky, spewing forth purple, demonic blood. Wu Tian's form flickered away, so swift, and his essence remained unchanged. How could this be? The demon leader was filled with terror. At this juncture, Wu Tian's slaughter showed no signs of abating. He transformed into an intangible flash of lightning, darting between the 300 demon warriors suspended in midair, claiming a life with each passage. Ah, who is it? Run. The lifeless bodies of the demon warriors fell from the sky, their eyes still reflecting disbelief and terror. Some even retained the haunting image of Wu Tian's palm crushing their temples. Purple demonic blood rained down like a deluge. Too fast. This human is killing far too swiftly. Is he truly human? Damn it. The demon leader bellowed, launching himself towards the direction of the recently slain demon warrior. Meanwhile, Wu Tian's phantom-like figure finally came to a halt, casually discarding the corpse of the demon warrior he had just slain. At this point, fewer than a dozen demon warriors remained. With the ultimate eruption of the ninefold martial immortal fist, he had swiftly reaped over 200 demon warriors' lives. An attack power nearing 2,000 was more than sufficient for a cosmic colonizer to conquer a life planet. Although Wu Tian's foundational combat prowess did not reach such heights, the enhancement of the martial immortal fist derived from the kaleidoscope eye technique allowed him to easily slay enemies beyond his level. Now, may I finally receive a proper answer to my question? Wu Tian, his clothes stained with blood, yet his expression remarkably calm, gazed at the enraged demon leader and inquired. He had no intention of showing mercy to these vile creatures. If he could kill, he would do so, unbeknownst to his own fate. Do you comprehend your actions? The leader of the demon clan, with bloodshot golden eyes, trembled with rage, consumed by a fury so intense he yearned to strike down the detestable human before him. He bellowed at Wu Tian, "You are doomed. You have provoked Lord Red Demon King." Yet, before he could utter another word, several intertwining bolts of thunder and fire surged past him, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. The remaining scores of demon warriors plummeted to their demise. "I shall ask you once more, what is the way to the human realm?" Wu Tian coldly regarded the demon leader, who appeared somewhat lizard-like, his features blurred and indistinct. Nevertheless, one could discern the shock, disbelief, anger, and humiliation etched upon his distorted visage. "That knowledge belongs solely to the Red Demon King. You dream of extracting it from me. You wretched human. Go to hell." The demon leader, driven to madness, unleashed a massive wave of white energy towards Wu Tian. With a resounding impact, a suffocating pain surged through Wu Tian's abdomen, as if he had been struck with a mighty fist. The demon leader's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as his energy wave veered off into the void, and he doubled over in agony, barely managing to remain aloft. "You accursed human." The demon leader's face contorted as realization struck him. He understood now how red blood, red bone, and red ghost had met their end. This human was far too enigmatic. Though his aura remained weak from start to finish, the ferocity of his attacks surpassed all expectations. Truly a treacherous human. "You are finished. He, Lord Red Demon King, will see to your end." The demon revealed a sinister grin, purple blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, revealing his menacing fangs, sending a shiver down Wu Tian's spine. A brilliant light erupted from the demon leader's entire being. Was he about to self-destruct? Wu Tian's heart sank. "Lord Red Demon King. It's a human." With a thunderous explosion, the demon leader transformed into a colossal blast, shaking the very ground beneath them. Waves of heat rippled through the air, expanding outward in relentless surges. Chapter 34. The Demon Mountain is the gateway deep within a colossal blood-red palace. A shadowy figure sat regally upon a high throne, lost in slumber until awakened by the psychic disturbance. The Red Demon King slowly opened her eyes, revealing impossibly alluring blood-red irises. "Humans? After so many years, have they returned to the demon realm? Since that wretched Azura sealed the passage between our worlds with the blood of a human, no other had ventured here." She extended her blood-like tongue, licking her lips, a glimmer of intrigue dancing in her gaze. "Indeed, I sensed something while dreaming. Several of my offspring's auras vanished inexplicably. Could it be this human's doing? He must be a remarkably strong human. How fascinating. Come forth." A servant hastily materialized, prostrating on the ground. "What is your command, Lord Red Demon King?" The Crimson Demon King rose, soaring towards the grand palace gates. "Stay here and keep watch," commanded the attendant, who remained prostrate on the ground, replying, "Yes, Lord Crimson Demon King." The Crimson Demon King swiftly departed the palace, vanishing into the scarlet sky. After a moment, the attendant finally rose from the ground, pondering silently. The Dark Demon King has proposed to the Crimson Demon King, and it appears she is quite displeased. As the explosion subsided, Wu Tian lowered his hands and exhaled softly, astonished that the demons would resort to self-detonation over a mere disagreement. Was the only path to the human realm known solely to the Crimson Demon King? Did he truly need to meet this enigmatic figure? Wu Tian furrowed his brow. One could never ascertain the depths of such a powerful entity, and he had no desire to confront her lightly. However, it seemed that to escape this demon realm and return to the human world, seeking an audience with the Crimson Demon King was unavoidable. After flying for a while, Wu Tian suddenly halted in midair. Is this the Crimson Demon King? He wondered, gazing towards the blood-red horizon. Indeed, a crimson figure emerged in the distance, rapidly growing larger and closer. With a crack, the imposing and enchanting silhouette of the Crimson Demon King enveloped in a fiery aura approached, the air around her crackling with a burnt scent, a testament to her terrifying speed. The Crimson Demon King hovered before Wu Tian, her towering presence casting a blood-red shadow over him. With her captivating crimson eyes, she scrutinized the human before her with keen interest. "You are human?" she inquired, not answering his question but instead posing one of her own. She was accustomed to having her inquiries answered, never having encountered the absurdity of needing to respond to another. "Your abilities seem lacking. How did you manage to slay my subordinates?" She circled around Wu Tian, examining him intently. Wu Tian remained motionless in the air, his focus entirely on the female demon behind him, wary of any lapse in attention. Suddenly, the Crimson Demon King let out a light laugh and casually struck at his back with an open palm. Ninefold martial immortal fist. A chill ran down Wu Tian's spine as he sensed an impending threat from behind. Instantly, he unleashed the full power of the martial immortal fist, channeling his spirit into every fiber of his being, catalyzing a monumental surge of energy. The Crimson Demon King's palm brushed past him, her demeanor unfazed as she continued her assault in the direction he had evaded. Wu Tian remained composed, recognizing that the Crimson Demon King had not exerted her full strength. She was merely testing him. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to unleash the ninefold martial immortal fist with all his might. With a resounding thud, his veins bulged as he blocked the inevitable blow from the Crimson Demon King. She retaliated with a swift kick. Wu Tian propelled himself backward, utilizing the force to launch away. A wave of scarlet energy followed closely behind him. Without glancing back, he executed a sudden lateral maneuver midair, evading the crimson energy wave that missed its target. Dozens of scarlet energy waves surged forth, overwhelming Wu Tian. With no means of evasion, he was compelled to exert all his strength into the ninefold martial immortal fist, desperately defending himself. As the cacophony of explosions from the scarlet energy subsided, Wu Tian found himself panting, his body marred with wounds. The Scarlet Demon King raised an eyebrow, lowering her hand that had just unleashed the attack. A look of surprise mingled with a sense of inevitability crossed her face as she gazed at Wu Tian with a smile. It appears you belong to the type that unleashes your full potential only in the midst of battle. However, the fact that you managed to conceal the fluctuations of your power from my perception is quite impressive for a mere human. Maintaining his distance, Wu Tian sensed a multitude of demonic auras rapidly approaching. Breathing heavily, he focused on the hazy visage of the Scarlet Demon King and inquired, "What type I am is of little consequence. I am merely a human who has inadvertently fallen into the demon realm. Might I ask, esteemed Scarlet Demon King, if you could divulge the way back to the human world?" "Oh, did you not come from the direction of Demon Mountain?" the Scarlet Demon King exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, a throng of her demonic subordinates descended, surrounding Wu Tian in a tight formation, leaving him no avenue for escape. Wu Tian, his expression impassive, cast a few glances at the bizarre demonic warriors encircling him, awaiting the Scarlet Demon King's response. She chuckled. "It seems the path you took to arrive here is no longer accessible, is it? How to reach the human world? That is not easily articulated. Over there, in the heart of the demon realm, lies a black blood river, and at its end is Demon Mountain. The gateway to the human world resides within Demon Mountain itself." She gestured toward a distant direction, where precisely within Demon Mountain is the door. Wu Tian pressed on. The entirety of Demon Mountain is the door. The Scarlet Demon King seemingly revealed all she knew, leaving no stone unturned. Wu Tian fell silent. "Are you puzzled as to why I would share this information with you?" "Hee, it is quite simple. I find you rather appealing and am considering taking you as my concubine. Did you think you could escape today? Moreover, at the Black Blood River and Demon Mountain, another individual often lingers there." The Scarlet Demon King extended a blood-red tongue, licking her lips. "He is unlike me, always plotting to break through the Azura's Demon Mountain and invade the human world." Wu Tian closed his eyes and softly murmured, "I see," observing his continued vigilance. The Scarlet Demon King quirked an eyebrow and asked, "Human, you seem rather reluctant?" "Ah, I almost forgot to mention," as she spoke. The intricate scale-like patterns on her face rapidly faded, revealing an enchanting human visage of unparalleled beauty. She traced her pink tongue around her lips and seductively addressed Wu Tian. "How about this? Surely, I am not inferior to the maidens of your kind?" Wu Tian kept his eyes shut, letting out a cold snort. Not only could he hardly discern her features at present, but the very fact that she was unlike any demon he had encountered before meant that even if she were divinely beautiful, it would not sway his judgment in the slightest. Had he possessed powers far exceeding those of the Scarlet Demon King, he would have dispatched her with a single strike, without the need for further discourse. The Scarlet Demon King narrowed her eyes and coldly warned, "Do not be ungrateful, human." Her gaze subtly indicated to the subordinates surrounding Wu Tian, who immediately raised their palms. The waves of energy surged like a myriad of stars lighting up the night sky, all aimed at Wu Tian. Though his eyes were closed, Wu Tian distinctly sensed the countless concentrated energy forces locking onto him. The intensity of these energy waves could not genuinely harm him, yet in that moment, he comprehended the Red Demon King's strategy. If he were to employ the martial immortal fist to escape the onslaught of these energy waves, the Red Demon King would effortlessly seize the opportunity to capture him. For the first time in this world, having spent over a decade in contemplation, Wu Tian mused that he had no choice but to act now. The fate of the Martial Mountain and the realm of mortals hinged upon this singular moment. As he contemplated, the sky was consumed in a cacophony of fireworks, and a tremendous explosion erupted at its center. Where is he? The Red Demon King was astonished, having failed to detect Wu Tian's instantaneous evasion of the attacks. At that moment, a colossal figure clad in light crimson armor surged upward from the midst of the explosive chaos. Chapter 35. Wu Tian Susanoo. How is this extraordinary ocular technique, Susanoo, unleashed? Rather than existing inherently within every pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, it is more accurate to state that the operational circuit for activating this technique resides within the eyes themselves. Once the kaleidoscopic Sharingan is engaged, it fervently siphons energy from the practitioner's body, catalyzing this energy into a specific form that is ultimately released externally, manifesting as a gigantic armored figure. The circuit preserved within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan serves as the blueprint for Susanoo, while the energy residing within the human body acts merely as the power source driving this colossal mechanism. In truth, with Wu Tian's current reservoir of energy, sustaining or even constructing the Susanoo, this formidable ocular technique would be nearly impossible. However, with the martial immortal fist at his disposal, and the ability to exponentially amplify his energy's explosive force, he miraculously managed to utilize a fraction of his energy as if it were 9 parts. Thus, he was able to unleash this forbidden ocular technique sealed within the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. What is this? Is he not human? What manner of monster is this? The demon warriors gasped in disbelief, retreating as they beheld the light crimson armored giant manifesting in the center of the chaos, utterly perplexed by the turn of events. At that moment, one of the demon warriors spotted Wu Tian within the Susanoo and shouted, "That human is concealed inside." The other demons turned to look, and indeed, they saw Wu Tian nestled within the Susanoo. Another demon warrior attempted to unleash an energy wave towards Wu Tian's Susanoo, but upon collision, the energy wave merely caused a slight ripple on the Susanoo's ethereal form before vanishing without a trace. What kind of monster is this? Is he truly human? Tears of blood streamed down Wu Tian's cheeks. Deep within his mind, it felt as though 2 merciless, cold spikes were relentlessly piercing his spirit, subjecting him to an agonizing torment that pierced through his very soul with every passing second. The Crimson Demon King was naturally taken aback by the sudden emergence of the immense shell surrounding Wu Tian. What kind of technique is this? It does not appear particularly formidable, merely larger in size. Yet, this human is consistently peculiar, especially with those strange eyes of his. How pretentious. A glint of sharpness flashed in her gaze as she raised her hand, unleashing a crimson energy wave. Bang! The scarlet wave struck the left shoulder of the pale red energy wave, causing it to nearly dissipate. The armor, momentarily disrupted, gradually returned to its original form. Is this truly your ultimate move? It seems rather unimpressive. The Crimson Demon King sneered, her pink tongue flicking around as she remarked, "You appear to be struggling quite a bit. Perhaps it would be wise to surrender, lest I lose interest and decide to end you myself." Wu Tian exhaled deeply, feeling the energy within him boil over. He gazed at the Crimson Demon King through the pale red Susanoo, slowly raising his right arm, fingers poised and directed at her in midair. Sizzling sounds erupted as arcs of electricity and flames flickered from his fingertips. What on earth does he intend to accomplish? He must realize that such feeble attacks could never affect me. Even if he were to unleash his full potential in an instant, it would be futile. He could never reach me. The Crimson Demon King pondered, allowing Wu Tian to continue his attack preparation. This is my most powerful strike. If you can withstand it, then my demise shall be of little consequence. The brilliance in Wu Tian's eyes dimmed further, the pattern of a windmill swirling furiously within his pupils, merging into a chaotic blur. Countless crimson threads nearly covered the whites of his eyes. Simultaneously, the massive Susanoo enveloping him began to contract rapidly around his form. The Susanoo from different kaleidoscopic Sharingan is not entirely the same. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo wields the 3 divine tools, the Yata Mirror, the Tatsuka Blade, and the Yasakani no Magatama. Uchiha Sasuke's Susanoo can freely manipulate the flames of hell as weapons. Uchiha Shirsue's Susanoo allows each strand of chakra fire to ensnare one in an endless realm, while Uchiha Obito's Susanoo can unleash the space-warping power of divine flames. As for Wu Tian, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan allows him to manipulate the Susanoo technique at will. His Sharingan is characterized by complete mastery and optimal utilization of chakra. He condenses the vast energy of Susanoo, merging it with his body. This dramatically enhances his physical attributes, breaking the limits of human capability. His attack power, defense, and speed are all elevated to their utmost extremes. What strange game is he playing? The Crimson Demon King squinted at Wu Tian, who now appeared to be clad in a faint red battle armor, utterly perplexed. In truth, her patience was wearing thin. This human, though somewhat eccentric, was ultimately just employing inexplicable tricks. After all, he is merely a human, wasting so much of her time. At this moment, the two fingers pointing at her were entwined with lightning and flames. Wu Tian felt his eyes becoming increasingly searing, as if two heated irons were embedded in his eye sockets. This otherworldly heat surged into his brain, as if even his very soul were ablaze. The kaleidoscope eye technique. 32-fold enhancement, lightning flame finger. Time, in that instant, seemed to stretch infinitely, becoming agonizingly slow. In the span of 1,000th of a second, the Red Demon King's eyes widened gradually, slowly revealing a hint of shock, which emerged from nothingness to become increasingly profound. If her beautiful eyes were a tranquil lake, then the astonishment mingled with an underlying terror within them resembled a monstrous creature lurking beneath the surface. Initially, ripples appeared on the lake's surface, growing increasingly violent and expansive, until finally, the monster at the bottom began to emerge. Contrasting her minuscule movements within that fleeting 1,000th of a second was the beam of light surging forth from Wu Tian's fingers, a radiant brilliance seemingly drawn from the depths of hell. This light was astonishingly swift, so fast that the Red Demon King had no time to process it. A flash of lightning entwined with flames reflected in her blood-red, exquisite eyes. This light outshone her gaze, more dazzling than anything she had ever encountered. It grew brighter, larger, and closer. The Red Demon King felt as if she could already sense the breath of death, the specter beckoning to her. Yet, this notion amused her. She had not suffered a wound in centuries. Death, who could possibly bring about her demise? This mere human? How absurd. As her body fell limply, her thoughts lingered in that fleeting moment before death. What had she pondered then? Her powerful and glorious life, or the realization, even in death, that her beautiful head had been shattered in an instant by that colossal beam of lightning and flame? Oh, even Wu Tian, with his steely resolve, now painfully covered his eyes, the dark blood trickling through his fingers nearly staining his entire face. The Susanoo armor enveloping his body dissipated like fireworks. Within his consciousness, the area around his eyes had long since lost sensation, only the thin, torturous threads of agony extending from his eyeballs tightly entwined around his soul, relentlessly tearing at his spirit, making him wish for death at that very moment. To seek liberation, Wu Tian's body swayed precariously in midair, his breath erratic. The Red Demon King was dead. He had slain the Red Demon King. This mere human had vanquished the Red Demon King. My heavens! The demons suspended in midair appeared as if struck dumb. They had never witnessed, nor even imagined, such a scene unfolding in their lifetimes. The formidable Red Demon King had been so easily defeated by this human? Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, the undeniable events unfolding before me, alongside the headless corpse of the Red Demon King that lay upon the ground, unequivocally illustrated the terrifying nature of humanity. Run! A voice, filled with dread, erupted from one of the demon warriors, prompting a frenzied flight. Swiftly, they fled, scattering towards the distant reaches of the blood-red sky, unable to escape the palpable fear that gripped them. After a brief moment of respite, I, Wu Tian, pressed my temples, attempting to alleviate the weariness that enveloped my mind. Subsequently, I wiped the congealed blood from my visage and gradually opened my eyes. Yet, all was shrouded in darkness. I squeezed my eyes tightly, but the obscurity persisted, as if a dense fog had completely veiled my vision. Only faint outlines emerged from the haze, indistinct and directionless. I could scarcely discern up from down, relying solely on the pull of gravity beneath my feet. With a long sigh, I exhaled the complexities of my emotions, striving to restore tranquility within my spirit. I pressed the 4-star ball nestled within my attire, feeling a slight comfort in its presence. Should it be lost, given my current state, retrieving it would be a formidable challenge. From my belt, I retrieved the last celestial bean, placing it within my mouth. With a crunch, I chewed it a few times before closing my eyes and swallowing. In an instant, the nearly depleted energy within me surged back to life. This sensation was nothing short of miraculous, akin to possessing an inexhaustible wellspring of energy within me. Ordinarily undetectable, yet unleashed by the celestial being, it provided boundless strength. Even my spirit, rejuvenated by the restoration of my physical condition, soared to new heights. Upon reopening my eyes, the scene remained unchanged, still obscured by a mist that rendered me effectively blind. Indeed, the curse of the kaleidoscope was not easily dispelled. Was this blindness not considered an injury? Similar to Sun Wukon's cardiac affliction, Did it represent a spontaneous alteration within the human body? Was this symptom of blindness inherently unsolvable? Or was it solely the result of the kaleidoscope-esque curse? I pondered, recognizing that such inquiries remained shrouded in uncertainty. The harsh reality was all I could accept. Suddenly, a presence approached. Was it the Black Demon King? Had he sensed the absence of the Red Demon King? My brow furrowed as I focused my bleary gaze in that direction. After a moment of contemplation, I remained stationary, sensing the rapid approach of the aura that seemed to belong to the Black Demon King. I descended to the ground, identifying a faint energy signature in the distance. I extracted a portion of that energy, employing the ninefold martial immortal fist technique for swift and efficient movement across the terrain. By extracting only a fraction of the energy, I ensured that the Black Demon King would remain unaware of my presence. Utilizing the ninefold martial immortal fist, I aimed to achieve an explosive speed in my flight. This aspect of the martial immortal fist, its stealth, was one of its many advantages over the King's fist. Essentially, the energy within me had not been amplified. Rather, I possessed a superior understanding of its application. As visibility became nearly non-existent, Wu Tian decided to close his eyes. In the midst of his run, the wind brushed against his face, and he appeared completely unfazed by his blindness. Apart from the initial discomfort, he swiftly navigated the rugged terrain with remarkable agility. Ironically, his impairment allowed him to concentrate more intently on perceiving the essence of qi, a sixth sense. Within the pitch-black realm of his awareness, distant glimmers of white light emerged, signifying the presence of others' qi, some strong, some weak, some radiating malice, others emanating even greater malevolence. Humph, the demon realm, indeed. Wu Tian sought out a solitary malevolent aura and hurried towards it. Had that presence vanished? Who could it be? What had happened to the Red Demon? The Black Demon King swiftly soared towards the direction where the Red Demon King's essence had dissipated. Suddenly, he encountered several of the Red Demon King's loyal guards in his path. He seized one for questioning, and though the guards spoke in a frenzied, disjointed manner, the Black Demon King grasped the gist of their words. Had they killed the Red Demon? Humans? Were they heading to Demon Mountain? Returning to the human world? Enraged, the Black Demon King trembled, a dark aura erupting around him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of black energy, obliterating the babbling Red Demon guards. Enough of these delusions. Humans. The Black Demon King spun around, resolutely making his way towards Demon Mountain. A patrolling demon warrior was hovering in midair when, suddenly, a grip seized his neck from behind with a force akin to an iron vice. The presence behind him was not overwhelmingly powerful, yet the aura of murderous intent was unmistakably serious. If he wished to preserve his life, it would be wise to comply with my instructions. A cold voice resonated from behind him. The demon warrior's heart raced, his limbs tingling with an icy dread. He sensed that any slight movement would result in his dismemberment at the hands of this mysterious assailant. Yes, I will comply, he nodded hastily. As the most lowly of demons, he felt utterly powerless against such a formidable entity. Survival was paramount. Lead me to the end of the Black Blood River. I must reach Demon Mountain. Demon Mountain. The warrior gasped in surprise, instinctively turning his head. Yet, at that very moment, his left arm was severed from his body. The thought that this formidable figure seemed blind flashed through his mind just as he realized his arm had fallen away. Staring blankly at the charred stump where his limb had been, the searing pain finally surged into his consciousness. Do not utter unnecessary words or make superfluous movements, Wu Tian said languidly, as the flames on his palm gradually subsided. Yes. The demon warrior's face contorted in agony, yet he obediently acquiesced. Thus, he guided Wu Tian towards the Black Blood River and onward to Demon Mountain. Time passed, though he could not discern how long they had flown. My lord, we have arrived. Ahead lies Demon Mountain. The demon warrior halted, but before he could finish his sentence, a powerful blow struck his head. A warm sensation flooded his senses, and he thought, is this what it feels like to die? As he helplessly descended, Wu Tian gazed intently ahead, faintly perceiving a towering wall of shadow blocking his path, not far off. He realized that the captured demon race had indeed led him to the correct location. Concealing his aura, Wu Tian lowered his altitude, propelling himself toward the looming dark silhouette. Suddenly, within his perception, he sensed an aura rivaling that of the Red Demon King. Rushing toward him at an alarming speed, it was the Black Demon King, who had previously headed in his direction. Why has he returned here? This is bad. It seems he has encountered the subordinates of the Red Demon King and knows I am headed to Demon Mountain. With his eyes closed, Wu Tian quickly grasped the situation and decided to abandon his efforts to suppress his aura. With a resounding boom, he maximized his energy, unleashing the ninefold martial immortal fist, and surged forward toward the dark mountain at breakneck speed. The Black Demon King's forehead pulsed with veins. No more hiding, are we? Do you think you can escape? In a blink, he had traversed thousands of meters. Just a few breaths later, he caught sight of a diminutive figure rapidly approaching the Black Mountain in the distance. There's no escape. You think you can kill the Red Demon and live to tell the tale? The Black Demon King gathered a mass of dense, ink-like energy in his hands, hurling it with all his might toward Wu Tian's direction. Die! The black energy wave shot forth like a bolt of lightning, crossing mountains and rivers in an instant. Closer, closer. The Black Demon King clearly observed that the tiny figure seemed to turn and glance back at the incoming energy wave. But it was too late. The black energy wave struck with unerring accuracy, piercing through him from back to front. Haha. The Black Demon King sneered in the air behind. But his expression suddenly turned to one of shock, as if he had seen a ghost. The human, instead of being struck, seemingly vanished into the Black Mountain as if nothing had occurred, disappearing like raindrops falling into a river. The Black Demon King remained suspended in midair, dumbfounded. Watching as the moment the human touched the mountain, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 37. The long-awaited meeting. As Wu Tian traversed the mountain, he suddenly fainted. The sensation was akin to leaping from a leisurely bicycle to a high-speed train. Bang! He was instantly overwhelmed, stars dancing before his eyes, rendering him unconscious. Not long after, Wu Tian's consciousness gradually began to awaken. He rose from the ground, keeping his eyes shut, for he knew there was little to see. His sixth sense, now exceptionally acute due to his blindness, allowed him to distinctly sense numerous unknown auras nearby, exuding a faint malevolence similar to that of the demon race. Am I still in the demon realm? Wu Tian's heart sank, but he focused his senses and realized he could not detect the imposing aura of the Black Demon King. Suddenly, his eyelids quivered involuntarily, for within his consciousness, he discerned a familiar and unique aura emanating from a distant location, the aura of the cat immortal from Kailinta. This is the human realm. He has returned. Wu Tian's ears perked up. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed, thud, 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 and boom, boom, boom. Two distinct sets of strides in parallel. One was heavy and robust, while the other appeared to belong to a female. A faint breath hinted at a possible demon lineage. Wu Tian heard the approaching voice inquire. Are you the human who emerged from the demon realm, as Lord Azura mentioned? It bore the tone of a woman, or rather, a female demon. It was indeed unexpected that a human could fall into the demon realm and emerge from Lord Azura's mountain of demons. Another voice, that of a powerful male demon, responded. Of course, what did you expect? The might of Lord Azura is beyond the comprehension of mere humans. Wu Tian turned to face them and posed the question. Is the mechanism on that mountain set by the Lord Azura you speak of? He mused to himself, reflecting on the animated portrayal of Azura. Seemingly a minor character with limited combat prowess, yet possessing the capability to leave behind such a safeguard in the demon realm. One that even the two formidable demon lords could not dismantle. Enough idle chatter, Gora. Take him to meet Lord Azura, the female demon instructed. The imposing male demon halted and said to Wu Tian, come along. Wu Tian remained stationary, his eyes clouded and unfocused. At that moment, his left eye, having lost its light due to the forbidden technique Izanagi, revealed a dark crimson view, akin to that of closed eyelids. The right eye, however, perceived only a shadowy, indistinct blur. He could merely sense that he was within a vast cavern with insufficient illumination. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian decided to follow the two distinct presences ahead. For now, let me observe. In his perception, the strongest aura was comparable to his own foundational power, strong, yet limited. Compared to the two demon lords of the demon realm, the difference was stark. Could it be that the machinations on the mountain had diminished their power? Wu Tian silently pondered, closely trailing the energies of the two demons. Soon, in the half of his vision devoid of sight, he felt the light brighten considerably. I had thought no one could traverse from the mountain of demons to this side. A clear male voice resonated. Wu Tian's ears perked up, indeed. It emanated from the strongest presence he sensed. Is there something wrong with your eyes? Gora, Mira, you may descend first, the clear-voiced male, identified as Lord Azura, directed. The female and the imposing male demon stepped back. Having met, Wu Tian now faced the question, what do you wish to do? He opened his clouded, unfocused eyes, gazing in the direction of Azura's voice. Azura, upon seeing Wu Tian's peculiar eyes, one a dark yellow, seemingly lifeless, and the other bearing a bizarre, blurred pattern reminiscent of a windmill, expressed his curiosity, what strange eyes you possess. Wu Tian closed his eyes once more. Despite his blindness, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Utilizing all his senses, save for sight, he detected every nuance of fragrance in the surrounding environment, felt the delicate caress of air against the fine hairs on his skin, and attentively listened for the faintest of sounds. You are quite vigilant, human. Azura chuckled, observing the human before him, who kept his eyes tightly shut. Can you not see? How did you traverse from yonder? Pray, do not tell me it was by mere chance. It appears you possess considerable knowledge of the circumstances over there, Wu Tian replied, his tone dispassionate. Azura smiled and remarked, I once resided in that realm. Noticing Wu Tian's earnest attention, Azura continued, you must have inadvertently wandered into the demon realm from another place, correct? Such places, though rare on Earth, are not singular. He gestured toward the direction of the cave passage from which Wu Tian had come. Then realizing Wu Tian could not perceive it, he added, the demon mountain you traversed was once a passage akin to that, a temporal gateway connecting Earth and the demon realm. However, judging by the arduous journey you undertook to return to the human world, it seems that the temporal passage you stumbled upon is of the type that vanishes entirely upon disturbance. In other words, the passage you sealed here is of a relatively stable nature? Indeed, he replied with a hint of amusement. Years ago, my mother, an ordinary human, inadvertently entered the demon realm through this very place and encountered my father, a being of the demon race. Thus, I came into existence. As a half-human, half-demon, you have endured the scorn and prejudice of both humans and demons from a young age. Once you acquired power, you sealed away the temporal gateway that had precipitated your tragic fate, and you, as a unique being neither human nor demon, remain confined within this lightless cavern, not far from the worlds of humans and demons, yet entirely inaccessible to them. However, what neither the Red Demon King nor the Black Demon King anticipated was that in sealing this temporal passage, you left behind a back door that allows those of human blood to pass through. I surmise you believe that perhaps there may be others, akin to your mother, who might unwittingly enter the demon realm, and that this back door could offer them a glimmer of hope to return to the human world. Is that so? Wu Tian continued Azura's line of thought, speaking slowly. Oh, a formidable intellect, intriguing indeed. Yet Azura cast a surprised glance at Wu Tian. This clitch, so often worn thin in tales of gods and demons, Wu Tian inquired with a composed demeanor. But what? You are mistaken on one point. It is not my intent for this door to serve as hope, but rather as a lifeline for those I deem unnecessary. Azura, for reasons unknown, let out a cold laugh. He continued, do you know why the demon mountain is black? It is because I have poured my human blood into its very foundation. Each time the Black Demon King attacks the mountain, he inadvertently aids the growth of my human form. The humans you mentioned, who inadvertently wander into the realm of demons, if they possess feeble strength, naturally hold no interest for me. Yet, if their power is formidable, well, I must apologize, for they shall be dissolved by my human blood, becoming part of my new corporeal form. Ah, so your current body is purely of demonic origin? No wonder your aura is so diminished. What is your purpose in this? One can discern from your tone a palpable dissatisfaction and resentment towards your half-human, half-demon identity. Why then do you seek to cultivate a new human form? Wu Tian inquired with a calm demeanor. That is of no concern to you. Moreover, I find it curious that Azura's voice has taken on a chilling tone. Why am I divulging so much information to you? Things I never intended to share. Did you not realize this from the very beginning? Wu Tian replied with a subtle smile, reopening his eyes as the four-pointed windmill in his right eye gradually faded, transforming into a dim black pupil. A hypnotic technique? Or perhaps some trivial trick? While revealing this to you holds little consequence, are you not afraid that I might simply decide to end your life? It seems you have endured considerable hardship to escape the demon realm, yet your arrogance may cost you dearly here. Azura narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold laugh. Why prolong the conversation? Come, you intended to engage me in battle from the outset, did you not? Wu Tian chuckled, assuming a combat stance. Azura narrowed his eyes, a hint of amusement breaking through. From the depths of the Azura realm-esque cavern, Wu Tian soared into the sky. What an intriguing human. Below, at the cave's entrance, Azura gazed up at the diminutive figure of Wu Tian against the vast sky, before turning to retreat deeper into the cavern. The heavy door slowly closed behind him, shrouding the profound darkness within. The chill of the high altitude brushed against Wu Tian's face as he closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of the cat sage in the direction of Kylenta. Exhaling deeply, Wu Tian suddenly took flight from his position with a decisive clap. Mountains, rivers, and dense forests blurred past him in rapid succession. During his flight, Wu Tian, with his eyes shut, suddenly raised an eyebrow. The loss of vision had sharpened his sixth sense, allowing him to faintly discern a subtle presence in the distance, hastening towards him. He was certain he did not recognize this aura. As thoughts raced through his mind, Wu Tian's form remained unyielding, streaking through the sky as if cleaving the heavens. The aerial technique of the ninefold martial immortal fist, compared to his initial speed when first visiting Kailinta, was as disparate as heaven and earth. Within a mere half-day, Wu Tian sensed that the aura of the cat sage was now almost within reach. Whoosh! Wu Tian executed a sharp turn, propelling himself directly upwards into the sky. Something had been trailing him all along. Who could it be? Were it not for my blindness enhancing my perception, I might never have detected this little tail. When did they begin to follow me? With such musings, Wu Tian had already arrived at the hall of Kailinta. Whoosh! The cat sage observed a figure soaring past from below, without a moment's pause. He hurried to the edge of the tower and gazed upward, catching sight of the gradually fading soles of Wu Tian's feet. Ah, is that not Wu Tian? Where could he be heading? Is he on his way to the temple to meet the celestial deity? He smacked his lips, pondering the incongruity of Wu Tian's aura in conjunction with his speed. Meanwhile, Wu Tian ascended without pause, as if striving to reach the very limits of the sky, to break free from the confines of Earth. He soared higher and higher, the oxygen in the atmosphere swiftly diminishing, the temperature descending in a gradient, a chill seeping into his being. Yet, simultaneously, he sensed the powerful presence in the heavens drawing ever closer. The celestial deity Bix stood at the edge of the temple, observing the young human soaring before him. His emotions a tangled web, and he spoke slowly. At last, we meet, Wu Tian. Chapter 38. A request owed. At last, we meet, Wu Tian. Floating with his eyes closed, Wu Tian heard the owner of the nearby aura utter those words. His expression remained serene as he drifted forward, passing the presences of celestial deity Bix and presumably Bobo, and lightly touched down upon the temple's ground. Indeed, it was a long-awaited encounter. The celestial deity, or rather Bix, stood behind him, and Wu Tian spoke matter-of-factly, fully aware that this old fellow had closely observed the battlefield during the sealing of Bix by Wu Taido. He suspected that Bix had already heard the words spoken by him before Wu Taido's demise. Thus, he spoke without pretense, knowing that feigning ignorance would be quite a laborious endeavor. Humph, you truly are, as you claimed in the past, a seer of the future. Yet, even now, I harbor some doubts about your assertions. You must understand that even your sister could merely obscurely divine certain outcomes of the future. You assert that you have witnessed a future where numerous formidable warriors arise on Earth. Such a claim is astonishing, one that even I, the celestial deity of this realm, cannot accomplish. Celestial deity Bix chuckled softly before turning, continuing, this world has never lacked for the extraordinary, has it? Wu Tian replied nonchalantly, taking a deep breath, the thin air making him slightly uncomfortable. You adapt swiftly. Furthermore, your apparent lack of surprise regarding my knowledge of what you once said to Wu Taido is intriguing, Bix remarked, observing Wu Tian. Wu Tian smiled gently, still with his eyes closed, and replied, I know you, and I am well aware of your capabilities. I also understand that you could not possibly overlook the fate intertwined with you, the Dark Lord Bix, so your insights gleaned from the heavens are hardly astonishing. On another note, I must express my admiration for your progress in martial arts over the years. Is it because you have seen the future that you continue to advance? A hint of a smile graced celestial deity Bix's lips, unfazed by Wu Tian's choice of words. Continuous progress? It appears even celestial deities have a sense of humor. You wouldn't suggest that I have exhausted the potential of this body, would you? Wu Tian remarked, a touch of self-deprecation in his tone, still keeping his eyes closed. No, I do not believe that the advancement in martial arts is solely a matter of enhancing one's own abilities. The development of extraordinary martial techniques is undoubtedly a significant progress for a martial artist. The ability to unleash attacks that far exceed one's own prowess. Surely this is a manifestation of continuous growth? Remarked the celestial deity, Bix. Wu Tian remained noncommittal, responding with an indifferent hum. You seem to observe quite often. Bix smiled. After all, as a deity, it is only natural for me to pay particular attention to a human who has never before glimpsed into the future. He paused before continuing. Furthermore, regarding your potential, it is merely a consequence of that longevity elixir you consumed in your youth. A considerable portion of your life force has been utilized by this divine water from the underworld, extending your lifespan. Divine water from the underworld? Wu Tian expressed surprise, raising an eyebrow, yet kept his eyes closed. I suspect you have already deduced the truth. Indeed, it was your sister who sought her master to procure that elixir for you. The reason, I presume, was to prevent the untimely demise of her only kin, Bick explained. Understanding dawned on Wu Tian as he slightly nodded, still pondering with closed eyes. Bick added, however, do not lament. While your potential may be constrained, it has granted you nearly 1,000 years of natural lifespan, along with a youth that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. I never held high hopes for my own abilities. Rather, the prospect of 1,000 years of natural life exceeds my expectations. Bick, taken aback, soon grasped, it is because in the future you envisioned, your abilities resemble what they are now, correct? Quite so, Wu Tian acknowledged, producing an orange-yellow orb from his possession. Bick observed the 4-star Dragon Ball in Wu Tian's hand and inquired, this is one of the Dragon Balls, is it not? You are fortunate to have found one. When all 7 Dragon Balls are gathered, one can summon the dragon to grant any wish. Am I right? Wu Tian, eyes still closed, gently rubbed the smooth surface of the 4-star ball, which appeared untouched by any dust, feeling quite pleasant to the touch. Indeed, Bick nodded. With a smile, Wu Tian remarked, as the creator of the Dragon Balls, we are somewhat acquainted. Might you assist me by summoning the other 6? I find myself entangled in considerable troubles and wish to beseech the dragon. Has something gone awry with your vision? I recall you mentioning that your eyes underwent a transformation upon glimpsing the future, Bick queried, having observed Wu Tian's tightly shut eyes since his arrival. You cannot hide anything from me. Wu Tian finally opened his eyes, revealing a gaze devoid of focus. He spoke slowly. I have encountered a minor predicament. At present, I am akin to a blind man. Bick was taken aback by the lifelessness in Wu Tian's eyes. Frowning, he inquired, what transpired? You vanished for 6 years. What happened during that time? 6 years? From when do you start counting? Wu Tian responded, his brow furrowing tightly at the question. Simultaneously, he sensed the direction of Saiyan City, and soon, he became aware of the auras of Wu Fangfang, Wu Xiaowei, and Aragon. The energies of Aragon and Wu Xiaowei, particularly the latter, had evidently intensified. The celestial god remarked, I am uncertain when you vanished, yet the last time I beheld you, you were within your martial arts dojo in the city. 6 years? Wu Tian felt a slight heaviness in his heart, furrowing his brow in silence. Observing Wu Tian's quietude, the celestial god Piccolo glanced at the tightly clenched 4-star Dragon Ball in his hand and shook his head, stating, although I am the creator of the Dragon Balls, I cannot directly summon them back. Even their precise locations remain unknown to me. Wu Tian had not held much hope, and thus did not feel particularly disappointed at this revelation. However, the sudden realization that 6 years had elapsed since he traversed in and out of the demon realm left his heart in turmoil. He closed his eyes once more, placing the 4-star Dragon Ball back upon his person. After a moment's contemplation, he pointed to his blind eyes and inquired, is there any way for the celestial god to heal my sight? The celestial god Piccolo pondered for a moment before replying, I can attempt to do so. This is troublesome. Wu Tian approached the voice of the celestial god Piccolo, stopping just an arm's length away. His formidable sensing ability had accurately gauged the distance, indicating a familiarity with my physique. Indeed, he had seen Piccolo before. This young man had become extraordinarily adept at manipulating ki. The celestial god Piccolo mused as he placed his hand over Wu Tian's closed eyes. Wu Tian felt a sensation that was both cool and warm enveloping his eyes, which was immensely soothing. After a while, Piccolo withdrew his hand. Upon opening his eyes, Wu Tian found no change. His left eye remained completely blind, while the right was shrouded in a misty white. It seems I am powerless as well, Piccolo sighed, observing that Wu Tian's gaze still bore no vitality. Before his separation, Piccolo was the omnipotent Namekian dragon, and although the original work did not depict it, he likely possessed healing abilities akin to dance. Yet, it was evident that the mystical beings could not remedy this affliction, and the celestial god had no means to assist. Perhaps the beans were concocted by this individual and given to the cat sage for care? Never mind, it is inconsequential. With no success in treating his eyes, Wu Tian felt a surge of irritation and allowed his thoughts to wander. However, a notion regarding the mystical beings began to germinate in his mind. Perhaps there was a way to approach this indirectly? Noticing the fleeting disappointment on Wu Tian's face, the celestial god Piccolo recalled the great Wu Taidu of yore and sighed softly, saying, in sealing away the demon king Piccolo, you have rendered a significant service to humanity. Therefore, while I could not restore your sight, I promise to grant you one request. As long as it lies within my capabilities, feel free to ask. Oh, Wu Tian expressed mild surprise. He contemplated for a moment, a flurry of plans racing through his mind, but ultimately shook his head and replied to Piccolo, for now, I have no requests. Of course, Should you think of something, you may approach me at any time. Piccolo nodded. Chapter 39. Regaining Light, Second Update. Since the Celestial God is also at a loss regarding my eyes, I shall take my leave for now. As for any requests, I shall return when the time is right. Wu Tian let out a sigh. It had been 6 years, and he wondered how Wu Fangfang and her child, as well as Aragon and his companions, were faring. Approaching the edge of the temple, the biting cold wind swept over him. Wu Tian focused his senses, pondering the identity of the unseen presence that had followed him and its intentions. Behind him, the deity Bic inquired about the faint scent of blood on Wu Tian's clothing, contemplating its significance. Farewell, Wu Tian said, closing his eyes and leaping from thousands of meters above, plunging straight downwards. Let us depart, Bic and Bobo said as they returned to the temple. Wu Tian descended rapidly, soon feeling the proximity of the cat immortal. He paused in midair, drifting leisurely into the tower hall of Kylan. The cat immortal had sensed his presence long before and, seeing Wu Tian enter, asked, "Did you encounter the deity? Were you astonished?" The cat immortal assumed Wu Tian would be immensely surprised to meet a deity that bore a striking resemblance to the Demon King Bic. "I went to the temple but did not meet the deity," Wu Tian replied with a smile. "Why not? What happened?" The cat immortal inquired, puzzled. "Because I cannot see." Wu Tian opened his eyes, revealing their dullness. The cat immortal was taken aback and asked, "What is wrong with your eyes? Can you not see?" He waved his hand dismissively. Wu Tian explained, "Due to various reasons, my eyes have failed." After a moment's pause, he continued, "I stopped by to borrow some immortal beans." "Borrow? Last time you said the same when you took a piece of my cloud." The cat immortal, familiar with Wu Tian, joked. He then dashed to the lower level of the tower and quickly returned with a jar containing all the immortal beans from Kylan Tower. Grabbing a generous handful, the cat immortal graciously handed them to Wu Tian. Noticing that Wu Tian merely accepted the bag without consuming any beans, the cat immortal curiously asked, "Do the immortal beans not remedy your eyes?" He speculated that Wu Tian must have tried them after his eyesight deteriorated. Wu Tian nodded. "Indeed, they are of no use." Meanwhile, he sensed that the presence that had followed him was now concealed beneath Kylan Tower, its aura growing increasingly indistinct. Were it not for his heightened sensitivity due to his blindness, he would likely have been unable to detect this peculiar presence. "What a pity you descended from the temple. It seems even the deity cannot restore your sight." The cat immortal scratched his furry face, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Wu Tian. "Yes," Wu Tian affirmed, exhaling softly. Grasping the cloth bag filled with immortal beans tightly, he said, "I shall take my leave now. I have been away from home for too long and must return soon." "Go ahead," the cat immortal replied casually. Wu Tian nodded, levitating and flying out of the tower hall. Hovering in midair, he contemplated and chose not to head towards Saiyan City. Instead, he plummeted straight down. Isn't he in a hurry to get home? Why is he going downward? The cat immortal scratched his face in confusion before turning back. Before long, Wu Tian had descended from Kylan Tower and landed on the ground. Under the tower, the indigenous Indian tribesmen suddenly noticed the formidable figure of Wu Tian descending from the sky. A tall and robust middle-aged black man approached, brandishing a long wooden spear, and hesitantly inquired, "Is that you, Brother Wu Tian?" Although Wu Tian was unable to see, he recognized the voice and smiled faintly, responding, "Is that you, Brother Wu Muzhen?" Wu Muzhen, now in his 40s, was astounded. "It truly is you. Brother Wu Tian, after all these years, how is it that you remain so youthful?" His astonishment was understandable. He believed Wu Tian should be of a similar age to him. Yet he had grown a thick beard and his face was lined with countless wrinkles. In contrast, Wu Tian still possessed the visage of a man in his 20s, which was indeed perplexing. Without mentioning the effects of the elixir of immortality, Wu Tian mused to himself that a mere trip to the demon realm had caused him to age more slowly by 6 years. Outwardly, he remarked, "Perhaps it is due to my years of martial practice and the refinement of my internal energy." "Perhaps," Wu Muzhen murmured. "Father." A child's voice piped up from behind Wu Muzhen. Wu Tian smiled and asked, "Is that your son?" Wu Muzhen chuckled, cradling a small, dark-skinned child in his arms. "Yes, he was born late. He is only 11 this year. Come, Dongmu, greet Uncle Wu Tian." "Hello, Uncle Wu Tian," the child obediently greeted. Wu Tian smiled gently, reminiscing. "I remember our first meeting. My junior brother and I arrived like wild men, and it was thanks to Brother Wu Muzhen's hospitality that we were welcomed." Indeed, so many years have flown by in the blink of an eye. It must be around 17 or 18 years now, Wu Muzhen, a straightforward man, reflected aloud, prompting Wu Tian to echo his sentiment. 17 or 18 years. How can it be 17 or 18 years? Wu Tian exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Is something amiss? Wu Muzhen inquired, puzzled. Something is indeed wrong. How could it possibly be 17 or 18 years? Wu Tian's expression turned hollow, and at that moment, a faint aura of malice surged forth. Suddenly, a figure burst forth like a bolt from the blue, like a drawn sword, once unsheathed. It sought blood to appease its edge. Be careful, Wu Muzhen shouted, clutching the child tightly. A subtle smile flickered on Wu Tian's lips, seemingly unfazed. And though he barely evaded the attack, a dark dagger pierced his arm with a sickening sound. In an instant, a large area of his arm turned a deep shade of purple. The poison coursed through Wu Tian's veins, causing him to feel dizzy. Though his eyes could not see, his mind perceived the threat. Channeling the full force of his ninefold martial immortal fist, he thrust his hand toward the direction of the assailant. A mighty wave of energy surged forth, propelled by his formidable palm strike. The assassin coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly having a hole punched through his torso by Wu Tian's strike. Like a ragged sack, he was sent flying, rolling across the ground, his dagger falling from his grasp, withered grass beneath it instantly browning. The rapid turn of events left Wu Muzhen in a state of shock. Once he regained his composure, he roared in fury, "Who dares to attack?" In the prime of his life, his muscles bulged like granite, causing the child in his arms to cry out in pain. Wu Muzhen hastily set the child down. Do not fret. He has received my palm strike and will not survive long. Wu Tian's lips turned a deep shade of purple, clearly indicating the severity of the rare and potent poison coursing through his veins. I ask you, who sent you? Wu Tian inquired coldly, addressing the assassin struggling on the ground nearby. The assassin spat a mouthful of blood, yet remained silent. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes, contemplating before asking, Are you one of Tao Sanqian's subordinates? Humph, the Peach Blossom Killers? The name of this suspected organization, mentioned by Tao Sanqian years ago, surfaced in his memory. Fortunately, due to his awareness of Tao Bai, he had paid some attention to Tao Sanqian in the past, and could still recall it now. You still remember? The assassin expressed surprise. Since when have you been following me? At this moment, an unusual hue of blue began to appear in Wu Tian's eyes, the intensity of the toxin far exceeding his expectations. You won't last long either. It's pointless to tell you anything. Indeed, I received a secret letter from Lord Tao Sanqian before his demise, and I have been watching you near Taida Mountain for 8 years, waiting for this very opportunity to kill you. You vanished for 6 years, and I thought you had discovered me and were hiding away. The assassin chuckled coldly, seemingly satisfied with the elimination of his target, feeling no regrets in death. You are quite skilled to have evaded my sensing of your aura. Wu Tian, genuinely impressed, realized he had underestimated the talents of the world. Bah! The assassin rolled his eyes, coughed up another mouthful of blood, and finally slumped over, lifeless. Are you all right, brother Wu Tian? Wu Muzhen, witnessing Wu Tian's deteriorating condition, knelt beside him, anxiously inquiring. It's nothing serious. Wu Tian's breath grew faint. Yet he kept his eyes open, his right eye displaying a chaotic whirl of crimson, as dark red blood trickled from his eye socket down his cheek. Gradually, the pattern in his right eye faded, leaving behind a completely pale iris. Wu Muzhen's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the toxic blue and purple on Wu Tian's face vanish entirely in the blink of an eye. Wu Tian stood up as if nothing had happened. What is this? Wu Muzhen felt as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. The events unfolding before him surpassed all imagination. Just a trivial trick. Wu Tian smiled, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. Then, he extended his hand, delving into his eye socket. With a horrifying sound of flesh being torn, he gruesomely extracted his own eyeballs. Wu Muzhen was completely at a loss. Unable to comprehend his brother's actions, he covered his child's eyes, shielding him from this deeply disturbing sight. Blood streamed down both sides of Wu Tian's face. Yet he did not make a sound despite the excruciating pain of the self-inflicted wound. Tossing the 2 round eyeballs to the ground, he retrieved a magical bean from his bag with hands stained in blood and an unidentifiable fluid. With a crunch, Wu Tian chewed a couple of times before swallowing the magical bean in an instant. Before Wu Tian could fully comprehend the sensation of his eyes regrowing, his eye sockets were filled with a profound sense of vitality. Exhaling deeply, he gradually opened his eyes to a vibrant world that had long been absent, flooding into his dark, spirited pupils. A rare, radiant smile illuminated Wu Tian's face as he greeted Wu Muzhen. It has been a long time. Chapter 40. Wu Xian Lu encircled. Third update. Your eyes, Wu Muzhen stammered, utterly bewildered by the rapid succession of events that had just unfolded. In an instant, assassins had surged forth, nearly taking Wu Tian's life. Then, just as suddenly, He stood up as if nothing had transpired. In another heartbeat, he had gouged out his own eyes, and almost immediately after, his eyes had regrown. With a gentle smile, Wu Tian produced 3 celestial beans from his pouch, stating, "These are divine medicines bestowed by the immortal atop Kylenta. Regardless of the injury sustained, as long as one still breathes, consuming them will restore one's vitality." He extended the beans toward Wu Muzhen. Upon hearing this, Wu Muzhen hastily waved his hands in refusal. "No, no, this is far too precious." Wu Tian, undeterred, pressed the beans into Wu Muzhen's hand, saying, "Do not be so finicky. Living in this vast forest, injuries are inevitable. Keeping these might just save a life. Accept them as a token of our friendship." Wu Muzhen furrowed his brows deeply. His son, standing beside him, inquired, "Father, what did the uncle give you? Is it delicious?" Wu Tian replied, "Not at all. And once you eat one, you won't taste anything good for 7 days. Then what is the point?" The child asked, puzzled. Laughing, Wu Tian patted Wu Muzhen's broad shoulder and said, "Brother, it's time for us to part ways. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." "Ah, yes, farewell," Wu Muzhen muttered, still in a daze. Casting a glance at the 2 round eyeballs lying nearby, Wu Tian narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment. Then, with a carefree smile, he flicked his fingers, unleashing a burst of lightning flame that incinerated the eyeballs into ashes. He leapt into the air and soared away into the distance. In his previous life, upon discovering that he was part of the Uchiha clan, which was torn apart by brotherly strife, Wu Tian had developed a deep aversion to the idea of siblings killing one another for the sake of the Sharingan. The moral compass and ethical boundaries instilled in him by modern society instinctively repulsed him from such actions. This aversion led to 2 outcomes. First, he was ultimately cornered by his brother, Uchiha Musashi, forced to self-destruct in a mutual demise. And second, he never learned the Uchiha's eye transplant technique. He had no understanding of how to utilize another pair of Manjiki Sharingan to eliminate the flaws in his own, nor had he ever sought to learn. He had always presumed that his brother might not be able to awaken the Manjiki, and even if he could, given their bond, he might not resort to such drastic measures. He had thought. Humph, Wu Tian smirked. Soon, he was but a distant figure in the sky, gradually fading into the horizon. Omu gazed upwards, his expression frozen, unable to utter a single word for an extended period. Wu Tian soared swiftly towards Saiyan City, sensing the presence of Wu Fangfang and the others as he flew. It soon became apparent to Wu Tian that something was amiss. They were no longer within the city? Had they relocated outside? And what of the numerous unfamiliar presences? Was that the aura of Hejian? What had transpired during my 6 years of absence? Wu Tian pondered, heightening his speed once more. Fortunately, the threat of blindness had temporarily receded, so Wu Tian boldly activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, employing his ocular technique to manipulate the surrounding energy with 30-fold intensity, executing the sky dance technique. Buzz! His figure surged through the air at an astonishing pace. However, it was not long before Wu Tian's silhouette in the sky wavered, nearly causing him to plummet. Gritting his teeth, he furrowed his brow, massaging his temples with force, and self-deprecatingly murmured, "How overly confident I have become. Although the danger of ocular depletion and blindness has passed, given my current mental strength, it is unrealistic to wield the kaleidoscope technique without restraint." The pain of his own eyes being gouged had never elicited a frown from him. Yet the agony stemming from the depths of his mind compelled him to cry out. Shaking his head, Wu Tian resumed the 9-fold martial immortal fist sky dance technique, hastening towards the location of Aragon and the others outside Saiyan City. Outside Saiyan City, at the foot of a mountain, lay the dojo of the martial immortal school. A throng of individuals encircled the dojo, nearly spilling out into the street. At the entrance of the inner hall, in the center of the space, stood Aragon, a 17-year-old clad in a white martial arts uniform, steadfastly withstanding the pressure from all sides. For a month now, those drawn by the reputation of the martial immortal school had besieged the dojo, demanding to meet the founder, Master Wu Tian. However, Aragon and his companions were equally eager to uncover their master's whereabouts. Since Wu Tian's departure 6 years prior, they had received no word from him. As if he had vanished from the mortal realm, Wu Shockwave remained inside, accompanying her mother, Wu Fangfang. Beside Aragon floated 2 individuals, one tall and one short. Among them was Hejian, who had parted ways with Wu Tian by the Doring Mountain years ago, and the other was presumably a disciple he had trained over the years. Hejian observed with folded arms, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, seemingly eager to witness Wu Tian's humiliation. "Don't worry, Brother Aragon will surely handle them," Wu Shockwave comforted her mother, Wu Fangfang, as she clasped her arm. Wu Fangfang's expression was one of despair as she gazed at the unfamiliar faces surrounding their family, murmuring, "Brother Tian, where have you gone? Today marks the final day of the deadline. If you dare to call yourself a martial immortal, why doesn't Team Master Wu Tian come forth to meet us? It would be a chance for us to witness the prowess of a true martial immortal." Among the crowd encircling the martial immortal dojo, a leader shouted loudly while glancing in Aragon's direction, "Indeed, why doesn't he the martial immortal dare to show himself? What kind of martial immortal is this? I see only a turtle immortal." "Haha, well said. Turtle immortal. The esteemed turtle master has given birth to a beautiful turtle daughter. How outrageous." Wu Shockwave, upon hearing such foul language, felt her eyes blaze with fury. "Ha ha ha." The crane, who was observing from the side, found amusement in the situation, thoroughly entertained. His disciple, fluttering nearby, joined in the laughter, wearing an ingratiating expression. "How dare you speak like that? If you wish to fight, come at me now. Who is afraid of whom? Insulting others is no true skill." The disciples of the Wu Xianlu, clad in white martial attire, were equally incensed. The former chubby one, now a robust young man, and Long were on the verge of losing their patience. "Master Long, your words are quite excessive." Aragon, though angered, managed to restrain himself. This was not the first time in 6 years that someone had come to challenge them under the banner of Wu Xianlu, but unlike previous encounters, this time he felt uncertain of his ability to emerge unscathed. The current batch of challengers was led by the illustrious Master Long, a renowned figure in the martial arts community. Master Long's martial prowess was extraordinary, a seasoned expert of many years. Throughout his tenure managing Wu Xianlu, Aragon had heard countless tales of this man. Now, witnessing Master Long in the flesh only deepened his sense of trepidation. "It was all my fault for my inadequacy. Had I mastered my master's Wuxian fist, I would not need to engage with these individuals." He chastised himself, reflecting on his unwavering dedication to the study of Wuxian fist over the years. However, while he could enhance the power of his techniques, maintaining his entire repertoire at an explosive level of potency was an entirely different challenge. It felt as though an insurmountable barrier stood before him. On one side of this barrier were he and others. On the other stood his master. Yet, even from this distance, he could not clearly discern his master's silhouette. Chapter 41. Are you looking for me? Fourth update. Who do you think you are to directly challenge our Master Long? The ringleader among the challengers pointed a finger at Aragon, who stood resolutely. However, an elder beside him waved a hand, signaling him to remain silent. This elder, Master Long himself, addressed Aragon. "We have come with no ulterior motive other than to request a change to your sect's name. It is said that Master Wu Tian was a disciple of the esteemed Wu Tai Do, and this name, which even he dared not utter, ought to be revised post-haste." Aragon furrowed his brow. "The name was bestowed by my master himself. As his disciple, I have no authority to alter it." Instantly, someone shouted, "Then bring out that turtle of a master and let him change it himself." Aragon's forehead throbbed with anger. "I have stated countless times that my master is away and not present at the dojo. I ask that you wait for his return to discuss the matter of our sect's name." "Ha ha ha, spare us. I suspect your master has already heard of our arrival and has fled. Or perhaps he has simply turned into a coward. Do not take us for fools." Aragon's fury ignited as he pointed at the provocateur. "What is the matter? Not satisfied? If you're not, come and fight. That's why we are here." With that, someone rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage. "Let us fight. Do you think I am afraid of you? No need for our senior brother to intervene. I will take you down myself." The disciples of the Wuxian sect could hardly contain themselves any longer. However, Aragon had to exercise restraint, repeatedly suppressing his fury. As the most formidable practitioner of the Wuxian sect at present, he could not afford to strike impulsively. If he were to be defeated, the fate of the sect would be sealed before his master's return. Enough of this commotion. Master Long observed the situation intently, raising his hand, which instantly silenced the crowd, underscoring his formidable reputation. With a seemingly harmless smile directed at Aragon, the elder said, "Let us pause for a moment and allow this old man to speak. You see, young brother, as the foremost disciple of Master Wu, in his absence, you are arguably the authority here, correct? Yet, with your master still away, we cannot expect to linger indefinitely in this place, can we? How about this? An old man who has not sparred with anyone for many years shall not take advantage of your youth. Instead, let us engage in a friendly contest. If I cannot best you within 100 exchanges, we shall depart without further ado. However, should I emerge victorious, we will simply rename the Wuxian sect. What say you? Does anyone object?" Master Long inquired of the assembly behind him. "Of course not. No objections. Let Master Long decide." The crowd responded in unison, eagerly supporting him. Aragon's expression darkened. while in the adjoining room, Wu Xiaowei supported her mother, her face pale with rage as she muttered indignantly, "These people are utterly shameless. My elder brother has only trained for a few years under our father, and this old fool has the audacity to challenge him. Master, do you think he can last 100 exchanges?" A young man beside He Jian queried. "Perhaps not. This long, despite being a former subordinate of my master, possesses genuine skill. I suspect he has cultivated his abilities over the years. Aragon, Wu Tian's disciple, indeed shows promise in martial arts. Yet his own disappearance for several years has limited his progress due to the lack of guidance," He Jian replied, shaking his head slowly. At that moment, Master Long had removed his outer garment, revealing a loose-fitting martial outfit beneath. "Shall we proceed?" he stated with an air of seniority. Reluctantly, Aragon stepped forward, forcing himself to comply, and with a grim expression, he clasped his hands in greeting. "Please. Go for it, Master Long. Show him what true skill looks like. Let him understand what it means to be a Wuxian." The disciples' faces flushed with indignation, glaring fiercely at their adversaries, who returned the gaze with defiance. Taking a deep breath, Aragon steeled himself, adopting his initial stance. Master Long smiled casually, appearing to have numerous openings, simply standing there. "He does possess some skill," He Jian observed quietly from the side, narrowing his eyes. After a while, neither side had made a move. Aragon, now sweating profusely, slowly shifted his feet, fixating intently on every subtle motion of Master Long. Ultimately, youth prevailed. Unable to withstand the tension any longer, Aragon shouted and lunged forward. "He has lost," He Jian remarked. Shaking his head, Master Long smiled faintly, as if casually raising his palm to effortlessly deflect Aragorn's approaching punch. His movements were as agile as a nimble monkey, evading Aragorn's sudden kick with ease. From a remarkably awkward angle, he delivered a powerful elbow strike to Aragorn's chest. Aragorn felt a sharp pain, as if his chest might shatter. The smile on Master Long's lips grew colder as he intensified his grip, his hands transforming into a flurry of shadows that relentlessly struck Aragorn's body. Was there a need for 100 moves? Compared to this seasoned veteran, Aragorn's lack of experience was glaringly apparent. No matter how talented he was, he found himself being overwhelmed by this old master. So young, what was Martial Heaven thinking? Entrusting his apprentice to this battle? Was he simply absent, nowhere to be found? He Jian shook his head, fully aware that Martial Heaven was not the type to shy away from confrontation. The reason for his absence was likely due to being far from home, or perhaps entangled in some trouble that delayed his return. With a thud, Aragorn was once again struck by Master Long's kick, violently expelling a mouthful of blood as he collapsed to the ground. "Big brother." The disciples of Wuxianliu cried out in alarm. "Elder brother." Wu Xiaowei could no longer contain herself, rushing out of the room to kneel beside Aragorn, supporting him as she gazed at his bloodied face, her heart aching with sorrow. "Xiaowei, I'm fine. It's just embarrassing, Master," Aragorn said, his face flushed with a mix of shame and anger, only to cough up another mouthful of blood, a once proud man now red-eyed with frustration. "Hee." Master Long approached Aragorn. "Is that enough, Long?" He Jian landed, positioning himself in front of Master Long with a cold gaze. "We haven't even reached 100 moves yet." Master Long replied with a smile. He Jian scoffed. "What skill is it to bully the young? How about we exchange a few blows, Long?" Master Long shook his head with a chuckle. "We are here to seek an explanation from Wuxianliu. What concern is it of yours, he? Are you planning to abandon Xianlu and join your brother S. Wuxianliu? I am Martial Heaven's junior disciple, of the same lineage. In his absence, I am merely clearing out some pests that have come to bite," He Jian retorted. "You." Master Long's eyes twitched, about to respond when suddenly He Jian's expression changed, his gaze shooting upwards in astonishment. At that moment, a barely visible dark figure descended from the sky. With a resounding crash, the object hit the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. What was that? What just fell? The crowd behind Master Long murmured in confusion. Finally realizing who had returned, He Jian was struck with shock. Astonished by Martial Heaven's earlier display of speed, yet he could not help but smirk in a mocking manner. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure, not particularly tall but exuding an undeniable aura of authority, slowly stood upright. "Master, Father." Both Aragorn and Wu Xiaowei gasped in surprise and joy, instantly recognizing him, tears streaming down their faces. Martial Heaven gently pressed down on his disciple's hands before approaching He Jian, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder to pull him aside. He then stepped forward to face Master Long, observing him quietly. Strangely enough, although Wu Tian was gazing levelly at Master Long, it appeared as if he were surveying him from an elevated position. Within his tranquil eyes, no distinct emotion was discernible. It remained unclear whether he harbored anger or was simply devoid of it. All present merely heard him softly inquire, "Are you the one seeking me?" Chapter 42. A single palm to shatter mountains humph. Indeed, you are Wu Tian. Such audacity, Wu Xianlu. Pray tell, does your deceased master merit such a title? Master Long, pricked by Wu Tian's inscrutable gaze, retorted in a tone neither warm nor cold. I remember you. You were the one who came to Tide Mountain and was left crawling by my master, Wu Tian acknowledged with a nod, his voice devoid of warmth. You. Master Long's complexion fluctuated between hues of blue and white. My master has passed away, and even you, an old fool, dare to show your face here? Humph. When the great demon was around, you all hid yourselves so well. Wu Xianlu, I shall not address you as such, yet you presume to call me that? Wu Tian responded with indifference, showing no inclination to regard the man named Long further. Instead, he surveyed the disheveled assembly of individuals gathered behind him. Those who met Wu Tian's gaze instinctively recoiled. The earlier raucous voices, once clamoring for the turtle immortal, had fallen into a hushed silence. The aura of a Qigong master is not mere words, it is a palpable force. At this juncture, the vitality of a martial artist could emanate from their inner energy, intimidating this motley crew devoid of genuine substance, a feat not at all difficult to achieve. Is this truly our master? He appears rather youthful, murmured one of Wu Xianlu's disciples. Given that Wu Tian seldom made appearances at the martial arts school in Sayuan City, the disciples were not well acquainted with his appearance. Naturally. Do not speak. I am not here to engage in debate with the likes of you. Wu Tian interrupted him without courtesy. Master Long's expression shifted once more as he fixed his gaze upon Wu Tian, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Young man, excessive arrogance is not a virtue. Upon reflecting on youth, he suddenly perceived that Wu Tian appeared excessively youthful. As far as he knew, the two true disciples of Wu Tai Do should now be in their 40s. Yet, looking at Wu Tian, he seemed to be in his 20s. While the one beside him, He Jian, could scarcely exceed 30. Had he not indeed encountered these two brothers years ago, he would never have associated them with Wu Tai Do's disciples. Wu Tian appeared oblivious to Master Long's words. He cast a sidelong glance at He Jian, who was regarding him with an expression of bewilderment, before gradually lifting off the ground, soon floating into the air. I understand. It has been quite a while since I left home, and it seems that a number of uninvited miscreants have dared to encroach upon our doorstep. I am quite disappointed. With such feeble characters, Aragon, how have you failed to manage the Wu Xian fist I taught you? What have you been doing these past few years? Aragon, overwhelmed with shame, bowed his head and said, I am but a dull disciple, unable to master the martial immortal fist. Wu Tian, slightly astonished, had not anticipated that after 6 years, Aragon, despite his talents, had still failed to grasp the technique. He found it perplexing, as he believed that while the martial immortal fist was indeed challenging, the initial stages should not pose such formidable difficulties. Do not blame him, father. The technique you taught is simply too difficult. Wu Shockwave defended Aragon. 6 years had passed, and the once 9-year-old girl had blossomed into a young woman in her teens. Wu Tian glanced at Wu Shockwave and Aragon, but chose to remain silent. He then cast a cold gaze over the crowd below, his voice low yet clear enough for all to hear. I have no interest in knowing why you have been deceived by this old fool. Whether you seek fame or simply despise the reputation of the martial immortal sect, it matters not to me. However, I shall establish a rule today. Should you wish to provoke trouble within the martial immortal sect, be my guest. But first consider this mountain and weigh your own capabilities to determine if you possess the strength. Wu Tian pointed toward the towering mountain behind the martial arts hall of the martial immortal sect. The crowd followed his gesture, observing the mountain's steepness and the dense forests that adorned it, yet they could not discern the significance of his words regarding the mountain. Concentrating a sphere of white light in his right hand, Wu Tian emanated a powerful aura of qi. What was he about to do? Was his speed upon his return a result of enhanced strength, or had he improved his void dance technique? He Qi, watching from below, furrowed his brow, doubting that the energy Wu Tian had gathered could produce any remarkable spectacle. Have you all seen clearly? Then look again. In midair, Wu Tian spoke with a calm demeanor, and suddenly his eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, adorned with a swirling black pattern. He activated his ocular technique, raising his hand to strike at the mountainside. With an astonishing force and brilliance, a colossal wave of qi erupted from his hand. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, a thunderous roar echoed, as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, followed by a violent explosion on the rear mountain. The earth trembled, and clouds of dust surged into the sky. The explosive winds swept through the crowd, tousling their hair, and some nearly fled in panic. The blinding white light of the chi wave, fierce enough to dim the sun, gradually subsided. Soon after, murmurs of disbelief filled the air. This is impossible. My heavens, is this some sort of trick? At that moment, behind the martial immortal sect's hall, the once formidable mountain had vanished. All that remained before the crowd was a half-bare mountain base, exposing a vast expanse of clear blue sky, unblocked by the mountain's presence. The azure sky stretched endlessly. Perhaps the clouds had been scattered by the recent wave of chi. The expression on Master Long's face was one of sheer astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. All the poise attributed to a martial arts master seemed to evaporate as he stood dumbfounded, gazing at the sight of a mountain that had vanished before him, his mind a blank, and his tongue unable to articulate coherent thoughts. Equally taken aback was He Jian, who looked up at the figure suspended in midair, utterly perplexed by how, in merely a decade, his prowess could have escalated to such a terrifying degree. To level half a mountain with a single palm? Surely, one would need to risk their life to unleash the most potent of energy blasts to achieve such a feat. Yet here was Wu Tian, appearing composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He Jian's heart brimmed with an inexplicable sense of resentment, coupled with an overwhelming feeling of defeat. His initial intention for this visit had been to showcase his well-trained disciple to Wu Tian, yet now, in the presence of Wu Tian's extraordinary capabilities, He Jian had utterly lost interest. His disciple, who had followed him, stood in bewilderment, unable to fathom the extraordinary prowess of the uncle his master had always dismissed. Casting a sideways glance at Wu Shockwave, who was aiding Aragon to his feet, he mused that if only he could broker a peace with his master, perhaps he could marry the daughter of this formidable uncle. Would that not allow them? Should anyone dare to challenge the Wuxian sect to readily respond? Wu Tian gently descended from the air, maintaining his position before the flustered Master Long. The look in Master Long's eyes as he regarded Wu Tian resembled that of one beholding a monster. Are you the great demon king Piccolo? He stammered, trembling as he pointed at Wu Tian, his disheveled white hair making him appear slightly unhinged. Wu Tian furrowed his brow at him and the others behind him. Why do you remain? Do you seek to spar? You all seem dazed. Please show yourselves out. A smirk played on his lips, though his eyes betrayed no mirth. He finally chastised the assembly of disciples clad in white martial attire of the Wuxian sect. Yes, your commands shall be followed. The disciples, now at a loss for words, bore expressions that blended lingering shock with burgeoning pride and admiration. They had initially thought their senior brother, who could soar to the skies, was impressive enough, but to discover that their enigmatic master possessed such remarkable power was nothing short of divine. The individuals who had accompanied Master Long, upon hearing Wu Tian's words, felt a chill race down their spines. They dared not utter another word, and, under the pressure of the Wuxian disciples, obediently exited through the same door from whence they had come. Ultimately, someone remembered to return, aiding the dazed Master Long as they dragged him away, careful not to meet Wu Tian's gaze, as if fearing he might unleash a palm strike in displeasure. Wu Tian, no longer concerning himself with these comical figures, contemplated the four-star ball resting on his chest, pondering thoughtfully. It seems the eye of the moon has indeed taken residence within this body of mine, as my ocular powers remain unchanged. Previously, I harbored doubts that these eyes were merely a projection of my soul within this corporeal form. It seems I was mistaken. Thus, the likelihood of my prepared wish's realization has increased significantly, if that wish indeed materializes. Casting a glance at the still dumbfounded Ketsu, Wu Shockwave, Aragon, and others, Wu Tian could not help but chuckle, remarking, "What's this? Have you forgotten me already?" Chapter 43, The Transmission of Gaze Master. To what level have you ascended in the martial immortal fist? Aragon, supported by Wu Shockwave, gazed at Wu Tian with a dazed expression, murmuring his inquiry. Wu Tian found himself momentarily speechless. He had not just employed the martial immortal fist, but rather utilized the kaleidoscopic ocular technique. A throbbing pain lingered in his head, seemingly intensifying. Is this merely an illusion? He contemplated, resolving to exercise greater caution with the kaleidoscopic ocular technique henceforth. As he was about to respond to Aragon, he was interrupted by Ketsu, who, with a perplexed expression, inquired, "Martial immortal fist? What is this martial immortal fist you speak of? Did you teach him some extraordinary martial art that has instilled such confidence in him, allowing him to contend with the likes of the dragon family?" Ketsu scrutinized Wu Tian with narrowed eyes. Wu Tian, who had just obliterated half a mountain with a single palm strike, now appeared as if nothing had occurred. He chuckled lightly and casually remarked, "It is but a rudimentary skill. Would you care to learn? I can teach you." Upon witnessing Ketsu's cold scoff, Wu Tian paid it no mind and continued, "It has been nearly 20 years since we last parted ways as brothers. Let us indulge in a few drinks tonight." Ketsu remained silent, his gaze fixed on the door of the house behind them. Wu Tian sighed softly, following Ketsu's line of sight to see a middle-aged woman leaning against the doorframe, gazing blankly at the scene before her. Her eyes reflected a tapestry of emotions, joy, excitement, and a hint of sorrow. Wu Tian felt a pang in his heart. After years of marriage, he could discern the subtle traces of sadness lurking within his wife's gaze. He understood. 6 years had passed, and Wu Fangfang was now 36, her face adorned with several more lines of age. In contrast, Wu Tian, having been granted a longer youth than most, now appeared unchanged. Seemingly no different from a man in his 20s due to the 6 years he had effectively escaped in the demon realm. Even Aragon had reached the age of 17. Having practiced martial arts diligently and taken charge of the martial immortal sect's affairs over the years, Aragon appeared remarkably mature, almost indistinguishable from Wu Tian in age. "Fangfang, I have returned," Wu Tian approached, gently resting his hands on Wu Fangfang's delicate shoulders, gazing into her tear-filled eyes as he spoke softly. His tone bore no trace of alteration, remaining consistent with the way he had treated her throughout the years. Meanwhile, Ketsu observed the interaction between Wu Tian and Wu Fangfang, his brow furrowing deeply. His unexpected visit to the martial immortal sect revealed that Wu Fangfang had married and borne children with Wu Tian, which was somewhat surprising. He considered that Wu Tian, being fully aware that they were both recipients of the elixir of longevity, should have known better than to marry sister Fangfang under such circumstances. Was this not a disservice to her? In the end, if one were to live while the other perished, what would be the purpose of it all? "Master." Ketsu's disciple approached him. Ketsu turned to him, signaling him to speak freely. His disciple chuckled softly and whispered, "Master, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you, pertaining to my uncle." As he spoke, his restless gaze wandered towards Wu Shockwave, who stood beside Aragon. The glint in his eyes was unmistakable to He Jian. "You have inherited quite the troublesome habit from your uncle," He Jian remarked with a cold huff, neither affirming nor denying the request. Meanwhile, Wu Shockwave, who was assisting the injured Aragon, noticed that He Jian's disciple kept stealing glances at her. She shot him a fierce look and said, "What are you staring at?" He Jian's disciple let out another chuckle, casting a mischievous glance at Aragon. Aragon rubbed his chest, feeling the effects of his master's earlier assault, which, despite rendering him momentarily dazed, had delivered a tangible blow that left him feeling quite unwell. He shot a disdainful glance at He Jian's disciple and curled his lip in contempt. That evening, He Jian, his disciple, Wu Tian's family, and Aragon shared a meal together. At the dining table, He Jian's disciple lavished attention on Wu Shockwave, his words laced with overt flattery. He occasionally lauded Wu Tian, exclaiming, "Uncle's martial prowess is simply divine, and with Uncle's skills, he must surely be the greatest in the world." He even mused that if he could possess even a fraction of his uncle's abilities, he would have reason to take pride, much to Wu Shaowei's growing annoyance and He Jian's desire to reprimand the boy. "Your own master sits right here, and yet you so blatantly flatter Wu Tian." However, recalling Wu Tian's earlier display of strength, He Jian found himself in a state of disquiet, the food in his mouth turning bitter. The performance of the Caitlin Tower group had profoundly unsettled He Jian. The shadow of the Dark Lord had nearly caused him to abandon the martial path, yet Wu Tian's remarkable abilities during their journey reignited within him a rebellious spirit. That old lecher has not been defeated, but has instead undergone a transformation. What of me? Am I truly destined for decline? He had once believed that his years of relentless dedication to martial arts would allow him to surpass Wu Tian, that his own He Xian style would surely prove superior, and that the disciples he trained would never fall short of his rivals. Yet, all his confidence crumbled beneath Wu Tian's singular display of might today. The notions of sect strength and disciple superiority were merely superficial, as a martial artist. Having been surpassed by Wu Tian to such a degree filled He Jian with a profound sense of helplessness and self-doubt. Will I ever have the hope of catching up to Wu Tian of today? In the air, Wu Tian stood alongside He Jian, a gentle breeze caressing them. "Your disciple?" Wu Tian pointed to the young man lingering by He Jian, seemingly engaged in conversation with Aragon. It was then that he noticed He Jian, lost in thought, oblivious to his surroundings. He Jian snapped back to reality, squinting to see his disciple conversing with Wu Tian's senior disciple, cursing under his breath at the boy's shamelessness. "Humph, he is nothing but an unworthy lad. This boy has approached me several times, seeking to marry your daughter." Upon hearing the words, Wu Tian smiled as if he had just heard an amusing joke. "Are you truly considering marrying your daughter to your esteemed disciple?" He Jian, Perceiving the glint in Wu Tian's eyes, let out a cold snort. I do not mean to belittle you, but my disciple surpasses yours by far. Just look at what you have taken under your wing. Does that resemble a martial artist? Is that so? Wu Tian remained composed, his gaze drifting towards the ground where Aragon and Heijian's disciple were situated. Heijian narrowed his eyes and followed suit. Aragon, exasperated by the incessant taunts from Heijian's disciple, thought, is this person delusional? Mocking me and claiming I am unworthy of Shockwave. Such a woman deserves a man of far greater strength. Just as Aragon was about to confront the insolent youth, he noticed his master, Wu Tian, approaching and quickly greeted him. Master, what brings you here? Heijian's disciple also bowed in deference. Uncle Master, greetings. Wu Tian acknowledged them with a nod and turned his gaze towards Heijian's disciple, inquiring, are you the one taken in by old he? The disciple glanced at Heijian, puzzled that his uncle master was unaware of such a matter. He nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, I am the disciple. Do you wish to marry Wu Shockwave? Heijian's disciple was taken aback, but soon felt a surge of excitement. Clearly, his master had already informed Wu Tian. He responded eagerly, yes. I have long admired Sister Shockwave and wish to express my intentions to Uncle Master. Wu Tian raised a hand to interrupt him and turned to Aragon, who appeared at a loss. And what are your feelings toward Shockwave? Aragon gritted his teeth and, with a thud, knelt before Wu Tian, exclaiming, I dare not conceal from my master. I have harbored feelings for Sister Wei for a long time, and she reciprocates my affections. Enough. Stand up. After years of training, have your knees grown soft? Wu Tian frowned, waiting for Aragon to rise before addressing both him and Heijian's disciple. Since you both share the same sentiment and are practitioners of martial arts, let us settle this with a duel. The victor shall have my daughter's hand, while the loser, Aragon, if you lose, do not ever come before me again. And you, Wu Tian said, casting a cold glare at Heijian's disciple, make sure to distance yourself as far as possible. Heijian's disciple was taken aback, astonished by Wu Tian's brusque demeanor. He glanced at Heijian, who appeared equally displeased. Aragon's face flushed with excitement as he declared, if I lose, I shall have no face to see my master again. Wu Tian stated, very well. The duel shall take place tomorrow morning at 8 on the cliffs behind. The losers should not return. Rather, they should find their own path. His final remark was directed at Heijian. Heijian snorted, your daughter is your decision to make. Why consult me? With that, he shot a cold glance at his disciple and took to the skies. The disciple scratched his head, realizing his master would likely scold him mercilessly. Yet he thought, as long as he could marry Uncle Master's daughter, what could his master possibly do? With a triumphant glance at Aragon, he proclaimed, Uncle Master, I shall take my leave for now. He bowed and followed Heijian in the direction of the martial arts academy. Only Wu Tian and his apprentice remained in the original location. Master Aragorn hesitantly spoke. What is the matter? Are you lacking confidence? Wu Tian inquired, a semblance of a smile gracing his features. It's not that. I merely wonder if this may be somewhat unfair to our junior sister Shockwave, Aragorn replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Wu Tian revealed a fleeting smile, which quickly faded as he playfully tapped Aragorn on the head, commanding, look up. Obediently, Aragorn raised his gaze and was instantly met with a pair of sanguine eyes. He stared, wide-eyed, his pupils reflecting a crimson silhouette that seemed to perform an enigmatic martial art, one unlike any he had ever encountered. This martial art was in constant flux, shifting with each passing second, devoid of any discernible techniques. It transcended mere martial prowess, embodying a profound intent. The scarlet figure gradually extended a palm, seemingly unremarkable, yet capable of causing the very void to tremble. With a single breath, it unleashed a multitude of forces. One breath transformed into 2, then 3, 4, and 5. Aragorn stood frozen, as if entranced, until Wu Tian once more tapped his head, jolting him back to awareness. Master, I understand now. The martial immortal fist. So this is the martial immortal fist. Aragorn exclaimed, his countenance ablaze with excitement, his face flushed. All the contemplations regarding the martial immortal fist over the past 6 years converged in that singular moment, each fragmented thought suddenly coalescing into a cohesive whole, imbued with genuine essence. So this is the martial immortal fist. Wu Tian chuckled, delivering a gentle kick to Aragorn, saying, go back now. If you lose tomorrow, don't dare claim to be my disciple. Aragorn chuckled in response, his mind involuntarily conjuring the image of his junior sister. Chapter 44. The essence of martial arts. As he watched Aragorn's figure recede into the distance, Wu Tian remained, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The unique technique of the martial immortal fist which he had discerned through his kaleidoscopic ocular technique, seemed to pose an insurmountable barrier for others. It was as if the people of this world were not meant to wield such a method. Aragorn's aptitude was certainly not weak, yet despite 6 years of effort, he remained unable to master, or even approach, the second level of the martial immortal fist. Throughout these years, he had devoted the majority of his time to the martial immortal fist, which hindered his overall progress. Wu Tian pondered this conundrum of Aragorn's inability to grasp the martial immortal fist, ultimately resorting to a compromise, utilizing the Sharingan illusion to directly convey his insights to Aragorn, enabling him to step into the threshold of the technique. The following day, dawn broke with the sun's first rays. On the rugged cliffside, shattered by Wu Tian's might, golden sunlight scattered like fragments of a dream. The two stood facing each other. Aragorn, with a serious demeanor, slowly assumed his starting posture, his feet shifting on the ground. Opposite him, the disciple of the crane stream wore a scornful smile, likewise adopting the initial stance characteristic of his style. A gentle breeze swept through. The two sprang into action. "What is up with your disciple? He seems somewhat different," the crane stream master remarked, hovering in the air alongside Wu Tian, observing the fierce exchange between Aragorn and his apprentice below, a hint of surprise gracing his features. The essence of a person's resolve, and its magnitude, can be discerned by discerning eyes, such as those of the astute Master Hejian. However, what perplexed him was the fact that Aragorn's aura had not intensified in the slightest compared to the previous day. Wu Tian smiled, observing the battle unfolding below. With a resounding impact, Hejian's disciple became entangled with Aragorn, both warriors fiercely clutching each other's arms, their gazes locked in a ferocious stare. Suddenly, Hejian's disciple broke into a peculiar grin, abruptly releasing his grip. In that fleeting moment, Aragorn's body tilted forward uncontrollably, though he quickly regained his stance. It was already too late. Seizing the ephemeral opportunity, Hejian's disciple forcefully drove his knee into Aragorn's abdomen. With a loud thud, Aragorn was forced to block the blow. His arms numbed from the impact. Yet this was merely a ruse. At the moment his arms were incapacitated. Aragorn felt an unexpected sensation of weightlessness as Hejian's disciple grasped him and, with a mighty shout, hurled him into the sky. Dread filled Aragorn as he realized the peril he was in. He exerted every ounce of energy to stabilize himself in midair using the art of aerial dance. Just then, a dazzling beam of white light shot up from the ground. Aragorn's pupils constricted as the brilliant luminescence illuminated his eyes, drawing nearer, twofold martial immortal fist. Could this be the technique of Tao Sanqian? Have you deciphered it? Wu Tian, suspended in the air, pointed at the beam emanating from Hejian's disciple. Chuckling as he spoke to Hejian, Hejian snorted, non-committal in his response. Squinting, he recalled how Aragorn had seemingly found himself with no retreat, and the beam unleashed by his disciple should have been a guaranteed hit. Yet, inexplicably, that young man had suddenly surged in speed and evaded it. Boy, what kind of technique was that? Something feels amiss. Hejian's disciple furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the peculiar anomaly Aragorn exhibited during his evasive maneuver. There was no sudden surge in energy, yet his speed had inexplicably doubled. As Aragorn gracefully landed opposite Hejian's disciple, he offered a slight smile and remarked, "You are formidable. Had it been me yesterday, I may have succumbed to your prowess. However, today, you are destined to lose." Hejian's disciple's countenance darkened, retorting, "Such bravado." Aragorn replied, "Whether it is mere bravado or not, you shall find out." With that, his mental resolve intertwined seamlessly with his internal energy. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, transforming into a shadow that lunged at Hejian's disciple. How swift! Hejian's disciple gasped in astonishment. If one were to observe Aragorn's internal state from a higher dimension, they would discover that his energy level had remained consistent, always slightly inferior to that of Hejian's disciple. Yet, paradoxically, when he harnessed his energy to move, strike, or soar, the resultant power manifested in exponentially greater force. If one were to liken the energy within him to a sword prior to yesterday, he was akin to an ordinary individual wielding that sword to chop wood, whereas today, he could wield the very same sword to cleave through iron. The sword remained unchanged. Yet the mastery of the wielder had reached an entirely different realm. One wielded a sword with mere force, while the other had mastered the art of the blade, becoming one with it, capable of performing astonishing feats with the same sword. Now, Aragorn, utilizing the martial celestial fist technique bestowed upon him by Wu Tian, summoned the sword within himself and struck at the steel form of the disciple of Tsukimi before him. Defeated, Tsukimi, suspended in midair, lost interest and turned to Wu Tian, perplexed. Is this what you refer to as the martial celestial fist? What is truly happening? This boy's aura remains unchanged, yet his punch's power and speed have multiplied exponentially. This defies all logic. Nothing extraordinary about it, Wu Tian replied with a smile, an enigmatic glint in his eyes. Your technique is merely a mimicry of Tao Sentience, capable of unleashing power beyond its wielder's natural abilities, is it not? The martial celestial fist simply transforms each of his punches and steps into such a phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Tsukimi furrowed his brow deeply. Observing his contemplation, Wu Tian suggested, there is no substitute for experience. Let us engage in a match. It has been many years since we last sparred, has it not? Tsukimi nearly laughed in disbelief, gesturing at the remnants of the mountain left in the wake of Wu Tian's strike. I have no desire to meet such a fate. I wish to live a few more years. Wu Tian merely smiled, gazing at him. Suddenly, Tsukimi realized, his eyes locking onto Wu Tian's. Your strike is the martial celestial fist. What effect can you achieve compared to your disciple's doubled output? Why not test it and find out? Wu Tian pushed Tsukimi back, both retreating several meters in midair. Standing opposite each other, I shall compress my energy to this extent, not a fraction more. Tsukimi regarded him intently, sensing that Wu Tian's aura was only a tenth of its usual magnitude. Come forth. I am eager to witness your secrets. He inhaled deeply, casually adopting a stance befitting his current mastery, the martial arts beginning more out of habit than necessity. Wu Tian's expression turned serene as he raised his hand, the ninefold martial celestial fist instinctively activating. With a whoosh, he surged towards Tsukimi. His aura remains unchanged, yet his speed rivals my utmost effort. Tsukimi's pupils constricted as he hastily evaded Wu Tian's approaching strike. In proximity to Wu Tian's fist, Tsukimi unleashed a powerful strike towards Wu Tian's arm. Wu Tian, flowing with the momentum, executed a sweeping kick towards Tsukimi's head. Tsukimi shouted, raising his arms, as solid as reinforced steel, and with a resounding thud, he blocked Wu Tian's kick. Subsequently, he grasped Wu Tian's leg and, with a fierce yell, hurled him away. To utilize merely a tenth of your power and still be nearly my equal, Tsukimi pondered. But as Wu Tian was sent flying, a barrage of white energy projectiles soared towards Tsukimi. The intensity of these energy waves was formidable. He had not anticipated such strength. Yet Wu Tian's aura remained unchanged. With no escape, Tsukimi shouted, defending himself with his arms crossed before him. The impact reverberated, his clothing torn, wisps of white smoke swirling around him. From a distance, Wu Tian called out, how does it feel? Hekamai slowly lowered his arms, revealing a pensive expression. Upon hearing Wu Tian's voice, he glanced over, squinting his eyes. Suddenly, he let out a cold laugh, retracting his aura, signaling an end to the confrontation. Wu Tian understood and flew over. What is the matter? He inquired, noticing Hekamai's unusual demeanor. What do you think? Foolishness. You've strayed onto a treacherous path without even realizing it. If Master were alive at this moment, he would undoubtedly punish you severely. Hekamai scoffed repeatedly. Wu Tian frowned, reflecting quickly before asking, what do you mean? Hekamai questioned, do you not perceive that your current approach to energy has led you astray? Your martial arts consist solely of pure energy. Your own essence is utterly absent. Anyone possessing the same energy as you could unleash identical attacks. Noticing Wu Tian's contemplative expression, Hekamai sneered and continued, you resemble a mere brawler more than a martial artist. Your energy is not an integral part of you, but merely a tool you wield, correct? Your power has stagnated for quite some time, hasn't he? What a fool. He shook his head repeatedly and concluded, consider this a repayment for the favor of the void dance technique from over a decade ago. With that, he glanced down at his disciple, who lay on the ground, breathless and dazed from Aragon's earlier confrontation, and flew down to him. Listen, if your master fails to make any progress, he should promptly remove the insignia of the Wu Xian lineage. Being formidable in battle does not equate to deserving the title of Wu Xian. Hekamai remarked with a derisive laugh to Aragon, as he lifted his bewildered disciple and soared into the sky toward the high-rising sun. What is happening? Aragon, still panting from the fierce battle, felt a bit disoriented by Hekamai's cryptic words. He looked up, where Wu Tian was gradually descending. Master, I won, he exclaimed with joy as he approached Wu Tian. Wu Tian, coming back to his senses, patted Aragon on the shoulder without uttering a word. At that moment, a voice called out from a distance, Father, Aragon, what are you doing over there? Aragon turned to see Wu Shockwave, his expression slightly excited. According to his master, she should now be considered his fiancée. Wu Tian smiled faintly, but remained silent. Wu Shockwave had never been fond of martial arts. So the trek up the mountain was quite arduous for her. By the time she reached her father, she was already breathless and looked curiously at the two men, asking, "What brings you here so early?" Aragon scratched his head, glancing at Wu Tian and then at Wu Xiaowei, feeling somewhat awkward. "What is wrong with you?" Wu Xiaowei laughed, finding Aragon's behavior today rather peculiar. "Why all the questions?" Wu Tian interjected, noticing the 4-star ball in Wu Xiaowei's hand and curiously asking, "What do you need that for?" "This orb is quite beautiful, and it feels nice to the touch," Wu Xiaowei replied casually, handing it to her father as his hand reached out. "What about Uncle Hekamai and the others?" she inquired. "They've left," Aragon answered honestly. Wu Tian ran his fingers over the exceptionally smooth surface of the 4-star ball, murmuring to himself, "Martial arts." He turned his gaze toward the east, where a golden sun hung in the sky, illuminating the earth, and the trees and meadows seemed to brim with vitality on this early spring morning. At that moment, a vividly colored bird obscured the sunlight, fluttering its wings as it descended from the heavens, landing gracefully upon Wu Tian's shoulder. The bird's claws gently scratched against his arm, eventually making its way to his wrist, where it pecked rhythmically at the 4-star orb that Wu Tian was toying with. "What a beautiful creature!" Wu Xiaowei exclaimed in wonder, reaching out to touch the bird. Wu Tian was equally surprised, yet his thoughts remained ensnared by the words spoken by He Jian. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, causing him to involuntarily exclaim, his fingers massaging his temples. "Master?" Aragon observed, concern etched upon his face. "It's nothing," Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. The bird perched on his wrist, then slowly approached the precipice of the mountain, gazing out at the distant scenery. Amidst the hazy morning light, he seemed to glimpse the martial artists from the original tale, Klein, Tianjin Fan, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong. Memories of his past life flickered through his mind. Snippets of explanations regarding Qi from Dragon Ball. Qi encompasses all forms of courage, anger, and righteousness. He recalled how characters like Klein could discern a person's morality simply through their aura. He also remembered Vegeta's singular visit to Earth, where, after learning about the martial artist's understanding and application of Qi, his power surged exponentially. Reflecting on himself, it appeared that initially, he had merely sought to extract the utmost potential from this body, yet he had seemingly fallen into the peculiar cycle of valuing only Qi and combat prowess. Upon confirming that his physical potential had reached its zenith, he had disregarded the normal cultivation practices of martial artists in favor of delving into the Wuxian fist. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Tian turned back, shaking his arm, causing the bird to take flight, albeit it continued to circle around him, reluctant to depart. "Let us go back," he smiled, leading his daughter and disciple down the mountain. Before long, the trio had departed the mountain's base, returning to the martial arts academy of the Wuxian school, where Wu Fangfang had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. When she inquired about He Jian and his disciple, Wu Tian merely stated they had already left, prompting Wu Fangfang to refrain from further questioning. Perhaps it was time to reflect upon the essence of martial arts. The doors of the Wuxian dojo gradually closed, revealing a group of disciples clad in white martial attire, diligently practicing their forms in the training hall. End of Volume 2, Chapter 45. The Funeral, Part 1. As time flowed like a swiftly weaving shuttle, 34 years had passed in the blink of an eye. It was now the year 517 of the Eiji era. On this day, a gentle drizzle began to fall in the city of Sayuan, starting at dawn and continuing unabated until nearly noon. On the second floor of a quaint tavern, a table near the window was adorned with a few plates of appetizers and a jug of ordinary wine. A bright yellow 4-star orb lay upon the table, while 3 vividly colored little birds treated it as a toy, playfully pecking at one another for possession. "What beautiful birds!" A young girl at a neighboring table kept stealing glances at the trio, her eyes brimming with curiosity and delight, unable to suppress her soft murmurs. Alas, the 3 birds, engaged solely in their relentless competition for the beads upon the table, paid no heed to the murmurs of those around them. A rough hand lifted a wine cup from the table and brought it to his lips, tilting his head back to let the fiery liquid cascade down his throat. The man indulging in this drink appeared to be in his 40s, with a mane of thick, ebony hair cascading casually behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. Perhaps due to diligent care, only the faintest lines of age etched his face, rendering his true age a matter of speculation when juxtaposed with his mature demeanor. He sported a well-groomed beard, firm and dense. Though not overly long, it was not meticulously trimmed, suggesting it would only be cut when it became bothersome. Clad in loose, light gray garments that seemed to billow like sleeves, the man's attire bore the marks of wear, the buttons and cuffs faded from years of use. From a distance, he resembled an elder from Saiyan City, out for morning exercise. In recent years, bolstered by the growing influence of the martial arts community, the townsfolk had embraced physical fitness, not necessarily seeking mastery in martial arts, but at least striving for health. Silently sipping his drink, he gazed out at the gentle summer rain, his expression tranquil and contemplative. His eyes, laden with the weight of experience, revealed no discernible emotion, yet one might perceive a profound depth of feeling lurking within their calm depths. His gaze remained fixated on the outside world, yet none of the comings and goings of passers-by registered in his awareness. It seemed as though his focus wandered far beyond the immediate scene, drifting aimlessly, akin to the rain falling outside, meandering until it reached the distant mountains. Lost in an unknown passage of time. Perhaps noticing the attention drawn to the trio of birds by onlookers, the man withdrew his gaze, gesturing dismissively towards the birds while tapping the table lightly with his fingers. His voice, deep and slightly resonant, broke the silence. Why not venture out for a while? Strangely enough, the three birds seemed to comprehend his words, for upon his utterance, they tilted their tiny heads from side to side, chirping softly before hopping across the table to peck at the rough back of his hand or his fingers, as if to remind him not to forget to call them along. Following this, they fluttered away through the window. Oh, they've flown away, lamented a little girl at the neighboring table. The man smiled faintly, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the 4-star ball resting there. He placed a bill upon the table, then grasped a paper umbrella by his side and descended the stairs. In the first 2 years of the past 34, Wu Tian had sought out his only 4-star Dragon Ball on numerous occasions, hoping to glean the whereabouts of the remaining 6 from the fortune-telling sister. Yet, perhaps by fate or by the hand of destiny, he had never been able to locate her. She had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. It seems as though she has truly vanished from the mortal realm, as a witch capable of traversing both the realms of the living and the dead. It is impossible for her to remain solely in the world of the living. She inevitably must journey to the underworld, either for cultivation or for the purpose of nurturing connections. Upon this realization, Wu Tian decided to temporarily set aside the matter of the Dragon Balls. There is no need to force what cannot be compelled, especially since the time has not yet come for such desperate measures. In the ensuing 2 decades, Wu Tian immersed himself in the pursuit of martial arts. He repeatedly reflected upon and internalized the teachings of the martial arts sage during his lifetime. He even, as some novelists describe, ventured into remote mountains and deep forests to cultivate his spirit, find enlightenment in nature, and refine his soul. The rewards of his endeavors were both significant and profound. Once believing that he would make no further progress, he experienced a miraculous resurgence in his martial prowess. His internal energy seemed to possess a soul of its own, becoming an integral part of him rather than merely a source of power. Concurrently, Wu Tian observed that advancements in martial arts directly influenced his spiritual cultivation, creating a reciprocal relationship. His previous reckless overuse of the kaleidoscope eye technique had led to intense mental strain, resulting in persistent headaches. Consequently, Wu Tian drastically reduced his reliance on the Sharingan, embarking on a gradual exploration of mental discipline. Such practices were not uncommon in the Dragon Ball universe, the most notable being the mental duels engaged by Krillin and Gohan aboard their spaceship. In fact, similar mental disciplines existed even on Earth in Wu Tian's past life. When one reaches the pinnacle of physical training, the natural inclination is to seek transcendence of the spirit. Ultimately, Wu Tian discovered a rudimentary form of meditation. He emptied his mind entirely, allowing no thoughts to intrude, halting all subjective mental activity as if his consciousness floated in a void devoid of existence, separating him from all worldly concerns. Often, after such meditative sessions, his headaches would diminish significantly. The necessity for Wu Tian to delve into spiritual cultivation was further spurred by the Wuxian Fist. Upon advancing the Wuxian Fist to the 10th level, or the tenfold Wuxian Fist, he uncovered its first limitation. At this level, employing the technique in combat with merely average mental fortitude became quite challenging. This is easily comprehensible. Utilizing the Wuxian Fist requires the practitioner to concentrate a significant degree of focus on their internal energy to unleash explosive power during battle. However, a person's mental concentration is inherently finite. The tenfold Wuxian Fist had grown so formidable that the practitioner could no longer adequately attend to the complexities of combat. If the Wuxian Fist were likened to a book that progresses from simple to complex, then prior to the tenfold level, using the technique in battle resembled reading an accessible text while engaging in conversation. However, upon reaching the tenfold Wuxian Fist, it transformed into an esoteric tome. each line demanding immense mental effort, leaving no room for distraction. Thus, in a bid to alleviate the persistent affliction that plagued him and to better master the art of Wuxian Fist, Wu Tian was compelled to embark on a journey of mental cultivation. This existence persisted until the 24th year. In that year, the venerable Wu Fangfang approached her husband, Wu Tian, with a request for separation. Wu Tian could never forget the anguished and complex gaze that Wu Fangfang directed at him, a look imbued with sorrow. Brother Tian, I have grown so old, yet you remain so youthful. I implore you to grant me solitude. Wu Tian distinctly recalled that for a protracted period preceding this moment, his wife had seldom met his youthful visage with directness, a face more youthful than that of his disciple Aragon or his daughter Wu Shawei. At that time, Wu Tian could only respond with a silent sigh. What else could he do? In his youth, he had merely believed that his lifespan would extend beyond that of others, never contemplating that his appearance would be so remarkably distinct. Otherwise, would he have wed Wu Fangfang? Wu Tian was uncertain, perhaps not. Thus, he departed from the martial arts academy, bearing a dragon ball and the fledgling bird from years past, solitary and bereft. Although his disciple Aragon and his daughter Wu Shawei wished fervently to retain him, they were too daunted by the sorrowful expression of Wu Fangfang to confront her, and could merely watch as Wu Tian's figure receded into the distance, unaware of his destination or if he would ever return. It was only recently that Wu Tian sensed Wu Fangfang's essence, flickering like a candle flame in the wind, prompting his return to Saiyan City. A decade had elapsed since his departure. Amidst the gentle drizzle, Wu Tian traversed the bustling streets beneath an oiled paper umbrella. Workshops, shops, and vendors with their umbrellas, along with hurried passers-by, all brushed past him as he walked towards the city gates. Have you heard? The Wuxian Lu Dao Hall has closed its doors today. Do you know why? You don't know? The matriarch of the Wuxian Lu, the founder's wife, has passed away. Today is the day of her funeral. The snippets of conversation wafted from an unseen corner, mingling with the patter of rain as they reached Wu Tian's ears. A flicker of melancholy crossed his otherwise composed countenance as he continued onward, umbrella in hand. Strangely, despite his seemingly slow pace, he had already traversed a considerable distance, passing numerous individuals who failed to notice his singularity. Soon, he had exited the city gates. Chapter 46, The Funeral, Part 2, Outside the City. The atmosphere at the Wuxian Lu Dao Hall was steeped in sorrow and solemnity. Aragon and Wu Shawei, now in their 50s, knelt beside the coffin in the center of the mourning hall. Disciples clad in white martial attire entered one after another, bowing in respect. Farewell, esteemed matriarch. Farewell. Each bow was a poignant farewell. Wu Shawei knelt nearby, tears streaming down her aged face, filled with grief. Aragon offered her a comforting pat on the back of her hand. Wu Shawei's hands, no longer as tender as in her youth, bore the marks of over 3 decades of time. I'm fine. It's just that I'm uncertain whether father will return, she murmured, shaking her head. He will return, master will come back, Aragon reassured her. At that moment, faint sounds of a dispute wafted in from the entrance of the dojo. Standing guard at the hall's entrance, Aaron and Fatty furrowed their brows and whispered angrily, who is so blind as to not recognize the significance of this day. They glanced at Aragon within the hall, who signaled them with his eyes. Understanding, they turned and made their way toward the dojo entrance. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to find a young man resembling a hunter being confronted by 2 disciples of Wuxianliu, engaged in a heated argument. Why won't you let me in? I sincerely wish to pay my respects to the old matron. Our village has benefited from your Wuxianliu's care. And now that your matron has passed, are we not even allowed to bow? The young hunter, his hands restrained by the 2 disciples clad in white martial arts attire, exclaimed in distress, his face flushed with urgency. One of the disciples, feeling helpless, explained, It's not that we wish to inconvenience you. It's simply that today's funeral is an internal affair. The master's wife requested it remain low-key, and only our own disciples are permitted to pay their respects. What do you think you are doing, intruding upon this solemn occasion? Aaron and Fatty exchanged glances, having gleaned the situation. Over the years, the disciples of Wuxianliu had often ventured out in groups to aid the weak against the strong, for their martial skills rendered them formidable against common bandits. Thus, they had earned a commendable reputation in the vicinity. The young hunter's village was evidently one that had benefited from the grace of Wuxianliu. Brother Aaron, Brother Fatty. One of the disciples restraining the young hunter looked toward them, seeking their counsel. Just as Aaron was about to respond, Fatty, also known as Ajian, patted his shoulder. Following Ajian's gesture, Aaron turned to see a figure approaching under an oiled paper umbrella, emerging from the misty rain. The two disciples holding the young hunter also noticed Aaron and Aegean's gaze and turned to look. In the brief moments that followed, the figure, who had previously seemed a distance away, had astonishingly arrived behind the two Wuxianliu disciples. Such remarkable skill. Aaron and Aegean exchanged astonished glances, ready to intervene. But the figure merely placed a hand on the shoulders of the two stunned disciples and spoke in a low voice. Please, step aside. Who are you? The two young disciples of Wuxianliu regained their senses and inquired. Wu Tian folded the oiled paper umbrella, allowing raindrops to cascade to the ground. Master. Aaron and Aegean simultaneously gasped, dropping to their knees in reverence. Aaron, filled with excitement, exclaimed, You have finally returned. While Aegean's expression turned somber, he added, The Master's wife has passed away. Wu Tian sighed softly, helping them both to their feet, and said, I am aware. The two disciples of the Wuxian sect, who were restraining the young hunter, were momentarily taken aback. This brief lapse allowed the young hunter to free himself from their grip. He looked at Wu Tian with confusion, pondering how the Wuxian sect could possibly have more than one master. This individual appeared so youthful, it simply defied belief. Wu Tian waved at the robust young hunter, who initially hesitated to respond, but soon realized he was utterly immobilized. Alarmed, he gritted his teeth and could only emit a muffled sound from his throat. With a casual hand resting upon the young hunter's head, Wu Tian instantly discerned the essence of this individual. He smiled and remarked, Allow him to enter. He is merely a nearby hunter. Along and Aegean exchanged glances, recognizing that their master's prowess, honed over decades of martial arts training, was evident in his understanding of the young hunter's peculiar struggle to move. Moreover, during the young man's previous defense, their master had not yet appeared. How could he possibly know that this person was a local hunter? Could it be that their master possessed the ability to read minds? Startled by their own thoughts, Along and Aegean turned to their master, who indeed exuded an aura of even greater mystique than a decade prior. They obediently acquiesced, Yes, master. The entirety of the Wuxian sect belonged to their master, and it was solely his prerogative to decide who may enter. Wu Tian proceeded within. Brother, is this truly our master of the Wuxian sect? The two disciples questioned, astonished yet doubtful, as they perceived this individual to be of a similar age to Along and Aegean. However, the two were resolutely certain, of course. Who would dare impersonate our master? They pointed to the remnants of a mountain, obliterated by Wu Tian's hand over 30 years ago, which now stood as a well-known local landmark. The two disciples nodded in agreement. Indeed. Along gestured for the young hunter to enter, cautioning, Do not raise your voice. He then turned to follow Aegean, in pursuit of their master, Wu Tian. The young hunter, now perplexed, queried, Was that person really their master? His thoughts were tangled, unable to comprehend the situation. In the morning hall, Aragon, kneeling on the ground, trembled and suddenly looked toward the entrance. There stood the man he had not seen in a decade, still appearing as youthful as he had 10 years ago, while he himself had aged beyond the master. Master, you have returned, Aragon exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he crawled forward, bowing deeply before Wu Tian. Father. Wu Shockwave also wept, her eyes already red and swollen, now appearing even more haggard. Wu Tian sighed. I returned a few days ago, but I thought your mother might not wish to see me, so I refrained from revealing myself. At this, he smiled wistfully, shaking his head. His appearance had scarcely changed in the past decade. Father. Wu Shockwave cried out in profound sorrow, an ache in her heart that would not dissipate. No one understood better than she how her mother had endured a decade of melancholy. By the bedside of her mother, in her final moments, Wu Shockwave could distinctly sense that her mother seemed to have relinquished all pain and sorrow. With the little strength she had left, she murmured softly, I know you are here. It's all right, it's all right. Yet, Wu Shockwave still felt an overwhelming sadness and anguish. Neither her father nor mother had ever harbored resentment toward one another, yet they were compelled to part ways. In the twilight of life, both wished to remain by each other's side, yet understood each other's hearts, refraining from demanding a final meeting. Her mother departed this world unburdened by any lingering pain or sorrow. Wu Tian approached his wife's casket, his rough hands caressing the intricately carved lid. Memories flooded back of decades past when he, along with Wu Fangfang and He Jian, had crafted a coffin for their master. Fangfang, I am so sorry, he lamented. In the next life, marry someone normal. Wu Tian's eyes glistened with tears, a soft sigh escaping his lips as he felt an overwhelming sense that his life in this Dragon Ball world had quietly come to an end. With Wu Fangfang's passing, he felt as though he too had completed his journey. Outside, a gentle rain continued to fall. Chapter 47. The rampaging dinosaur Wu Fangfang was ultimately laid to rest at the remnants of the cliff behind the mountain. After interring the casket in the earth, a stone tablet was erected. Wu Tian, using his finger as a chisel, carved the inscription, Tomb of Wu Fangfang, established by her husband, Wu Tian. He lingered at the grave for a long while before finally departing. Returning to the martial arts hall, he was met with the concerned gaze of Aragon. Master, are you truly leaving? Dad, Wu Xiaowei's face was drawn, tears welling in her eyes, filled with reluctance. Wu Tian waved his hand and replied, There is no need for further discussion. My mind is made up. With Fangfang gone, I have no more attachments. You both have grown into adults, surely. You do not wish for me to personally see each of you off, do you? His words carried a hint of bitterness. However, Wu Xiaowei's voice was hoarse, tinged with fragility. Aragon sighed deeply, rendered speechless, and gently patted Wu Xiaowei's arm, shaking his head. Seeing her husband in a similar state of silence, Wu Xiaowei fell into quietude as well. Wu Tian approached Aragon, supporting this man who now appeared more mature than himself, and said, Aragon, what a fine lad you've become. You've grown so much taller than your master. I still vividly recall the day you foolishly chased down the mountain. Remember, you are my one and only disciple. The entire future of the Wu Xian lineage rests upon your shoulders. It seems I have entrusted everything to you long ago. He chuckled softly, shaking his head in reminiscence. Master, Aragon's eyes were misty. His lips trembled, unable to articulate his feelings. The turning point of his life was indeed that day when he desperately ran down the mountain and bowed to Wu Tian. Everything he had was bestowed upon him by this master before him. Yet today, it felt as though they were to part forever. Wu Tian gently patted his daughter's shoulder before stepping in front of his daughter, Wu Xiaowei. With his rough palm, he wiped away the tears from her face and said, My dear girl, what is there to cry about? You are no longer a child. He affectionately brushed his fingers through her graying hair, his tone tinged with complexity. You and Aragon have yet to bear a child. Father, it is my fault for not being able to give birth, Wu Xiaowei replied. Her expression clouded with disappointment and sorrow. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively and sighed. Such matters are beyond anyone's control. It must be destiny for the two of you. He continued, If you lack offspring, consider the disciples of the Wu Xian Lu as your family. With their company, you shall not feel lonely. He gave a serious look at Aragon and Wu Xiaowei before floating upwards and soaring out the door towards the distant sky. Wu Xiaowei and Aragon stood at the entrance, gazing dreamily at Wu Tian's retreating figure. Aragon murmured, Take care, master. As Wu Tian flew through the air, he let out a resounding whistle. Before long, 3 brilliantly colored birds appeared on the horizon, flitting towards him, circling around him like vibrant butterflies, chattering incessantly. Let us continue our wanderings across the world. Wu Tian smiled silently, reaching out to playfully catch the 3 birds as he soared. Suddenly, he detected a familiar aura emanating from the ground below. Upon glancing down, he recognized the young hunter who had come to the Wu Xian Lu dojo seeking to pay respects to Wu Fangfang. Intrigued, Wu Tian descended, the 3 birds following suit. The young hunter trudged along with a furrowed brow, lost in his thoughts. Young man, what troubles you? Wu Tian inquired, startling the hunter, who glanced around in surprise. Not expecting anyone to be behind him, he soon noticed Wu Tian and the 3 colorful birds perched upon his shoulder. Are you not the young hunter? Wu Tian asked, observing the hunter's astonishment, clearly leaving an impression. You appear quite troubled. What has occurred? Ah, well, the young hunter lamented. I was tasked with selling the furs and bones from the game we caught back in the village, but in the blink of an eye, a little thief snatched them away. How am I to explain this upon my return? Wu Tian replied, Consider it a lesson learned. You shall be more vigilant next time. He regarded the matter as trivial. Such misdeeds are commonplace in any society. With the growing prosperity of Sayuan City, there are naturally more thieves and rogues. A mix of every sort. Alas, sighed the young hunter. After walking a short distance, he turned to Wu Tian and asked, Uncle, what is your connection to the Wu Xian Lu? Though Wu Tian did not appear particularly old, his aura commanded respect, leading the hunter to address him as uncle. Wu Tian casually replied, I am merely a coach teaching the art of martial arts. As he spoke, the 3 colorful birds continued to peck at him, prompting Wu Tian to gently shoo them away. The young hunter smacked his lips, aware that the individual before him was merely being dismissive, yet he chose to overlook it. Turning his attention to Wu Tian's 3 birds, he exclaimed, Your birds are truly magnificent. Where did you catch them? I have never seen such creatures in the vast forest near our village. He then inquired, Is the one we encountered earlier from your village? Upon hearing this, the young hunter glanced back and, indeed, His village was now in sight. With a grimace, he nodded, "Yes. We're almost there, and I'm bound to face the consequences." The two quickly approached the village. Wu Tian, perceptive as ever, sensed an unusual aura lingering within the confines of the village. Upon reaching the entrance, a colossal non-human figure loomed there. A dinosaur? The young hunter gasped in astonishment. Being a hunter, he was well aware of the terrifying nature of these land-dwelling monarchs, especially since this one appeared to be a carnivorous beast. Roaring ferociously, the dinosaur bellowed at the tightly shut village gate, restlessly kicking the ground, its formidable claws leaving cracks in the earth. The three colorful birds perched on Wu Tian's shoulders curiously turned their heads, seemingly influenced by his calm demeanor. Remarkably, they displayed no signs of distress amidst the dinosaur's thunderous roars, remaining composed. After a moment of hesitation, the young hunter gritted his teeth and shouted towards the closed village gate, "Chief, I'm back. Do not open the door. I'll draw it away. Please, do not open the door." Inside the village, armed men and women exchanged worried glances upon hearing his voice. The elder chief, visibly anxious, remarked, "Is it Ahong returning? This is dire. We cannot open the gate. If that beast enters, our village will be doomed." The others wore somber expressions, yet they acknowledged the chief's words. They recalled the rampaging dinosaur that had unexpectedly appeared, blocking their village and lingering for an extended period. The idea of luring it away was certainly welcome, as it would save their village, but would the one attempting to divert it survive? Silence enveloped the villagers as they pondered this grim reality. The young hunter outside shared similar thoughts and had already steeled himself for what lay ahead. With a carefree smile, he turned to Wu Tian and said, "It seems we can get away with the stolen money." Huh. However, despite his laughter, the gravity on his face deepened. He picked up a stone from the ground, took a few deep breaths, and with a fierce shout, hurled it toward the agitated dinosaur at the village entrance. Bang! The dinosaur, distracted by its own restlessness, turned its head just in time for the stone to strike true, enraged by the insignificant ant that had dared to throw something at it. The dinosaur swiftly turned its body towards the young hunter. Wu Tian furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss with this creature. Indeed, the dinosaur appeared overly irritable. Its eyes flushed with rage as it charged towards the young hunter. "Run!" The young hunter shouted, taking off, but noticing Wu Tian still standing there, he rushed back to pull him along. "Not yet," Wu Tian replied calmly. Wu Tian raised his hand in refusal as the colossal creature loomed before him, casting a shadow over him. He gazed upward at the dinosaur, his eyes reflecting an unchanging calmness. With a thunderous roar, the dinosaur's eyes glowed red, a mixture of rage and a hint of anguish evident within. It bellowed fiercely at Wu Tian and the young hunter, a gust of foul-smelling wind rushing toward them, causing the young hunter to cough and his face to contort in discomfort. Yet, the three vibrant birds perched on Wu Tian's shoulder remained utterly unfazed by the dinosaur's roar, continuing their quiet chatter and occasionally pecking at each other's feathers, even showing a curious inclination to fly toward the dinosaur, only to be halted by Wu Tian's raised hand. These birds were descendants of a colorful avian that had mysteriously appeared over 30 years ago, displaying an extraordinary intelligence, capable of understanding some of Wu Tian's simple commands. The moment he gestured, they obediently remained on his shoulders. Inside the tightly shut gates of the village, someone peered through the crack, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Are they out of their minds? Why haven't they fled? That person pondered, bewildered. If I were in their position, I would be just as dazed. And do you think you could outrun such a creature? The village chief stood in silence, his face a stormy shade of gray, utterly perplexed by the sudden appearance of the frenzied dinosaur blocking their entrance. It seemed that Ahong was in grave peril today. Why has the dinosaur ceased its roaring? Someone queried, observing through the crack that the creature's once agitated form was now tranquil, the thunderous cries having vanished, which was indeed peculiar. At that moment, the three vibrant birds on Wu Tian's shoulder abruptly fell silent, their little heads turning, revealing a hint of unease. Behind them, the young hunter, Ahong, stood wide-eyed, mouth agape, entranced by the astonishing scene before him. Wu Tian extended a hand towards the dinosaur. Strangely, the creature, which had just exhibited such wild fury, now appeared pacified. Upon seeing Wu Tian's outstretched palm, it trembled, as though confronted by something utterly terrifying, its massive body quaking in fear, yet it dared not move an inch. Wu Tian gently stroked the dinosaur's obediently inclined head and murmured, "Seeing as you harbor no ill intent, I shall spare you today." The dinosaur quivered beneath his touch, its eyes reflecting a plea for mercy. At that very moment, one of the birds on Wu Tian's shoulder hopped energetically along his arm to the dinosaur's head. where its life was precariously balanced in Wu Tian's grasp, oppressed by the overwhelming aura emanating from him. The little bird turned its head from side to side, observing Wu Tian and then the dinosaur beneath its claws. With renewed determination, it flapped its wings and leaped, hovering before the dinosaur's gaping maw. The bird gently tapped the dinosaur's mouth twice, chirping excitedly as if to say, "Open up, I wish to enter." The dinosaur gazed back with wide, innocent eyes, while Wu Tian looked at the bird with mild surprise, but refrained from speaking, merely patting the dinosaur's head. Complying, the dinosaur opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp, uneven teeth. The little bird happily flapped its wings and hopped into the dinosaur's enormous mouth, twisted its head, and soon bounced deeper inside. What could this bird possibly be attempting? Has it lost its mind? Meanwhile, Ahong had unknowingly approached, observing that the dinosaur appeared to pose no immediate threat. He was taken aback to see the creature's massive head nestled in the palm of the elder's hand, looking pitiful and utterly defying his expectations. When did dinosaurs become so docile? Wu Tian watched silently, fully aware that such a bird possessed considerable intelligence and would not recklessly endanger itself. Suddenly, the dinosaur's head twisted, letting out a low, pained growl. Had Wu Tian not restrained it with one hand, it might have erupted into a frenzy, running amok. The creature emitted a series of muffled roars, its mouth echoing with sharp sounds. Before long, the noise subsided, and a vividly colored bird leaped from the dinosaur's mouth, flapping its wings twice before soaring into the air, circling around Wu Tian. This prompted the other 2 colorful birds perched on his shoulders to take flight as well, engaging in playful antics with their companion. The 3 birds were vying for something. Wu Tian slowly widened his eyes, fixating intently on the claws of the bird that had just emerged from the dinosaur's mouth. It clutched a vibrant orange-yellow orb tightly, the 6-star ball. The other 2 birds playfully contested the 6-star ball, chasing each other in a spirited game of pecking and darting. For quite some time, even the first colorful bird that had followed Wu Tian had developed a habit of fiddling with the 4-star ball on him, often pecking at it. Wu Tian had observed this behavior, but had never considered it significant. What was so remarkable about birds playing with orbs? "Are you all right, uncle?" Ahong inquired, noticing Wu Tian standing in a daze, oblivious to the fact that the dinosaur had moved away from his palm. However, the dinosaur, having distanced itself, appeared relieved and showed no signs of returning to a state of agitation. Wu Tian glanced at the dinosaur, which was startled and promptly returned its head to Wu Tian's palm. "Ah, it seems you were merely trapped by this orb and sought human assistance," Wu Tian mused. "You may go now." Finally regaining his composure, he gently shook his head and patted the dinosaur's large head. In the Dragon Ball world, certain animals possess considerable intelligence, much like the dinosaur that was famously tailed by Sun Wukong in the original work, which was quite intriguing, even hinting at the potential for evolution into humanoid forms. The dinosaur, seemingly relieved, hurriedly scampered away. Wu Tian waved at the 3 birds circling him, and they obediently returned to his shoulders. He then took the 6-star ball from the bird's claws, casually wiped it with the hem of his garment, and scrutinized the orb in his hand. Truly exquisite. "What kind of orb is this?" Ahong asked, having witnessed the bird retrieve it from the dinosaur's mouth. His curiosity piqued. Wu Tian did not respond, but instead produced another similar orb from his pocket. 2 identical ones?" Ahong exclaimed in astonishment, never having anticipated that the dinosaur's mouth would contain orbs akin to those of this enigmatic elder. Wu Tian chose a direction and cast the 4-star ball into the air, only to have it vanish in an instant, leaving its final resting place a mystery. Ahong grew increasingly perplexed by the antics of this elderly man. Gently stroking the vibrant feathers of the bird perched on his shoulder, Wu Tian instructed, "Go, retrieve it." With a few gentle pats, the 3 birds took flight, racing towards the direction where Wu Tian had thrown the 4-star ball, as if engaged in a spirited competition. At that moment, the gate of the courtyard swung open. "Where's the dinosaur?" someone cautiously inquired, peering out with a long spear in hand. Ahong then comprehended that the dinosaur had simply wandered off. He had anticipated a dire fate for himself that day. "It has left. All is well. Come out," Ahong exclaimed joyfully. Instantly, a crowd emerged from the courtyard, scanning the surroundings, and indeed, there was no sign of the dinosaur. Only the massive footprints on the ground testified to the existence of a recent terrifying threat. Wu Tian tucked the 6-star ball into his pocket, scarcely glancing at the hunters, and addressed Ahong. "Now that the matter is resolved, young man, I shall take my leave." Without waiting for any response, he began to walk away. In the blink of an eye, he had covered nearly 100 meters, leaving the hunters in a state of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. One of them curiously asked Ahong, What on earth just happened outside? Why did the dinosaur suddenly quiet down? Did it leave on its own? It won't return, will it? Ahong seemed oblivious to the questions, muttering to himself, incredible. Simply incredible. He recalled the scene at the Wuxian Lu dojo and resolved to ensure that his own child would train in martial arts there for several years. As Wu Tian strolled along the path, 3 brilliantly colored birds descended from the sky and landed on his shoulders. He casually took one of the 4-star balls from the claws of a bird and examined it in his palm. This fortunate turn of events rekindled the hope of gathering the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to him, a similar bird had once helped someone gather all 7 Dragon Balls, granting a wish that led to becoming the sovereign ruler of the earth. Chapter 49, 16 years later with a tangible method in hand. Wu Tian naturally embarked on the quest for the Dragon Balls. For the past decade, he had kept these birds by his side while traveling. However, he had previously been unaware of their ability to sense the location of the Dragon Balls, and thus had paid little attention to where the birds ventured during their playful flights. Reflecting on the past, he remembered that over 30 years ago, the first vibrant bird had come to him, pecking gently at the 4-star ball in his hand. Had it not been for the Dragon Ball getting lodged between the dinosaur's gums and teeth, causing it great discomfort, it was the kindness of the bird beside him that had assisted in dislodging the Dragon Ball. Otherwise, Wu Tian might have remained oblivious to this secret for an indefinite time, perhaps never uncovering it at all, due to the remarkably low fertility of these vibrant birds, which reproduce through parthenogenesis and lack distinct male or female characteristics. A single bird will lay only a few eggs throughout its lifetime. The success of hatching new offspring hinges entirely on fate. Over the past 3 decades, it is indeed astonishing that Wu Tian has managed to sustain the flame of that initial bird without any coercion, allowing it to persist into the present day. Thus, accompanied by the 3 birds that have steadfastly followed him, Wu Tian embarked on a seemingly aimless journey across the vast expanse of the human world. This method of searching for the Dragon Balls could arguably be considered the most foolish, the most cumbersome, and the most exhausting of all. Yet, Wu Tian finds himself without alternatives, at least in this current era. To have discovered such a unique approach is an unexpected delight, and he cannot demand more than this. He had anticipated that it would take at least another century before technology capable of detecting Dragon Ball signals would emerge, preparing himself for a prolonged wait. Little did he know that the opportunity to gather all 7 Dragon Balls had already flown into his life over 30 years ago. He had simply been oblivious to it. By the end of the following year, Wu Tian was fortunate enough to uncover the first Dragon Ball, actively guided by the birds. This particular Dragon Ball, which he currently possesses as the 3rd in his collection, was discovered in a lake. At that moment, the 3 colorful birds were circling above a shimmering section of the lake's surface, reluctant to depart. Wu Tian made a swift decision to shed his clothing and plunge into the water. As a master of martial arts and energy techniques, holding his breath underwater for 10 minutes was a trivial feat for him. Soon enough, he found the golden orb nestled in the mud behind a swaying cluster of aquatic plants at the lake's bottom, where a dark red pentagram floated at its center, a single star. With a splash, Wu Tian emerged from the surface of the lake, sending a spray of white waves cascading around him. He held the starry orb before his eyes, observing it closely. The Dragon Ball gleamed, having been polished by the lake's waters, while the sunlight refracted off the lake's surface, making it shimmer like gold. Against this backdrop, the Dragon Ball appeared as a treasure suspended in a celestial realm. The sunlight above was intense, and droplets of water slid down Wu Tian's rugged chin, splattering onto the lake's surface. The 3 colorful birds joyfully flitted around Wu Tian, seemingly delighted for reasons unknown. Perhaps their elation stemmed from accomplishing the task entrusted to them by Wu Tian. With a gentle chuckle, he gradually lifted himself from the water, inch by inch breaking free from its embrace. The water flowed over his bare torso, accentuating the defined lines of his muscular physique, his prominent pectorals, tightly arranged abdominal muscles, and well-developed intercostal muscles, all culminating in a tapered back leading down to his toes, which returned the water to the lake. Wu Tian soared toward the shore, pursued eagerly by the 3 colorful birds. Upon reaching the land, a surge of energy coursed through him, and in an instant, the droplets of water were propelled away from his skin by a finely tuned, yet powerful force. As for the shorts he wore, they remained damp, his energy still unable to achieve the fervent warmth akin to that of a blazing furnace. The 3 little birds hopped down to the scattered garments on the ground, pecking at them with an air of servility, grasping the fabric and flitting toward Wu Tian. "Ah, little ones, it seems the time has come for me to tend to you," Wu Tian chuckled, shaking his head with a smile. He picked up the clothes from the ground and casually draped them over his shoulder, leaving the lakeside clad solely in his oversized shorts. The trio of birds naturally took flight, trailing him while chattering incessantly. This recent discovery of the Dragon Ball at the lakebed prompted Wu Tian to suddenly realize a crucial fact. The vast majority of the Earth's surface is cloaked in ocean. If one of the 7 Dragon Balls were to be submerged in the depths of the sea, what would he do? Not to mention that the birds could not possibly detect the underwater energy signals of the Dragon Ball, even if they could, with Wu Tian's current strength. Attempting to plunge into the abyss of the ocean would be tantamount to courting death. The terrifying water pressure could easily crush him into a mere pulp. This concern lingered for a full decade. Over these 10 years, Wu Tian had subsequently located 3 more Dragon Balls: the 2-star ball, the 7-star ball, and the 5-star ball. Together with the 3 he had previously found, the 1-star ball, the 6-star ball, and the 4-star ball, only the 3-star ball remained elusive. It was at this moment that Wu Tian recalled the opening of the original Dragon Ball manga, where Bulma, during her first quest for the 7 Dragon Balls, mentioned to Sun Wukong that she had stumbled upon a Dragon Ball in her home's storage room. Through reading legends and tales, she learned of the 7 Dragon Balls and the secret of the Shenron, discovering that historically, someone had wished to become a king through the Dragon Balls. Wu Tian speculated that the individual who wished to become king in that tale might have, like him, relied on these peculiar birds to successfully gather all 7 Dragon Balls. A person who could only become a king through the Dragon Balls, Wu Tian doubted would possess the strength to delve into the depths of the ocean. Even if that individual had access to deep-sea submarines in their era, relying on those birds to locate a Dragon Ball in an ocean vastly more expansive than any continent would be akin to dreaming the impossible dream. Wu Tian also did not believe that anyone had created a Dragon Ball radar prior to Bulma. Regardless of the veracity of these speculations, they no longer held significance. Wu Tian had already gathered 6 of the 7 Dragon Balls. He needed only to find the 7th, the final 3-star ball, to finally have a chance to realize the wish he had prepared for decades. However, it seemed that fortune was not easily won, for the last Dragon Ball eluded him despite his near-complete search of every corner of the Earth. Thus, after 5 more years of searching, Wu Tian found himself seated upon a branch of an ancient tree in the woods, a rough cloth bundle strapped to his body, leaning against the trunk. If one were to calculate, it had been 16 years since Wu Tian uncovered the secret of the birds and embarked on his quest for the Dragon Balls. Now, his visage bore the marks of time, resembling that of a man in his 50s. The lines etched on his face were not only more numerous than in his youth, but also far deeper. At last, the first wisps of white hair had begun to appear at his temples. Wu Tian tilted his head, peering through the dense foliage. Gazing at the azure expanse of the sky, where wisps of pristine clouds drifted lazily. This venerable man, already 90 years of age, wore a serene expression, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, 7 birds flitted into his line of sight, momentarily obscuring the sunlight, casting a flickering glow around him. A gentle smile graced Wu Tian's lips as he raised his arm, and the 7 colorful birds eagerly descended upon his arm and palm, jostling for space in a lively commotion. "All right, settle down," he chuckled, lifting his other hand, which seemed to possess an enchanting allure. Instantly, the birds ceased their ruckus, orderly arranging themselves along his arm. Those without perch took refuge upon his shoulders and head, to which Wu Tian paid no mind. Gently stroking the smooth feathers of the vibrant birds, he softly inquired, "Have you found anything, little ones?" Previously, if they had discovered a Dragon Ball, the birds would have returned it to him at his behest. Noticing the absence of Dragon Balls on their talons, Wu Tian assumed they had come up empty. However, no sooner had he spoken than the 7 birds took to the air, flapping their wings and hovering before him, chattering incessantly. After a brief cacophony, they collectively soared in a particular direction, and the remaining bird chirped at Wu Tian before joining its companions. Leaning against the tree trunk, Wu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are we finally close to gathering all 7 Dragon Balls?" With a gradual push away from the gnarled bark, he found himself on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed nearly 100 meters. The dappled golden sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting patches of light upon the dirt path, and a gentle breeze brushed by, leaving only a faint footprint behind. As for the whereabouts of the prince ahead, who could say? Perhaps they had already stepped upon the shores of their dreams and ambitions. Chapter 50, Golden Lightning Source. The 7 vividly colored birds flitted joyously ahead, leading the way as Wu Tian followed closely on the ground. Before long, they reached a clearing amidst the woods, revealing a cluster of tents that appeared to belong to indigenous people. A realization struck Wu Tian. He understood why the birds had not directly brought back any discovered Dragon Balls. it was likely that the Dragon Balls were already in the possession of others, beyond the reach of the birds. The chirping birds danced around him, and one took flight toward the group of indigenous people near the tents. As anticipated, upon sighting the colorful bird, one of the locals impatiently grabbed a wooden stick, attempting to strike it. The bird, agile and quick, evaded the blows. Much to the man's frustration, who shouted in exasperation, while the teasing bird continued to chirp merrily, as if mocking him. Wu Tian's gaze fixed upon the Dragon Ball, tethered around the man's neck by a grass cord. Indeed, it was the 3-star ball, the final piece of the 7 Dragon Balls, now within his reach. Wu Tian tightened the coarse cloth bundle strapped to his back, which contained the 6 Dragon Balls he had collected thus far. His demeanor was calm as he emerged from the forest, revealing himself before the indigenous people. Upon seeing this unfamiliar figure, the natives became visibly tense and serious. Their dark faces reflected a mix of apprehension, and they momentarily disregarded the bothersome bird in the sky. Armed with wooden clubs, spears, and stone hammers, they quickly encircled Wu Tian. Their reaction was not without reason. Perched atop Wu Tian's shoulders were 6 vividly colored birds. The bird that had been troubling the natives flitted back to Wu Tian's head, raising its small neck proudly as if to taunt the gathered crowd. The natives, incensed, gestured vehemently at Wu Tian, especially pointing accusingly at the 7 colorful birds adorning him. As if to lodge a complaint, most of the natives wore nothing more than a single animal skin skirt, their faces dark with anger as they brandished their weapons. Muscles rippling under their glistening skin, exuding an aura that suggested they would respond violently if provoked. However, Wu Tian could not comprehend their words. These forest dwellers were so isolated that even their language diverged significantly from the outside world. If the indigenous people beneath the Kaling Tower could be considered natives, then the group before him could only be described as primitive. Yet, Wu Tian felt no need for understanding. He pointed at the individual among the natives who was being harassed by the birds, indicating the orange-yellow beads hanging from that person's neck. Then, he gestured toward himself, tracing a circle around his own neck with his hand, mimicking the manner in which that individual had tied the Dragon Balls with grass string. He pointed again at the person's Dragon Balls and then back at himself. In this way, the language barrier became irrelevant. Wu Tian's intent was unmistakably clear, easily understood even by the natives. He aimed to take their possessions. For those who fought ferociously for survival in the vast forest, this was the utmost provocation and insult. Their belongings were sacred to them. To attempt theft meant facing dire consequences. Wu Tian shook his head slightly, as the 7 colorful birds on him also concealed their heads with their wings, seemingly unable to bear the tension. The dark-skinned natives roared in anger, their voices echoing through the air. But where had the man who sought to seize their treasures gone? Suddenly, a sound of impact resonated. Those with particularly acute hearing, akin to that of the Mekians, might discern that this was not merely a single blow. Delving deeper into the sound, one could detect a series of rhythmic thuds, akin to firecrackers popping, or torrential rain pounding upon the earth, or the thunderous claps of lightning. Countless interconnected strikes amalgamated into what eventually registered as a singular noise in the ears of the natives. The native adorned with a Dragon Ball necklace wore a fierce expression, gripping a hefty wooden club tightly, and swung it with great force toward Wu Tian's head. Wu Tian gazed at him with a serene demeanor, raising a solitary finger. With a mere whisper of sound, the hefty wooden club came to rest upon Wu Tian's finger, as if it were being delicately placed there, unable to penetrate even a fraction. The 7 colorful birds perched upon Wu Tian's finger flitted about the wooden club, chirping and pecking, even flapping their wings at the grotesque face of the native, seemingly reveling in their own display of bravado. At that moment, from behind the native brandishing the club, there came a cacophony of thuds akin to raindrops falling, the sounds of other natives being struck and landing heavily on the ground. The native before Wu Tian, clutching the club and turning a deep shade of purple, suddenly froze in disbelief, turning his head to discover that his companions had vanished without a trace. As he glanced backward, he realized they had been sent flying far away, writhing on the ground in agony, some even collapsing onto tents, causing them to collapse entirely. Dazed, he turned back to face Wu Tian, who stood unwavering beneath the club. The little birds lined up and hopped onto Wu Tian's shoulders, re-establishing their perch. With a flick of his finger, like a specter, Wu Tian sent the club crashing back down upon the native's face, blood erupting from his nose, as though he had struck himself with the very club he wielded. The native staggered backward, gazing at Wu Tian in sheer terror. As Wu Tian approached, the native's legs trembled uncontrollably. A hand reached out towards him, and in fright, the native dropped the club, closing his eyes tightly. In the next instant, he felt a tightening around his neck, the grass rope necklace snapping with ease. Opening his eyes in a daze, he saw the figure of Wu Tian, along with his birds, retreating into the dense forest, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. The native knelt upon the ground, prostrating himself in reverence, not daring to rise for an extended period. Clutching the last of the 7 Dragon Balls, even with Wu Tian's transcendent mindset, he could not suppress the surge of emotions within him. Dragon Balls, to wish upon the divine dragon. This moment marked a pivotal turning point in his life. How could he escape the confines of his ordinary existence? How might he acquire the means to avoid being treated like mere fodder in the tumultuous era that lay ahead? All hinged upon whether his whimsical desire could come to fruition. The 7 colorful birds surrounding Wu Tian seemed to sense their master's rare excitement, flitting joyfully alongside him, celebrating their triumph. With a hearty laugh, Wu Tian sprang into the air, the thud of his feet propelling him skyward, the 7 birds in eager pursuit. Burdened by the weight of 6 Dragon Balls and clutching the final Dragon Ball in his hand, Wu Tian executed the technique of aerial dance, racing through the sky alongside his avian companions. In the vast expanse above, his heart swelled with exhilaration, igniting a spirit of boundless ambition akin to birds soaring high and fish leaping freely. After nearly 60 years, he had finally gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and was on the brink of making his wish. Gazing into the forest, Wu Tian halted, suspended in midair. After taking 3 deep breaths, the tumultuous emotions within him gradually settled, restoring him to the serene demeanor of a martial arts master. Selecting a suitable spot, he descended from the heights. 7 colorful birds flitted after him, chattering incessantly along the way. With a gentle thud, Wu Tian's feet touched the ground, and he promptly unfastened the burden he bore. With a flick of his wrist, coarse cloth unfurled, and with a series of thuds, 6 vibrant golden Dragon Balls tumbled onto the muddy earth. The 6 Dragon Balls, aglow with a flickering yellow light, shimmered in unison. Wu Tian observed the shimmering 3-star ball in his hand and casually tossed it down, rolling it to join its 6 companions. The 7 Dragon Balls sparkled, as if something eagerly awaited to burst forth. The 7 little birds perched upon Wu Tian, curiously glancing around. "Come forth, divine dragon." With a resounding boom, the sky darkened abruptly. A streak of golden lightning surged from the heart of a primeval forest in the southern hemisphere of the earth. This golden lightning, akin to the first ray of light in existence, radiated with an unparalleled brilliance, exuding both majesty and sanctity. It seemed to encapsulate all hopes, dreams, and beliefs of humanity. Charging forth into the obsidian sky. Chapter 51. The promise of yesteryears in all his lifetimes, Wu Tian had never encountered such a majestic and sacred being. The golden lightning erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls, dancing like a dragon across the darkened heavens, gradually manifesting into a verdant 4-clawed dragon amidst the dazzling golden light. This divine dragon bore antlers like a deer, scales reminiscent of fish, whiskers akin to a human's, a belly resembling that of a serpent, and feet resembling those of a phoenix. Its blood-red eyes encompassed all, seemingly capable of penetrating the very fabric of causality in this world. Sensing the presence of the Wishmaker, the dragon coiled its elongated body into a circular form, its majestic head descending slowly. The 7 little birds on Wu Tian's shoulders grew increasingly tense, pushing against his neck and head. Wu Tian tilted his head back, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dragon, disregarding the commotion from the birds. The dragon's solemn voice resonated, profound and ethereal, as if echoing directly within Wu Tian's soul, gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls. "State your wish. Any desire you hold, I can fulfill." At that moment, Wu Tian could not help but clench his fists tightly, the long-buried wish that had dwelled within him for countless years escaping his lips. "According to my eyes." His gaze transformed into a vivid crimson. 3 black tomos spinning rapidly, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a 4-pointed pinwheel. It was the long-dormant kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, the kaleidoscope Sharingan quickly extinguished, reverting to ordinary black pupils. Wu Tian halted his words. Was he truly about to utter this wish in this moment? Summoning the dragon, the skies across the globe would plunge into darkness. Wu Tian could hardly believe that the Namekian in the heavens would not be watching this moment. If he were to voice his wish here, how could he explain it? Back when Wu Tai-Do was on the brink of death, Wu Tian, in a bid to comfort his esteemed mentor, resorted to fabricating tales of visions of future fragments and the like. Such deceit was truly not of his own desire. Yet today, uttering his wish under the very gaze of that Namekian would inevitably require weaving more lies to conceal the fact that he was not the true disciple of Wu Tai-Do. In the Divine Temple, Mr. Popo gazed at the pitch-black sky above, murmuring, "Indeed, someone has gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the dragon." He had crafted a model of the Earth's dragon himself, and had naturally listened to the descriptions of the dragon's manifestation from the divine being Piccolo. At the periphery of the circular Divine Temple, the godly figure Piccolo, clad in his white robe, leaned on his staff, looking down upon the mortal realm. "What is it that you hesitate about?" he whispered softly. "Speak your wish, any wish I can fulfill, but it is limited to but one." The dragon, observing the wishmaker below who remained silent, reiterated his proclamation. The solemn, resonant voice echoed in Wu Tian's ears. The little birds perched on his shoulders and head pecked at each other as feathers, occasionally glancing at the dragon above, gently pecking at Wu Tian's hair and skin. The little creatures, along with their father and grandfather, had accompanied Wu Tian, seemingly sharing a silent connection, sensing his current hesitation. Ultimately, Wu Tian calmly tilted his head to gaze at the dragon, locking his eyes onto its mysterious crimson orbs, and articulated his wish. "I wish to possess the ability to instantaneously relocate to any place throughout the universe, solely by my own volition." Upon finishing, he fixed his gaze intently on the dragon. The dragon's blood-red eyes sparkled with an even brighter hue. "This wish is quite simple," it declared. "Buzz." Wu Tian slowly widened his eyes, feeling a peculiar force coursing through his being, as if a brisk wind swept through his soul. He silently regarded his hands, closing his eyes to immerse himself in the sensation. Swish. In an instant, he vanished from his location. With the wish granted, even the wishmaker disappeared from sight. The dragon exhibited no excessive reaction, merely continuing to speak in its grand and solemn voice. "The wish has been fulfilled. Thus, farewell." Golden light enveloped the green dragon once more, its form gradually dissolving into the pure golden lightning. The 7 Dragon Balls on the ground were the source of this golden lightning, ascending rapidly, transforming from orange-yellow orbs into ordinary white stones during their ascent. The 7 stones hovered in midair, the immense golden lightning brimming with potential, ready to unleash its power. Crack! The golden lightning split into 7 beams, each beam corresponding to a white stone, shooting towards 7 different directions on Earth, awaiting the human capable of gathering them once more. At that moment, before a flash of golden lightning, a figure abruptly materialized. It was Wu Tian, who had just vanished after employing his newfound abilities. The small birds perched on his shoulders and had appeared somewhat flustered, glancing about in confusion, seemingly perplexed by the unfolding events. With a swift motion, Wu Tian caught a Dragon Ball that came hurtling towards him. A sizzling sound emanated from his palm as white smoke began to rise. The intense heat of the Dragon Ball had caused friction against his skin. Observing the orb, which had now transformed into a white stone, he contemplated for a moment before breaking into a nonchalant smile, casually discarding the ordinary stone onto the ground without a second glance. To hoard the Dragon Balls and summon the Eternal Dragon for wishes every year? To intercept all the scattered Dragon Balls and continue making wishes the following year? Perhaps the Wu Tian of his first life, a mere ordinary youth, might have entertained such thoughts. Yet now, he stood as a martial arts master, having traversed 3 lifetimes and spent 60 years within the realm of the Dragon Balls. Thus, he would never stoop to such a base act. If the Dragon Balls became an obstacle in his heart, it would be a complete inversion of priorities. Wu Tian's martial path, principles, boundaries, and dignity forbade him from engaging in such shameful and sordid behavior. Resorting to cunning schemes might be permissible in desperate times, but not otherwise. Suspended in midair, he raised his arms, and the 7 vibrantly colored birds, seemingly in tune with his thoughts, obediently lined up on his outstretched arms, their little heads swiveling to observe him. "I am about to depart. What about you, little ones? Shall I return you to the embrace of nature?" With a shake of his arms, the 7 birds involuntarily took flight, fluttering into the air before him, flapping their wings and chirping incessantly, clearly bewildered by Wu Tian's intentions to abandon them. They hovered above him, pecking gently at his skin, their cries imbued with a sense of grievance. Wu Tian sighed softly. He could remain indifferent towards his own daughter and disciples, as they were mature and independent individuals capable of caring for themselves. He preferred not to meddle in the lives of the younger generation, which was why he had chosen to drift away. However, with these 7 birds, which he had nurtured and who had greatly assisted him in gathering the Dragon Balls, he felt a pang of reluctance. Separated from him, how could these pampered creatures survive in the harshness of the wild? Surely, within days, they would become prey for other predators. Gently stroking their smooth, colorful feathers, he murmured, "Very well, if you refuse to leave, then I shall take you with me." The 7 birds chirped joyfully once more, flitting around Wu Tian in exuberance, eliciting a faint smile from him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, atop the Karen Tower, the cat sage remained perplexed, pondering the recent events. What had just transpired? How had Wu Tian suddenly appeared and then vanished again? Is my old vision deceiving me? In the Celestial Temple, at the edge of the circular platform, the deity Piccolo continues to gaze down upon the mortal realm, or rather, he focuses his attention on a specific individual within it. The sky has brightened once more. Has the wish been granted? Mr. Bobo, witnessing the emergence of the Dragon Balls for the first time, gazes up at the heavens. Curiosity piqued. Piccolo's gaze is distant. The vastness of Earth cannot obstruct his sight. Instant transmission? Across the universe? What is it that you truly desire? Furthermore, what was that initial wish you intended to articulate? Is it that you wish for me to be aware of your observation while simultaneously wanting to remain concealed? The ease with which you cast aside the Dragon Balls, resisting such temptation without losing yourself. Oh, Martial Heaven, you are indeed a formidable human. At that moment, Piccolo's attention is drawn to Martial Heaven, who has levitated 7 birds around him, glancing upward. Martial Heaven's expression is unremarkable, and for a fleeting instant, Piccolo feels as though he is making eye contact with him. In the next moment, Martial Heaven vanishes from Piccolo's view, only to reappear behind him. Mr. Bobo, astonished by Martial Heaven's sudden presence, inquires, "How did you arrive here?" Martial Heaven smiles quietly, offering no response. Observing Piccolo standing at the temple's edge, he comprehends that this old fellow has indeed been monitoring his wish-making. The 7 birds surrounding him curiously survey their surroundings, chirping noisily, but soon grow lethargic. The thin air here proves too much for them. Martial Heaven gently caresses the drooping birds, then turns to face Piccolo, who has likewise turned to face him, and straightforwardly states, "I have come to request the fulfillment of the promise made decades ago." Chapter 52. The Underworld. The promise from years past? Piccolo certainly recalls it. At that time, Martial Heaven had flown to the temple, requesting healing for his blinded eyes, yet Piccolo had been powerless to assist. Acknowledging his previous contributions in sealing the Demon King Piccolo, he had granted Martial Heaven a single request. "Speak," Piccolo says slowly, his dark yellow eyes fixed upon Martial Heaven, who is no longer the youthful martial artist he once was, but rather an enigmatic elder. Martial Heaven replies candidly, "I ask that you take me to the underworld. I wish to train under the Kai." Piccolo is taken aback. Hearing the term Kai from a mortal is indeed surprising. However, he quickly recalls that this individual has claimed to have glimpsed the future. The Kai must be a figure present in that future he envisioned. Nodding, Piccolo responds, "Very well, but I have one question." "Speak." "Is your wish for instantaneous travel across the universe granted by the dragon, due to the existence of extraterrestrial beings in the future you glimpsed?" Martial Heaven honestly replies, "Indeed, they are terrifying extraterrestrials. With my current strength, merely gazing upon one of them would likely result in my demise." He paused for a moment before continuing, "There is no longer a path for me on Earth. In the future, I will undoubtedly seek a broader stage to elevate myself in the cosmos." The deity Bic was taken aback in his eyes. If Wu Tian could maintain that explosive power from years past, even he would stand no chance against him. Yet, he had not anticipated that such terrifying beings existed in the universe, capable of extinguishing Wu Tian with merely a glance. Although Bic was aware of formidable entities in the cosmos, the extent of their power was simply beyond comprehension and far surpassed his imagination. However, a sobering reality needed to be addressed. You should understand that the potential within your body has been exhausted by the longevity water. Even if you venture into the vast universe, your capacity for progress is limited. Wu Tian smiled and replied, "There will always be a way, won't there?" After witnessing the power of the Dragon Balls, I am even more convinced of this. Bic inquired, "Then why did you discard the Dragon Balls?" Wu Tian chuckled heartily. Knowing he could not reveal his intention to journey to the other end of the universe to fulfill his wishes. Instead, he explained, "Do you think I am unaware? The Dragon Balls that have granted wishes turn into ordinary stones within a year. What use are they then?" Bic scrutinized Wu Tian's expression for a long while, unable to discern whether the old man's words were sincere or merely deceitful. Finally, he shook his head and said, "If what you say is true, I shall not hesitate to assist you in training with the King of Worlds. As for the beings you mentioned in the universe..." Bic tapped his staff, lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, then fixed his gaze upon Wu Tian's eyes and asked earnestly, "In the future you envision, will they bring destruction to our Earth?" Wu Tian smiled and replied, "I recall telling my master Wu Taido years ago that in the future, powerful warriors will emerge one after another on our Earth, and they will protect it well. You must have heard of this too, right? The reason I act this way now is merely to avoid becoming a target for protection when that time comes. A hint of a smile appeared on Bic's face as he remarked, if that is the case, then the future truly is reassuring. Wu Tian remained non-committal, saying, in that case, please send me there quickly. Bic nodded and addressed Mr. Bobo behind Wu Tian. Then Bobo, I entrust the temple to you for the time being. Mr. Bobo replied, understood, rest assured, Lord Bic. Bobo is the finest servant of the temple. Bic placed his hand on Wu Tian's chest, glancing at the 7 listless, colorful birds perched upon him, noticing that Wu Tian showed no intention of releasing them. Wu Tian calmly gazed at the sky outside the temple, where beneath the vast azure expanse lay a sea of white clouds, and below that, the myriad lives of Earth. In the next instant, Bic and Wu Tian vanished from the temple's plaza. Billowing yellow clouds enveloped this boundless, unique space. Here lay the underworld, also known as the Yellow Springs, the resting place for the souls of all beings in the universe after death. Thus it is, for the small deity owes him a favor and has consented to bring him here. I humbly request that Lord Yama grant permission for him to proceed to the realm of the King of Worlds for training. The celestial deity Bic and the formidable Wu Tian, adorned with 7 colorful birds upon his shoulders, stand within the grand palace of the underworld. Before them sits the imposing figure of Yama at a large table. In stark contrast to Yama's massive stature, Wu Tian and the celestial Bic appear diminutive. Preposterous, Yama exclaimed, striking the table with force, expressing his dissatisfaction towards the small figures before him. Earth's celestial deity, you have gone too far. How could you dare bring a living person to the underworld? Do you understand that you are disturbing the order between the realms of life and death? The ghostly attendants within the palace, along with the souls queuing to enter, trembled in fear at Yama's sudden outburst. Bic could only smile awkwardly, stealing glances at Wu Tian, who was equally perturbed. With a disdainful huff, Yama began to peruse a tome in his possession, possibly the Register of Life and Death, a ledger of merits, or some other work-related manuscript. The hall echoed with the chirping of birds. Unable to contain his frustration, Yama slammed the book shut and bellowed, I have long wished to reprimand you. Earth's celestial deity, not only have you brought a living person, but you have also brought birds. Bic felt unjustly accused, awkwardly continuing to smile while casting a glare at the mischievous little creatures on Wu Tian's shoulders. Gently patting their tiny heads, he finally managed to silence them. Only then did Yama resume his reading, commenting, let me see, Wu Tian, you once assisted in saving all life on the planet. Based on this merit, ascending to heaven is not beyond reason. But do you truly wish to go to the King of Worlds? It is perilous. Wu Tian replied, I have made my decision. I kindly request your approval, Lord Yama. Yama sighed. In this day and age, how can there still be humans yearning to visit the King of Worlds? Is it not self-inflicted suffering? He shuddered at the thought of the North King's cruel humor. However, he mused that this young fellow might not even endure the serpent path, likely to tumble into hell halfway through. It is his choice. If he wishes to descend into hell, so be it. Yama declared, very well, it shall be as you wish. I shall have someone guide you shortly. You may exit through that door. He pointed to a side entrance of the grand hall, adding a disclaimer, should you fall from the serpent path, I shall not bear responsibility. Bic smiled apologetically, of course. Yet, he was aware that Wu Tian possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, rendering the serpent path a mere formality. Before departing, Wu Tian recalled something and looked up to ask Yama, Lord Yama, might I trouble you to inquire about my master Wu Tai Do and my late wife Wu Fangfang? Yama frowned, expressing his annoyance. Why must you be so troublesome? Earthling, there are countless souls behind you waiting for my attention. Wu Tian clasped his hands together in a bow, sincerely pleading, I beg of you. Yama reluctantly opened the thick tome once more, and after a moment, he said, found it. Wu Tai Do is it? Ah, so it is this old fellow. He huffed. His merits were sufficient for heaven, yet he astonishingly declined, and chose to reincarnate. Truly peculiar, these earthlings. Given the nature of the master, it is unlikely that he would yearn for the tranquil days of paradise. Wu Tian, fully aware of this, reminded the king of hell, I have a deceased wife, Wu Fangfang, who is the daughter of Wu Tai Do. The king of hell flipped through the records and remarked, she has also been reincarnated, lacking both merits and sins. She could neither ascend to heaven nor descend into hell. She was reborn shortly after her death. Is that so? Thank you, Your Majesty, Wu Tian replied. After a moment of silence, he bowed to the king of hell and departed through the side door with the suited, ghostly guide. Wu Tian, the celestial being Bic called out to him. What is it? Wu Tian turned back at the entrance. It's nothing. Just ensure you cultivate diligently, Bix said, slowly shaking his head. For reasons unknown, Bix sensed that Wu Tian's sudden desire to visit the King of Worlds was not as straightforward as it appeared. Wu Tian smiled slightly and turned to leave through the side door. Chapter 53. The Hellish Tavern. As soon as Wu Tian exited the hall of the King of Hell, the 7 colorful birds perched on his shoulders began to chirp excitedly once more. Perhaps they were among the first living creatures to arrive in the underworld. The ghostly guide, assigned by the King of Hell and dressed in a suit, ushered Wu Tian into a small vehicle. Wu Tian pondered the source of fuel for cars in the underworld. Could it possibly be the omnipresent yellow clouds? Get in, Mr. Wu Tian, the ghostly guide said, firmly closing the car door and smiling at Wu Tian, who had settled into the back seat. You are likely the first living human to request a journey along the Serpent Path to meet the King of Worlds. As Wu Tian stroked the feathers of the 7 birds, contemplating how to temporarily accommodate them, he attempted to sense the essence of the underworld. Hearing the guide's words, he casually inquired, "Oh, is the Serpent Path particularly challenging?" "Of course, it is difficult. You may not know, but for the past billion years, only the King of Hell himself has traversed the Serpent Path to meet the King of Worlds." The guide replied, "How long is the Serpent Path, you ask?" "It is said to stretch for 1 million kilometers." Wu Tian remained silent, recalling that the Earth's equatorial circumference is approximately 40,000 kilometers, meaning the Serpent Path is equivalent to circling the Earth's equator 25 times. The guide glanced at Wu Tian through the rearview mirror and chuckled. "Now you understand its difficulty, don't you? And that's not all. You must be exceptionally cautious and never fall off the Serpent Path, for beneath it lies hell. If you happen to fall, you could never return." Wu Tian closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, saying, "It matters not." The guide shrugged, thinking if he was unafraid of descending into hell, then there was nothing more to discuss. The official vehicle of hell swayed as it traversed the underworld roads, and before long, they arrived at the enormous entrance of the Serpent Path. Wu Tian stepped out of the car and was immediately confronted by a fearsome, gigantic serpent head blocking their way. Beyond this terrifying visage lay endless yellow clouds and a winding serpent path that seemed to stretch into infinity. Wu Tian approached, tapping the colossal serpent head statue along the serpentine path. The sound echoed, not resembling stone but rather a peculiar material from the underworld, light yet remarkably sturdy. Oh, there was something everyone seemed to have overlooked. The ghostly envoy had also disembarked, and upon observing Wu Tian striking the serpent's head, a sudden realization struck him. He exclaimed, "It appears you are still very much alive. Unlike the deceased, you must feel hunger and require sustenance. Even if you manage to traverse to the end of the serpentine path, how will you address your needs during the journey?" He continued, "Previously, all who ascended this path were already departed souls. I suspect even Lord Yama has forgotten that you require food. Moreover, even if you can endure, your little companions may not be able to." Wu Tian, however, remained unfazed by his well-meaning warning. He waved dismissively at the ghostly envoy, replying nonchalantly, "No need for concern. I am well prepared." This journey bore immense significance, perhaps marking a pivotal turning point in his life, determining whether he would soar like a dragon or crawl like an insect. He would not take it lightly. Indeed, he had brought along some celestial beings. Seeing Wu Tian's calm demeanor, the ghostly envoy ceased further discourse, stating, "As long as you are prepared, that is sufficient. I shall take my leave now. I wish you a smooth passage to Lord of the Realm." Wu Tian nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." With that, his body gradually ascended, floating above the entrance of the serpentine path. The ghostly envoy looked up in astonishment, remarking, "Ah, he possesses the ability to fly. Truly, a remarkable human who can venture into the underworld. He must be an exceptional martial artist." Yet, he mused, despite his flight, it seemed unlikely he would reach the Lord of the Realm. Perhaps he would fall into the depths of hell along the way. Just as the envoy contemplated this, he suddenly witnessed Wu Tian vanish from the air. Stunned, he removed his glasses and wiped them, pondering the fate of that human. How extraordinary. I am confident he shall succeed. After a moment's deliberation, he returned to his vehicle and departed. Wu Tian's silhouette flickered along the serpentine path, each disappearance followed by a sudden reappearance, teleporting thousands of kilometers forward. The 7 vividly colored birds perched upon his shoulder clung tightly to his attire, chirping joyfully as they traveled. Feeling an immense energy, roughly tenfold his own, he noted the presence of many more, approximately 50 times stronger, truly a considerable number. Indeed, this was the hell of the entire universe. As he journeyed, Wu Tian attuned himself to the essence of the underworld beneath the yellow clouds of the serpentine path. His own power, estimated to be 4 to 5,000, was dwarfed by those exceeding 10,000. Even on a universal scale, they were masters in their own right, capable of commanding respect. The formidable bodyguard Dodoria, under the cosmic Emperor Frieza, possessed merely several thousand in battle power, quite feeble in comparison. Wu Tian sighed inwardly. Yet this only strengthened his resolve to reach Namek. His perception radiated from him, scanning the vastness of the underworld, encompassing not only the hell beneath the yellow clouds, but also the heaven above the white clouds of the serpentine path, diligently seeking the individuals he sought. Could they be here? After half a day had passed, as Wu Tian was nearing the midpoint of his journey, he finally discerned the presence he had been seeking. In a swift motion, Wu Tian's figure vanished once more along the serpentine path. This time, however, he did not reappear further along the winding trail. Instead, his essence manifested beneath the swirling yellow clouds surrounding the path, deep within what could only be described as hell itself. Hell's Tavern? Wu Tian stood before a modest establishment, slightly taken aback. Nevertheless, the presence he sensed was indeed within that very abode, compelling him to push the door open. As soon as he entered, a cacophony of piercing music and raucous noise assaulted his ears, prompting a frown of discontent. Truly, it was a scene of chaotic revelry. Wu Tian felt ill at ease. The decor of this establishment bore resemblance to the bars and nightclubs he was accustomed to, yet the patrons were a far cry from his recollections. A multitude of bizarre apparitions, ghosts, demons, and malevolent spirits congregated, some engaged in card games, others toasting from bottles, while a few orchestrated gambling tables. And many danced in a frenzied manner, rendering the atmosphere utterly chaotic. The peculiar music mingled with the maniacal laughter of the spirits, creating a din that was almost deafening. Countless phantoms and malevolent entities roamed about, their expressions twisted and hysterical, venting their exuberance. The little bird perched on Wu Tian's shoulder had shrunk back against his neck, evidently disliking the atmosphere as much as he did. With a slight furrow of his brow, he gently reassured his small companions and made his way through the throng of spirits. The denizens of the tavern appeared to be in a state of euphoric delirium, entirely oblivious to the presence of a living human among them. Following the pull of the aura he sensed, Wu Tian soon located the individual he sought in a corner of the tavern. The fortune teller, adorned with a tall, pointed witch's hat and clad in black, sat cross-legged upon a crystal ball. She was engaged in a hushed conversation with a peculiar figure seated at her table. Curiously, amidst the surrounding clamor and madness, the fortune teller and her companion conversed as if ensconced in the tranquil depths of a secluded forest, their composure starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos of spirits. As Wu Tian approached, the fortune teller ceased her conversation and turned her gaze toward him, allowing him to clearly discern her features. Unlike the youthful visage of Wu Tian, who had consumed the elixir of life, the fortune teller had transformed into a wrinkled, elderly woman over the past 60 years, resembling much more closely the image he had retained of her. "What brings you here?" she inquired, her expression one of mild surprise. She gestured to the strange figure across from her, signaling for them to pause their discussion. Then, scrutinizing Wu Tian from head to toe, she furrowed her brow and remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be dead? How did you end up in hell? With your accomplishments, even in death, you ought to ascend to heaven." "I am not dead. I have come to the underworld for a purpose," Wu Tian replied as he stepped closer. "Sister, I have a matter on which I would like to solicit your assistance." The fortune teller appeared even more perplexed. What business could a living person possibly have in the underworld? Wu Tian directly stated, "I have come to the underworld to seek the Lord of the Realm. But let us not dwell on that. Sister, I have brought a few birds from Earth with me. They cannot accompany me to the Lord's domain, as the environment there is unsuitable for them. Therefore, I would like to trouble you to take care of them for a while." The fortune teller did not immediately agree, but furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you out of your mind, going to the Lord of the Realm? What purpose would it serve?" Chapter 54. On the planet of the Lord of the Realm, do you not yet understand? Your body's potential has been completely exhausted. The fortune teller delivered this harsh conclusion to Wu Tian. However, Wu Tian replied, "I am well aware of that. It is precisely for this reason that, having reached a dead end on Earth, I can only seek hope from the legendary Lord of the Realm." The fortune teller regarded him with suspicion. At that moment, a drunken specter approached from behind and patted Wu Tian on the shoulder, startling the birds on him into flight. "Ah!" the enormous, bull-headed specter belched, his bleary eyes catching sight of the colorful birds flitting nearby. He waved his hand and mumbled, "Where did these birds come from? Off you go." He then slapped Wu Tian's shoulder again. "Hey, are you alive?" Gradually, the drunken specter sensed something amiss. The living aura emanating from Wu Tian was almost searing his eyes and skin. Though it did not cause real harm, it was quite uncomfortable. "Old demon, do me a favor and go back to your drinking," the fortune teller said, casting a casual glance at the drunk inspector. The drunk inspector was momentarily stunned by her gaze, which seemed to pierce through the realms of yin and yang, exuding boundless mystique. He looked at Wu Tian, then at the fortune teller sitting at the table, and her peculiar companion. Unable to hold back another belch, he swayed unsteadily and wandered off. The birds returned to perch on Wu Tian's shoulder, preening their feathers and curiously glancing around. The fortune teller turned her attention back to Wu Tian, asking curiously, "Where did you hear that the Lord of the Realm possesses the means to help you progress again? I am unaware of such capabilities. Can the Lord truly enable someone whose potential has been drained by the elixir of immortality to regain their strength?" Wu Tian replied, "It was a celestial being on earth who spoke of the Lord of the Realm to me. Thus, I implored him to bring me here. Regardless of the outcome, I wish to try my luck with the Lord. As for my true intentions, it is not convenient to disclose." The fortune teller, seated atop a crystal ball, contemplated for a moment before nodding towards the birds on Wu Tian's shoulder. "Then you may leave these birds with me. But do not blame me for not warning you," she said. "The Lord of the Realm likely does not possess the abilities you seek, so do not be too disappointed." Wu Tian chuckled softly, gently removing the 7 colorful birds from his shoulder and handing them to the fortune teller. "I never held out much hope, so disappointment is hardly a concern. By the way, sister," he said, glancing at the bird pecking affectionately at his hand, "these little creatures are not fond of the atmosphere of the underworld." The fortune teller replied, "Take care of yourself." Noticing that the birds were reluctant to leave his arms, she shot them a stern glance, and they immediately quieted down, obediently allowing the fortune teller to take them. Wu Tian gently patted the little birds on their heads, saying, "I will return to fetch you. Be obedient." The tiny birds chirped listlessly in response. Wu Tian bid farewell to the fortune-telling elder, exclaiming, "I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode toward the entrance of the Hell Tavern, while the little birds in the elder's hands gazed longingly at his departing figure until it vanished from view. Contemplating as she stroked the smooth feathers atop the birds' heads, the fortune-telling elder remarked, "Let us go. Take me to meet my master. Is she faring well in the heavens?" The peculiar figure seated across from her, the former celestial deity of Earth, smiled faintly, his voice gravelly yet imbued with warmth. "What do you think?" "Surely. She is doing splendidly." The elder remained non-committal as she floated forward upon her crystal orb, vanishing with the 7 colorful birds in an instant. The former celestial deity, reflecting on Wu Tian's recent departure, too, wore a contemplative expression before ultimately smiling slightly, disappearing just as swiftly. After leaving the Hell Tavern, Wu Tian employed the technique of sky dance, soaring into the air and swiftly traversing layers of dense yellow clouds. Suddenly, he collided with something, a sharp pain striking his head as he began to plummet. Is this the boundary of hell? As he descended, he gazed up at the thick, swirling yellow clouds, murmuring to himself. In the next moment, his figure vanished from midair, directly crossing the boundary wall of hell and returning to the serpent path. This ability to teleport proved quite advantageous. Standing upon the serpent path, Wu Tian discerned its direction by observing the scales of the serpents flanking either side. He looked ahead. The path remained as serpentine as before, with no end in sight. 1,000,000 kilometers. Sun Wukong had taken 6 months to traverse it completely. Wu Tian shook his head slightly, sensing a unique aura far ahead, suspended above the plane of the serpent path. It must be the North King of the North Galaxy. A contemplative glimmer flickered in Wu Tian's eyes. The North King was within reach, and that small planet of Mikexing lay just ahead. The desires he harbored, and perhaps even the aspirations and plans for the distant future, were all encapsulated within that tiny North King star. Thus, he knew he could not afford any missteps on this journey. In the next instant, Wu Tian's form had vanished from the serpent path. The yellow clouds rolled on, as if no one had ever been there. At the end of the serpent path lay the serpent's tail. Above the tail, a small, peculiar planet quietly hovered. Unchanged for countless years, it was the abode of the North King, who governed the entire northern galaxy. Few could traverse the serpent path to reach this place in the underworld. Today, an individual suddenly appeared on the surface of the North King star. With a swish, Wu Tian's figure materialized several meters above the green grass of the North King star, only to be immediately gripped by an overwhelming force emanating from the small planet beneath him, mercilessly pulling on every muscle fiber, every blood vessel, every drop of blood within him. Wu Tian was unable to resist the pull as he fell uncontrollably. With a thud, He landed on the relatively firm grass of the North King's star. Wu Tian felt as though his internal organs were about to burst. Gritting his teeth, his face flushed crimson. He seemed to be pressed down by an unseen force, firmly adhering to the grass of King Kai's planet. 10 times Earth's gravity was no trivial matter. Although the depths of the sea could feebly simulate such overwhelming force, it ultimately fell short. Lying on the ground, Wu Tian pondered, gazing up at the sky that appeared to be the very bottom of paradise. This sky was immaculately white, seemingly emblematic of the purity of heaven, and simply looking at it evoked a profound sense of tranquility within the soul. Suddenly, a chimpanzee's face intruded into Wu Tian's line of sight. Beerus? Wu Tian thought, struggling to raise his hand to grasp the chimpanzee's face, only to have it swatted away by Beerus. The chimp emitted a series of peculiar sounds before its footsteps gradually faded into the distance. Wu Tian did not anticipate being belittled by a chimpanzee today. He concentrated, gradually condensing the energy within him. Under the unwavering resolve of his iron will, his internal energy felt as resilient as tempered steel. "Rise," he exclaimed, his face reddening, as the loose sleeves of his garments were stretched taut by his muscles. With great effort, he finally stood up from the grass, which was burdened by tenfold Earth-esque gravity. When do we have guests?" A voice called from behind him. Wu Tian, maintaining a stable stance in a horse-riding posture, turned to look. From the window of an old-fashioned car, a rotund head with blue skin and fleshy tentacles protruded. It was indeed King Kai of the North. Chapter 55. The king is inferior. Here you are. Wu Tian took a deep breath, his steps heavy as he turned towards the North Kai in the old car, saying, "You must be the esteemed King Kai, am I correct?" The chubby North Kai sat in the car, one elbow resting on the window ledge, his head poking out as he regarded Wu Tian. In a peculiar tone, he replied, "Indeed, if I am not the king, then who could I be?" Wu Tian, struggling to maintain his stance against the tenfold gravity of King Kai's planet, fixed his gaze on the North Kai, expecting further dialogue, perhaps some elaboration on his identity that would allow for a conversational exchange. Thus, an awkward silence ensued. What a letdown. How could such a humorless individual have come to my presence? The North Kai withdrew his head from the window and, in frustration, honked the car's horn. Hee. Wu Tian's lips twitched as he forced a smile. It turned out this fellow was indeed even duller than in the animation. His corny jokes were more dreadful than those depicted in the comics. Now it was the North Kai's turn to fall silent. The chimpanzee Beerus climbed onto a nearby tree. Observing the scene, perhaps unaware of the palpable awkwardness that lingered in the air, the North Kai exited the vehicle, his short, stout figure approaching Wu Tian, looking up at him and remarking, "You can barely stand, and the most curious part is your utter lack of humor. What brings you here?" A glimmer passed over the lenses of the North Kai's small sunglasses. "Wu Tiandao, I have arrived at the realm of Lord Kai, where the gravity is tenfold, causing my stamina to deplete at an alarming rate, coupled with the fact that I have not eaten for a considerable time." Wu Tian rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a small cloth bag, from which he extracted a mystical bean. With a crunch, his energy was restored. Taking a deep breath, Wu Tian adopted a serious demeanor, channeling his energy into his dantian, merging his spirit and intent with his martial arts. Instantly, the previously peaked energy within him surged again, increasing by roughly 50%. At last, Wu Tian could stand upright. "Oh, a commendable martial artist, I see. What did you just consume? Where do you hail from? You seem quite unaccustomed to the gravity here," the North Kai remarked, his emotions concealed behind dark sunglasses. Wu Tian responded, "I traveled here from Earth in the solar system, as I was unable to progress further on my home planet. Thus, I requested our divine beings to bring me here. What I just consumed was a special divine herb from our Earth, known as the mystical bean, which can instantly restore energy and satiate hunger." Bowing respectfully, he added, "I implore you, Lord Kai, please teach me the ways of cultivation." The North Kai remained non-committal, stating, "Mystical beans? Quite a remarkable item. However, learning martial arts from me is not so simple. Let us see you jump in place." Obediently, Wu Tian leaped with all his might, ascending roughly 1 or 2 meters before being yanked back down by the formidable gravity of King Kai's planet, landing with a thud that slightly dented the grassy ground. The North Kai assessed, rather mediocre. He waved to a nearby tree where a gorilla was perched, calling out, "Hey, Beerus, come here." The gorilla, Beerus, obediently raised its hands and scampered over. The North Kai remarked, "Catch this fellow first, then we shall talk. I'm off for a nap." With that, his short, stout figure wobbled away. Wu Tian said nothing. He had anticipated that matters would not unfold so smoothly. He maintained a calm demeanor, not expecting immediate results. As the North Kai ambled towards his small abode, a glint reflected off his sunglasses. Yet, he paid it no mind, for he managed the entire northern galaxy, having encountered countless prodigies. Not to mention, among the warriors collected by Frieza, many were formidable talents. Alas, they served a tyrant. The North Kai felt a surge of frustration, knowing that Frieza's strength was too overwhelming, rendering even the great Kai helpless. He pondered the thoughts of the Kais, questioning how they could allow such a malevolent force to wreak havoc across the galaxy, annihilating planets at whim. Even the god of destruction should intervene, shouldn't he? As for whether to teach this human who had traveled so far from Earth, he decided to wait and see. Soon, the North Kai entered his dwelling, reclining in a chair as the sound of snoring filled the air. Take your time, Wu Tian murmured to himself, stretching his limbs. The gorilla glanced at him, swaying slightly as it wandered off, turning back to seemingly urge him to pursue. Hey! Wu Tian shook his head and exerted himself to chase after Beerus. In the following days, the sounds of heavy footsteps echoed continuously across King Kai's planet. How annoying! Can one not walk a little more quietly? The Northern Realm King, disturbed from his dreams, was quite irked. However, upon noticing that Beerus was moving at an unexpectedly rapid pace, he realized that Wu Tian had shed the clumsiness that marked his arrival. A modest improvement, he muttered, rolling over in his lounge chair, bubbles forming on his nose once more. Wu Tian cast a sidelong glance at the slumbering Northern Realm King, then turned his attention back to the playful chimpanzee ahead. Inwardly, he mused, "It's about time to amplify the might of my martial immortal fist, just a tad, gradually increasing to showcase the fruits of my training here." With renewed vigor, Wu Tian quickened his pace. The chimp Beerus, sensing something amiss behind him, glanced back and was startled, tossing away his banana peel before making a hasty retreat. "Stop!" Wu Tian called out. But Beerus, the clever chimp, had no intention of halting. He simply bolted away. Days passed in this manner, and soon, half a month had slipped by. The chase between man and beast persisted. Today, the Northern Realm King was not napping. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Wu Tian diligently pursuing the nimble chimpanzee. After a while, he called out, "Haven't caught him yet? Come on, lad. This level of skill is not something I am interested in teaching you." Wu Tian, hearing this, gazed at the elusive chimp so tantalizingly close yet still out of reach, and silently resolved, "I should be able to unleash the triple martial immortal fist now." With determination, he activated the technique. Bang! The grass beneath his feet crumpled as he surged forward with unprecedented speed. "Interesting," the Northern Realm King remarked, a glimmer of intrigue flashing across his tinted glasses. He muttered to himself, sensing that this peculiar human martial artist had just evoked a semblance of the king's fist within his movements. At that moment, Wu Tian lunged forward, finally seizing the fleeing chimp. "Hey, got you at last," he exclaimed, collapsing onto the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath while holding Beerus, who wore a disgruntled expression as he peeled another banana. Wu Tian chuckled, released Beerus, and turned to the Northern Realm King, asking, "Your Majesty, may I now learn martial arts?" The Northern Realm King's expression was peculiar as he gestured towards the departing Beerus, who was munching on his banana. "What technique did you just employ?" he inquired, stepping closer to Wu Tian, looking up at him. Through his sunglasses, Wu Tian could not discern the king's gaze, yet he responded, "Did you notice, Your Majesty? My own power is limited, and on this planet with such immense gravity, capturing that chimp has been quite the challenge. Therefore, I devised a method. Since I cannot enhance my strength for now, why not utilize what power I possess to achieve more?" The Northern Realm King raised an inquisitive eyebrow. "Oh," Wu Tian continued his explanation. "In essence, if the power within me is perceived as one, I was previously only able to wield this singular force. However, through diligent contemplation, I have maximized the utilization of every fraction of my power on a more microscopic scale, thereby enabling each part of my strength to unleash a greater impact. Consequently, I could potentially manifest a power several times greater than that of one. This is my perspective. Otherwise, I would have no hope of capturing that gorilla on this planet." The North Kai remained silent for a moment before inquiring, "Did you derive this insight on your own?" Wu Tian promptly responded, "Indeed. I was already the strongest on Earth and had no opportunity to consider developing such abilities. It was only upon arriving here with you, dear Kai, that I began to entertain such fanciful notions." The North Kai chuckled softly, expressing complex sentiments. "You are not merely indulging in fanciful thoughts." He recalled the myriad constraints of his Kaioken technique and the terrifying burden it imposed on the user's physical form, which contrasted starkly with Wu Tian's ability to employ a similar power effortlessly. This evoked a profound sense of inadequacy within him, realizing that he might not even measure up to a mere human. Chapter 56. The Martial Arts of the Kai. After a moment of mixed emotions, the North Kai suddenly conceived a bold idea. What if I were to teach my Kaioken to this young man? Combined with his ability to amplify a fraction of energy into multiple effects? How formidable would that be? The North Kai, feeling a surge of excitement, coughed lightly, stating, "Since you have captured Beerus, I shall commence your martial arts training as per our agreement." His stout physique gradually assumed a fighting stance as he proclaimed, "First, let me assess your capabilities." Wu Tian smiled and took his initial stance, the principles of the triple martial arts flowing seamlessly within him. Responding eagerly, "This is precisely what I seek." The North Kai's expression turned serious, and Wu Tian immediately sensed an intense pressure bearing down upon him. This pressure was no less formidable than the tenfold gravity of planet King Kai. Suddenly, a shadow lunged directly at Wu Tian. With no time to react, he felt a sharp sting as a force struck him, sending a jolt of discomfort straight to his head. Wu Tian staggered backward, clutching his nose. Although blood did not flow, it was undoubtedly reddened. Wu Tian forced a smile, exclaiming, "The esteemed Kai is exceedingly powerful." He pondered the original narrative where the North Kai had mentioned to Sun Wukong that he might not be as strong as the two Saiyans heading to Earth. But Wu Tian would never assume the North Kai was referring to that individual named Nappa. Such a comparison likely pertained to Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta possessed a battle power of 18,000. Even with the triple martial arts technique, Wu Tian fell far short of this figure. Even if the North Kai's battle power were not as high, it would likely not be significantly lower, certainly exceeding 10,000. Wu Tian's inability to react in time to the North Kai's attack was entirely reasonable. The North Kai, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "It has been a long time since I engaged in combat. I momentarily lost control. Let me assess your strength. I will manage it better moving forward." Wu Tian, intrigued, inquired, "Just how much weaker am I compared to you, esteemed Kai? Specifically speaking?" The North Realm King pondered for a moment before speaking. "If one were to follow the calculations of certain individuals in the universe, I would estimate my power level to be around 11,000, while yours, it seems, hovers around 300. Wu Tian clicked his tongue in astonishment and sighed. "Is the disparity truly that vast?" The North Realm King chuckled and replied, "Young one, do not be too arrogant. I am a seasoned king of the realm with countless years under my belt. How old are you? It is only natural that there exists a significant gap between us. Besides, aren't you capable of multiplying your power? Honestly, to what extent can you currently harness that technique?" Wu Tian contemplated for a moment and responded, "Approximately 3 times. The North Realm King grimaced. Should the King of the Realm's technique be unleashed at 3 times its power, it would spell his doom. This only intensified his desire to teach Wu Tian the King's fist, eager to witness the formidable results of their techniques combined. Thus, he declared, "Come at me with all your might. I wish to ascertain whether I should impart that technique to you." Wu Tian replied eagerly, "All right." The two resumed their stances, standing opposite each other. The gorilla Beerus continued to munch on bananas from his perch in the tree. Sensing his disadvantage, Wu Tian initiated the attack, raising his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot, to strike. However, the North Realm King effortlessly blocked it with his plump palm. After a brief struggle, Wu Tian discerned that the King's hand was as immovable as a towering mountain. He then lifted his left knee to strike at the King's ample belly, only to be met by an unexpected kick from the North Realm King, which landed squarely on Wu Tian's raised leg. Though it appeared a light tap, its force was anything but trivial. Wu Tian found himself uncontrollably spun backward, but he pivoted on his left foot, allowing his body to rotate with the King's momentum. His right leg traced an arc through the air, slicing it as he aimed a kick towards the North Realm King's head. With a resounding thud, the North Realm King stood his ground, unyielding, merely extending his short, chubby arm to intercept Wu Tian's sweeping leg. He chuckled and, with his other hand, deftly seized Wu Tian, tossing him skyward. Martial Arts Energy Wave. Just as Wu Tian soared into the air, a white energy wave shot down towards the North Realm King. Such swift retaliation? The King mused, amused. With his chubby palm, he effortlessly swatted the incoming energy wave away from his face, sending it crashing into the fruit tree where Beerus sat, resulting in a cloud of charred black smoke that displeased the banana-munching gorilla considerably. Wu Tian plummeted rapidly to the ground and landed with a thud, breathing heavily. Having already expended energy from his earlier encounter with Beerus, the strain of fighting in the still unfamiliar tenfold gravity of Earth was proving to be quite taxing. "All right, I believe I have a good grasp of your capabilities. The North Realm King gestured to signal the end of their sparring. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Let us train together for 3 days. After that, I shall impart to you a unique set of boxing techniques." Wu Tian, feigning ignorance, asked, "What kind of techniques? Are they truly unique?" The North Realm King chuckled. "You will find out in due time." Before long, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, the sound of fists colliding echoed across the treacherous terrain of Planet King. Wu Tian, amidst the tenfold gravity, engaged in rigorous practice with the North King, employing the triple martial immortal fist. It must be noted that the North King possessed considerable martial experience, and throughout this process, Wu Tian gleaned invaluable insights, allowing him to slightly enhance his martial immortal fist. By the end of the 3 days, Wu Tian had elevated his technique to 4-fold. Has your unique technique been further augmented? The North King, who personally sparred with Wu Tian, sensed an unusual shift. Although Wu Tian remained no match for him, the intensity of his resistance had undeniably increased. "Yes, somewhat," Wu Tian replied. "Engaging with you, my lord, has imparted numerous revelations. I refer to this distinctive technique as the martial immortal fist. 3 days ago, it was at triple potency. Now he clenched his fist. I believe I can execute it at quadruple." The North King winced at the thought. Quadruple? If that were the King Fist, my rotund physique would surely not withstand it. I wonder how this fellow manages. The North King, unaccustomed to physical exertion, soon found himself fatigued. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he remarked, "It seems you have nearly adapted to this environment, so I shall impart the King Fist to you." "Wait, is your martial immortal fist derived from the name of the King Fist?" Wu Tian chuckled, but remained silent. The North King took his silence as acquiescence, though he dismissed it lightly. After a moment of contemplation, he explained, "The King Fist is not merely a fixed martial art. It fundamentally serves to unleash the deepest potential of the human body within a brief span of time. The practitioner must wholly abandon their brain's instinct to protect the body. They must unleash a power that far exceeds their own capabilities without regard for physical strain. This technique represents a radical shift from one's established self-perception. For instance, a novice in martial arts must first conquer the fear of an approaching fist. They cannot flinch or shut their eyes when faced with an incoming strike. Similarly, the foundation of the King Fist necessitates that the practitioner overcome the instinctual urge to yield when their internal power threatens to inflict harm upon their own body. At this critical juncture, one must persist in amplifying their strength and surpassing their limits. Only by breaking through this barrier can one truly grasp the King Fist. The North King generously shared the intricacies and techniques of the King Fist, while Wu Tian listened intently, contemplating the notion of discarding the brain's protective instincts. Indeed, as I surmised, the King Fist shares a semblance of understanding with the 8 gates of Duanjia. Yet, how much potential remains within this body that can still be awakened? Noticing Wu Tian's earnestness, the North King nodded approvingly, envisioning the day when he would utilize the King Fist in conjunction with Wu Tian's technique. Perhaps it should be called the Martial Immortal King Fist, or the King Martial Immortal Fist. Regardless, this technique would undoubtedly be formidable. With these thoughts, the North King could not help but smile. Chapter 57. Incompatibility. However, the unfolding events did not transpire as the North King had hoped. A month passed. The North King furrowed his brow, confronted by Wu Tian, who stood before him bare-chested, fists clenched at his sides. In the next moment, a crimson aura erupted from his body. The King of the Universe. Wu Tian gritted his teeth, his energy surging wildly under the influence of the King of the Universe technique, doubling in intensity. Indeed, it was the double King of the Universe technique. The first level of mastery. The grass beneath his feet was pressed firmly to the ground by his fiery aura, while his loose, coarse trousers fluttered as if caught in a wind. The North King adjusted his small round sunglasses, observing Wu Tian's upper body, now noticeably larger due to the bulging muscles that quivered slightly. With a hint of tension, he inquired, "How is it? Can you still not stack the Martial Immortal Fist?" Wu Tian furrowed his brows and replied softly, "Let me try again." With that, he began to channel the well-practiced double Martial Immortal Fist technique, a martial art he had derived from his kaleidoscopic eye technique, one that could not be comprehended by others without his illusionary teachings. Now, this martial art had become second nature to him, effortlessly summoned with a mere thought. Yet, at that moment, he failed. A spurt of blood escaped from the corner of Wu Tian's mouth, his eyelids fluttered, and the crimson aura dissipated in an instant. His muscles spasmed uncontrollably, and his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed. Struggling against the intense pain, Wu Tian resisted the urge to collapse, trembling as he retrieved a healing bean from his waistband. With a crunch, The suffocating agony ebbed away like a receding tide, and Wu Tian exhaled a sigh of relief. The North King appeared somewhat disappointed. Another failure. Is it truly impossible? Wu Tian sighed softly, shaking his head. It is evident now, Lord King. Your King of the Universe technique and my martial immortal fist have been fundamentally opposed from the very beginning. The King of the Universe technique necessitates a reckless unleashing of one's inner power, whereas my martial immortal fist requires complete mastery over one's internal energy to achieve true multiplicity and unleash its full potential. The North King nodded in deep understanding, lamenting, indeed. One demands the abandonment of reason, while the other requires absolute rationality. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance and pondered aloud, is there a possibility that, having adapted to the King of the Universe state, I could swiftly regain control of my internal energy and then execute the martial immortal fist? His tone shifted, no longer instructive, but rather one of equal exchange in the realm of martial arts. Wu Tian resolutely shook his head. I fear that is unlikely. In the state of the King of the Universe, my internal energy is incredibly tumultuous, changing every moment, making it nearly impossible to fulfill the primary requirement of the martial immortal fist, complete control over it. Pausing for a moment, he displayed a wry smile, adding, moreover, I believe you have observed, Lord King, that given the potential of my current physique, even the most basic King of the Universe technique has reached its limit. Higher magnitudes seem implausible. The North King nodded. Indeed, I sensed something was amiss while you practiced the King of the Universe technique. How old are you this year? Approximately 91, Wu Tian replied. Indeed, look at your current appearance. You hardly resemble a 91-year-old inhabitant of Earth. Did you, in your youth, partake of a certain extraordinary spring water? North Kai inquired with a dawning realization. Indeed, I did consume it. My master claimed it was the elixir of immortality. Wu Tian reminisced, recalling the moment when he and a fellow disciple had been engaged in a scuffle on the mountain. Exhausted, they casually drank from a spring they encountered along the path. At the time, I paid little attention, but after we both drank, we discovered that the water possessed a peculiar fragrance, which swiftly faded after our consumption. North Kai remarked, that explains it. If my conjecture is correct, the water you drank was indeed the rare longevity spring water, which is seldom found even in the yellow springs. It is said that once a being imbibes this water, it dissipates all their essence, reverting to ordinary spring water. Yes, my master mentioned the same, Wu Tian affirmed. After Wu Taido's death, he and He Jian had stumbled upon tales of the elixir of immortality while searching for the location of Ka Lin Tower in their master's notes. It is likely that his master had speculated based on such legends. North Kai stroked his plump chin, murmuring, is it merely good fortune on your part, or? Wu Tian chuckled, I have a sister who practices witchcraft alongside a certain individual here on Earth. Although I am unaware of her full capabilities, I know she can traverse between the realms of yin and yang at will, and she possesses the power to bring the deceased back to the mortal realm for a day and night. I believe this spring water might have been provided by her, or perhaps her master. North Kai expressed astonishment. A witch from Earth? So, your sister has inherited the mantle of witchcraft on Earth? He nodded in realization. That is indeed fortunate. In the Milky Way, there are peculiar individuals scattered across various planets. While they may not be powerful, they possess remarkably unique abilities. And the witches from your Earth are among them. Wu Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the secrets of the Dragon Ball universe extend far beyond what is portrayed in the manga. Let us not dwell on this matter further, North Kai said, contemplating for a moment before turning his attention back to Wu Tian. What are your intentions? The Kaioken or the Wuxian fist? Wu Tian smiled. Why do you feign ignorance? Lord Kai? The Kaioken is truly unsuitable for me. I shall focus on perfecting my Wuxian fist instead. North Kai nodded. That is a wise choice. I shall be your sparring partner, and we shall see how far you can develop this martial art. Thank you for your guidance, Wu Tian said, joining his hands in a gesture of respect and bowing slightly. North Kai and he exchanged a knowing smile, feeling a rare camaraderie. As time gradually passed, 2 months swiftly flew by. During this period, North Kai engaged in daily sparring sessions with Wu Tian, witnessing firsthand the evolution of Wu Tian's Wuxian fist from threefold to fourfold, and then from fourfold to fivefold. In order to counter Wu Tian's escalating attacks, North Kai had to unleash more of his own power, and the rate of increase was astonishingly swift as Wu Tian's Wuxian fist advanced at an alarming pace. Once the Wuxian fist surpassed its limits, it would double once more, compelling North Kai to summon even greater strength to keep up. Bang! Wu Tian and North Kai collided midair, both bouncing off in opposite directions, executing several graceful flips before landing firmly on the ground. Beiji Wang, being rather rotund, was panting heavily at this moment. He inquired, "What is your current multiplier?" Wu Tian replied, "Approximately 13 times. Beiji Wang sighed and shook his head, exclaiming, "Incredible, truly astounding. I have meticulously contemplated your martial immortal fist, and I discern that, while it does not impose the terrifying burden on the user's physique as the King Fist does, paradoxically, the mental strain it induces is far less than that of the King Fist." He cast a peculiar glance at Wu Tian, noting that he had not particularly honed his mental prowess, yet he was able to engage me at such an intensity of 13 times. Can you truly multitask? Wu Tian shook his head and replied, "It is merely a matter of unwavering will." With that, he resumed his attacking stance. Beiji Wang clicked his tongue, seemingly both in admiration and in lamentation. Observing Wu Tian's intent to strike once more, he chuckled and said, "You ought to practice further. 13 times is still insufficient. 30 times would be barely acceptable. 13 times was already his current limit." Wu Tian initially displayed a hint of a smile, but then his expression grew solemn. "Your Excellency, I am now prepared to unveil my concealed secret technique." What secret technique? Before Beiji Wang could finish his sentence, Wu Tian had already vanished from in front of him. A gust of wind from a punch surged toward Beiji Wang from behind. Chapter 58. Just a few seconds Beiji Wang was taken aback, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed all his power. A white aura enveloped his stout figure in an instant, narrowly allowing him to evade Wu Tian's punch that had come from behind. As he soared to the side, Beiji Wang gazed in astonishment at Wu Tian on the ground, wondering when he had moved behind him. Meanwhile, Wu Tian maintained his forward punching posture. Beiji Wang could not help but ponder, "How has your speed increased so dramatically?" Wu Tian looked up at him from the ground, saying nothing, and in the next moment, he vanished once more. What? This time, Beiji Wang was prepared. He widened his eyes, observing closely that Wu Tian was not merely quick. He was teleporting. With a whoosh, the wind from another punch tore through the air toward Beiji Wang's back. Damn it! Beiji Wang's corpulent form erupted with a dazzling white aura once again, narrowly avoiding Wu Tian's fist as it grazed the hem of his garment. Useless. Even if you can approach me through teleportation, the disparity in our strengths is too great, and I can respond and retaliate adequately. Beiji Wang exclaimed as he flew to the side, addressing Wu Tian in midair. Wu Tian, suspended in the air, shook his head and replied, "It seems that is indeed the case. In situations where there is such a significant difference in strength, even if he can teleport into close range, the moment he makes a move to attack, it is sufficient for the stronger opponent to react." Beiji Wang remarked, "But the crux of the matter is not that. How did you master this teleportation technique?" He was puzzled. Although he had not closely followed events on Earth, surely such abilities did not exist there, did they? Wu Tian responded, "Ah, you see, on our planet, there exists something known as the Dragon Balls, and when gathered..." Beiji Wang interrupted in astonishment, "Dragon Balls? Earth? How can that be? How could Earth possibly possess Dragon Balls?" Wu Tian. The North Kai furrowed his brow and, ignoring Wu Tian, stroked the flesh of his chin, pondering to himself, "I recall that the Dragon Balls belonged to the Namekians. How did they end up on Earth? Curious, indeed. Wait a moment." As he spoke, the two long antennae atop his head leaned forward, indicating that he was investigating the situation on Earth. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the North Kai exclaimed, "So the deities on your Earth are actually Namekians. I understand now. They must have escaped during the calamity that befell Namek long ago." Wu Tian remained composed. "Namekians?" The North Kai rolled his eyes, and although Wu Tian could not see it through his sunglasses, he remarked, "What do you think? Do you believe the Dragon Balls are such a simple artifact? Aside from the Namekians, I have never encountered another race in the galaxy capable of creating them." Wu Tian parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking. The North Kai, curious, asked, "Why are you hesitating? Just speak your mind. Over these past days, I've become quite familiar with you." As they had exchanged techniques in the Kaioken and martial arts, their relationship had evolved into one of mutual mentorship and camaraderie. Wu Tian finally exhaled deeply and spoke candidly, "At this juncture, I no longer intend to conceal my intentions, Lord Kai. The true purpose of my visit is to ascertain the location of Namek from you." The North Kai was taken aback, flying around Wu Tian to scrutinize him from all angles before returning to face him with a bemused expression. "So you were capable of wielding the 13-fold martial arts technique upon your arrival, were you? Is it true that you knew the deities on Earth were Namekians even while you were still there?" "Not quite," Wu Tian replied. "I merely knew he was an extraterrestrial, which led me to speculate that there might be more powerful Dragon Balls in the homeland of the deities. Hence, Any wishes I could not fulfill on Earth, I hope to realize there. So, you wished for the ability to teleport on Earth and subsequently sought me out? Precisely. The North Kai pondered for a moment, saying, interesting. If you had simply gone with the flow, you could have easily inquired about the location of Namek from me. What prompted you to reveal the truth instead? Wu Tian explained. Initially, I was concerned that if I stated my purpose directly, you would dismiss me, as I was unaware of your true character. Thus, I devised this approach, hoping to gradually earn your trust before revealing my true intentions. He shook his head, however. Through our exchanges in martial arts over this period, I have come to realize that you treat me with sincerity. Therefore, when the moment arrived, I felt ashamed to continue deceiving you. The North Kai fell silent, eventually rolling his eyes in a manner invisible to Wu Tian as he retorted, you crafty old fellow. You certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. Wu Tian's face, lined with wrinkles, broke into a smile, leaving him speechless. The North Kai then inquired, is there anything else you are concealing from me? Wu Tian contemplated for a moment before responding. Indeed, there are some matters I have yet to disclose. But those are personal secrets of mine. The North Kai waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Why say so much? Just state that there is nothing. He pondered for a moment, then resumed an aggressive stance, declaring with fervor, kid, since you dare to deceive me, be prepared to receive a good beating. Wu Tian mirrored his opponent's posture in the air, stating, I am willing to accept this punishment. At that moment, the North Realm King was steadily gathering his aura. The oppressive force emanating from his stout frame felt almost tangible, inching closer to Wu Tian. Naturally, Wu Tian did not dare to underestimate the situation. It seemed that the North Realm King was indeed poised to unleash his full strength upon him. With the 13-fold martial immortal fist technique in operation, his body tensed. Always on high alert, the flora on the King's planet swayed gently under the immense pressure exerted by the two combatants, primarily the North Realm King. Whoosh! The North Realm King lunged forward with astonishing speed. Wu Tian's eyes widened in shock as he involuntarily activated his blood-red Sharingan, significantly enhancing his dynamic vision. Yet he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. Bang! A searing pain struck his abdomen, as if he had been collided with a mountain, sending him hurtling backward. Bang! While still in flight, another punch landed on his stomach. He gagged violently, spiraling through the air. The disparity was overwhelming. According to the North Realm King, Wu Tian possessed a combat power of around 300. Even with the enhancement of the 13-fold martial immortal fist, his power barely reached 4,000. How could he possibly contend against the North Realm King's combat power exceeding 10,000? Bang! 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 Wu Tian seemed to transform into a satellite, relentlessly pursued by the North Realm King's continuous strikes, quickly completing a full orbit around the diminutive King's planet. Bang! Once again, his abdomen was struck with tremendous force, returning him to the vicinity of the fruit trees where Beerus resided. A chimpanzee was peeling a banana, gazing up at him. Damn! The three tomo of Wu Tian's Sharingan spun rapidly, forming a four-cornered windmill. He saw it. He furiously channeled the 13-fold martial immortal fist technique. Swinging his arm towards the blurred figure he had sighted, he swung at nothing but air. The stout figure of the North Realm King appeared directly above him. As Wu Tian continued to be propelled backward, with his hands clasped around a hammer, the king struck down with force. Bang! Wu Tian was struck from above mid-flight, his body's trajectory snapping into a right angle, plummeting swiftly to the ground, crashing heavily onto the surface of King's planet. Boom! A human-shaped crater formed upon impact. The North Realm King descended, wiping the sweat from his brow, exhaling with relief. Much better, ha, exuding an air of post-exercise relaxation. Cough! Cough! A hand emerged from the pit, grasping the edge as Wu Tian crawled out, covered in dust, his face bruised, and holding his abdomen, every part of him aching. The North Realm King had not merely struck his stomach. After he shielded his abdomen with his arms, the king had unleashed several punches to his face. Wu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, sighing, that was rather ruthless. The North Realm King chuckled, you brought this upon yourself. Oh. Upon seeing Wu Tian's crimson eyes, he inquired curiously, what is the matter with your eyes? Wu Tian's mouth moved as he spat out a blood-stained fragment of a tooth. Responding, did you not secretly practice the martial immortal fist, Lord King? He smiled silently, and concluded, so, you have not managed to master it, have you? The North Realm King blushed slightly, and replied, that's merely due to the limited time. I did not practice diligently enough. Wu Tian shook his head, and said, I once had a disciple on Earth, whose talent for martial arts was extraordinarily exceptional, far surpassing mine. Yet, even after nearly a decade, He could not grasp this set of martial immortal fist. The North Realm King, astonished, inquired, "Are you suggesting that?" Wu Tian continued, "The true origin of my martial immortal fist lies in these mutated eyes." His crimson eyes, resembling a four-cornered windmill, fixated on the North Realm King, as he stated. However, utilizing these eyes carries significant side effects for me, which is why I painstakingly developed the alternative martial immortal fist. The North Realm King, contemplative yet somewhat incredulous, asked, "Are you implying that without these eyes, mastering the martial immortal fist is impossible?" At least for now, it indeed appears to be the case. The North Realm King, perplexed, pondered deeply. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he gazed at Wu Tian, asking, "You just mentioned that the martial immortal fist derives from the power of your eyes. Are you suggesting that if you were to use these eyes, it would exceed even 13 times? Wu Tian smiled faintly, inhaled deeply, and said, "I can probably only maintain it for a mere few seconds. My apologies, esteemed king." Whoosh. The four-cornered windmill in his eyes began to whirl madly. 30-fold eye technique. Chapter 59. Coordinates of several planets. What can one do in a mere few seconds? For an ordinary person, it might suffice to send a message of moderate length. Yet before their thoughts could wander, those fleeting seconds would slip away unnoticed. If one breathes once every 3 seconds, then a few seconds would equate to merely 5 or 6 breaths. However, for a super expert with combat prowess surpassing 10,000, 5 or 6 breaths afford them ample opportunity to engage in hundreds of exchanges. Upon unleashing the full power of the 30-fold kaleidoscope eye technique, Wu Tian and the North Realm King's figures vanished from the surface of the King's planet. Nearby, a chimpanzee named Beerus, clutching a banana, scratched his head in bewilderment, searching for the whereabouts of the two individuals. Boom, boom, boom. The air surrounding King's planet vibrated repeatedly, generating tremendous and thunderous explosive sounds. These noises were so frequent and dense that strong shockwaves radiated outward, causing Beerus to tremble as he nearly poked his nose with the banana he was holding. Throughout this entire episode, neither of them had made an appearance, nor had they lingered in the air for even a fraction of a second. The two figures engaged in a fierce chase, intertwining and battling at high and super high speeds. Their relentless struggle echoed with a cacophony of impacts, resonating in the air above the Northern King's residence. In mere fractions of a second, the reverberations from their blows could be heard above the grassy expanse on the opposite side of the planet, uprooting substantial patches of turf. The friction from their rapid movements generated intense heat, sending waves of warmth rippling outward. As their skirmishes spanned nearly every corner of the planet, these waves of heat intertwined and interacted, creating a tumultuous and chaotic form of indiscriminate thermal convection, resulting in an oppressive atmosphere enveloping the entirety of King Planet. Fabulous. Hanging from a fruit tree, wiped away the banana residue from his nose, and finished off the remaining half of his banana, attempting to calm his nerves. Although it seemed a lengthy tale, only a mere 10 seconds had elapsed. The air on King Planet was still rippling with residual waves of heat, faintly visible to the naked eye, while the earlier cacophony had long since subsided, rendering the previous sense of oppression an illusion. The two combatants lay on the lawn. The Northern King sprawled out, his small round sunglasses lost to the ether, squinting through sweat-soaked eyes as he gasped for breath. My heavens, how could I, the illustrious king, find myself in a battle with a mere human to the point of exhaustion? Such disgrace. Meanwhile, Wu Tian lay sprawled nearby, equally fatigued. He had already endured a severe beating from the Northern King, and, after unleashing his full might, found his stamina and spirit nearly depleted. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan technique operated like a high-powered machine, consuming his mental fortitude voraciously, leaving him with a throbbing headache, blurred vision, and waves of dizziness that surged through him in mere moments. Gritting his teeth, Wu Tian fished a senzu bean from his possession, wearily bringing it to his lips, biting down and swallowing. Instantly, his energy was fully restored, and his mental state significantly improved, allowing him to rise to his feet. In those brief seconds of confrontation, every aspect of his being, his ki, will, martial arts prowess, spirit, and physical strength, had been pushed to their utmost limits. It was exhilarating. As for the Northern King, who still lay feigning unconsciousness on the ground, despite his power being slightly superior to Wu Tian's fully activated 30-fold ocular technique, he too had felt the fatigue from their earlier encounters. Furthermore, as previously mentioned, the Northern King was somewhat portly. He had little inclination for battle, finding it too exhausting. His martial artist identity was merely a side endeavor outside of his role as king. His pursuit of formidable martial arts stemmed from a passion to develop techniques like King Fist and spirit bomb. However, when it came to actual combat, he would rather indulge in culinary delights, take leisurely naps, or drive around to enjoy the breeze. How are you feeling? Wu Tian inquired, moving closer to assist the Northern King to his feet. The Northern King, panting with irritation, replied, "What do you think? Truly, you are quite the oddity," he exclaimed. "A mere 300 battle power, yet you can contend with me so evenly. Are you out of your mind?" Perhaps it was the bond forged through the exchange of martial arts with Wu Tian over the past few days. Or perhaps it was the emotional stir caused by Wu Tian's earlier deception followed by his candid revelation. But at this moment, Beiji Wang conversed with Wu Tian as if they were friends. Wu Tian smiled, producing a magical bean and offering it to Beiji Wang, shaking his head. "My lord, have you not yet unleashed the King's fist? If you were to do so, I fear I would stand no chance of retaliation." Without hesitation, Beiji Wang accepted the magical bean, crunching it between his teeth and consuming it. Indeed, his stamina and minor injuries were instantly restored. He marveled, what a remarkable item. Upon hearing Wu Tian mention the King's fist, he squinted his small eyes and replied, "I have no intention of using that technique. It's utterly exhausting. By the time I finish, I would be in agony without you needing to strike me." Since he had developed it, he had rarely employed the King's fist, nor had he contemplated mastering it to a high multiplier without enduring great suffering. Recently, he had pondered finding a talented martial artist from the human realm to teach the King's fist, curious to see how far they could take it, but alas, Wu Tian's physical ailments rendered him incapable of pursuing the path of the King's fist. After an exhausting battle, they both felt drained and retreated to Beiji Wang's abode for a hearty meal, which would unfortunately be Wu Tian's last here. "Are you heading to Namek?" Beiji Wang inquired as he gathered the dishes and stacked them onto Beerus's hands, gesturing for it to depart. At that moment, he donned a pair of round black sunglasses that he had somehow procured. Having satisfied his hunger, Wu Tian sighed. "Indeed, it is imperative that I go." Beiji Wang nodded. "That is true. The potential of your body has been depleted by the fountain of immortality. If you seek to advance, it seems you must rely on the wondrous Dragon Balls. However, Namek lies in the Eastern Galaxy, which is beyond my jurisdiction. I can only provide you with its coordinates. Besides, you have acquired the ability of instant transmission, so it should pose no challenge, correct?" Wu Tian smiled. "What else would I need this ability for?" He added, "Please wait a moment, my lord. I shall fetch a few birds." With that, he vanished from Beiji Wang's sight. Beiji Wang, perplexed, muttered, "A few birds?" After a brief wait, Wu Tian had yet to return. Beiji Wang paced restlessly, then suddenly looked up to see Wu Tian hovering in the sky not far away. He wondered why Wu Tian did not descend. Flying over, he soon spotted 7 vividly colored birds perched upon Wu Tian's shoulder. "Such beautiful birds!" Beiji Wang exclaimed, understanding at last. "Oh, you are concerned that these little creatures might not withstand the tenfold gravity there?" He then inquired, "Are you planning to take them with you?" Gently stroking the smooth feathers of the birds on his shoulder, Wu Tian replied, "Having raised them myself, I cannot bear to leave them behind." These little beings have been by Wu Tian's side since their birth. Now, after such a long separation, they yearn for him dearly, each chattering and jostling to nestle against his neck. The North Kai, indifferent, remarked, "This is up to you. However, I must caution you. Acquiring all the Dragon Balls from those Namekians is no simple feat with your current combat prowess. While you may surpass most Namekians, there exist among them exceptional individuals bred solely for battle, so proceed with caution." Wu Tian nodded in understanding. Knowledge of the original narrative made him acutely aware that Namekians like Nao, born as the Grand Elder's guardian, possessed combat abilities even superior to those of the likes of Shenron. He would not afford himself the luxury of negligence. "Come forth." The North Kai turned, presenting his back to Wu Tian. Understanding the implicit invitation, Wu Tian placed his hand upon the North Kai's back. In that instant, their spiritual consciousnesses intertwined to a certain extent. Wu Tian closed his eyes, and a vast expanse of pitch-black cosmos unfolded before his sight. His vision darted swiftly, traversing fiery stars and dreamlike galaxies, ultimately arriving at a magnificent and colossal green planet. Take in the essence of this planet and commit it to memory. The North Kai's voice resonated in Wu Tian's ears as he imparted a multitude of techniques on how to memorize the coordinates of the planet. Wu Tian diligently etched these details in his mind. "Have you memorized it?" the North Kai inquired. "I have," Wu Tian replied. Yet he did not withdraw his hand from the North Kai's back. Instead, he continued, "Might you show me some of the technologically advanced planets you are aware of? Are there any high-gravity planets suitable for life?" "You old rascal." The North Kai, perceptive as ever, quickly deduced Wu Tian's intentions. You plan to rectify your physical ailments using the Dragon Balls of Namek, and thereafter train on a higher gravity planet? Or perhaps create machinery to simulate high-gravity environments on a technologically advanced planet? Wu Tian chuckled. You see right through me. The North Kai huffed, likely recalling the early days when Wu Tian had managed to keep him in the dark with considerable difficulty. Chapter 60. The Dragon Balls on Namek. This is a breathtaking place, where the sky is adorned in a beautiful teal hue, and 3 stars of varying sizes hang suspended in the air, casting an eternal daylight upon the land. As far as the eye can see, islands of all sizes are blanketed in vibrant greenery. Surrounding these land masses is a similarly verdant ocean, teeming with countless life forms. Green, the color of life. It is the essence of Namek and its inhabitants. Although predominantly characterized by plateaus and hills, the land is interspersed with a unique species of tree, known in the local tongue as hope. These trees embrace every corner of Namek, akin to a gentle mother cradling her wounded child. It is hope that has salvaged this once ravaged world, rescued Namek, and ultimately saved its people. In the local tongue, Namek signifies freedom, hope, courage, strength, purity, and other positive connotations. It embodies the ultimate manifestation of all that is beautiful and represents the sanctuary of every Namekian's heart. Today, Namek remains a bastion of peace. On a high plateau in the east, a figure of a man suddenly materializes. He appears quite aged, with hair graying at the temples and a face marked by numerous wrinkles. Perched upon his shoulders are 7 brightly colored birds, arranged in 2 rows, curiously tilting their little heads in astonishment as they observe their surroundings. Though the man's age is evident, his eyes possess an unusual brightness, not the spirited glimmer typical of youth, but rather a depth suggesting an eternal flame flickering within. This flame, while gentle, radiates a constant light. Wu Tian closes his eyes and takes a deep breath, softly murmuring, Namek, as if whispering in a dream. He soon reopens his eyes, restoring his usual tranquility. There is a resemblance to Piccolo's aura. In no time, he perceives a multitude of unique energies across Namek, recognizing them as the inhabitants of this planet. A group of Namekians to the west is closest, prompting Wu Tian to lift off the ground, soaring against the wind towards them. In an instant, he has vanished from sight. Shortly after, he encounters a cluster of Namekian-style structures on the ground, where he spots numerous individuals resembling Piccolo, diligently engaged in work. They vary in height and build, regardless of age or gender, due to their racial characteristics. Elder Dyke observes as his kin water the seedlings in the fields, when suddenly, he senses something and turns his gaze skyward. He notices a figure approaching them from the distance. With a slight focus, Elder Dyke discerns that this individual possesses a weak and unfamiliar aura, distinctly not that of a Namekian. With a soft thud, the unfamiliar visitor descends from the sky, revealing an elderly-looking man, peculiarly accompanied by 7 vividly colored birds perched upon his shoulder. Who is he? The Namekians working in the fields, those resting nearby, drinking water, and those within the houses all turn to look, yet remain silent, as it is customary for the elder to speak first. Indeed, Elder Dyke approaches Wu Tian and inquires, Stranger, who are you? Wu Tian meets the gaze of the Namekian tribal elder, observing his gentle, yet serious demeanor. He smiles subtly, striving to soften his tone. You must be the elder of this tribe. Greetings, I am Wu Tian, a traveler from the distant North Galaxy, Earth. He bows slightly as a gesture of respect. Elder Dyke remains composed. A guest from Earth. I sense your aura is quite serene, indicating you are not malevolent. What brings you to our Namek? Wu Tian replies, I have come in search of the Dragon Balls. Elder Dick was astonished. How do you know of the Dragon Balls? The Namekians gathered behind him exchanged glances. The Dragon Balls were a rarity even among their kind, meticulously safeguarded by the elders of 6 tribes. Wu Tian replied, We have a Namekian on Earth who has created similar Dragon Balls. However, I am unable to fulfill my wish there. Hence my journey to the homeland of the Dragon Balls. Elder Dick's surprise deepened as he turned to the other tribesmen, hesitatingly voicing, There is also a Namekian on Earth? I was not aware of this. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, while Wu Tian refrained from urging him. Suddenly, an ancient voice echoed within Elder Dick's heart. Dick, what this earthling speaks is true. The Namekian on Earth may be a descendant of our kin who fled during the upheaval on our planet. He has traversed to us through the King of the North Galaxy to fulfill his wish. Let us not be too difficult with him. After a trial, we shall grant him the Dragon Balls. Elder Dick gasped in astonishment, and the other tribesmen were equally taken aback, unable to believe that the revered elder had spoken. Wu Tian observed it all, though he had not heard the elder's words and was unaware of the King of the North mentioned. He speculated, Could it be that the Elder has foreseen my plight? These Namekians always possess peculiar abilities. I understand, Great Elder. We shall act as you have instructed. Elder Dick finally said after a moment of contemplation, addressing Wu Tian. To obtain our Dragon Balls, you must first pass our trials. Wu Tian responded eagerly, of course. But I wonder what the nature of the trials might be. Elder Dick explained, it is quite simple. Intellect and might are the two principles we Namekians hold most dear. Thus, I must first inquire, what wish do you intend to make upon acquiring the Dragon Balls? Wu Tian replied, I bear many flaws within me, and I seek the Dragon Ball's assistance to resolve them. Flaws? Elder Dick pondered. I strive for greater martial prowess, yet my potential has been drained by the elixir of immortality, which I cannot accept. Elder Dick nodded. It was indeed a profound regret for a martial artist to be unable to grow stronger. Wu Tian's dark eyes transformed into a crimson hue, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. He stated, my eyes have undergone a mutation due to unforeseen circumstances, granting me various special abilities while gradually sealing away the light from my sight. Your eyes evoke a sense of foreboding. This is unsettling, Elder Dick remarked, furrowing his brow. Had it not been for the Great Elder's earlier instructions, he might have already dismissed Wu Tian. Wu Tian shook his head, acknowledging that there was little he could say. The Elder's words were indeed factual. The Sharingan, a unique ocular ability of the Uchiha clan, awakens only when one has lost that which they hold dear, earning its reputation as the cursed eye in the ninja world, as the Uchiha clan is often portrayed as a lineage governed by hatred. Elder Dick sighed, acknowledging, while it is true that your desires do not stem from a wish to harm others or from the insatiable greed for eternal life, I concede to your intentions. However, he paused. On the other hand, you must vanquish the mightiest warrior of our tribe in order to be permitted to take the Dragon Ball. As he spoke, a young and robust Namekian turned and entered a nearby dwelling, soon emerging with a magnificent, orange-yellow 6-star Dragon Ball cradled in his arms. Indeed, it was the Grand Dragon Ball of Namek. This is Popo, the sole warrior of our tribe. Elder Dick gestured toward the Namekian, holding the 6-star Dragon Ball. Popo, with a solemn expression, nodded at Wu Tian. Popo. Wu Tian replied, slightly taken aback, and reciprocated the gesture with a bow. Chapter 61. We shall not allow this place to be destroyed. The Namekian, Popo, addressed Wu Tian. If we are to engage in combat, let us move to a more open area. I do not wish to cause destruction here. Although Wu Tian's aura did not appear particularly formidable, Popo remained cautious, determined to exert his full capabilities. Wu Tian acquiesced, very well. The two ascended into the air, soaring toward a nearby clearing before descending gracefully to the ground. Some of the other Namekians from the tribe followed suit, hovering in the air to witness the impending clash. In all their memories, they had never witnessed an outsider fighting their tribe's warrior for a Dragon Ball. However, this outsider seemed rather feeble. Popo assumed a battle stance, gathering his energy as he prepared to unleash his fighting spirit. Are you ready? I shall commence, he declared in a deep voice. Wu Tian slowly adopted his starting posture, not overly concerned with the formality of his movements. With a casual step and a lifted arm, it appeared he was fully prepared for any conceivable eventuality within the battle, ready to respond effortlessly to any form of attack. Popo sensed a sudden, profound shift in the outsider's aura, transforming from a gentle breeze into an unfathomable abyss, concealing any discernible depths. Popo could not help but change his demeanor, growing secretly wary. Why have they not begun? Murmured the hovering tribe members, bewildered as to why Popo did not swiftly subdue the outsider. Having been born in this tribe, they placed their unwavering trust in their sole warrior, well aware of Popo's might. After all, even among the warriors of the 6 tribes, Popo's strength was indeed formidable. At that moment, Popo could no longer restrain himself. He sprang into action. A brilliant white aura erupted from his being, shattering the ground beneath his feet as he surged forward like a tempest toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian maintained his initial stance, unmoving in the face of the rapidly approaching Namekian. Not only did his body remain still, but even his gaze did not waver. Too weak. In comparison to the attacks from North Kai, this Namekian's assault was riddled with flaws. And indeed, it was exceedingly feeble. Wu Tian resembled a statue, while Bobo appeared akin to a white bomb, hurtling towards him, in the stark contrast of speed and stillness. It seemed as though Bobo would shatter Wu Tian in the next heartbeat. Was this outsider foolish? Just as the doubt began to form in the minds of the Namek people surrounding them, Bobo had already approached Wu Tian. In that fleeting moment, Bobo's eyes widened. In his vision, Wu Tian, who had seemed momentarily immobilized, suddenly sprang into action. The abruptness and simplicity of his movement left Bobo incredulous. As Bobo's fist, capable of slicing through the air, bore down upon Wu Tian's face. Wu Tian merely tilted his head slightly, his gaze unwavering. He reached out and seized Bobo's attacking right arm, pulling it behind him, while simultaneously delivering a powerful blow to the junction of Bobo's right arm and pectoral muscle. The unimaginable force from Wu Tian's strike reverberated through Bobo, sending shockwaves through every bone in his body. Bobo, propelled backward with the same velocity as he had charged, resembled a torn sack in flight. In that brief moment, a fleeting image flashed in his mind. During their instant of confrontation, it seemed as though a hint of crimson flickered in the outsider's eyes. However, this image was too ephemeral, akin to an illusion. As he soared far and was about to crash to the ground, Bobo remained bewildered, pondering why he had not attempted to thwart Wu Tian's myriad reactions. It was only upon crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, engulfed by excruciating pain that felt as if his body were being torn apart, that he finally comprehended. It was not that he had failed to try to stop him, but rather that his opponent's speed was simply too formidable, so swift that he felt as though he were a mere puppet, motionless before Wu Tian's prowess. In that singular moment when Bobo had thrown his punch, Wu Tian had effortlessly completed both defense and counterattack. To the Namek observers watching from the air, it unfolded thus. Their warrior Bobo charged fiercely at the outsider, only to be sent hurtling back before he could even reach him. This seemed a miss. They had not witnessed any movement from Wu Tian, and it appeared Bobo should have easily overwhelmed him. How, then, had the tables turned so dramatically? In a mere exchange, the anticipated outcome had reversed. Defeated, Elder Dick, witnessing the entire spectacle from above, sighed. On the ground, Bobo writhed in agony, particularly feeling a crushing pain in his right chest, which felt as though it had caved in. Though Wu Tian had delivered but a single blow, its power had nearly rendered half of Bobo's body senseless, as if it had shattered. After a considerable time on the ground, Bobo finally summoned the strength to struggle to his feet. A hand extended towards him. As Bobo lifted his gaze, the outsider stood before him, extending a hand. Bobo observed that this individual's hand was covered in calluses, deep and shallow grooves and palm lines etched across his palm, reminiscent of the scars left by the passage of time. "You have won," he said bitterly, acknowledging his defeat with utter resignation. "Indeed, I have triumphed," replied Wu Tian. As he effortlessly lifted the Namekian warrior from the ground, supporting him, he retrieved a magical bean from his possession and offered it to Bobo, saying, "Consume this." Bobo, surprised and unsure of its nature, accepted the bean out of respect and placed it in his mouth. With a crunch, he found it tasteless, as the Namekian's palate discerned no flavor. Yet, his body began to mend. Releasing Wu Tian's support, Bobo stared in astonishment at his hands and body. Marveling at his complete recovery of injuries and stamina, he shook his head and remarked, "This must be invaluable to you. There was truly no need for it. Our tribe has members with healing abilities akin to the effects of your being." Wu Tian, treating him with sincerity, reciprocated Bobo's consideration. "It is of no consequence," he replied with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Elder Dick approached, cradling the enormous Namekian Dragon Ball, and extended it toward Wu Tian, stating calmly, "Foreigner, you have earned the recognition of our tribe. This Dragon Ball is entrusted to you." "Thank you," Wu Tian expressed gratefully, accepting the 6-star Dragon Ball with both hands. "Treasure the Dragon Ball well, Earth visitor. Your prowess is commendable," Bobo remarked, devoid of despair from his defeat, speaking to Wu Tian with calmness. "I shall," Wu Tian replied earnestly. Elder Dick smiled and sighed gently, saying, "Go forth, foreigner. If you wish to make a wish, you must acquire the remaining 6 Dragon Balls through your own efforts, earning the recognition of the other tribal elders." "I will," Wu Tian affirmed once more. He cast a final glance at Elder Dick, Bobo, and the group of simple Namekians nearby. "I truly thank you all for the Dragon Ball," he said with a slight bow before lifting the large Dragon Ball with one arm and flying slowly away. Watching as those Namekians waved goodbye to him from the distance, he turned and soared toward another gathering of Namekians he sensed, whispering into the wind, "I shall not allow Frieza to ruin this place." The wind rushed past him as Wu Tian embraced the Dragon Ball and flew toward the horizon. Chapter 62. The last Dragon Ball. Perhaps it was due to the villains encountered since Frieza's emergence, all of whom were at least of a billion power level, that many developed the misconception that those with power levels of 10 or 20,000 were insignificant in the vastness of the universe. Yet, in truth, the original series revealed that the formidable Captain Ginyu, who became Frieza's top lieutenant, possessed merely a power level of 120,000. The other Special Forces members had power levels below 100,000. When Vegeta journeyed to Earth, he boasted a mere power level of 18,000. Yet he was already insufferably arrogant. 1000. This moment serves as a profound watershed in the vast cosmos, where those who can transcend this threshold are regarded as deities by mere mortals. With a mere flick of their fingers, they can obliterate thousands or even tens of thousands of lives in an instant and effortlessly annihilate a planet, eradicating all existence. This is the reason why Frieza, possessing an astonishing combat prowess of 120 million, can proclaim himself the emperor across the universe. Apart from his injured father, there is no one throughout the cosmos who possesses the strength to witness his true form. Planet Namek, though merely one of the many life-bearing planets in the universe, is home to a remarkable race that, despite their myriad extraordinary abilities, has few warriors whose combat power exceeds 10,000. Individuals like Piccolo and Nail are considered prodigies among the Dragon Clan of Namek. Consequently, Wu Tian expended little effort in acquiring the Dragon Balls he sought from the various Namekian tribes. As he soared through the skies, engaging in combat, he swiftly amassed 5 Dragon Balls. However, the Dragon Balls of Namek are quite large. Cradling all 5 in the air proved to be a considerable challenge for Wu Tian, as his arms were not quite long enough. 7 little birds, reminiscent of the past, seemed eager to assist Wu Tian in gathering the Dragon Balls. Yet the sheer size of these orbs rendered the small creatures powerless. With 3 suns cycling in the skies of Namek, there was no nightfall, and Wu Tian was unaware of how much time had elapsed while he collected the 5 Dragon Balls. The 5 magnificent orbs were placed upon a clearing, pulsating with a flickering glow as they resonated with one another. The 7 colorful birds perched atop these Dragon Balls, observing the fierce battle unfolding in the adjacent clearing. This marked the 6th Namekian tribe and the location of the 6th Dragon Ball. A warrior from the tribe delivered a powerful blow, sending Wu Tian flying, exclaiming, "What happened? Where is your strength from just moments ago?" Wu Tian soared a considerable distance, managing to steady himself with a palm against the ground, springing into the air. Simultaneously, his right hand formed a precise gesture, with lightning and flames dancing at his fingertips. A fleeting crimson glimmer sparkled in his eyes as he directed his energy beam, a fusion of thunder and fire, toward the tribe's warrior. Suddenly, his power surged anew. The warrior's pupils contracted as he desperately attempted to evade, yet Wu Tian's thunderous flame grazed his arm, charring the wound and emitting a wisp of smoke. The energy beam penetrated the ground behind him, leaving a gaping, bottomless pit. Strong arms seized the tribe's warrior from behind. Realizing the peril, the warrior thought to himself, "This is bad. Where has Wu Tian gone? Why does his power fluctuate? His speed is terrifying." Wu Tian's steel-like arms held him firmly, muscles bulging with exertion, veins throbbing like serpents beneath his skin. In the next moment, a blue-white lightning aura radiated from his hands, enveloping the tribe's warrior entirely. "Damn it," thought the warrior as he was struck by Wu Tian's devastating attack, his entire body tingling from the electric shock. Gritting his teeth, he pondered, "He has weakened again. This attack is clearly less powerful than the one he unleashed in the air. What on earth is happening with this person?" Unbeknownst to him, Wu Tian's full-throttle 30-fold eye technique could only be sustained for a mere few seconds given his current mental state. Within these fleeting moments, he lacked the certainty of defeating his opponent, thus resorting to the 13-fold martial celestial fist as his primary means of assault, employing the 30-fold eye technique only at the most critical juncture. Ultimately, the 13-fold martial celestial fist proved insufficient to inflict significant harm upon the tribal warrior. In an instant of Wu Tian's exhaustion, the tribal warrior forcefully broke free from his grasp and soared into the air. Suspended mid-air, he rubbed his arms, black smoke emanating from his body due to the lightning strikes. The 10,000 Nations Thunder Palm, after all, was not true natural lightning, but a current transformed from the essence of human energy. When the disparity in power between the two was too great, its effects became less pronounced. The 10,000 Nations Thunder Palm, propelled by Wu Tian's 13-fold martial celestial fist, lacked the potency to incapacitate the tribal warrior. "If it were only that, you would not obtain our Dragon Balls," remarked the tribal warrior, casting a glance at the 5 Dragon Balls nestled beneath the claws of 7 birds. "That cannot be. I must have the Dragon Balls." Wu Tian panted slightly on the ground, raising his gaze to the Namekian warrior, his expression gradually turning grave. "Let us conclude this battle within the next 10 seconds. With a single hand raised, a circular, thin disc materialized above Wu Tian's palm, reminiscent of the energy blade that should have been developed by Krillin in the original tale. The tribal warrior, astonished in midair, recognized the formidable power of the object in Wu Tian's hand and exclaimed, "What an impressive technique. However, I shall not allow you to strike me. That is not for you to decide." Wu Tian's eyes had turned a vivid crimson, the black four-cornered windmill subtly rotating. cradling the energy blade. He forcefully hurled it towards the airborne tribal warrior. Whoosh! The energy blade tore through the air, directly aimed at its target. Yet, this attack was far too easy for the tribal warrior to evade. He merely swayed in the air, and the energy blade whisked past him. However, accompanying the energy blade was Wu Tian's fist, which landed powerfully against the tribal warrior's abdomen. With a spasm of pain, the tribal warrior retched, and Wu Tian delivered an uppercut that sent him soaring high into the sky. In an instant, he vanished from the spot, reappearing above the ascending tribal warrior. Once again, his speed had far surpassed his attacks. Damn it! The tribal warrior seethed internally, knowing that even if Wu Tian exerted his utmost strength, he would not be intimidated. Yet, it was Wu Tian who could strike him, while he could not retaliate. Bang! The tribal warrior was struck in midair and plummeted rapidly. Upon landing, Wu Tian's foot was already pressing down upon him. Wu Tian's speed seemed to exceed anything the tribal warrior could have imagined. As the tribal warrior beheld the energy blade in Wu Tian's hand, he noticed that Wu Tian's eyes had transformed into a peculiar shade of red, calmly observing him. You have won, the tribal warrior conceded helplessly. Wu Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, dissipating the kaleidoscope and casually scattering the energy blade. A wave of profound pain surged through his mind, piercing deep into his very soul, and Wu Tian silently gritted his teeth. The exertion had taken its toll on him. Wu Tian reached into his pocket and felt the dwindling supply of spirit beans. Extracting 2 of them, he gazed at the beans in his fingers. His vision blurring once more, he blinked, said nothing, and placed 1 bean into his mouth, extending the other to the tribal warrior as he helped him to his feet. What is this? The warrior expressed his astonishment upon consuming the spirit bean, exclaiming that it resembled the elder's abilities. Speaking of the elder, he had arrived. A voice resonated above them. Child, this Dragon Ball is now yours. The tribal warrior looked up in disbelief, seeing his elder descending with a large Dragon Ball in hand. Yet his gaze was drawn not to his own elder, but to the Grand Elder. Wu Tian maintained a serene demeanor, gazing up at the imposing Namekian elder, who, though aged, did not appear as frail as in the beginning of the original tale. The elder's eyes were even more tranquil than Wu Tian's, embodying the calmness of Namek's nature. Earthling, I have brought you the 7th Dragon Ball. The Grand Elder's voice resonated directly within Wu Tian's heart. I have witnessed your efforts along the journey. Accept this 7th Dragon Ball, which I have safeguarded. I shall personally summon the Eternal Dragon for you, granting you the opportunity to fulfill your wish. Wu Tian was taken aback as he accepted the 6th Dragon Ball offered by the tribal elder, thanking him. He then looked up again, only to realize that another figure accompanied the Grand Elder, a Namekian warrior strikingly similar in appearance to Piccolo, solemnly cradling a 1-star Dragon Ball, standing silently by the Grand Elder's side. Surely, he must be the most formidable warrior of Namek, the predecessor to Nail? How immense must his power be? 10,000, 50,000, 100,000? If Nail could withstand Frieza's overwhelming force of 550,000 for so long, what of him? Wu Tian's gaze met that of the warrior, who was likewise observing him. Should combat ensue, would he be capable of defeating him? Wu Tian felt uncertain. Perhaps he would have to resort to that one maneuver. The hypothetical strategy. At that moment, the Grand Elder spoke. Give it to him, Dart, addressing the Guardian standing vigil over him. Dart, the Guardian, who held the 1-star Dragon Ball, paused in silence before responding. Grand Elder, I wish to fight him as well. The Grand Elder replied calmly. You should understand, Dart, that you are far superior to this Earthling. Dart countered. I do not need to defeat him to gain his acknowledgement. He called out to Wu Tian on the ground. Earthling, I can offer you the Dragon Ball, but you must battle me. Wu Tian responded boldly from the ground. Agreed. The Grand Elder sighed. Go on. But do not make it too difficult for him. Understood. Dart descended gracefully, landing before Wu Tian, addressing the tribal warrior and elder beside him, Elder Nick. The tribal elder patted his warrior on the shoulder, saying, Let us depart and not interfere with their duel. Once they had ascended into the sky beside the Grand Elder, Dart gently placed the 1-star Dragon Ball on the ground and stood silently before Wu Tian. Before Wu Tian stood the most formidable warrior of the Namekian race, who slowly assumed a combat stance and earnestly declared, You are indeed powerful, yet I am equally unwilling to concede defeat. Chapter 63. A clean break. Dart, however, remained silent, standing quietly opposite Wu Tian, awaiting his advance. Wu Tian stepped forward, activating the 13-fold martial sage fist technique, his speed surging exponentially. He transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly forward. Both Dart and the observing elder in the sky gasped softly. The elder squinted his murky eyes, scrutinizing the disparity in combat prowess and aura between Wu Tian and Dart, and sighed. What a remarkable technique. I failed to discern it before. The tribal elder and warriors beside him were bewildered by the elder's remarks. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had already engaged Dart in combat. Your aura may not be strong, but your strikes are certainly formidable, Dart remarked calmly, effortlessly evading Wu Tian's attacks while offering his assessment with ease. Wu Tian launched a kick. The 32-fold eye technique activated in an instant. With a whoosh, the air tore apart as the whip-like silhouette of his leg struck toward Dart's temple. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Dart's eyes. He maintained his composure, extending his large hands, crouching low, and firmly catching Wu Tian's leg. The impact made Dart's body tremble, leaving him astonished and perplexed. Has he grown even stronger? What is happening? Without waiting for Wu Tian's response, Dart shouted, swinging his arms to hurl Wu Tian skyward. The moment Wu Tian was released, he vanished. The elder gazed up at the sky above Dart, where Wu Tian reappeared out of thin air. His aged voice murmured, "Instantaneous movement, is it?" Dart looked up at the small black dot high above, recognizing it as Wu Tian. He sensed a potent energy converging at that location, akin to the sudden surge of strength he had just witnessed in Wu Tian's kick. Upon closer inspection, he realized that his own power had not augmented. Yet the strike held a magnitude several times greater than before. In the next moment, the aura emanating from the small black dot reached its zenith. Dart clenched his fists, calmly awaiting Wu Tian's impending attack. However, the tiny black dot vanished from his line of sight, along with that overwhelming energy. Whoosh! Wu Tian's eyes blazed crimson, fingers radiating with intertwining lightning and fire, appearing before Dart in an instant. Dart was taken aback, his pupils constricting as the beam of lightning and flame reflected in his eyes, growing larger and brighter. He let out a cold snort, and in that fleeting moment, a white aura erupted from his entire being. Boom! As the thunderous roar subsided, Dart was enveloped in a blaze of white energy, his right hand scorched. Yet he had managed to withstand Wu Tian's full-force lightning and flame strike with his bare palm. This full-strength attack yielded but a modest effect. Wu Tian mused with a sigh, as he leapt from the ground, soaring into the air. On the ground, Dart flexed his nearly scorched right hand, his expression tranquil, as he too levitated, standing in the air, facing Wu Tian from a distance of several meters. You are indeed an exceptional martial artist, Earthling. Your ability to amplify your strength through martial arts is truly impressive, Dart proclaimed, gazing intently at Wu Tian. Wu Tian returned the gaze, though he offered no reply, instead resuming his combat stance. The prickling sensation in his mind, caused by the use of the kaleidoscope eye technique, made him furrow his brow slightly. The Grand Elder watched Wu Tian from above, contemplating. Surely, that intense method of amplifying one's power must be quite burdensome for him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly ceased its use. Seeing that Wu Tian was about to continue the fight, Dart shook his head and said, "Do you wish to persist? No need. I have already acknowledged you, Earthling. Go ahead and make your wish with the Dragon Balls." He gestured towards the Dragon Balls resting on the ground. Wu Tian fell silent and suddenly addressed the sky. "Lord King of the Worlds, are you watching this?" "What?" Dart did not comprehend his actions. The Grand Elder pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Wu Tian heard a voice, perhaps from the heavens, or perhaps from within his own heart, resonating with the tone of the rotund North Kai. "You old fool, you cannot deceive me. What do you want?" Wu Tian smiled and inquired, "In your esteemed opinion, what is the combat power of that Namekian over there?" "Approximately, at least 60,000. 6 times then." Wu Tian paused, drawing his right fist slowly towards himself, gathering energy as he whispered, "I recall you once mentioned that to master the King's fist, one must completely abandon the instinct for self-preservation, correct?" "Indeed, what of it?" "I meant to say, do you truly wish to continue fighting him? Spare yourself the effort. With those eyes of yours, you can only muster about 10,000 in power. While he is 6 times more formidable, you cannot win. Isn't it possible to utilize instant transmission in battle?" Wu Tian suddenly queried. "Have you not tried that?" "It's futile. The disparity in power is too great. When you instant transmission over, he will have ample time to react." With his left palm forward and right fist back, Wu Tian gazed intently at the Namekian across from him and murmured, "I mean, what if one were to break through certain mental barriers? Do you know what true application of instant transmission in combat looks like? What could that possibly entail?" The North Kai's voice was laced with confusion, indicating he did not comprehend. "Hey, over there," Wu Tian called out loudly. "Are you really going to fight?" Dart frowned. "In the final 10 seconds, if I cannot surpass you, I will concede." Wu Tian smiled, tears of blood silently streaming from his eyes. Suddenly, a layer of faint red, resembling a battle garb, enveloped his body. What is that? The Namekian's eyesight was remarkably keen, even from several meters away. Dart could clearly see the faint red armor that had abruptly manifested on Wu Tian. You old fool, you still have such a trick up your sleeve. The North Kai exclaimed. Wu Tian paid no heed to the North Kai. Time was not on his side. From a distance of several meters, his expression was one of serene determination as he concentrated his power in his right fist. With the 32 times I technique and the enhancement of the battle garb, his body remained motionless. Though he was far from Dart, he seemed to perceive him as if standing right in front of him. He suddenly swung his right fist into the empty air. Under the amplification of the 32 times I technique, that punch radiated like a massive fireball, imposing and magnificent. What is this guy planning? The North Kai watched as Wu Tian struck the air, and suddenly, realization dawned upon him. He exclaimed in disbelief, "No way, what a guy?" Equally perplexed was Dart, who stood opposite Wu Tian. He observed Wu Tian, several meters away, throwing punches into the air, initially assuming he was about to unleash some peculiar fist technique. However, the reality was far simpler. It was not a gust of energy, but rather a formidable fist. With immense power, Wu Tian launched his punch from a distance, and at the peak of its might, it struck Dart's cheek with resounding force. The impact echoed like thunder, a solid blow that deformed Dart's facial muscles. Dart, taken aback, was unexpectedly sent flying by that single strike, a slender line of blood trailing through the air. The North Realm King exclaimed in excitement, "Marvelous! Truly marvelous!" Utilizing the ability of instantaneous movement to launch an attack from beyond the opponent's reach, then teleporting beside the adversary to let the strike unfold without any reaction time. How impressive! You are remarkable, old chap. He pondered the intricacies of executing such a maneuver, realizing the challenge of attacking the air while ensuring the timing of the teleportation was precise, all while maintaining focus on the assault. The North Realm King sighed. What an extraordinary being. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. What had transpired? The observing tribal elders and warriors were astonished, unable to comprehend how the mighty Dart had been sent flying. The Grand Elder remained silent and composed, watching as Wu Tian, after delivering the blow to Dart, remained in his former position and kicked at the air. Dart, suspended briefly in the air, cursed under his breath as he searched for Wu Tian's figure, only to be met with a sudden and overwhelming force from behind. Bang! Dart was once again propelled into the air. Encased in a faint red Susanoo battle attire, Wu Tian unleashed another punch. Vanished. Bang! 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 Dart, despite his formidable prowess, could not grasp the nature of Wu Tian's strikes, as they were delivered through instantaneous movement, with every possible gap around him harboring the potential for the next blow to land. Dart was tossed about like a ragdoll in the air. This is futile. Your power pales in comparison. Such attacks cannot defeat me. Dart, weary from the onslaught, chose to cease his defenses. He erupted with energy, allowing Wu Tian to strike him. Scoffing, "Do you think you can wear me down with these trivial injuries? That is impossible." However, the observing Grand Elder sighed, recalling a technique previously employed by Wu Tian, sensing that victory was imminent. Indeed, as Dart finished speaking, the anticipated next attack failed to materialize. Dart scanned his surroundings, finding no trace of Wu Tian. But the next moment, shoo! The sound of flesh being sliced echoed ominously. Dart was shocked to discover he had lost control of his lower body, watching helplessly as it succumbed to gravity. Wu Tian, wielding a chi element slash like a master swordsman, passed by Dart, having dissipated the energy of the strike. "I have won." Wu Tian turned to look at him, his eyes a pale hue. Chapter 64. The Wish Finally Realized. Part 1. Dart fell silent, comprehending that had the previous strike landed upon his head instead of his waist, he would now be a lifeless corpse. How could he have been defeated by such a feeble force? This old man is remarkable. He truly bested him, with a mere combat power of 300, while the opponent possessed at least 60,000. What audacity! The incredulous shouts of the North King echoed violently in Wu Tian's mind. He let out a faint, powerless laugh, uttering no words. His vision, clouded, could only discern the blurred silhouette of the Namekian before him. Though not entirely blind, Wu Tian reached into his person for a magical bean to fulfill his forthcoming wish. With a soft squelch, he plunged 2 fingers into his eye socket, producing a nauseating sound of oozing blood. What was he doing? Was he extracting his own eyes? The tribal elder, the warriors, and the remaining upper half of Dart looked astonished at Wu Tian, unable to fathom his actions. The elder squinted, seemingly pondering deeply. 2 blood-soaked eyeballs were carelessly discarded by Wu Tian, plummeting to the ground. The sheer nonchalance with which he removed his own eyes, not even flinching, sent a shiver down Dart's spine. This earthling was truly terrifying. Was his will forged from steel? Contemplating this, Dart activated his innate abilities, channeling power from within to regenerate his lower half from the severed waist, a unique fluid coursing through him. He flexed his legs, moving freely once more. Wu Tian placed the magical bean in his mouth, crunching it before swallowing. His drooping eyelids began to swell anew. As Wu Tian reopened his eyes, he observed Dart in midair, restored to his former self. You have recovered? I was about to offer you a magical bean, Wu Tian remarked. Dart shook his head. The bean you just consumed? No need. He gazed at Wu Tian's newly regrown eyes, which sparkled with clarity and brightness, akin to 2 pristine springs. Wu Tian nodded, directing his gaze toward the elder. The elder descended toward the ground, prompting Wu Tian to exhale softly and follow suit. Dart and the 2 other Namekians gradually landed behind the elder. On Planet King, the North King muttered to himself, this old fellow's technique is so practiced. And he carries magical beans with him. It seems he has frequently engaged in such acts over the years. He stroked the flesh of his chin, pondering whether his peculiar eyes would gradually lose their sight due to that dreadful ability. Was the transformation truly as he claimed? Ultimately, the North King sighed deeply. This old man must harbor countless secrets. For now, let us observe what wish he intends to make. He adjusted his sunglasses and once again utilized his unique abilities as a king to scrutinize the distant events unfolding on the Namekian planet in the Eastern Galaxy. There is an undeniable sense that he will present me with a grand surprise. The elder raised his hand and pointed into the void, causing the 7 magnificent Dragon Balls scattered across the ground to float towards him, eventually wobbling and landing gently before him. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls resonated, emitting a flickering brilliance. Wu Tian approached the elder as 7 colorful birds flapped their wings and gracefully settled upon his shoulders. Dart glanced at the serene and composed birds resting on his shoulders, pondering that one who could draw such close affinity from birds must possess a heart devoid of malice. The warriors of the Dragon Ball tribe stood behind the elder, murmuring that this was the first time in their lives they had witnessed the gathering of all 7 Dragon Balls. Behold, our Namekian dragon, Porunga, is about to appear. The tribal elder patted the warrior's shoulder, sharing in the anticipation. The elder recited an incantation in a Namekian tongue that Wu Tian could not comprehend, and in response, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted with a brilliant and dazzling radiance. With a thunderous roar, a resplendent golden beam shot forth from the 7 Dragon Balls, ascending skyward with great vigor. Simultaneously, an infinite darkness enveloped the sky of Namek in an instant. The next moment, amidst the golden light soaring into the heavens, a dragon of unimaginable size, far grander than any found on Earth, revealed its magnificent form. It descended from the heavens, gazing down upon the beings that had summoned it. Wu Tian tilted his head to behold the colossal Namekian dragon, known as Porunga, while the 7 birds curiously observed from his shoulders. All, except for the elder, including Dart and the others, were awestruck by Porunga's presence, a natural reverence arising in the face of something truly divine, mingled with a touch of awe. Porunga spoke slowly, its voice resonating throughout the darkened sky of Namek. Elder, speak forth your wishes. Any wish you desire, I can grant you 3. The elder stood before the shimmering 7 Dragon Balls, the dazzling light casting an unpredictable glow on his aged features. Turning his gaze, he discovered Wu Tian, wide-eyed and transfixed. Staring upward, Earthling, what is your wish? The dragon can only grant wishes in the Namekian language, but I can convey yours. What is my wish? What is my wish? Wu Tian inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, as if releasing the myriad of bittersweet experiences he had endured over the years. He gazed intently at the colossal divine being above him, and his mind could not help but drift back to over 60 years ago, on the frigid heights of Korin Tower. When faced with the night sky and the myriad stars of Earth, he had quietly made a wish in his heart. He reminisced about the years gone by, standing by the coastline, within the Wu Xian dojo, amidst the deep mountains, within the dense forests, atop the lofty peaks, in countless corners of the earth. Time and again, he had profoundly sensed the limits of his own body, harbored anxieties about the future, and yearned for moments like this one. He recalled the time spent on Earth, when he had suppressed a wish out of deference to the celestial beings of that realm. How many years had passed since arriving in this Dragon Ball world? Had he finally reached this pivotal moment, finally prepared to voice that wish? Indeed, to prevent being surpassed by incomprehensible beings in the future, to avoid being regarded as a mere burden, to grow stronger, and to gain the power to protect those he cherished. Wu Tian understood that he must articulate this desire. And it must be realized. Countless thoughts and chaotic notions flashed through his mind. Suddenly, Wu Tian's dark eyes transformed into the crimson hue of the three-tomo Sharingan, and with a swift twist, morphed into a peculiar pattern resembling a four-pointed shuriken. He gazed up at the patiently waiting Porunga, and with unwavering conviction, declared, "My wish is for the eternal dragon to restore the genes, bloodlines, and hereditary factors hidden within these flawed eyes of mine, tracing back to their primordial and perfect state." The Grand Elder looked at Wu Tian in astonishment, noting his serious demeanor as he continued to gaze at Porunga, showing no inclination to elaborate further. Although puzzled, the Grand Elder proceeded to convey Wu Tian's wish to the eternal dragon. Wu Tian fixed his gaze on Porunga, observing its immense crimson eyes and its motionless mouth, fearful that it might utter words of apology at any moment. For him, that fleeting moment stretched on interminably. After what felt like an eternity, Porunga finally spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "This wish is quite simple." With a hum, Porunga's red eyes radiated with an even brighter crimson glow, a sign of the mysterious power at work, disrupting the order of cause and effect to fulfill a mortal's desire. Wu Tian looked up, awaiting the outcome. Suddenly, bang bang, his heart tightened, and his pupils constricted, amidst the astonished gazes of the Grand Elder and the other three Namekians. Wu Tian's dazed crimson eyes reflected the rapidly shifting four-pointed shuriken pattern, which gradually faded away, transforming into layers of ripples. Simultaneously, the deep creases on Wu Tian's aged face began to swiftly vanish one by one. His gray hair regained its lustrous blackness in the blink of an eye. A surge of vibrant life force emanated from his body. Chapter 65. The Wish Finally Realized. Part 2. What is the source of the Sharingan? The eternal Mangeki Sharingan? The Rinnegan? The Tomo Rinnegan? None of these. It is the divine tree. In those bygone days, Kagaya Otsutsuki, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree's chakra, awakened the third eye upon her forehead, known as the Rinnegan, or the Eye of the Six Paths. Subsequently, she devoured the very trunk of the divine tree, the Ten Tails, ultimately attempting to obliterate the entire world with her infinite Tsukuyami. Boom. Within the chest of Wu Tian, the aged heart began to beat anew, its rhythm more vigorous than in his youth, as if he were rejuvenated. No, more terrifyingly, it surpassed mere rejuvenation, for even in his prime, his heartbeat had never resonated with such strength. An overwhelming vitality emanated from him, permeating the surrounding space. What has happened to him? Dart was astounded, unable to comprehend why the wish articulated by Wu Tian would provoke such an astonishing transformation. His eyes, his bloodline. What on earth is transpiring? Of course, he was oblivious to the secrets of the Sharingan, yet he could instinctively sense one undeniable truth. First, Wu Tian's appearance was visibly transforming, becoming increasingly youthful before his very eyes. Secondly, his aura had intensified. The tribal warriors gasped in awe, unable to fathom how this seemingly feeble earthling had just vanquished Dart, only to grow even stronger now. The elder also regarded Wu Tian, observing the young man with the dark hair, now resembling a lad of scarcely 20, murmuring, "This aura resonates closely with nature, reminiscent of us Namekians." At last success. Wu Tian felt as though he were enveloped in the embrace of a primordial entity, a cascade of sensations coursing through him, each more pleasurable than the last, imbued with strength and potential that brought him immense satisfaction. If just moments ago, his frail body was akin to decaying wood, at this moment, he had transformed into a vibrant, divine tree. Wu Tian raised one hand. With a swift motion, he slashed his other arm, a slender wound appearing. And before much blood could escape, the gash swiftly sealed itself, healing at an astonishingly visible rate. A self-healing ability more formidable than that of the original Hokage, Hashirama Senju. The Namekians present stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Such a terrifying regenerative capability was beyond their own. While they could recover from injuries, it resembled a gecko's ability to regrow its tail rather than possessing a true self-healing prowess, as Wu Tian exhibited. Regrowth of severed limbs. Before the amputation, they were like ordinary beings, succumbing to wounds, bleeding, and only through the severing of a limb could a new one emerge in pristine condition. The origins of wood release. The very essence of the divine tree. Wu Tian gazed at his arm, now devoid of any trace of injury, and smiled gently. Yet at that moment, he narrowed his eyes, a sharp pain flickering in his mind. His eyes had transformed into the Rinnegan, flawless and eternal, never to succumb to blindness. However, he let out a faint groan, promptly shutting his eyes tightly. After a brief pause, when he reopened them, they had reverted to their deep, enigmatic black. The nine-tailed Rinnegan, a formidable ocular power derived from the fruit of the divine tree, was nearly exhausting his mental energy just to maintain its activation. The elder observed the transformation in Wu Tian. Had his eyes indeed grown stronger? He then inquired, "What is your second wish, Earthling?" "The dragon can grant you 3 wishes." Wu Tian, brimming with vitality, exuded an air of exuberance. At this moment, his appearance was striking: thick brows, large eyes, and flowing black hair. Even the skin on his arms, which had begun to show signs of slackness, regained its tautness, making him appear indistinguishable from a youthful man in his 20s. As he spoke, his voice transformed from that of an aged man to a deep and resonant tone of a mature individual. His second wish was, "Grant me the ability to survive in the cosmic environment." He did not wish to face Frieza in space with any shortcomings in his survival capabilities. Such a flaw could be fatal in a life-and-death battle, as evidenced by the near demise of Super Saiyan Goku due to this very issue. Even someone like him, who preferred not to overly rely on the Dragon Balls, found it necessary to make a wish to address this predicament, a fundamental challenge that could not be resolved through mere personal effort, at least not at this moment. The elder nodded. This wish was not particularly difficult. He tilted his head back and recounted Wu Tian's desire in the Mekian tongue to Purunga. In the darkened sky, Purunga responded, "This wish is quite simple." With a hum, the radiance in its crimson eyes flared once more. In the next instant, Wu Tian immediately sensed a change within himself. As a martial arts master, he was intimately familiar with his own body. He could distinctly feel that within his now vibrant and life-filled form, an unknown force initiated subtle transformations, an experience both wondrous and difficult to articulate. More easily described was the emergence of a new organ within him, resembling both flesh and an energy entity. Contemplating this, Wu Tian exhaled deeply and held his breath. With his formidable insight, he quickly discerned that this new organ began to function as soon as he ceased breathing. It commenced the process of absorbing his body's minute vital energy, digesting, transforming, and ultimately converting it into the various elements and energies required by the human body. This interaction with his internal vital energy created a remarkable equilibrium of consumption and feedback. Wu Tian realized that if he were in space, as long as he did not engage in fierce combat and his vital energy remained intact, he would not require breathing at all. His life could be sustained solely through this newfound organ. However, the challenges of space extended beyond the absence of oxygen. There was also the issue of vacuum and lack of pressure. Clenching his fists, Wu Tian decided to defer practical experimentation for later. It seemed his wish had indeed been fulfilled. The elder observed the subtle shift in Wu Tian's expression and smiled. He then asked, "And what is your third wish?" Wu Tian, with a smile illuminating his face, felt a profound sense of ease and joy as he fulfilled his 2 greatest wishes. He gazed up at the magnificent divine dragon that had granted his deepest desires and articulated his final wish for this journey. "O divine dragon, please reveal to me the location of the place most conducive to the cultivation of spiritual power within the universe." He lightly tapped his temple with a finger. Spiritual power? The Grand Elder pondered, recalling the myriad of extraordinary events that had transpired with Wu Tian, ultimately fixating on the peculiar transformations within his eyes. Did those eyes exert immense pressure upon his spiritual strength? Soon, the Grand Elder articulated the wish. This request is quite simple. The location of a celestial body was firmly etched into Wu Tian's mind. Meanwhile, on Planet King, the North King sighed heavily. This old fellow. The expansive sky of Namek once again basked in light as the darkness dissipated. Following the fulfillment of the wish, Purunga vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into inert white stones. Wu Tian floated in the air, accompanied by 7 colorful birds. Before him stood the Grand Elder and his guardian. "Dad, I have long been curious, Grand Elder, why you extend such assistance to me. To the Namekians, I am merely an outsider." Wu Tian finally posed this question that had lingered in his mind. The Grand Elder's aged visage broke into a smile as he responded, "I once made a wish to Purunga, requesting knowledge of Namek's future." A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his murky eyes as he sighed. He revealed to me that Namek would descend into an unprecedented crisis in a few hundred years. "Frieza." Wu Tian contemplated silently. The Grand Elder paused, and, under the astonished gaze of his guardian dad, continued, "To protect our homeland. I made a 3rd wish to the Divine Dragon, granting me the ability to witness future events in my dreams." To see future events? The phrase resonated with Wu Tian, who inquired nonchalantly, "Could it be that the Grand Elder witnessed my role in saving Namek's future?" The Grand Elder regarded Wu Tian and shook his head. "Originally, it was not you in my dreams, A golden-haired warrior was the one who saved Namek. However, at some point, this dream transformed, and indeed, it became you. Accompanied by a group of exceptional warriors who would alter Namek's destiny. Wu Tian fell into silence. After a considerable pause, he turned back to the Grand Elder. Posing his final question, I have heard that Namek once faced a natural disaster that nearly led to its extinction. Was the Grand Elder the sole survivor of that calamity? Since you have mentioned 2 wishes, was the first wish to restore Namek's environment? If the Dragon Balls possessed such power, why not wish for it before the disaster fully unfolded? The Grand Elder remained silent for an extended period, and Wu Tian waited patiently. Dat floated calmly beside the Grand Elder, his expression tranquil. The Grand Elder finally spoke, his hoarse voice seeming to echo from a distant epoch, ethereal and elusive. He said, "At that time, the remaining Namekians were few, and I was among them. It was I who crafted the Dragon Balls that birthed Purunga, wishing for Namek to be restored after the catastrophe. By merging all surviving Namekians to forge a more potent Dragon Ball, I transformed into the current Grand Elder, thereby saving a world on the brink of annihilation. No wonder the Grand Elder is so exceptional, with such formidable abilities." Wu Tian understood, his doubts dissipating. "Youth," the Grand Elder remarked, "I can sense the terrifying potential within your newly formed body. I possess the ability to awaken it. As a preemptive gratitude for your protection of Namek, there's no need." Wu Tian laughed heartily. The idea of the Grand Elder unlocking his potential was indeed appealing. Yet what if the Elder, upon touching his head, inadvertently uncovered the various secrets of his traverse? That would be disastrous. Ultimately, the Grand Elder and Dat watched as Wu Tian soared into the sky, accompanied by his 7 birds, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. On a distant planet at the far end of the universe, an ancient being, having slumbered for an indeterminate duration, awakened from his dreams. His hair and beard were as white as 2 mounds of snow, his skin sagged, etched with countless wrinkles. He raised his heavy eyelids, revealing gray eyes that, unlike his aged exterior, shone with clarity, as if capable of piercing the very soul, momentarily captivating all who beheld them. In the dimly lit chamber, the ancient and enigmatic sorcerer murmured, "The prophetic dreams have altered the impending doom of this world. Will those 2 demons find salvation? Who is that figure?" End of Volume 3, Chapter 66. The Mad Scientist. In the vast expanse of the galactic universe, there exists a planet teeming with intelligent life. The societal structure on this planet resembles that of Earth in a bygone era, situated in an age of information technology. Perhaps, in certain scientific domains, it even surpasses Earth. After all, in this world, the emergence of even a single genius, akin to Dr. Gero, could propel the technological advancement of society by leaps and bounds. The inhabitants of this planet navigate their bustling modern society, placing their faith in the power of technology. While the notion of individual martial prowess has long been relegated to the annals of history, in recent years, the Federal International has been deliberating the development of interstellar spacecraft, garnering considerable public support. After all, this small planet has become exceedingly crowded, and its natural environment has suffered due to relentless technological progress, leaving the populace yearning for the discovery of habitable planets in the cosmos, filled with dreams of exploration. However, some have raised concerns. What if they encounter extraterrestrials? What might these beings look like? Are they friendly, or will they prove to be adversaries? The Federal International asserts that, given our current scientific and technological capabilities, it is highly improbable that any significant mishaps will occur as long as we proceed with caution and prudence in the nearby star regions. Moreover, even in the unlikely event that we encounter extraterrestrial life, communication should be feasible. We could convene, engage in dialogue, and exchange knowledge with the aim of mutual advancement. This harmonious collaboration would undoubtedly yield benefits for all parties involved. It is reasonable to believe that extraterrestrial beings, recognizing the sincerity of the Federal International, would not be inclined to reject such overtures. "Foolish," echoed a man's disdainful voice, tinged with a hint of anger. From within a sprawling arboreal apartment complex in an urban setting, he abruptly pressed the sole button on the remote control, extinguishing the ultra-slim display screen that had just broadcast yet another discussion regarding the Interstellar Spacecraft Initiative. After a moment's contemplation, he donned a jacket and stepped outside. His name was Gaia, a celestial being, indeed, a deity of sorts. However, he possessed only a modicum of power, merely a few whimsical tricks befitting a planetary deity. In this society of advanced technology, such trifles held little value. Furthermore, the waning dignity of the last remaining deity forbade him from exploiting his divine authority for profit. despite his current state of insignificance, even unable to communicate with the underworld. Nevertheless, he had solemnly pledged to the preceding deity that he would fulfill his role as a guardian of this planet. Yet, it seemed this planet had no need of him. Descending from the arboreal apartment, the downtrodden deity Gaia wandered aimlessly through the streets, observing the bustling throng of diverse vehicles and mortals. This modern society appeared civilized and prosperous. Yet within its darkest corners lay countless wretched souls who could scarcely afford a meal. The rapid advancements in science and technology had blinded these mortals. They were arrogant and hubristic, believing that their firearms could solve all problems. However, according to the tales of the preceding deity, there once existed an era when individuals possessed extraordinary martial prowess, capable of toppling mountains and unleashing oceans with mere gestures. Gaia found it hard to believe that such beings did not exist in the vastness of the cosmos. Yet, he felt powerless. He was merely a fallen deity devoid of extraordinary abilities. What good would it do to voice his concerns to the Federal International? The inevitable outcome would be his confinement as a madman. Weighed down by his heavy thoughts, Gaia traversed the crowded streets, visiting impoverished neighborhoods to provide food and clean water to those in need, fulfilling his duty as a deity to the best of his ability. May my fears prove unfounded, he mused, as he trudged wearily toward his apartment. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged through his being like a lightning bolt. This feeling was both unfamiliar and hauntingly familiar. It was the sensation of extraordinary power. Moreover, this force was formidable, surpassing even the mightiest of the preceding deities he had ever encountered. If the previous celestial being, regarded as an unparalleled master in his eyes, were akin to a mere hillock, then this aura resembled a towering mountain. Gaia stood frozen in place, frantically twisting his head from side to side, searching among the throngs of people. Sweat trickled down his forehead. The weight of that presence bore down upon his heart like an immense boulder, nearly suffocating him. It was that person. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on a young man standing at the street corner diagonally across from him, his complexion fair and pristine. The individual wore a hat, with a hint of black hair peeking from beneath it, his expression serenely observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. An extraterrestrial? Despite having lost the majority of his divine powers, Gaia, being a celestial being, could still discern between his kin and an alien. His features contorted as he scrutinized the young man for a moment. When the stranger turned his head slightly, Gaia abruptly lowered his gaze, averting his eyes. He dared not gaze upon that individual for long, as though a mere additional glance might lead to his demise. Nor could he allow that person to perceive him. It was simply too terrifying. Was that person truly human? The seething power within him, akin to the molten core of the earth. Could it genuinely belong to a mere mortal? Gaia stood there, head bowed, and before he knew it, he was drenched in cold sweat, his back soaked through. When he finally summoned the courage to look again, the extraterrestrial young man had vanished. Over there, Gaia suddenly sensed that explosive presence, akin to a superhuman bomb. Took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd, and pursued the direction. Soon, he spotted the figure again at another corner. Who on earth is he? What brings him here? Such a fearsome individual. Gaia silently lamented. With this person's strength, should he choose to wreak havoc upon the city, countless lives would surely be lost. In his line of sight, the individual departed once more, prompting Gaia to gather his thoughts and hastily follow. Although he was unsure of what he could achieve by trailing this person, he felt compelled to pursue nonetheless. Where did he go? After another turn, the figure had vanished yet again. Gaia paused, attempting to sense that immense aura once more, but to no avail. At that moment, a hand gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Gaia's hair stood on end. Fear not. I harbor no ill will towards you, Wu Tian said, seated in Gaia's room. Surveying the extraterrestrial's quarters, which indeed appeared considerably more advanced than those on Earth, at least it could be deemed a dwelling fit for a modern inhabitant. I never expected you to be a deity of this planet. Wu Tian smiled, standing before the ultra-thin display screen on the wall. I am a celestial being. But merely a celestial being, Gaia replied bitterly, plopping down onto the sofa, shaking his head with a sigh. Without any power, I cannot protect anyone. If you intend to kill me, a mere flick of your finger would suffice. Drawing upon information gleaned from his mind-reading abilities utilized on passers-by during the journey, Wu Tian successfully activated the ultra-thin display screen on the wall and remarked to Gaia, I must admit, it is somewhat surprising. I did not anticipate that your planet would lack even a warrior skilled in the cultivation of energy. He seemed to have done it countless times. Effortlessly wielding the remote control, gesturing towards the ultra-thin display screen, causing images and text to scroll rapidly in accordance with his movements. It was said that such technology had existed in the past, but Gaia sighed, unwilling to elaborate. He glanced at Wu Tian, who was searching for something online, exclaiming in surprise, "A scientist? Spaceship technology? What do you need this information for?" Wu Tian casually replied, "If I cannot do it myself, I must enlist someone else's help." He then inquired, "In your federation, are there any despicable scientists? Talented individuals with antisocial personalities, dangerously malevolent? What exactly are you planning?" Gaia asked. "Such a dangerous person. Let me take care of him for you." Wu Tian chuckled, and the information on the ultra-thin display eventually settled on a news article from several months prior. He tapped the remote control and murmured, "I believe I have found it." The once renowned genius, celebrated internationally for his remarkable contributions across various scientific fields, had suddenly transformed into an antisocial madman a few years ago, utilizing his cutting-edge technology for destruction, particularly obstructing the Federation's interstellar spaceship program on multiple occasions. After a moment of silence, Gaia asked, "You don't mean you want me to help you find him, do you?" Wu Tian smiled and conjured a sphere of white energy, presenting it before Gaia's pale pink face. The terrifying aura emanating from the energy sphere was so overwhelming that Gaia felt nearly suffocated. Just as he began to sweat profusely, the energy sphere dissipated. "Trust me, I harbor no ill intentions." Chapter 67. The one who can annihilate stars trust you? Gaia sighed inwardly, pondering what disbelief could achieve. He composed himself and said, "I hope that your intentions are indeed as you claim, merely to take this individual away, and that you will not harm our planet or its inhabitants." Wu Tian agreed. "Naturally, I have no interest in wreaking havoc on others' worlds." "Then follow me." With the assistance of the local deities of this planet, combined with Wu Tian's formidable personal strength and ability to teleport, 2 days later, a creature resembling a mouse was extracted from the Federation's prison. More than a month later, a special spaceship quietly evaded interstellar satellites and surged beyond the planet's atmosphere. Inside the spacecraft, Wu Tian observed the individual he had forcibly recruited, whom he temporarily referred to as the mouse scientist, standing by the window, gazing at the receding planet. Wu Tian approached and asked, "Now that we have left, tell me, what transpired that transformed you from a scientific prodigy into a madman?" "Your daily acts of destruction in society, especially your relentless obstruction of the Federation's interstellar spaceship program. What is your purpose?" The mouse remained silent for a moment, casting one last glance at the shrinking planet before turning away nonchalantly and saying, "Those fools are courting death. Since everyone is bound to perish, why shouldn't I do as I please?" He rolled his eyes. "Why are they courting death?" He. The mouse paused at the entrance of the automatic door, turning its back to Wu Tian as it emitted an eerie laughter. With its head lowered and a frenzied expression, it seemed to be lost in recollection. Suddenly, the automatic door swung open, and the mouse ventured inside, at which moment Wu Tian, unbeknownst to him, had already entered, walking alongside him into the depths of the spacecraft. Just then, 7 colorful birds fluttered from the spacecraft's corridor, chirping and swirling around Wu Tian. Previously, on that distant planet, he had instructed them to linger in the air, ensuring they accompanied him when the spacecraft departed. Observing this scene, the mouse pursed its lips and remarked, "To truly discuss this, one must trace back to the inception of my clandestine extraterrestrial exploration program. Long ago, I became fascinated with the cosmos, subsequently producing batches of miniature robots designed for probing, which I launched into the vastness of space in hopes of encountering something intriguing, such as alien life or civilizations. And then," Wu Tian pondered thoughtfully, "and then, the mouse navigated the interior of the spacecraft with ease, a cold smirk gracing its face, revealing a hint of trepidation. It moistened its parched lips and recounted. One fateful night a few years ago, one of the probes transmitted a video that unveiled an extraterrestrial civilization on par with our own. However, the content of the video extended beyond mere civilization. It showcased a faction of marauders from that civilization. They were a group of extraterrestrials clad in peculiar uniforms, descending from the heavens, capable of soaring through the air without any apparatus. Indeed, just as you accomplished previously. Despite their diverse and often grotesque appearances, they all possessed astonishingly formidable powers. With a mere flick, they could unleash energy waves capable of annihilating entire metropolises. Within mere minutes, the cities on that planet were reduced to ruins. Moreover, the most terrifying aspect was not merely the marauders themselves, but the 2 individuals at their helm. As the mouse spoke, a look of profound dread washed over its face. These 2 individuals allowed their minions to wreak havoc upon the planet, soaring high above in an air of superiority. However, it appeared that the local civilization suddenly issued an extremely unfriendly proclamation. It is not difficult to surmise it was akin to an ultimatum. Well, this incited the ire of those two, prompting the destructive minions, the peculiar-clad extraterrestrials, to cease their rampage, retreating to their spacecraft and departing swiftly, leaving only the two leaders amidst a barrage of homing missiles that nearly filled the sky, remaining unscathed and even sharing laughter. Eventually, one of them pointed gently at the planet's surface. Just that one gesture. An incredible sphere of energy manifested at their fingertip, transforming in the blink of an eye into a terrifying beam of energy. And then, the mouse continued its animated narration, gesticulating wildly, exclaiming, "Boom." Its eyes gleamed with madness. And it laughed heartily. Guess what? That planet exploded. A single finger pointed at him. And then, boom. It transformed into debris floating in the cosmos, a mere pile of rubble. Can you fathom the absurdity of it? One individual, a mere gesture, and an entire planet is obliterated. How utterly laughable. Ah, so it is. Wu Tian maintained a serene demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Now, do you still wish to inquire why I would wish to dismantle their so-called interstellar spaceship project? Huh. An interstellar spacecraft? Huh. Just a collection of outdated technologies I have long surpassed, and they still revel in their pride. They aspire to explore the vastness of outer space, truly courting death. Those individuals are clad in uniforms. Yes, uniforms. They are professionals in that field. Do you grasp the implications of this? Mouse, almost in tears from laughter, patted Wu Tian's shoulder and pointed aside, towards the direction of his distant home planet. With a mixture of mirth and sorrow, he exclaimed, "This signifies that those people will inevitably arrive there. They will eventually come to our planet. Just wait. Everyone is destined to perish." With a forceful jab of his finger in the air, he declared, just like that. Boom. Ha! Are there truly such formidable individuals under Frieza? Jinyu? Listening to Mouse, Wu Tian's mind was occupied with thoughts. According to the records in the original text, Jinyu possessed merely a battle power of 120,000. To extinguish a planet with a mere gesture? That seems rather unlikely. Moreover, Mouse mentioned that there were two leaders. 200 years prior, did Frieza possess subordinates even stronger than Jinyu's special forces? Take me to the gravity chamber, Wu Tian commanded, brushing aside the birds that had taken to resting upon him, urging them to entertain themselves elsewhere. Mouse, his wild expression fading into curiosity, asked, "I've been meaning to ask. What is this peculiar gravity chamber for? You aim to reach 300 times the gravity. What do you intend to accomplish? I know you are formidable, and you can fly, but do you truly expect to survive under 300 times the gravity? The gravity on their planet is akin to that of Earth." Even when Gaia had extricated him from the federal prison, Wu Tian had never displayed extraordinary prowess. With the existence of instantaneous movement, everything transpired so silently. The reason Mouse was constructing the spaceship for Wu Tian was twofold. First, his life was in the hands of those two, and second, it was inconsequential whether he built it or not. Wu Tian replied, "Just do as I instruct. The reason I brought you along is for contingencies. If anything goes awry with the spaceship, I will not be the one to repair it. Rest assured, when the time is right, I shall return you." Mouse opened the door to the gravity chamber, sneering, "What difference does it make whether I return? If I encounter those individuals one day, death is inevitable." With that, he stepped into the gravity chamber. Death is inevitable? Wu Tian stood at the threshold, clenched his fists, feeling the surge of energy within him, amplified manifold since departing from Earth. His gaze sharpened as he observed Mouse beginning his operations at the control panel in the gravity chamber. Finally, he stepped inside. Perhaps not. Chapter 68. Rapid Ascension in the Pitch-Black Cosmos. A spaceship raced forward at breakneck speed. Gravity chamber. 30. With every fiber of his being, his limbs and internal organs were subjected to a force 30 times greater than normal, as Wu Tian struggled to traverse the floor of the gravity chamber. The sound of his footsteps echoed, a series of resounding thuds. His first destination was a lifeless planet with a gravitational pull of approximately 194 times that of Earth. With a travel time I recalled to be over a month. Within this month, I must adapt to at least 150 times the gravity. Unlike Sun Wukong, Wu Tian, despite possessing the extraordinary physique of the divine tree, lacked the Saiyan's remarkable ability to exponentially increase power upon the brink of death. Sun Wukong, during his journey to Namek, experienced significant growth in a matter of days, primarily due to his unique constitution and the mystical beings that allowed him to repeatedly amplify his strength. I did not anticipate that enduring 30 times the gravity would be so excruciating. Although my wish had been granted, enhancing my power to nearly 2,000, I remembered that Sun Wukong, after training with King Kai, had a strength ranging from 5000 to 8000. Even if his injuries were not fatal and did not enhance his power at that moment, his prowess upon reaching Namek greatly surpassed my current capabilities. Training in the gravity chamber was not something an ordinary individual could easily withstand. In this moment, Wu Tian appeared less like a martial arts master and more akin to a novice, employing the most rudimentary methods to condition his body, build endurance, and strengthen his muscles. He performed sets of 100 push-ups, completing dozens until his arms and torso were numb. He executed frog jumps around the gravity chamber, resisting the crushing weight of 30 times normal gravity with each leap, circling endlessly until he was utterly exhausted, finally collapsing onto the floor. After a brief respite, he resumed his rigorous regimen, hanging upside down and performing one-armed pull-ups, immersing himself in relentless training, oblivious to the passage of time. Gradually, the gravity in the chamber was incrementally increased, 30, 40, 50, 70. Over the course of a month, with a muscular torso exposed and clad only in shorts, Wu Tian lay on the ground under 150 times the gravity. After a deep slumber of 4 hours, he suddenly awoke, clapping his hands against the floor, effortlessly flipping over and regaining his footing. He had nearly adapted to the 150 times gravity. Observing his hands, he murmured to himself, furrowing his brow as he sensed the energy within him, puzzled by the slight increase in power after a bout of exhaustion and slumber. Was this related to my divine tree physique? At that moment, a slender display screen descended from the ceiling of the gravity chamber, revealing the image of a mouse. Your designated destination is approaching. The screen seemed to regard Wu Tian as if he were a humanoid beast, questioning how a human could possibly survive under such extreme gravity. As he gathered the remnants of his tattered clothes scattered on the ground, he replied, "I understand. Prepare for descent." Restoring the environment within the gravity chamber, Wu Tian stepped outside and immediately felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, akin to the exhilaration experienced by the Monkey King upon emerging from Five Finger Mountain. Despite not employing any techniques of flight, his body seemed as though it could ascend to the heavens, buoyant and filled with vigor. As he walked through the spaceship's corridor, he casually threw punches into the air, delivering nearly 100 strikes within a single second, each barely perceptible to the naked eye as mere shadows. Pondering thoughtfully, he estimated that his current power level was approximately 50,000. However, according to his knowledge, Sun Wukong achieved a combat strength of 90,000 after training under 100-fold gravity, whereas Wu Tian, having endured 150 times the gravity, had only reached 50,000, nearly a 50% discrepancy. He speculated that the issue might lie with his second wish, acquiring a physique capable of surviving in the cosmic environment, which perhaps hindered his adaptability to high gravity, thereby diminishing the fruits of his training. Nevertheless, if he were to face Dart now, he would not even require instant transmission. The dual martial immortal fist alone could defeat him. Yet, compared to that despicable Frieza, he still felt inadequate. Even utilizing the 32-fold limit eye technique would fall short. Upon entering the spaceship's control room, 7 little birds swooped toward him, chirping incessantly around him. "Ah, my little friends, have you missed me?" The spaceship gradually descended onto its destination planet, a lifeless orb with nearly 200 times the gravity, its surface riddled with unsightly craters. Activating the anti-gravity field, the craft landed with a soft thud. "This is your spacesuit," the mouse said, approaching with a large box, careful to maintain his distance from Wu Tian. Wu Tian glanced at him but did not reach for the box. Instead, he inquired, "Do you seem to be afraid of me?" The mouse set the box down, chuckling nervously, and gestured towards it. "Will you wear this?" Wu Tian shook his head. "No need. I won't be putting it on." "Are you insane? Do you not realize the conditions on this planet? I won't even mention the 194 times gravity. Surely, that's what you came for. But you must need oxygen, right? There is no atmosphere here. The surface environment is a vacuum. Don't jest. Put it on quickly." The mouse thought Wu Tian was joking. While he appeared extraordinarily strong, capable of training under 150 times gravity, it was still unfathomable to survive in a vacuum. The 7 little birds continued to flit around Wu Tian, chirping excitedly. "Enough now. Little ones, you stay here," Wu Tian said, ignoring the mouse as he soothed the birds that wished to accompany him. The mouse was about to protest when Wu Tian vanished. Suddenly realizing something, he hurried to the nearby viewport, only to see Wu Tian already standing on the dark surface of the planet outside. He was alive. He could survive in space. Indeed, a plethora of bizarre creatures exist, mused the mouse, recalling the individuals from that nightmarish video who seemed to belong to some sinister faction. Could this individual truly be their equal? Was his fervent training intended to confront such beings? Wu Tian was oblivious to the mouse's thoughts within the spacecraft. Having commenced his cultivation on a planet of immense gravitational force, the gravity chamber, though confined, offered limited space for movement, making him feel quite constrained and uncomfortable. Now, standing upon this colossal, lifeless planet, he transformed the entire celestial body into his training ground. In the ensuing days, this diminutive human embarked on the conquest of this vast world. Initially struggling to walk, he gradually mastered the art of flight, liberating himself from the 194-fold gravitational pull. The planet frequently trembled, vibrant energy waves erupting chaotically, creating numerous deep craters on its surface. With no life to hinder him, Wu Tian exercised freely in various manners. At one point, a meteor hurtled toward the planet. However, before it could approach, a tremendous shockwave erupted from the surface, obliterating the meteor into cosmic dust. The spacecraft maintained its anti-gravity field, remaining stationary. In the early days, the mouse contemplated a covert escape, propelling the ship at high speed into the cosmos. Yet, before it could completely escape the planet's gravitational grasp, Wu Tian appeared beside him in the control room, wearing an enigmatic smile as he patted the mouse's shoulder. Dejected, the mouse returned to the planet. Over the days, he became acutely aware of the formidable nature of this seemingly youthful individual. Consequently, apart from engaging in minor mischief, he no longer dared to defy Wu Tian's intentions. Once, he had considered secretly crafting weapons, but the thought of Wu Tian's astounding strength, his unfathomable speed, and the terrifying power capable of shattering a portion of a planet deterred him. 2 months swiftly passed. Wu Tian, barefoot, stood on the ground, gazing up at the vast, inky expanse of space. He raised his hand, effortlessly manipulating the 15-fold martial immortal fist, unleashing a tremendous energy wave that carved a deep and formidable chasm into the surface. He picked up a fragment of stone and hurled it with great force. The absence of air resistance allowed it to soar like a beam of light, its speed astonishing. Even more remarkable was Wu Tian's velocity. Before the stone had traveled 100 meters, he caught it with a single hand, gradually pulverizing it into dust that cascaded to the ground at nearly 200 times the speed of Earth. His foundational power had likely reached nearly 100,000. Having stagnated for some time, it was time to move on. Wu Tian cast one last glance at the desolate planet before vanishing from sight. Moments later, a spacecraft departed the planet, once again disappearing into the inky blackness of the universe after several months. The ship's next destination was a planet with a gravitational force of 300 times that of Earth, a colossal orb at the edge of a distant stellar system. Chapter 69, 500 times gravity. As with the countless years spent on King Kai's planet, today, the North Kai languished through yet another tedious day. Upon awakening in the morning, he engaged in the rituals of washing and dining, despite the fact that such mundane activities were unnecessary for him. Nevertheless, these trivial pursuits allowed him to pass the time, far more enjoyable than spending the entire day lying on the grass, counting ants. In the afternoon, the North Kai leisurely napped on a recliner. Bubulus, that simpleton, could only think of eating bananas, and after a brief stint of ant-catching companionship, scurried off. Bored, the North Kai succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, the two antenna-like protrusions atop his head moved unconsciously, seemingly surveying the conditions within the North Galaxy. This dreamlike patrol served as a means for the North Kai to pass the time while fulfilling his duties as a Kai, lest he be mocked by the other 3 Kais or reprimanded by the Grand Kai for being the laziest among them. After all, who would wish to monitor such an expansive galaxy daily? That would be utterly exhausting. Upon awakening, the North Kai found himself in a daze, and on a whim, he hopped into his meticulously modified antique car, revving the engine as he cruised around King Kai's planet. It had nearly been a year since that old fellow, Wu Tian, departed from the planet. With his elbow resting on the car window, he gazed up at the pristine sky, reminiscent of the heavens, and contemplated. Thoughts of Wu Tian inevitably led him to reflect on the wishes made on Mechstar. From those peculiar eyes, he surmised that their full powers included even more formidable abilities, coupled with an astonishing vitality. The old man had mentioned that those eyes were a result of his own mutation, and it seemed that the wish was made to compensate for the deficiencies inherent in those very eyes. The Wuxian fist also originated from his original pair of eyes, which had now evolved into something even more potent. Yet, he pondered, what of the Wuxian fist? It was difficult to ascertain. Previously, the old man could only maintain a battle using his eyes for mere seconds, suggesting that harnessing that ability required immense mental energy. The more terrifying eyes he now possessed would likely have an even shorter duration of effectiveness. Truly, the old man was shrouded in mystery. His constitution allowed him to survive in the vastness of space. Had he foreseen the need to confront extraterrestrial beings? Or was it merely a precaution against potential mishaps during cosmic travel? He recalled that he had never divulged anything to him regarding Frieza or the Good Army, the most suitable environment for cultivating mental strength within the universe. Perhaps this was to address the limitations of using his eyes for extended periods. Yet, as the North Kai contemplated, it seemed that only certain extraordinary races in the universe possessed such capabilities. For instance, the enigmatic sorcerers. Rumor had it that a terrifying sorcerer once conjured a dreadful monster. A tale he had inadvertently overheard the Grand Kai mention. The old fellow, Wu Tian, surely cannot have transformed into that terrifying sorcerer, can he? The vintage car circled the king of the North Star, its melancholic horn echoing intermittently across the diminutive celestial body. Finally, with a sharp screech, the corpulent figure of the North King pushed open the car door and leapt out, his two antennae swaying atop his head. Let me see what this old codger is up to now. I venture to guess that his physique has significantly improved, likely due to the gravity planets I provided him, which are conducive to cultivation. The North King possesses a unique ability that allows him to traverse the cosmos with remarkable speed and perspective. First, he arrived at a planet with a gravity approximately 60 times that of Earth. This planet boasts a mature atmosphere, liquid water on its surface, lush vegetation, and some rudimentary life forms. Remarkably, there are no traces of human existence. Has no one ever set foot here? The North King swiftly surveyed the planet before his gaze darted towards another high-gravity world that Wu Tian might have visited. Soon, his vision landed on a planet with a gravity of 194 times that of Earth. Unlike the first planet, this one is less hospitable. Completely exposed to the cosmos, a stark, barren world. The North King quickly discerned signs upon its surface, traces of energy waves. Footprints. This old rascal has already been to this planet. This gravity is nearly 200 times that of Earth, 20 times stronger than what I have here. It took him considerable time to acclimate to my gravity. Yet he has utilized the new physique granted by his first wish. How formidable he has become. I wonder how much his strength has increased after training in this 194 times gravity environment. With his martial arts prowess and that peculiar ability of his, he must be capable of defeating Frieza's elite subordinates, if not the monstrous members of the First Special Forces. However, those two individuals should likely be excluded from this assessment. They are simply too fearsome. The thought of Wu Tian encountering them sends a shiver down my spine. The North King's perspective continued to shift towards another high-gravity planet that Wu Tian had previously noted. No planets exhibiting 250 times gravity, none at 290 times, nor at 374 times gravity. Such a significant leap in gravity indicates that this old fellow must have acquired a spacecraft capable of artificially creating high-gravity environments. I recall he requested several planets of moderate technological advancement from me. During this exploration, the North King unexpectedly spotted a fleet of spherical flying vessels traversing the cosmos. He recognized these vessels as belonging to Frieza's army, infantry combat ships. With a thunderous roar, several formations of these spherical ships carved a long, white trail through the dark expanse of space. Though silence reigns in the void, the sheer presence of these vessels, particularly the emblems engraved upon them, evokes an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Which planet do they intend to invade now? These scoundrels. The two symbols representing the elite First Special Forces of the Frieza army were strikingly vivid, evoking a sense of dread. Typically, whenever members of the First Special Forces were deployed, no civilization on any planet could evade the fate of utter annihilation. Each individual among them was a paragon of excellence. The Armée de la Armée of Frieza's minions. Ultimately, the perspective of the North Kai descended upon a planet with gravity 500 times that of Earth. Was that a spaceship? A vessel silently hovered in the outer space surrounding the planet, and the North Kai soon discerned a peculiar figure resembling a mouse within the ship, engaged in feeding 7 vividly feathered birds with a mixture of feed and fresh water. Those were indeed the birds of that old rascal, Wu Tian. He had managed to acquire a spaceship. Was this mouse-like individual assisting him in constructing the ship, or merely operating it? The North Kai shifted his gaze from the ship to the planet's surface. It was yet another barren world, entirely inhospitable to normal human life. However, the North Kai understood that Wu Tian, who had made a second wish on planet Namek, could no longer be considered normal. Furthermore, it appeared that Wu Tian had already completed an arduous training regimen under a gravity exceeding 400 times. While the extent of his power remained uncertain, he had undoubtedly transformed into a monstrous entity. Before long, he observed something unusual on the planet's modest surface. What was that? A vast shadow, densely packed with countless objects, was orbiting the small planet, weaving into an immense net that enveloped it. Those were stones, an innumerable array of stones, inexplicably flying around the planet's surface. One individual floated at a modest height above the ground, amidst this rain of stones, eyes closed, employing astonishing skill to evade the barrage of projectiles hurtling toward him from every direction. His movements were so agile that even the tiniest stones, approaching from the most cunning angles, could not graze him in the slightest. Though his eyes were shut, it seemed as though he possessed a 360-degree vision, perceiving his surroundings with remarkable clarity. This old man's prowess was indeed formidable. Not only had his strength increased, but his mastery had also ascended to new heights. Yet, he was currently concealing his aura, rendering it impossible for me to gauge the true extent of his power. Perhaps it was time to inquire. Wu Tian was diligently training on this planet with gravity 500 times that of Earth, meticulously concealing the vast energy within him, leaving no trace for others to detect. Though his eyes were closed, the vision within his mind remained astutely perceptive. From his position, countless luminous points radiated toward him, and he intuitively dodged them as if foreseeing their trajectories. Old man. The voice of the North Kai suddenly echoed in his ears. Lord Kai? Wu Tian abruptly opened his eyes, revealing orbs of darkness deeper than the cosmos itself. However, this momentary distraction caused him to miss evading a stone that shot toward him at high speed from the side. Wu Tian instinctively reached out and grasped it, crushing it silently in his hand. Chapter 70. The unattainable limit. The relentless barrage of stones continued unabated. In an instant, a brilliant aura of energy erupted around Wu Tian, forming a protective shield that enveloped his entire being. Countless stones were hurled toward him, silently vanishing into the luminous shield that enveloped him. Gradually, they adhered to the surface, accumulating into a thick layer until the shield erupted violently, shattering all the stones to smithereens. As they gently descended, Wu Tian revealed a slight smile. He intended to inquire about the reason the King of the North sought him, but soon realized that although his vocal cords vibrated, no sound emerged, a stark reminder that he was in the vastness of space, where sound cannot traverse due to the absence of air. The King of the North, evidently aware of Wu Tian's predicament, resonated within his mind. You can communicate directly in your thoughts. I can hear you. I hadn't noticed you for a while, and I'm astonished to find that you have reached a level capable of adapting to 500 times gravity. Wu Tian strolled across the diminutive planet, burdened by immense gravity, while the frigid atmosphere failed to penetrate his being. Pray tell, what is your current strength? The King of the North inquired telepathically. Wu Tian halted, gazing upward at the dark, profound expanse of the cosmic sky, replying in his heart, I am uncertain. Perhaps you, esteemed king, could assess my capabilities? Very well. Attempt to unleash your full aura. Understood. Inside the spacecraft, the mouse had finished feeding the 7 little ancestors and allowed them to frolic elsewhere. Suddenly, the vessel trembled. What is happening? Is that ruffian causing trouble again? The mouse pondered briefly before approaching the spaceship's porthole, where a telescope was positioned. He peered through it, scrutinizing the non-human figure on the planet's surface below. Indeed, he soon beheld Wu Tian, enveloped in a resplendent white aura, emanating a formidable presence that was palpable even through the telescope's lens. Beneath his feet, the ground trembled violently, silently collapsing under the force of his overwhelming energy. How is it? Wu Tian pondered internally. After a considerable pause, the King of the North's voice resonated once more. Firstly, you are indeed powerful. Remarkably so. I estimate your strength to be around 200,000 based on universal standards. If you can still execute the martial immortal fist, it would be at 15 times the power. How has it improved again? Wu Tian mused. The martial immortal fist is an evolution of my eye technique, which can currently reach 32 times its original power. However, I am constrained by my present mental capacity, which limits the efficacy of the martial immortal fist to keep pace with the eye technique, he replied, shaking his head dismissively as he walked. Thus, with your 15-fold martial immortal fist, you now possess the strength equivalent to a super warrior with a battle power of 3,000,000. You might not even fear those 2 monsters. The King of the North exclaimed in astonishment. Those 2 monsters? Wu Tian's thoughts stirred, recalling the video the mouse had mentioned, featuring the 2 who annihilated stars. Are you referring to Frieza's 2 subordinates? That is something you need not concern yourself with for now. It is unlikely you will encounter them. In any case, they are exceedingly formidable foes. The transmission from the North Kai paused momentarily. If you were to utilize those peculiar eyes of yours, wouldn't you possess an instantaneous burst of power equivalent to 6 million? This is simply astonishing. A mere individual with a combat strength of 200,000 could rival 6 million. If one were to rely on the Kaioken to achieve such an effect, the 30-fold Kaioken, who could possibly endure that? Nevertheless, even so, when compared to that villain, Frieza, the disparity remains vast. Wootton smiled faintly, opting for silence. The North Kai's transmission conveyed both confusion and curiosity. To be candid, after your departure, I meticulously re-evaluated the Kaioken technique multiple times and ultimately discerned its limitations. Beyond the immense strain it imposes on the human body, I discovered that once one's power level reaches 10 million, the Kaioken becomes unfeasible. Wootton understood. No wonder in the original narrative, after the events on Namek, Son Goku never employed the Kaioken technique again. What about your Wushin Fist? Is it not sustainable indefinitely? Wootton shook his head, contemplating. As of now, I have yet to uncover its limits. He paused, adding, however, I possess a premonition that the Wushin Fist, or rather my ocular techniques, indeed have a limit. It simply remains beyond my current reach. The North Kai fell into a lengthy silence. Not yet at its limit? Is it conceivable that the enhancing effects could continue to escalate? The North Kai dared not entertain such thoughts. Wootton gazed upward at the spacecraft hovering in the vastness of space. In the next moment, he vanished from the surface of the planet. The 500 times gravity could no longer facilitate any advancement for him. Startled by Wootton's sudden appearance, the mouse exclaimed, "You always appear out of nowhere. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Inside the spacecraft, 7 ethereal little birds, sensing Wootton's return, flitted around the corner, chirping excitedly as they circled him. Wootton inhaled the oxygen-rich air of the spacecraft, relishing the familiar comfort of breathing through his lungs. He extended his hand, allowing the 7 little creatures to perch on his arm. "It is time to depart," he stated calmly. "Where to next?" The mouse rolled its eyes and turned to return to the control room. "I meant to say, the journey has concluded. If you wish to return to your home planet, I can escort you back now," Wootton remarked from behind. The mouse abruptly turned around, witnessing Wootton teasing the colorful feathered birds on his arm. Considering for a moment, the mouse huffed. "Why would I want to go back? That wretched planet is doomed sooner or later. I refuse to return. I speak sincerely. I feel remiss for having taken you away from your homeland. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. I shall fulfill whatever I am capable of," Wootton said earnestly. "Uft, I want you to be my bodyguard. Will you accept?" The mouse rolled its eyes. "That is impossible. I have my own matters to attend to." Wootton shook his head resolutely. "Then spare me the chatter. Find a suitable planet for resupply. Go wherever you wish." The mouse turned back toward the control room, not glancing back, adding, "But let it be clear, the spaceship is mine. Regardless of your extraordinary ability to instantaneously displace across vast distances and your capacity to thrive in the vacuum of space. Does it even matter whether you have a spacecraft?" Wu Tian observed as the mouse vanished around the corner of the spaceship corridor and inquired, "Lord of the North Realm, are you still there? What seems to be the matter? Please disclose the location of the planet most suited for his resupply. I shall teleport there along with the ship." "Just a moment." Wu Tian instructed the 7 colorful birds to depart from him, and he instantly relocated himself outside the confines of the spacecraft, floating in the vastness of space. One hand resting upon the ship's uniquely crafted exterior. The North Realm King responded telepathically. "I just recalled a question. Why, after training under 500 times the normal gravity, has your combat prowess only increased to 200,000? Upon calculation, even disregarding the time spent training, if you truly completed the 500-fold gravity training, your power should have reached at least 1,000,000. Wu Tian fell silent, glancing at his arm before responding inwardly. "I believe it is due to my second wish. This wish has granted me the ability to survive in a pressure-free environment of space, which likely endowed my body with a mechanism to counteract fluctuations in external pressure. The specifics elude me, but the experience gleaned from my prolonged training suggests that my body has adapted to high-gravity environments at an accelerated pace, certainly faster than the rate at which my power has increased. Hence, the efficiency of my training has been significantly compromised." Wu Tian shook his head, having contemplated this issue numerous times. "Ah, that explains it," the North Realm King remarked with a hint of understanding. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Recalling the earlier discovery of the Frieza Force's first special operations team within the cosmos, causing the antennas atop his head to sway. After a moment of concentrated contemplation, he silently mused, "Is it too much to ask for you, old fellow, to serve as my enforcer? After all, that particular planet conveniently meets your requirements." He then relayed the location of the planet. It lies in the direction you are currently facing, approximately half the distance to Namek you previously traveled. Do you remember the interstellar coordinate memorization technique I taught you? Now, clear your mind and connect with me. I shall assist you in sensing it. My apologies for the trouble. Wu Tian closed his eyes, placing his palm against the ship's surface, seeking tranquility within his mind. Meanwhile, the mouse, situated in the control room and preparing to activate the spacecraft, was startled by a sudden thud as the ship landed. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he hurriedly exited the control room and rushed to the ship's hatch, peering through the adjacent porthole, only to be left speechless. Outside the porthole, lush vegetation thrived under a vast, azure sky, where once there was only the desolate, silent void of space, now lay a vibrant world. Chapter 71. The first Special Operations Team. Can this fellow truly maneuver such a large vessel? The mouse mused, his emotions a tangled web of confusion. He pressed a button, and the hatch hissed open, revealing Wu Tian standing on solid ground, surrounded by wild grass and flowers. Who could he possibly be conversing with? At the entrance of the hatch, the mouse awaited the descent of the automatic ladder, observing Wu Tian on the ground as he unexpectedly spoke to himself. Gazing into the sky, following his line of sight, the mouse beheld 5 white streaks, reminiscent of shooting stars, traversing the heavens, seemingly on the verge of plummeting to the earth. What could that be? The mouse's eyes widened in astonishment, instantly recalling the extraterrestrial beings seen in that video. Those who recklessly ravaged a planet, ultimately annihilating it with a mere gesture. Had they arrived on this planet? Was this world destined for destruction as well? 7 colorful feathered birds flitted past the pale-faced mouse, alighting beside Wu Tian on the grassy expanse, chattering incessantly. Rest assured, I would never abandon you, Wu Tian reassured, gently stroking the smooth feathers of the little creatures while his gaze remained composed, fixed upon the 5 objects descending from the horizon. He recognized them as 5 spherical combat drones, akin to those utilized by Vegeta and the Ginyu Force in the original narrative. 5 drones, each emanating a distinct aura. Among them, 2 were particularly formidable, their presence suffused with a cruel, frigid, and sanguinary negativity that incited revulsion within him with every lingering moment. King Kai, what is the meaning of this? Was I deliberately brought to this planet? I have heard of these beings. They are known to be invaders of other worlds, are they not? Oh, I shan't conceal it from you. While I searched for your whereabouts in the cosmos, I fortuitously stumbled upon the movements of these individuals. Now that your power has significantly increased, you might as well deal with them. They have been causing havoc across 4 galaxies, which is quite detestable. The jovial voice of King Kai resonated in the sky. Wu Tian sighed softly, his expression devoid of dissatisfaction, calmly responding. Then you must introduce me to the origins of these individuals. Of course. These warriors belong to a special forces unit of a formidable power in the universe, known as the First Special Operations Team. 200 years ago, they held the same status as the Ginyu Force. Boom. The 5 spherical vessels were enveloped in white flames, generating a scorching torrent of air that tore through the atmosphere, carving 5 parallel trajectories in the sky as the air distorted, leaving behind an aura of terror. Meanwhile, in the bustling metropolis below, towering skyscrapers rose in succession, and modern thoroughfares bustled with a myriad of vehicles, reflecting the vibrant vitality of this alien city. What is that? People on the ground began to notice the peculiarities in the sky above, shielding their eyes with their hands, yet only able to discern 5 small points of light. Gradually, the cacophony grew clearer, resonating from overhead. My heavens, what is that? A meteor? Run. Is it truly a meteor? An increasing number of people became aware of the descending objects above, and an atmosphere of unease spread among the crowd. The blaring of horns creating a chaotic symphony as traffic began to collapse. It drew nearer, ever closer. The 5 objects, seemingly meteoric, suddenly appeared to be within reach. Everyone witnessed the descent of 5 orbs resembling white flames from the heavens, accompanied by an imperceptible shockwave that reverberated downward. A deafening crash echoed as the glass facades of towering skyscrapers shattered instantaneously, raining down like a torrential downpour. The streets were filled with gasps, screams, and cries. Some souls succumbed to the force of the shockwave, their hearts seizing in an instant. Something's falling. We can't escape, many exclaimed, as the throngs of people jostled against one another in a desperate bid to flee. In the blink of an eye, the 5 fiery spheres had plummeted to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The once smooth and expansive main street was abruptly marred, as the 5 spherical craft crashed into the earth, creating 5 adjacent enormous craters. One of these had descended mercilessly from the pinnacle of a nearby skyscraper, cleaving through it as if it were mere tofu. Not only gouging a deep pit into the ground, but also severing half of the building. The tremendous impact of the meteorite's landing sent shockwaves through the crowd, causing many to lose their footing and kneel in dismay as they beheld the newly formed chasms. At the bottom of the 5 craters, the hatches of the spherical vessels hissed open almost simultaneously, releasing a peculiar life-sustaining gas. Subsequently, 5 aliens, each distinct in appearance yet clad in identical combat attire, emerged from the craft. They donned goggle-like devices encircling their eyes, with dark yellow lenses obscuring their gaze. As the extraterrestrial beings floated out of the pits, they activated the controls on the sides of their goggles, and the air was filled with the beeping sounds of electronic instruments. Aliens? Monsters? Who are they? As the 5 figures revealed themselves to the urban populace, a wave of hysteria erupted. What was initially perceived as meteorites had transformed into 5 bizarre entities emerging from them. Are they extraterrestrial? They can even fly. How feeble they appear, indeed. Typically, planets with advanced technology seem devoid of formidable beings, do they not, Deputy Commander? One particularly tall and robust alien scanned the data on his circular detector, a cruel smile creeping across his visage. Behind him, 3 accompanying soldiers hovered, each equipped with standard energy devices capable of unleashing waves of energy strong enough to effortlessly obliterate a skyscraper. The Deputy Commander of the Frieza Corps 1st Special Operations Team. A shorter alien with a stern expression floated at the forefront of the group, surveying the panicked, bewildered city dwellers around him. Suddenly, at the edge of one crater, a bloodied urbanite grasped a weapon-like object and aimed it at the 5 aliens, shouting, "Monsters! Monsters!" With a bang, a beam of light shot from his weapon towards the Deputy Commander, only to be effortlessly deflected by a single finger from the Deputy Commander. His chilling aura radiated an icy intensity, and each word he uttered was as sharp as shards of ice. Hurry, eliminate them all. As the indigenous people around him descended into a state of panic, a tall and robust Special Forces soldier cruelly smiled. He extended a hand, and a terrifying wave of energy coalesced at his fingertips. Then, with a gentle swipe directed at the fleeing crowd, an explosive force erupted. A brilliant white energy, resembling a silk ribbon, surged into the throng, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Countless severed limbs, blood, and charred remains were scattered across the sky, with many already reduced to mere ash. In the location where the crowd had been, a gaping, unfathomably deep trench emerged, dark and foreboding, resembling the sinister grin of a demon etched into the earth. "Help! Help! Demon!" The cries echoed as the mere flick of his wrist claimed the lives of hundreds, creating a chasm of unimaginable depth, far beyond the comprehension of these urban dwellers, many of whom were now in despair. "Help!" 5 members of the Frieza force soared higher into the sky, and one warrior, equipped with an energy device, could not suppress a bloodthirsty grin upon hearing the natives' desperate pleas. Suddenly, an object approached from the heavens, accompanied by a booming announcement, seemingly declaring that the extraterrestrials were surrounded and should surrender their weapons, urging the citizens to remain calm and orderly in their evacuation. Enough of this noise. The tall Special Forces soldier fumed, raising his palm to unleash a wave of energy, which erupted with a thunderous sound, incinerating the indigenous spacecraft midair. The people below were consumed by despair. These 5 beings descending from the sky were nothing short of demons, and many dropped to their knees, praying for divine intervention. "God, too bad our leaders have not arrived. Otherwise, they would surely obliterate this planet with a single strike." The tall soldier, with exceptional hearing, faintly perceived the cries and prayers of the natives. Over the years, countless times, merely hearing the words God or deity uttered on indigenous planets had provoked their 2 leaders to annihilate the mission world in frustration. God, who but King Frieza would dare to claim such a title? Even that is forbidden. They found it utterly tiresome to hear such proclamations. Their 2 identical leaders held a consistent perspective on this matter. The deputy captain displayed a cold smirk, remaining taciturn, merely stating, "Enough chatter, let us get to work." With a sinister grin, the tall Special Forces soldier and his 3 comrades aimed their palms at the city below. At that moment, 3 warriors, equipped with energy devices, plummeted from the sky, while the wrist of the tall soldier was firmly grasped by a hand resembling a steel claw, nearly crushing it. "You've taken so many lives. Now you shall pay with your own," Wu Tian calmly declared. Floating before the tall soldier, 7 colorful birds perched on his shoulder, innocently observing the 5 extraterrestrials. Chapter 72. Exterminate them all. As he became aware that the fallen hands belonged to himself, The pain from the severed wrist took a moment to reach his brain, prompting the three warriors to scream in agony. Who are you? The robust Special Forces member's right wrist was gripped tightly by Wu Tian, as if it were about to be crushed to smithereens. He struggled desperately to break free, yet found himself utterly immobilized. Wu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his right hand poised to exert further pressure when suddenly, a rush of air signaled the arrival of the vice-captain of the 1st Special Forces team. Known for his actions rather than words, he immediately took the initiative upon witnessing the unexpected appearance of Wu Tian. Although not tall, his long legs comprised a significant proportion of his stature, as one of them shot out like lightning towards Wu Tian's temple. This seemingly youthful stranger had appeared with such swiftness that the vice-captain was taken aback, prompting him to launch a thunderous strike. A slight throbbing at his left temple warned Wu Tian of impending danger. Nonchalantly, he raised his left arm, and a dull thud resonated as the vice-captain felt as if he had kicked a steel column. No, even a steel column would have yielded to his kick. Yet he found that not only could he not budge Wu Tian's arm, but he had nearly shattered his own leg in the process. Furious, the vice-captain's expression hardened, and he bit his lip, retreating to the side as fear gripped his heart. Who on earth are you? He thought, activating the combat power detector encircling his head. The signal captured Wu Tian's outline, and with a series of beeps, a string of characters appeared on the dark lens before his eyes. Frowning, he muttered, a combat power of 5,000? 5,000. The three soldiers whose hand Wu Tian had severed, along with the robust Special Forces member whose wrist was now in Wu Tian's grasp, were taken aback, glancing at the vice-captain in disbelief, convinced he was jesting. A feeble individual with a combat power of 5,000 could approach them unnoticed? A weakling with 5,000 combat power could sever the hands of 3 of his subordinates and capture a formidable master like himself? Wu Tian took a moment to scrutinize the devices atop their heads, noting that unlike the monocle-style lenses he had seen in the original comic, these individuals wore a band that encircled their heads like glasses. The vice-captain scoffed. It must be one of those special humans capable of unleashing their full combat potential in an instant during battle. I have heard from the captain that one should never rely on detectors when dealing with such individuals. Wu Tian nodded in agreement, candidly acknowledging, indeed, you are correct. Scoundrel. The vice-captain felt a surge of humiliation and retorted with a cold laugh. Even if you can unleash your combat power, how much can you truly muster? 10,000, 50,000, or perhaps 100,000. I possess a staggering 130,000. Secretly steeling himself, he did not await Wu Tian's response before unleashing a furious roar. With a blast, a white aura enveloped him as he channeled all his strength into his iron fists, transforming them into 2 swirling shadows that descended upon Wu Tian. 7 colorful birds perched on Wu Tian's shoulders took flight in fright, circling high above. Nevertheless, Wu Tian merely responded with a single hand. The vice-captain's fists came at him with a ferocity akin to a torrential storm, crackling like thunder, seemingly capable of rending the very air, unleashing hundreds of shadowy punches in an instant. Wu Tian remained as unyielding as a mountain, single-handedly entangling with the vice-captain's fists, creating a whirlwind of indistinct shadows. The air was filled with a cacophony of strikes, each punch resonating like thunder, as if the very atmosphere had ignited from their rapid exchanges. In mere moments, they had exchanged countless blows. How feeble, how slow. Wu Tian mused inwardly. With one hand, he held the robust Special Forces member's wrist, while effortlessly parrying the vice-captain's assaults with the other, all under the vice-captain's fierce gaze, as if he were merely sparring with an unrefined apprentice. Treating the encounter with remarkable nonchalance, the Special Forces member was incensed. Despite his bewilderment and fear, the situation was dire. Ignoring the imminent threat to his wrist, he seized the opportunity while Wu Tian was distracted and swung a powerful fist towards Wu Tian's face, his fist enveloped in a white aura, charged with ferocity, desiring nothing more than to obliterate Wu Tian's infuriatingly calm demeanor. Yet, a shadow surged upward, a kick from Wu Tian, who, in perfect synchrony with the member's punch, struck his jaw with a forceful blow. The member released his deformed wrist, and Wu Tian's other leg rose, delivering a fierce downward strike to the airborne foe. With a resounding impact, the Special Forces member plummeted towards the ground. Wu Tian, amidst the flurry of the vice-captain's punches, extended his hand and deftly seized one of the vice-captain's fists. The other fist, nearly colliding with Wu Tian's face, was effortlessly deflected by 2 fingers raised in defense. The vice-captain's face flushed crimson, his teeth gritted in frustration, as his iron fist pressed against Wu Tian's fingers, his muscles quaking with exertion, yet he could not advance an inch. Have you had enough? Wu Tian calmly inquired. The vice captain's expression turned to horror as Wu Tian's fingers morphed into a palm, seizing the vice captain's fist and controlling both his hands. With a push and a twist, two audible cracks signaled the shattering of the vice captain's arms. In a phantom-like motion, the vice captain was sent hurtling backward, akin to being struck by a meteor, spewing a torrent of blood. The three remaining warriors, witnessing this spectacle, stood in shock. They could scarcely fathom the reality before them. The vice captain was a formidable fighter with a combat power of 130,000. Even Dalku possessed a strength of 90,000. How could this man have reduced him to such a state in an instant? They were powerless to impede his movements even for a moment. My heavens! Just then, two searing energy beams shot towards Wu Tian from below and the side. These were the energy waves unleashed by the robust Special Forces member Dalku, who had been sent crashing from the sky, and the vice captain, propelled by Wu Tian's kick. These two waves of energy, imbued with the terrifying aura of tens of thousands and over 100,000 combat power, roared like furious dragons, slicing through the air and tearing through the clouds. Seeking vengeance against Wu Tian, Wu Tian extended his hand, gracefully gathering the 7 airborne creatures into his embrace. As two waves of energy surged towards him, his expression remained serene, displaying both peril and composure as he deftly evaded the impending doom. Boom! The energy wave unleashed by the vice captain struck one of the 3 warriors with severed limbs, instantly reducing him to charred remains that plummeted helplessly from the sky. The other 2, engulfed in terror and confusion, stood frozen in disbelief. No one can defeat me except the king and the captain, the vice captain bellowed from a distance, shedding his previous stoicism. With fervor, he thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of energy waves imbued with the essence of death, which cascaded like a tempest. Accepting the rain, Wu Tian remained tranquil, suspended in midair. This time, he chose not to evade. Instead, he stood resolute, extending one arm. A hum resonated as a white energy shield materialized, enveloping him and the 7 little birds. Bang! 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 The vice captain's energy waves pounded relentlessly against Wu Tian's shield, causing it to shudder and gradually expand. Once the onslaught ceased, Wu Tian swept his arm to the side, targeting the 2 disarmed warriors. A colossal energy wave, seemingly a convergence of all previous forces, erupted from Wu Tian's shield, roaring forth and engulfing the 2 warriors, who were reduced to ashes amidst their bewilderment. The vice captain, panting in the air not far away, was drenched in sweat, his face a canvas of disbelief. How can this person be so powerful? What grants him such strength? How can such a being exist on this planet? Wu Tian floated effortlessly, casually gesturing downward, reminiscent of Dao Ku's prior actions towards the urban dwellers. A silken wave of energy spiraled downwards towards Dao Ku. No way. Dao Ku murmured, watching the descending white ribbon, the menacing aura crashing upon him in an instant. He stood paralyzed, the brilliance gradually enveloping him as the energy wave, summoned by Wu Tian's finger, shattered him into oblivion, his remnants cast away by the wind. The vice captain's mind was a whirlwind. The turn of events was utterly baffling. At that moment, Wu Tian had already approached him, raising his palm towards his face. Confronted with this hand, the vice captain's once stoic visage contorted into a sycophantic smile, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "I beg you, spare my life." Cold sweat poured down his brow as Wu Tian's hand loomed before him, resembling the terrifying talons of death. "Where is your captain?" Wu Tian inquired abruptly. The vice captain was taken aback, stammering, "I don't know." Noticing Wu Tian's hand ready to move again, he hastily continued, "It's true. Each of our 2 captains possesses combat power exceeding 1 million. Ordinary planets cannot withstand their chaos, which is why the king seldom deploys them. They often request leave. No one knows their whereabouts or what they are currently doing." He ramblingly expressed his fears, terrified that a single displeasure from Wu Tian would lead to his demise. 1 million? Wu Tian echoed, pondering the weight of that figure. Before the vice captain could finish his sentence, a tremendous white light reflected in his pupils. In the next instant, his head was shattered by the immense energy unleashed from Wu Tian's palm. Wu Tian, with an impassive expression, watched the headless corpse plummet. Pondering, Frieza's basic form possesses merely over 500,000 power, yet he commands 2 subordinates exceeding 1 million? Could it be that during this period, his usual state is the first transformation? Or perhaps the second? Or has he maintained the flawless 3rd transformation all along? Chapter 73. Preparing to depart indeed, impressive. The voice of the North Kai echoed in the distant skies, resonating within Wu Tian's heart. Wu Tian retracted his emanating thoughts, offering a faint smile as he adjusted the feathers of the 7 colorful birds nestled in his embrace. He shook his head and remarked, "This is nothing. According to your words, my own power has now reached 200,000. There is no need to utilize the martial immortal fist against them." The North Kai exclaimed, "Indeed. Look at you now, with the appearance of a youthful lad. Calling you an old man feels increasingly awkward. The distinction between youth and age is trivial. It does not concern me. Do you think I care? It's truly surreal to think that just over a year ago, you could only match me for a mere few seconds using those eyes of yours. And now?" The North Kai seemed to sigh from afar. "I cannot even contend with the 2 you just dispatched." Wu Tian, unfazed, replied, "Lord Kai, you are a deity. There is no need to pursue such trivialities." A gentle laugh emanated from the North Kai above. Carrying the birds, Wu Tian soared through the clouds, traversing the vast expanse, landing upon a ravaged ground. The city, once characterized by a network of roads, now lay in disarray, with the majority of skyscrapers abandoned, their glass facades shattered. Who is he? The surrounding crowd gazed at Wu Tian as he descended, filled with unease and trepidation. The events that transpired in such a brief span had utterly upended the worldview of these modern individuals. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's a god. He is a god. He has saved us." Wu Tian furrowed his brow as the 7 colorful birds in his arms fluttered, yearning to take flight, but he restrained them. Ignoring the throngs around him, he strode purposefully towards several interconnected massive circular pits on the ground. With the art of flight, he ascended and descended into one of the deep pits. The people hesitated, but ultimately gathered their courage, edging closer to the pit's edge to peer inside. Where had Wu Tian's figure vanished within the pit? They failed to notice that not only had he disappeared, but the object at the center of the pit had also vanished without a trace. When Wu Tian encountered the little mouse again, it was dragging a cart laden with supplies from a nearby building. "Where did you get the money?" Wu Tian grasped the edge of the hatch of a spherical flying vehicle effortlessly, looking at the mouse, who had just completed a large procurement. "Have you forgotten what I was doing before? Taking advantage of chaos to loot is my specialty." The mouse rolled its eyes and glanced at the object in Wu Tian's hands, hesitantly asking, "Isn't that a special aircraft belonging to those individuals? Have you eliminated them all?" Wu Tian replied nonchalantly, as if discussing the removal of a few weeds by the roadside. The mouse swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and sighed, "Indeed. My fear of them has been excessive, considering your ability to thrive on a planet with 500 times the gravity." Wu Tian stated, "I have come to bid you farewell." The mouse was not surprised. He had mentally prepared himself for this moment. In fact, he secretly wished to escape, given Wu Tian's formidable strength, which seemed to lack emotional depth. The way he killed without changing his tone was unsettling. Yet he was gentle with the birds that clung to him. Wasn't that a bit twisted? Though he considered himself somewhat mad, he was reluctant to linger with someone capable of easily ending his life. Here's some advice. Steer clear of planets on the outskirts of the galaxy. Encountering those individuals could cost you your life. Wu Tian warned as he prepared to leave. "You needn't worry about that." The mouse chuckled dismissively. Given their technological prowess, even if he were to cross paths with those fiends, he believed he could rely on his own talents to preserve his existence. Surely, with his brilliance, those scoundrels wouldn't be foolish enough to kill him outright, would they? Wu Tian shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. "Take care of yourself." With that, he vanished, taking the spherical aircraft with him. The mouse sat in the vehicle, momentarily dazed, gazing at the high-rise buildings outside, familiar yet utterly foreign, at the once hometown sky, now distant, and at the gradually re-emerging alien faces on the streets. With a deep sigh, he drove away, accompanied by a convoy of self-driving cars. In a forest clearing on the outskirts, a spaceship awaited him in silence. Wu Tian appeared above the serpentine path, leaving the 7 birds behind with a few instructions before disappearing once more, reappearing on Planet King. The North King immediately sensed Wu Tian's approaching presence, turning in surprise to see him hurl a spherical aircraft onto the grass of the planet, which had 10 times the gravity of Earth. Bububulu, peeling a banana, recognized Wu Tian after a moment of contemplation, finding him strikingly familiar. It was undeniable that Wu Tian's appearance and aura had transformed significantly. Over a year ago, when he last visited, he was a frail old man, his hair graying. Despite being in peak physical condition, he was merely at the pinnacle of his decline. Now, however, Wu Tian appeared as a youthful lad of around 20, with a head of thick, dark hair cascading down his back, his face devoid of wrinkles, and his skin taut and supple. More striking was the transformation of his aura. If a year ago he resembled a gnarled old tree, now he had evolved into a resplendent, towering tree, brimming with vitality and the power to pierce the heavens. He was far from reaching his peak. The deep, oceanic aura emanating from him instinctively instilled a sense of fear in Bububulu. Long time no see, Bububulu. With a subtle smile, Wu Tian glanced at the Beerus on the grass beside him. The Beerus promptly resumed its playful chirping around him. How did you manage to bring this creature along? Inquired the North Realm King, perplexed. It will surely prove useful in the future, Wu Tian replied with a smile. Are you planning to take it back to Earth? The North Realm King pondered aloud. Yet, if I recall correctly, your Earth's scientific advancements are still a considerable distance from achieving space travel. Wu Tian shook his head. We shall address that when the time comes. The North Realm King nodded, scrutinizing Wu Tian from head to toe. Are you intending to venture there? To that place suitable for cultivating spiritual power, as indicated by the Dragon of Meek Star? Wu Tian raised an eyebrow and remarked, after such extensive preparation, it seems my cultivation can momentarily reach a pause. I believe that, even should unforeseen circumstances arise on that planet, my current prowess would suffice to handle them. Of course, what could possibly go wrong? At present, if you were to unleash the martial immortal fist, you mentioned you could wield it at 15 times its power, correct? The North Realm King stated. Upon Wu Tian's nod, he continued, then that settles it. You likely need not fear even the two captains of the First Special Forces, save for that one individual. Wu Tian, aware that the North Realm King referred to Frieza, inquired, that individual? Is he the one whom those others pledged their allegiance to? The North Realm King seemed to recall a terrifying reality, adopting a grave demeanor. Yes, but I must caution you. Do not confront that being. His strength and malevolence are beyond your imagination. Should you encounter him, flee immediately. After all, you are currently capable of surviving in space and possess the ability of instant transmission. You could escape. He lamented, you cannot comprehend how fearsome he is. Even if your martial immortal fist reached 100-fold, you would still not stand a chance against him. As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Frieza's existence had become a lingering anxiety for the Four Realm Kings. Once, they had been troubled by an evil entity named Kuld. However, after sustaining grave injuries many years ago, Kuld's influence waned. Just as the Four Realm Kings celebrated this, Kuld bequeathed his legacy to Frieza, a being even more terrifying than he. 100,200,000, Wu Tian mused, the figure resurfacing in his mind. Beneath such an unfathomable disparity, he felt an inexplicable calm. And what about those two captains of the First Special Forces, reputed to be formidable? I heard from a previous member that their combat power exceeds 1 million. Wu Tian inquired nonchalantly. Indeed, that is true. The North Realm King nodded, furrowing his brow. However, I find myself puzzled. Both possess combat strengths exceeding 1 million, yet Frieza maintains his lowest form at 530,000 when confronting them. Does he not fear that his subordinates might unexpectedly turn on him and eliminate him? After contemplating, the North Kai continued. These two seem to have materialized from thin air. They must be twins, possessing identical appearances. Their powers vastly exceed those of the average experts in the universe. Over the years, no one has managed to inflict even the slightest harm upon them. It was only by chance that I overheard their conversation and learned the secret. He paused momentarily before continuing. The formidable strength they wield is derived from their allegiance to that individual. Chapter 74. The Magical Star. What does it mean to draw such power from that individual? Wu Tian mused, genuinely taken aback. In the worldview of Dragon Ball, there is no method that sounds quite like an enlightening upgrade, is there? Moreover, even if so, Frieza's total power of 120 million, distributed among his subordinates, would only grant each a meager 1 million. That's rather stingy. I am not entirely certain, the North Kai replied, shaking his head. The small sunglasses obscured his expression. I am quite busy. Who has the time to constantly monitor those villains? It was only because I suddenly noticed the emergence of those two super experts under that individual that I happened to overhear them let slip that detail. As for how they acquired such immense strength from that person, I fear only they truly understand. Wu Tian nodded, contemplatively stating, if the power distributed to subordinates amounts to 1 million each, it seems that the individual the Kai fears is indeed quite formidable. The North Kai pointed at him, issuing a stern warning. I must stress, do not presume that just because your strength has increased, or you possess various abilities like the martial immortal fist or special eyesight, that you are somehow exceptional and should challenge that individual. He ambled about the grass, his short and stout frame in motion, shaking his head. If possible, I would prefer you remain unaware of that person's existence. Should you encounter him, the only thing you must do is immediately utilize instant transmission to flee. I have few mortal friends, and it would be a pity if you were to perish. Wu Tian chuckled lightly, casting a glance outside the King's planet, where he could faintly discern the serpentine pathway suspended in midair, surrounded by yellow clouds below. Above, there lay the serene, pure white canopy of the heavenly realm. Tranquil and distant, 7 colorful little birds frolicked in the sky, seemingly oblivious to worry, forever carefree, traversing from Earth to the underworld, and from the underworld to the cosmos. Unperturbed, even if I were to die, I still have hope of ascending to the heavenly realm, right? The Lord of Hell mentioned something along those lines to me. Wu Tian remarked casually, as if dismissing the North Kai's warnings. In truth, having lived 3 lifetimes and undergone cycles of reincarnation, matters of life and death had long ceased to weigh on his mind. Oh, what good deeds did you perform on Earth to earn a place in heaven? The North Kai expressed mild astonishment. Didn't he, the Lord of the Kai, later reach out to the Earth's deity to inquire about my background? Wu Tian replied, equally surprised. He had prepared himself for such a reaction when he initially confessed to the North Kai about his prior deception. The North Kai rolled his eyes, his irritation palpable, though concealed behind his sunglasses. Am I so petty? If a mere mortal cannot discern truth from deceit, or righteousness from malevolence, what right do I have to claim the title of a realm king? I am a deity, and I am not so petty as to unearth your secrets. Wu Tian smiled faintly, not quite sighing in relief, but rather beginning to regard the North Realm King as a rather commendable being. What are you smiling about? Aren't you headed to that certain place? The North Realm King's antennas quivered slightly as he cast a glance at the spherical flying device carelessly tossed aside by Wu Tian. He shook his head with a sigh and feigned displeasure. What do you take this place for? A transfer station. Just a brief pause. I shall return it to Earth next time. Wu Tian chuckled. He lifted off the ground, turning to the North Realm King. Since the esteemed Realm King is present, I would appreciate your assistance for my convenience. Alas, a dignified king of an entire galaxy, reduced to being at your beck and call. The North Realm King shook his head on the grass, but still swayed into the sky alongside Wu Tian. The two ascended beneath the pure white canopy of the heavenly realm, where 7 colorful feathered birds joyfully swooped towards Wu Tian. These little creatures are quite fortunate, having circled the universe with you and still alive. The North Realm King laughed heartily as the 7 birds flitted around Wu Tian, completely ignoring the lofty king. Wu Tian offered a gentle smile, refraining from comment. The 7 birds lined up expertly, landing one by one on Wu Tian's shoulders. While he placed a hand on the North Realm King's back, his consciousness plunged into the North Realm King's perspective, as profound as the cosmic rivers of stars. The location of the planet imprinted in Wu Tian's mind by the divine dragon Blanca surfaced instantly. Subsequently, the unique viewpoint shared with the North Realm King traversed swiftly, exceeding the speed of light, crossing magnificent galaxies and delving deep into the endless black void of space. Finally, a vast, pale violet planet materialized within their view. Is this the place? The North Realm King's voice resonated within Wu Tian's mind. Being outside the dominion of the North Galaxy, he had no knowledge of this planet's specifics. Indeed, this is the one, Wu Tian replied within his thoughts. After a brief pause, the North Realm King continued. I have surveyed it. The surface of this planet is conducive to life. You can proceed there immediately. Given the distance, your instantaneous movement should pose no problem, correct? Of course, it is not an issue, Wu Tian replied calmly, as the 7 colorful birds pecked playfully at each other on his shoulders, seemingly preening one another's feathers. Then let us depart. I see you hesitating to use those eyes. You must be in dire need of this spiritual cultivation method. Wu Tian was noncommittal, pausing for a moment before asking, Esteemed Realm King, you have consistently urged me to flee upon encountering that individual, yet you have yet to disclose their name. The day you sense an aura that is chilling to the core, bloodthirsty to the extreme, wicked beyond measure, and overwhelmingly powerful, that will undoubtedly be the person. Very well. His name is Frieza, who proclaims himself the Emperor of the Universe. He has forged a cosmic army, rampaging across galaxies to conquer and annihilate planets. He is a malevolent and terrifying figure. I warn you once more, do not confront him head-on. It could cost you your life. Understood. A faint smile played upon Wu Tian's lips, and in the blink of an eye, the North Kai was left alone. As he and the 7 birds perched on his shoulders vanished silently beneath the pure white expanse of the sky, the North Kai floated in the air for a while before gradually descending to the diminutive King's planet, murmuring to himself, I have a feeling this fellow will inevitably cross paths with Frieza. This is a planet of picturesque beauty. Wu Tian's figure appeared quietly in the sky. The 7 small birds on his shoulders, seemingly accustomed to such abrupt changes in scenery, curiously tilting their little heads to survey the unfamiliar surroundings. The pale purple sky revealed a faint glimpse of a purple celestial body. Whether it was the moon or sun of this planet remained uncertain. The wind at high altitude rustled Wu-Tian's garments, creating a soft, fluttering sound. A subtle aura of qi enveloped him, shielding the little creatures clutching his clothing. Wu-Tian extended his perception in all directions, quickly grasping the state of all life on this planet. The population was sparse, and most exuded a feeble and peculiar energy. Could it be that the inhabitants of this planet predominantly cultivate mental strength? There was a lack of robust auras. While Wu-Tian pondered, a voice, seemingly carried by the gentle breeze and drifting like a cloud from the horizon, reached his ears. No, upon closer inspection, it felt as if it resonated directly within his heart and mind. You have finally arrived, child of a foreign land. This voice sounded ancient, imbued with a transcendent quality. Wu-Tian slightly raised an eyebrow, scanning his surroundings. The sky was devoid of any entities, with only the faint silhouettes of birds flitting through the clouds. Moreover, he had not sensed any nearby presence. Who are you? Do you know me? Have you been waiting for me? Wu-Tian posed 3 questions in quick succession. In an instant, his thoughts raced like lightning, contemplating whether the dragon's guidance to the most suitable place for cultivating mental strength actually referred to a particular individual adept in such practices. As he mused, the distant, ethereal voice echoed once more within his mind. I await you. I know you. If you come to me, you shall naturally discover who I am. Curiously, the ancient voice merely indicated coming in his direction without specifying where exactly, yet Wu-Tian instinctively grasped the direction implied. He gazed toward a certain point in the sky, murmuring, mental suggestion? How intriguing. With that, Wu-Tian activated his flight technique, soaring towards that direction. Soon, a burst of white key flames enveloped him and the birds. With a swift motion, a white streak cut across the sky, racing toward the horizon. Chapter 75. The Savior. Even without employing a single ounce of martial arts, Wu-Tian's current foundational strength hovers around 200,000. His flying speed is extraordinarily rapid. In the original narrative, when Sun Wukong first arrived on Namek, his combat power was a mere 90,000. Yet, in an instant, he traversed from the landing site of his spaceship to the battlefield where Krillin and the Jinyu Force clashed. Even with the use of the Kaioken, his power only surged to 180,000. Wu-Tian, being far more formidable than Sun Wukong at that time, certainly possessed greater speed. In a flash, he had covered vast distances. Enveloped in a white aura of energy, he and the 7 birds cradled in his arms withstood the tremendous resistance of high-speed flight, shielding themselves from the searing heat generated by air friction. Against the backdrop of the pale violet sky of this alien planet, a white streak soared from one horizon to another, leaving behind a faint trace that gradually dissipated in the slightly warped air. As Wu-Tian soared, he became aware of the indigenous inhabitants below. He observed clusters of villagers, most of whom were tall and slender, with sparse hair. Many sat in pairs or small groups, seemingly lost in deep contemplation. Did the natives of this planet possess a tradition of cultivating mental fortitude? Wu-Tian pondered. In the blink of an eye, the village was left far behind as he continued his ascent. However, his dynamic vision was astonishing. With the flick of his crimson kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he managed to glean a considerable understanding of the villagers' circumstances as he passed overhead. Yet, he did not linger, for he had yet to locate the source of the sound that had drawn his attention. With a swish, the white streak tore through the air. The howling wind roared in his ears as he flew over a larger village below. This time, he slowed slightly, taking a more deliberate look. In this expansive settlement, the scene mirrored that of the previous one. Many individuals were gathered in pairs, eyes closed, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. However, distinctively, Wu-Tian's keen gaze caught sight of an individual adorned in resplendent robes, wielding a wooden staff. This person, bald and with a gaunt frame, appeared to hold a position of leadership. Could this be a sorcerer? Wu-Tian mused as he passed by, leaving behind a trailing white streak. His thoughts raced. If memory serves me correctly, the individual responsible for creating Bu in the original tale was indeed a sorcerer. Furthermore, the one who later revived Bu on Earth, Babidi, was also a powerful magician. But if that were the case, why did the dragon not direct me to seek out Babidi directly? Or was it that the so-called most suitable place or person for cultivating mental prowess, as indicated by the dragon, actually referred to the least harmful aspect within this scenario? Thus, had the malevolent factions been excluded entirely? Before Wu-Tian could fully process his thoughts, his gaze fixed ahead, halting his contemplation. In the high altitude before him, he discerned a dark figure, which, as he approached at high speed, began to reveal its outline, an individual. The white flames of flight tore through the air. Despite noticing the figure ahead, Wu Tian's speed did not wane. It was as if he had no intention of halting, charging forth with an unwavering calmness, seemingly to collide with the individual midair, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The elderly Saint Mage, with wispy white hair and a gaunt figure, gazed at the approaching Wu Tian, who was rushing towards him with an unstoppable momentum. Yet he remained motionless, floating in place. Wu Tian was so swift, so ferocious, that in the next instant, a collision seemed imminent. With a suddenness that defied expectation, Wu Tian's form came to an abrupt stop mere arm's length from the Saint Mage. The transition from rapid motion to utter stillness creating a visual illusion as though he had passed cleanly through the mage. The fiery aura enveloping Wu Tian ceased abruptly, vanishing without a trace. Steam began to rise from his body, ascending in wisps, a consequence of the intense friction between his energy and the air during his rapid flight. Wu Tian, with an expression of serene composure, regarded the elder before him. The Saint Mage smiled back, casting a glance at the 7 colorful birds perched upon Wu Tian, their vibrant feathers shimmering as they tilted their little heads to assess the mage. Such splendid pets, the elder remarked, as the birds unfurled their wings and preened their feathers atop Wu Tian. Wu Tian remained silent, continuing to observe him. Heh, the Saint Mage chuckled softly, shaking his head. His voice, raspy yet imbued with an ethereal quality, conveyed, "You are indeed formidable, traveler from afar. You must be a body cultivator. For I sense within you an inexhaustible power akin to an ocean." "I am a martial artist," Wu Tian replied directly, regardless of whether the term resonated with the elder. A martial artist, the Saint Mage mused, contemplating the profound implications of those 3 words. With a gentle sigh, he continued, "It is truly unimaginable that the human body can cultivate to such an extent, capable of flight, without the aid of psychic energy." Indeed, they were mistaken, profoundly mistaken. As he spoke, he shook his head lightly, exhaling in resignation. Psychic energy? Mistaken? Wu Tian maintained his composure, calmly inquiring, "You have yet to disclose how you came to know of me, and why you claim to be waiting for me. Moreover, who are you yourself?" "Oh, do not be so impatient, young one," the Saint Mage replied, his slender and frail form suspended in the air. "As for me, I am but an ancient and unyielding mage on this planet. Regarding your question of how I came to know you," he paused momentarily. "A mage indeed." Wu Tian mused silently, awaiting the elder's elaboration. The Saint Mage's tranquil gaze swept across the surrounding landscape, the mountains, the waters, the forests, and the sky, taking in the diverse forms of wildlife subtly emerging from the earth. Suddenly, he posed a question. "Young man, what do you think of this place?" "The scenery is quite delightful," Wu Tian replied, keeping his focus unwaveringly on the elder rather than following his gaze. "Indeed, a beautiful place," the Saint Mage closed his eyes, exhaling softly. "Yet, all this beauty, all this life, shall ultimately be destroyed by mankind." Without receiving a response from Wu Tian, the holy mage opened his eyes and observed that Wu Tian's expression appeared unchanged. He couldn't help but smile wryly, reflecting on his master's words. Indeed, those who train their bodies possess a far more resolute will than we do. He refrained from voicing his master's rather blunt opinion, opting instead for a more tactful phrasing. Wu Tian furrowed his brow and inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" The holy mage sighed. "This world will be destroyed by 2 malevolent beings from beyond the stars. This is a revelation I encountered in a dream many years ago." The term premonitory dream suddenly flickered in Wu Tian's mind, yet as the holy mage spoke of the 2 extraterrestrial demons, he felt a stir of intrigue and discreetly asked, "Are these 2 demons identical in appearance?" The holy mage, taken aback, nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, could they be the 2 captains of Frieza's elite squad?" Wu Tian probed further. "What does this dream have to do with me? It originally had no connection to you. However, over a year ago, that changed unexpectedly. One night, this recurring dream of mine suddenly shifted. It was you who appeared in our world. I do not know from whence you came or why you are here. All I clearly saw was that you rescued our world from the clutches of these 2 demons." Chapter 76. Back to Earth. The 2 minions of Frieza, each possessing a combat power of 1 million, are destined to annihilate our world, and I am to be the savior of this realm? Wu Tian listened intently to the holy mage's words, maintaining his composure as he posed a question. "Do I possess the capability to rescue your world from those 2? Let us set aside that matter for now. Why should I undertake such a task?" The holy mage gazed deeply into Wu Tian's eyes and replied, Because the future I witnessed reveals this. You shall save this place. You will be the savior. Wu Tian calmly countered. But the future is mutable, is it not? Just as it can transform from destruction to salvation, so too can it revert from salvation to annihilation. His tone remained unperturbed, his gaze equally placid. Yet, at least for the present, the vision of salvation had not altered. The holy mage emitted a raspy chuckle, signifying that he could indeed persuade Wu Tian to save this realm, and that Wu Tian possessed the ability to do so. You just asked if those two are identical. Do you know them? I do not know them, merely have heard of them. Wu Tian shook his head, pausing slightly. They are two rather formidable individuals, particularly the one who stands behind them. The holy mage shook his head. I am not well versed in the world beyond. Let us not beat around the bush. He gazed at Wu Tian with clear, wise eyes and asked, Pray tell, traveler from afar, what is your purpose for coming here? I believe this is the key to persuading you to save this place. Wu Tian regarded the elder for a moment, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, I seek to strengthen this realm. Then you have indeed come to the right place. The holy mage also smiled, turning to glide down towards the mountains below. 7 vividly feathered birds flapped their wings, descending alongside Wu Tian, trailing behind the holy mage. The magic planet was not always a realm of sorcery. In truth, it was never purely a world of magic. Once, it was inhabited by 2 distinct types of beings, the mages, who have persisted to this day, and the warriors, who honed their physical prowess. The mages, priding themselves on their noble lineage, regarded their innate magical talents as a mark of superiority over the common folk, the mundane, the ordinary. They proclaimed their magical abilities as gifts from the divine, until the emergence of a formidable warrior. This warrior possessed a supernatural force he termed fighting chi, granting him immense strength. He was impervious to blades and could shatter rocks with a single strike or cause the earth to tremble with a mere kick. With a single punch, he could vanquish a noble mage. What incited the mage's disdain, or perhaps their fear, was that this warrior's might was replicable. It was not merely a divine gift. Through arduous training and unwavering resolve, one could attain such formidable power. The most exceptional among them could wield fighting chi as potent as that warrior's, capable of slaying an unsuspecting mage with a single blow, a noble mage. One who could only ascend through innate talent. This was intolerable. The mages, rarely setting aside their prejudices, could not abide by the notion of a band of coarse commoners wielding such strength over them. Thus, they resolved to eradicate them, employing meticulously prepared spells. Indeed, while warriors were powerful, their strength was not boundless. With adequate preparation, mages could easily eliminate them. A psychic mage's mind magic might not subdue a steadfast warrior, but the combined efforts of several adept psychic mages could effortlessly invade the minds of numerous warriors, rendering them as mere empty shells. They could even incite them to slaughter one another through illusions, use barrier magic to starve them, or transform into their loved ones only to poison them. As the warriors perished, the mages endured. All knowledge pertaining to bodily cultivation was obliterated by the mages. Spells related to physical transformation were deemed heretical, and any mage who dared to explore or employ them faced immediate execution upon discovery. Gradually, the inhabitants of this planet became solely acquainted with transcendent magic, oblivious to the treasures within their own bodies. They grew weak. Ivan was born into such an era, a frail being who underwent the baptism of magic. Now, I realized the error of their ways. They were all mistaken. Without a robust physique, the strength of the mind ultimately amounts to nothing but a fleeting illusion, incapable of lasting endurance or ascending to greater heights. As he descended to the ground, the holy mage Ivan reflected on the history he briefly shared with Wu Tian, lamenting that over a century ago he had reached his current state, yet for over 100 years he had remained stagnant, without any semblance of change. He shook his head and sighed, reflecting on how the ancient sorcerers pursued the abandonment of the corporeal form in search of spiritual transcendence, unaware that the body is the very root of the spirit. Without the body, where could the spirit find solace? Perhaps only the deceased or legendary deities could achieve such a feat. 7 colorful feathered birds perched on Wu Tian's shoulder, silently following him. The holy sorcerer Ivan led Wu Tian into an ancient path nestled among the mountains, soon arriving at the mouth of a deep cave. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, and Wu Tian followed, discovering an extraordinary inner sanctum that was both spacious and immaculate. The 7 birds took flight, flitting around the cave. Their melodious chirps and the sound of their wings echoed against the stillness, accentuating the eerie silence within. Wu Tian gazed upward, noting that the cave's ceiling soared at least 20 to 30 meters high. At the center of the ceiling was a circular opening, about 1 meter in diameter, leading directly to the sky. Sunlight streamed through this aperture, illuminating the dim cavern and casting its glow upon a raised platform beneath it. The platform rose approximately 10 meters high, accessible by a series of stone steps. The holy sorcerer entered the cave without pausing, ascending the ancient steps with purpose until he reached the circular platform. Turning to face Wu Tian, who remained composed below, he smiled and said, "If you wish to cultivate spiritual power, magic is undoubtedly the most fitting path. You possess such formidable physical strength. Perhaps only you can traverse the path of magic to its furthest reaches." The elder stood on the platform, reflecting for a moment before smiling and beckoning Wu Tian to come forth. Wu Tian squinted slightly as the colorful birds circled the cave before returning to his shoulder, chattering incessantly. Naturally, he raised his hand to caress their smooth feathers, then lifted his gaze again to the old sorcerer on the platform. Exhaling softly, he stepped onto the first stone step. As Wu Tian ascended the platform, he noticed the absence of the holy sorcerer. Furrowing his brow, he looked around, suddenly sensing something amiss. Glancing down at his shoulders, he discovered that the 7 colorful birds had vanished. Just then, darkness enveloped him, and the world spun momentarily. When clarity returned, he found himself inexplicably back on Earth. Chapter 77. The Art of Meditation. Wu Tian's eyes grew cold as he silently surveyed his surroundings. It appeared he was in the very forest where he had obtained the last Dragon Ball. A mingling scent of grass and earth permeated the tranquil woods, accompanied by the faint sounds of insects, birds, and the rustle of wildlife. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled shadows around Wu Tian. Illusion? Or perhaps a mental mirage? With an expression devoid of emotion, Wu Tian slowly levitated, eager to discern what tricks this magical illusion could conjure. With a swift motion, he burst forth from the dense foliage and soared into the open sky beneath the blue expanse and white clouds. In the heights, he carefully recalled his bearings and set his course towards Saiyan City, the location of the Wuxian Flow Taoist Temple. Now, his prowess is incomparably greater than when he departed from Earth. His speed is astonishing, racing like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he has reached the outskirts of Saiyan City, where the broken mountains vanish from sight. The mountains stand intact, yet there is no martial arts hall at their base. Floating in midair, Wu Tian gazes expressionlessly down at the untouched wilderness below. After a moment, he turns again, and with a thunderous roar, white energy flames envelop him. With a crack, the white streaks vanish into the horizon in an instant. Racing towards Kailan Tower, Wu Tian, enshrined in the white energy flames, tears through the air. Darting like a furious dragon, his momentum is formidable as he crushes the dense forest beneath him and shatters the peaks. The sea roils with towering waves, stirred by the immense pressure of his passage. However, without warning, Wu Tian's speed dramatically decreases, and he is engulfed by waves towering dozens of meters high. His form falters in the air, and with a splash, he plummets into the ocean. On the surface, a fragment of driftwood floats by, and Wu Tian grasps its edge, relying on a modicum of buoyancy. After a moment of stunned silence, he summons the strength to swim. Days and nights drift by as he floats on the sea, until he finally reaches the shore, utterly exhausted. He pushes the fragment of wood aside and struggles to crawl onto the land. Gasping for breath, he instinctively reaches for a magical bean, only to find nothing in his grasp. After a moment of disorientation, he heads towards the dense forest on the shore. The forest is dark, with the distant roars of wild beasts echoing from the depths. Having survived numerous perils, Wu Tian eventually arrives at the base of a soaring cylindrical tower that pierces the clouds. Beneath Kailan Tower, there is only an empty tent. Without a second thought, Wu Tian begins to scale the tower. He climbs and climbs, reaching the starry night when the full moon rises and continues until dawn breaks. Exhausted, his limbs numb, he nearly falls several times from the tower. Just as his consciousness begins to blur, he finally reaches the pinnacle. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he ascends to the palace atop the tower, only to find it deserted, save for a peculiar vessel resembling a teapot, floating in the center. The super sacred water, seemingly sentient, glides towards him. Wu Tian reaches out to grasp it, but it deftly evades his touch. Again, he lunges to embrace it, only to have the super sacred water slip away effortlessly. Wu Tian spends 3 long years atop Kailan Tower before finally touching the vessel's surface. With a smile, he clutches the water pot and claps his hands. Suddenly, the screen flickers, revealing the blurred image of a sensual exercise instructor on television, while Master Roshi, in a fit of frustration, slaps the television's casing. "Old man, I'm here." A thunderous voice booms in his ear, nearly causing Master Roshi's heart to burst from shock. His sunglasses slip down as he gazes at the little creature with a long tail that has inexplicably appeared in his home. Stammering, he asks, "Who are you?" "Me? Don't you recognize me, old man?" The little creature with a long tail was perplexed. His diminutive form suddenly grew tall, transforming into a handsome young man, cradling a child resembling him, adorned with a 4-star bead on his cap. "Goku?" murmured Master Roshi. "Master Roshi, I must depart. For the future of Earth. I am determined to stop Cell." With golden hair and inverted stance, his emerald eyes sparkling, Goku, clad in a martial arts uniform inspired by Master Roshi, bore the character emblazoned on his back as he soared away. Master Roshi, leaning on his wooden staff, stepped outside and gazed blankly at his departing disciple. Reflecting on his own frail hands, Wu Tian stood on the sandy beach of the island, observing the despondent bald elder beneath the coconut trees. Suddenly, an aged man emerged from the sea, his visage marked by familiarity. "Master, why have you forsaken me?" The old man lamented, his voice filled with anguish. "Is there only Goku in your heart?" The elderly Master Roshi remained speechless, his gaze fixed on the foamy corpse of Aragon in the water, fear flickering in his eyes. From behind Aragon, it seemed another figure was attempting to emerge from the depths. At that moment, Wu Tian approached Master Roshi, tapping gently on his shell. As Master Roshi turned, Wu Tian unleashed a powerful punch, shattering his skull. The force of his blow surged through the water, creating a passage in the sea. "Boredom," Wu Tian remarked indifferently, striding past the headless body of the aged Master Roshi, making his way towards the newly formed channel on the water's surface. Abruptly, a hand seized his ankle, compelling him to look down. Instead of the headless corpse, he beheld the aged visage of Wafangfang, her tear-filled eyes and trembling lips conveying unspoken words. Was it a breach of the soul, or perhaps the weight of unspoken worries? The once unyielding countenance of Wu Tian softened, and with a sigh, he regarded Wafangfang on the ground, calmly stating, "I can unhesitatingly slay another version of myself. I know you are not real, yet must I relinquish once more?" The elderly Wafangfang lay prostrate, her withered hand clutching Wu Tian's pant leg, tears streaming down her face. "Please don't go," she implored. "It was never my desire to depart. I have never refused to accompany you through life, yet time cannot be reversed." Wu Tian shook his head. "I am no sage. How can I perceive all the causes and effects of this world? Right and wrong, I am powerless to alter." After a long silence, the surroundings were devoid of all. The waves crashed upon the shore, erasing all traces. Was he a heartless individual? Then why did he unite with Wafangfang? Was he a sentimental being? Then why did he drift away from her? Ultimately, he was but an ordinary man. Initially, he feared for Wafangfang's solitude and felt indebted to his master, thus choosing to bind his life to hers, hoping to care for her eternally and wishing her safety. However, witnessing his wife's gradual decline and her melancholy stemming from their stark physical disparity, Wu Tian, unable to bear the sight, silently accepted her proposal and departed peacefully. A long sigh echoed across the surface of the sea as everything turned to ashes. Wu Tian calmly ascended the stone steps, arriving at the high platform. Upon his shoulders, 7 colorful little birds continued to peck at each other without a care in the world. The holy mage stood atop the platform and reminisced. "I recall the days spent learning magic alongside my master. I was ensnared in this barrier for a full 3 days and nights, nearly succumbing to its allure." "Such a tedious affair," Wu Tian remarked dismissively. The holy mage chuckled softly, sighing lightly. "Do not take my rudeness to heart. This tradition was bequeathed by my master, and I am reluctant to defy it." Wu Tian, noncommittal, inquired, "Can you now impart to me the methods to enhance my mental strength?" "Of course," the holy mage replied, extending a finger towards Wu Tian. "This is the meditative technique passed down through our lineage, the very foundation of learning magic." In an instant, a stream of consciousness, filled with various forms and gestures, surged into Wu Tian's mind. Chapter 78. The Unseen Path. The unknown. The information within this stream of consciousness was vast, akin to a sky filled with countless stars, beyond enumeration. Yet upon reflection, he realized that the myriad shapes, lines, and gestures gradually coalesced, resembling a wordless celestial manuscript. On the pristine, unblemished pages, 2 simple yet profound characters were inscribed: meditation. This method bore no name, for not all miraculous techniques are labeled. It was simply referred to as the meditation technique, humble yet profoundly enigmatic. It was an ancient practice, handed down through generations by the holy mage Ivan and his kin, representing the highest secret of a mage's cultivation of mental power. And today, it was bestowed upon Wu Tian for the future of this world. given to the prophesied savior of dreams, imparted to an outsider. The holy mage understood he was taking a gamble, hoping that having wagered everything, the outcome would be favorable. If this world could be liberated from its predetermined fate of destruction, then what was the sacrifice of his own life? In Wu Tian's open eyes, a flicker of dark light passed through, leaving him momentarily stunned, as his consciousness seemed to traverse into another realm. In that ocean of spirit, transcending dimensions, flowing beyond the river of time, and surpassing the boundaries of reality and illusion, he found himself in a wide expanse, surrounded by figures of divine countenance, benevolent demeanor, and solemn bearing, their features blurred yet majestic. They spoke profound truths, uttering esoteric incantations, their fingers intertwined to form peculiar gestures, and with their fingers as quills, they inscribed mysterious magical symbols. Behind these incantations, gestures, and traces, Wu Tian glimpsed a vast ocean of spirit. Meditation. He swam freely in this ocean of consciousness. After a moment, Wu Tian finally closed his eyes slowly, sitting cross-legged, his expression calm and serene. Little did he expect to enter meditation so effortlessly on his first attempt. My master once praised my prodigious talent. I am humbled, truly humbled. The holy mage sighed quietly, glancing at the little birds perched on Wu Tian's shoulders. He waved at them, yet the little creatures paid him no mind, remaining blissfully occupied in their preening on either side of Wu Tian's shoulders. The elderly man smiled gently, and within his amber-hued eyes, an ethereal wave seemed to emanate. Almost simultaneously, his ethereal voice resonated directly within the minds of the birds. Little ones, do not disturb him. Come, let us venture outside, and I shall find you some sustenance. The old man waved his hand once more. This time, 7 colorful birds obediently flew over, striving to minimize the sound of their flapping wings so as not to disrupt Wu Tian, who was deeply engrossed in his meditative practice. Good children, he praised. The 7 vibrant birds settled upon the shoulders of the holy mage, who summoned his robust psychic energy to lift his slender frame slowly towards the entrance of the vast cavern. As he floated at the mouth of the cave, he cast a glance back. In the center of the cavern, upon the elevated platform, Wu Tian sat serenely, a beam of sunlight filtering through the circular opening above, casting a soft golden glow upon half of his profile, rendering him almost divine, tranquil as a Buddha. After a day and a half, Wu Tian finally opened his eyes. As he did, a flicker of brilliance glimmered in the depths of his gaze. The night had descended, and outside the 1-meter-wide circular opening, a dark sky was scattered with flickering stars. The faint starlight streamed into the cave, enveloping Wu Tian in a misty haze. In this lifetime, he had never felt such spiritual lightness. Due to the absence of chakra within him, every time he employed the Sharingan, he had to rely on his possibly mutated mental strength to activate the ocular technique, thus bearing an immense mental burden. The more he pushed the limits of the ocular technique, the heavier the strain on his psyche. However, after this meditation, he could distinctly sense that his mental capacity had indeed increased. He marveled internally at how this method of meditation differed vastly from what he had encountered in numerous novels in his previous lives. It was not about exhausting one's mental energy and then relying on recovery to enhance it. Wu Tian had experienced the depletion of his mental strength from using the ocular techniques multiple times. Yet he had never once emerged from such experiences with an enhanced mental capacity. Instead, he suffered from excruciating headaches and became increasingly reluctant to employ the techniques. It was also not about constructing calculus or perplexing function curves, nor the theory of wave-particle duality. In his first life, Wu Tian was merely an ordinary youth. Had he been faced with such concepts, without the resources of a grand library, he would surely have floundered and learned nothing. The meditation technique imparted by the holy mage was distinct from all the methods he had preconceived about mages. It was profoundly mysterious and difficult to articulate. During his practice, it felt as though he were dreaming, guided by an indescribable intuition that steered his mental vessel, akin to a small boat on the sea, navigating through the waves with grace. Wu Tian believed that had it not been for the old sorcerer personally imparting this meditation technique to him in such a manner, he would never have been able to master it. Even if the method were meticulously dissected and elucidated, it would prove futile. This phenomenon epitomizes the profound and esoteric nature of the art, which is not meant to be disseminated widely. In this regard, it bore a striking resemblance to his own martial art, the Wuxian fist. A sudden epiphany struck Wu Tian. He had diligently taught the principles of the Wuxian fist to his sole disciple, Aragon, yet after more than 6 years, Aragon was still unable to grasp even the fundamentals. This inability did not stem from a lack of capacity to execute techniques capable of amplifying one's power, but rather from his failure to truly harness the Wuxian fist to infuse each strike with its inherent profundity. Strictly speaking, the Wuxian fist was not an invention of Wu Tian, it was derived from his ocular techniques. Wu Tian merely transformed the skills embedded within his visual prowess into a martial art within the Dragon Ball universe. This power is intrinsic to the kaleidoscope-like Sharingan, an innate ability rather than one that can be learned. The process through which Wu Tian deduced the Wuxian fist was, in fact, a genuine exploration of the ocular technique contained within his eyes. On another note, martial arts that exhibit the effects akin to the Wuxian fist already existed in the Dragon Ball realm. Techniques like the Kamehameha and the special beam cannon inherently possess the capacity to amplify power, aligning them with the principles of the Wuxian fist. As previously mentioned, if the Wuxian fist is likened to a certificate, then the special beam cannon, which can quadruple one's strength, corresponds to achieving a fourth-level Wuxian fist. The distinction lies in the fact that these extraordinary techniques represent mere breakthroughs in martial artistry, aligning fortuitously with the principles of the Wuxian fist. They cannot truly and comprehensively amplify one's power. Instead, they can only be unleashed through charge techniques, which is a far cry from the true essence of the Wuxian fist. Subsequently, realizing that Aragon could not master the Wuxian fist through sheer will, Wu Tian utilized his kaleidoscope Sharingan to impart his insights regarding the Wuxian fist to Aragon. In an instant, Aragon attained enlightenment, comprehending all the intricacies and mastering the Wuxian fist. For the ensuing decades, Wu Tian pondered this conundrum. Why was it that without his illusionary teachings, Aragon could not access the path of the Wuxian fist? Gradually, he began to suspect that this was what one might refer to as the way. The absence of insight into the way results in ignorance of it. Only through genuine realization can one comprehend the essence of the way. The Wuxian fist is a path, and the current meditation technique constitutes another. His awareness stemmed from the fact that this path had lain dormant within his cursed eyes in the previous world, and it was only in this realm that it was finally brought forth. How is it? The voice of the holy sorcerer resonated behind Wu Tian. A faint smile graced Wu Tian's lips as he replied softly, "Not bad." As he spoke, a crimson hue, reminiscent of ink, surfaced in his black eyes, swiftly forming 3 black tomo that converged into 2 black, 4-pointed shurikens. Ultimate ocular technique. 32-fold. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 24 full seconds elapsed. And Wu Tian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. He abruptly shut his eyes, and faint traces of black blood oozed from his eye sockets. When he reopened his eyes, they had reverted to their original ebony hue. Evidently, he had made considerable progress. Previously, he could barely sustain the extreme ocular technique for a mere few seconds, yet after a single session of meditation, he witnessed such significant advancement. If he were to persist in his cultivation for a decade or two, he would undoubtedly be able to wield the ocular technique at will. Furthermore, having already acquired the extraordinary eternal Mangeki Sharingan through his wishes, it stands to reason that he would also be capable of utilizing the complete Susanoo. The fully realized Susanoo, with its condensed battle attire, would surely be even more formidable